Wade Gray lay by the window, absent-mindedly gazing outside when a gray owl caught his attention. Perched on the fence, the bird locked eyes with him, its amber gaze unwavering. A moment later, it lowered its head, spread its wings, and let out a deep hoot. A puzzled expression crossed Wade's face. Had the owl just dropped a letter into his mailbox? But this was 1991. The Harry Potter series hadn't even been published yet, right? For 11 years, Wade had lived in this world, growing from a babbling infant into a sharp-minded boy. All this time, he had assumed he was just an ordinary child in the England he had always known. He had even planned his future accordingly. Never, in his wildest dreams, did he expect to receive a letter from an owl. Wasn't this supposed to be a materialistic world, bound by logic and reason? Then again, if reincarnation was possible, who was to say magic wasn't real too? Right? Or was this just an elaborate joke? Feeling a mix of curiosity and unease, Wade pushed open the door and stepped outside. The owl remained perched, its intelligent eyes following his every movement. It tilted its head slightly, as if observing him with an amused patience. A strange sense of anticipation filled Wade's chest as he reached for the mailbox. Holding his breath, he pulled out the letter. The moment he laid eyes on it, his pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. The envelope was thick parchment, the ink a striking emerald green. His name, Mr. Wade Gray, was written in elegant script, along with his full address. He turned it over, his fingers brushing against the deep red wax seal stamped with a crest, a bold letter H surrounded by 4 creatures, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. No postage stamp. Of course. Why would an owl-delivered letter need one? Wade took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly as he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. He skipped over the long list of titles and went straight to the main text. Dear Mr. Gray, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. His eyes flicked across the page, scanning and rereading every word. Was this really happening? Was he truly in the world of Harry Potter? A breathless chuckle escaped him. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The owl remained perched on the fence, watching him with wise, expectant eyes. After a moment, it gave a slow blink and began preening its feathers, seemingly unfazed by Wade's shock. Snapping out of his daze, Wade rushed back inside. In his father's study, he pulled out the finest envelope he could find, one dusted with gold powder. He dipped a quill into scented ink and carefully wrote, Dear Ms. Minerva McGonagall, it is a great honor to receive your letter. If this is not a prank, I would be delighted to attend your school. However, I am uncertain how to obtain the supplies mentioned in the letter and would appreciate your guidance. With the sincerest regards, I wish you all the best. Wade Gray. After sealing the envelope, he stepped back outside. The owl was still waiting. Feeling slightly awkward, Wade extended the letter. This is my reply. Please take it to Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The owl stretched out a claw and took the letter with an air of practiced precision. Then, it tilted its head at him expectantly. Is there something else? Wade hesitated. A thought struck him, and he hurried inside, returning with a handful of nuts. Here, a little snack for your trouble. The owl glanced at the offering, then, with what could only be described as disdain, swept the nuts aside with a wing before taking off into the sky. Wade stared after it, speechless. Not even a thank you. At least it didn't drop the letter. Back inside, he sat at the table, unfolding his acceptance letter once more, rereading every word with growing excitement. This was real. Hogwarts was real. But, in 11 years, he had never displayed any signs of magic. He hadn't randomly levitated objects, bent spoons with his mind, or made furniture shake in a fit of emotion. There had been no accidental bursts of power, no undeniable proof that magic coursed through his veins. Did he truly have magical potential? Or had his rational, adult-like mindset suppressed his abilities? Clenching his fist, he stared at a teacup sitting on the table. He focused all his attention on it, willing it to move. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, clatter. The teacup wobbled, shifted an inch, then tipped over, rolling in a slow, shaky circle before coming to a stop. Wade's breath caught in his throat. Magic was real. He stared at his hand in stunned silence, his heart pounding. As the shock settled, he instinctively reached for the phone and dialed a familiar number. Mom, he said when the line connected. His voice was unsteady, laced with something between awe and disbelief. Do you believe in magic? Less than 30 minutes later, the sound of screeching tires echoed outside. His parents, Fiona and Fred Gray, rushed out of the car, so frantic that they hadn't even removed the keys from the ignition. Before Wade could say a word, he was pulled into a bone-crushing embrace.
Oh my gosh.
Wade, my baby, you really got accepted to Hogwarts? I'm so happy. Fiona sobbed, clutching him tightly. I thought you might be like us, that you wouldn't get the chance. Her makeup smudged as tears streamed down her face. Fred, usually a man of few words, simply pulled them both into a firm embrace, his eyes glistening with emotion. Wade, still reeling from the whirlwind of emotions, struggled to process their reactions. Wait, what do you mean? He pulled back slightly, frowning. You both know about Hogwarts? Fiona dabbed at her eyes with a trembling hand. Of course we do. My mother, your grandmother, was a witch, she admitted. I grew up knowing all about Hogwarts. I dreamt of going there myself. But Fred gently rested a hand on her shoulder. Let's talk inside, he said softly. We don't want the muggles to see. Once they were seated in the living room, Wade finally learned the truth. Both of his parents came from magical bloodlines. His grandparents had been wizards, their families close friends. But due to the chaos of war, Fiona and Fred, born during those turbulent times, had turned out to be squibs. Without magical abilities of their own, they were sent to live among muggles, growing up far from the wizarding world. They had long since adapted to a normal life, though a part of them had always longed for the magic they never got to wield. And Wade? After years of seeing no signs of magic in him, they had assumed he was a squib too. They had kept the truth hidden, hoping to spare him the pain of false hope. I never imagined, Fiona murmured, laughing and crying at the same time. I waited and waited, but when your letter didn't arrive, I thought. She trailed off, shaking her head. Wade, still overwhelmed, glanced at his father. Fred's expression darkened. He hesitated, then sighed. Hogwarts, he muttered. Sigh. Wade, I just don't know if, given everything, going to that school is really a good idea. Wade Gray's background. Though Wade was born into a lineage of wizards, both of his parents were squibs, individuals without magical abilities, often regarded as no different from muggles by the wizarding world. Sitting across from his son, Fred Gray took a deep breath before speaking. His voice was solemn, tinged with memories of the past. Wade, there's something you need to understand about the wizarding world. For generations, wizards have placed immense value on bloodline. Purebloods, half-bloods, and muggleborns, these labels define a person's standing in many circles. He paused, then continued gravely. A little over a decade ago, the most powerful dark wizard of the time, he who must not be named, fervently pushed the idea of blood purity. He and his followers. They mercilessly slaughtered muggles, muggleborns, and even purebloods who dared to oppose him. Wade listened in silence as his father's expression darkened further. During that war, your mother and I made the painful decision to sever all ties with the wizarding world. We had no magic to protect ourselves, and remaining involved would have meant certain death. Even now, though peace has supposedly returned, there are still wizards who believe in pure blood supremacy. And I have no doubt they'll pass their prejudices down to their children. Fred sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. Hogwarts may not be the paradise we once imagined for you, Wade. I worry about what you might face there. Instead of fear, Wade merely smiled, calm, confident. Dad, I'm sure I won't be the only one with a background like mine. As long as I make the right friends, no one will dare to mess with me, right? He paused for a brief moment before adding in a steady voice. Besides, no matter where you go, absolute strength can crush any prejudice. I'll study hard. I'll become the best. Fred, however, couldn't shake the unease in his heart. He hesitated but chose not to voice his lingering concern. My son, you've never displayed any magical ability. If your magic is only slightly stronger than a squib's, what strength will you rely on? But looking at Wade's determined face, he swallowed the words. The arrival of Minerva McGonagall. The next morning, just as the Grey family sat down for breakfast, a sharp knock echoed through the house. Wade put down his fork and knife, stood up, and opened the door, only to find himself face to face with a tall, stern-looking woman in emerald green robes. The moment he saw her, he immediately recognized her name. But not because she looked exactly like the actress from the movies. Not because of her strikingly old-fashioned attire. It was because, above her head, in clear handwritten letters, floated a name. Minerva McGonagall. Wade froze. His doubts surged. Is this world really real? Or have I not actually transmigrated into Harry Potter, but into some kind of Harry Potter game? Am I just an NPC who has suddenly awakened memories of my past life? While he stood lost in thought, the woman spoke in a measured yet kind voice. Hello, Mr. Gray. Her words brought him back to reality. I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and Professor of Transfiguration. Wade quickly composed himself. Welcome, Professor McGonagall. Please, come in and have a cup of tea. Hearing the voices at the door, Fred and Fiona Gray rushed out, their eyes widening at the imposing figure of the witch standing in their doorway. Well, welcome ma'am, Professor, please come in.
Fred stammered.
He cast a wary glance at Wade, as if worried the woman might have enchanted him. Wade, on the other hand, remained completely at ease. He knew that Professor McGonagall, despite her strict demeanor, was an upright and kind-hearted woman. As they all settled in, McGonagall explained the purpose of her visit. To confirm Hogwarts' legitimacy and assure the Grey family that their son was truly a wizard. To escort Wade to purchase his school supplies for the upcoming term. Diagon Alley, entering the wizarding world. Not long after, the four of them arrived at Charing Cross Road, London, stopping in front of a small, inconspicuous pub. The Leaky Cauldron, McGonagall announced. It was a dingy, narrow little place that seemed invisible to the muggles passing by. Inside, the air smelled of butterbeer and old parchment. A bald, hunched man was wiping the tables when he looked up and spotted them. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. He nodded in greeting before glancing at Wade. A new Hogwarts student, I presume? Good morning, Tom, she replied. Yes, I'm here to help Mr. Gray with his school shopping. They walked through the pub, entering a small courtyard at the back. McGonagall stopped beside an old brick wall and turned to Wade. Mr. Gray, please remember this spot. If you wish to enter Diagon Alley, you must come here. Count 3 bricks up and 2 across from the trash can. She then lifted her wand and tapped a brick 3 times. The wall shifted, bricks rearranging themselves as if an invisible hand was molding them like clay. Within moments, a grand archway appeared, revealing a bustling wizarding street beyond. The Grey family gasped in awe. Diagon Alley stretched before them, vibrant and alive. Wizards and witches in flowing robes hurried about, children marveled at broomsticks in shop windows, and the air buzzed with excitement and magic.
Wade's first wand.
Under McGonagall's guidance, the Greys made their way to Gringotts Bank, exchanging a hefty pouch of Muggle currency for 50 galleons. They proceeded through the alley, buying school robes, cauldrons, textbooks, and even an owl. Finally, they arrived at Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The dusty little shop held thousands of boxes, stacked haphazardly on towering shelves. An elderly man with silvery hair and piercing eyes stepped forward. Ah, young Mr. Gray. His voice was soft, yet carried a weight of ancient wisdom. Let's find the wand that chooses you. Several failed attempts later, Wade finally picked up a wand that sent a warm, thrumming sensation up his arm. Fascinating, Ollivander murmured.
Poplar wood.
Unicorn hair core. 12 inches. Poplar wands favor those with clear vision and strong determination, Ollivander said thoughtfully. A wand of renewal, fitting for one who walks a path of discovery. Wade's fingers tightened around the hilt. For a brief moment, he felt as if the wand had peered into his very soul.
A wand of renewal? Of rebirth?
Was it a coincidence, or had it sensed the secret he carried from another life? As they stepped out of the shop, weighed down with supplies, Wade's mind swirled with excitement.
This was it.
His journey at Hogwarts had truly begun. And no matter what awaited him there, he would rise to the top.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After finishing the shopping, Professor McGonagall escorted the family out of Diagon Alley and then left, as she had another young wizard to guide. The Grey couple stood outside the Leaky Cauldron, exchanged a glance, and smiled. Let's find a hotel first. I noticed that the Leaky Cauldron also offers accommodation upstairs. No way, what if we run into some bad wizards? It's safer to stay in a regular hotel. You're right, Fiona. I remember there's a nice hotel nearby that even allows pets. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wade shook his head with a pretend look of helplessness while carrying the cage with the owl. The couple swiftly took the books and cauldron and quickly checked into a hotel. After dropping off their things, it took them less than half an hour to return to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Once inside, the Grey couple simultaneously pulled out bags and took out wizard robes. Seeing Wade's surprised expression, Fiona winked and whispered, "While you were getting your robes tailored, I took the opportunity to buy some ready-made robes. Don't just stand there, there's one for you too. Go change." The three of them put on their robes in a corner. Fortunately, since it was summer and they were already wearing light clothing, adding the robes didn't make them look bulky. Fiona had also bought herself an extra hooded cloak. When she put the hood on, only a small part of her chin was visible, making her look quite cool and mysterious. At this point, they blended perfectly with the mysterious and dim atmosphere of the bar. Fred, pretending to be a regular, ordered lunch. While waiting for the food, he whispered to the other two, "Although this place may be a little unhygienic, I want to give it a try." Fiona nodded seriously, "I understand. I feel the same way. What's the difference?" Wade complained, "What's the best food in the UK? Foreign food." Sure enough, when the lunch was served, the grey couple stared at each other for quite a while, neither of them mustering the courage to eat from the dirty-looking forks on the grimy table. Finally, Fiona used a handkerchief to hold the bread and managed to take a few bites, while Fred sipped some rum. Not much different. Worse than what you'd buy at the supermarket. As they spoke, the door suddenly creaked open, and a huge figure completely blocked the light from the entrance. The grey couple looked up and gasped. "Oh my God," Fred groaned, instinctively stepping in front of his wife and child. "God help us." A towering, burly man stood there, bending down to squeeze through the doorway, and his head was nearly touching the ceiling. His presence was so overwhelming that most people completely overlooked the small figure walking in front of him. Only Wade noticed the small, thin child and, unsurprisingly, saw something on his head: Harry Potter and Tom Riddle. Unlike the terrified grey couple, the other patrons in the bar were delighted to see the giant, greeting him with smiles. Even the bartender spoke more warmly, the usual, "Hagrid." "No, Tom, I'm on official Hogwarts business," the giant said good-naturedly. "Thank goodness. Looks like he's not someone dangerous." Fred sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Did he say Hogwarts?" Fiona had caught what the giant said. "Wade, do you think he is also a teacher from the school?" She craned her neck to get a better look, but saw that everyone in the bar had stood up and was lining up to shake hands with the child that the giant had brought in. Oh, looks like a big shot is here." Fiona immediately jumped up, tossing aside the bread that was missing only a corner, and exclaimed, "Quick, Ferdy, Wade, let's go too." Fred rarely refused her spontaneous requests, especially when it was something this trivial. So, he pushed his chair back and walked over, mimicking the others as he shook hands with the boy, saying with seriousness, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter." It was as if he truly knew who Harry Potter was. Surrounded by strangers, Harry Potter was forced to shake hands with one person after another, bewildered by their admiration and effusive praise. He accidentally made eye contact with a black-haired boy at the back of the crowd. His curious gaze made Harry feel a bit embarrassed. Harry still hadn't adjusted to his sudden fame and felt as if this reputation had been undeservedly thrust upon him. Meanwhile, Wade's attention shifted to another person. A pale young man with a purple turban on his head cautiously moved toward Harry Potter. He looked extremely nervous, speaking in a stuttering manner, as if he was easily startled. Seeing this, Fiona kindly stepped aside to make room for him so he could shake hands with the famous Harry Potter. In Wade's eyes, the young man had two nearly overlapping names above his head. Quirinus Quirrell. Tom Riddle. Wow, wizards don't seem all that different from regular people. They also chase stars. Fiona was still excited when she returned, though Wade couldn't understand what she was so thrilled about. "By the way, is that kid a child star in the wizarding world? It seems like everyone knows him," Fiona said. Judging by his age, he might be Wade's classmate. Fred, not swayed by the crowd's enthusiasm, observed more keenly, "But that child seems a bit malnourished, and his clothes don't fit well. It looks like his guardians haven't been taking good care of him." That can't be right, can it?" Fiona speculated. "The clothes. Maybe it's just wizard fashion? These wizards don't seem to understand regular clothing very well." "Perhaps." Fred looked at his son. "Wade, we just saw a Hogwarts professor, the young man with the purple turban. You really should have come over and introduced yourself." "Forget it, that professor doesn't seem very reliable," Wade said disinterestedly. Fred thought for a moment and found it difficult to refute. He also doubted the professor's competence since the man couldn't even seem to speak a full sentence fluently. "All right then, we're pretty much done eating, right?" Fiona pushed her plate away, pretending not to notice that more than half of her lunch was still uneaten. She eagerly suggested, "Let's go shopping again." How can such a marvelous place as Diagon Alley possibly satisfy their curiosity about the magical world with just a quick visit? Back in Diagon Alley, the place was just as lively as it had been in the morning. However, without the serious presence of Professor McGonagall, the Grey family felt much more relaxed, making their shopping experience far more enjoyable. The Grey family took their time, carefully visiting almost every shop except for one that sold animal entrails and eyeballs. The moment they walked in and saw a giant eyeball rolling around, Fiona let out a scream and ran straight out. Fred bought several intricate magical items, like a broom that sweeps by itself, a little golden bird that can fly around, and a wizard chess set. When paying, he repeatedly confirmed with the shopkeeper that none of these items had any dangerous or harmful magic attached. Wade, on the other hand, spent more than an hour in the bookstore. There were so many books he wanted to buy. However, since there was only a month left before school started and Hogwarts would surely have more books, he ultimately selected just a few that he wanted most: curses and counter curses, healing handbook, and a beginner's guide to ancient runes. He also bought 2 self-writing quills, though the shopkeeper warned him that these quills were not suitable for homework, as they would meticulously write down every thought in the owner's mind, even causing someone well-trained to accidentally write something embarrassing. As he walked out of the bookstore with his new books, Wade saw his parents sitting by an ice cream stand, enjoying their ice cream. Fred was also holding a cage with a golden owl inside. The little creature looked particularly sturdy and was drawing circles with its head. "Dad, did you buy another owl?" Wade asked. "That's right," Fred replied with a smile. "Considering that you'll be taking your owl to school, what if your mother and I want to send you a letter? I've heard that Muggle postal services can't deliver to Hogwarts, so we bought one too. His name is General Bard, and he's a strong little guy." Wade bent down and greeted the owl. "Hello, General Bard." General Bard yawned widely. "Look, I bought a little companion too," Fiona said as she approached, holding out her hand. A small white hamster curled up in her palm, looking very cute and well-behaved. "Isn't she adorable?" Fiona said excitedly. "I've noticed that pets in the wizarding world seem to be much smarter than ordinary animals, as if they've taken some kind of intelligence potion. She's not afraid of people at all and seems to understand my commands." "Cute indeed, but Mom, aren't hamsters part of an owl's diet?" Wade asked. He also learned that owls are carnivorous, primarily eating rodents, birds, fish, or insects, only after purchasing the owl and getting a recommendation from the shopkeeper on what to feed it. Thinking back to the handful of pine nuts he had previously given to the school owl, Wade silently apologized in his heart. "It's okay, your father will keep a close eye on his owl. Oh, by the way, this little one is Miss Millie," Fiona said with a serious tone. "Wade, you should give your owl a name too." Wade glanced around and happened to see a shop named Evans Stationery, with the letters Eva gleaming brightly in the sunlight, catching his eye. "I'll name her Eva," he said casually. The Grey family lingered in Diagon Alley for several days. Fred could now effortlessly discuss quidditch matches and the various models of the Nimbus 2000 with others, while Fiona had purchased an entire set of miniature furniture for her hamster, Miss Millie, complete with an auto-cleaning charm, as well as various little dresses, wizard robes, hats, and rainbow-colored socks. Of course, as the parents of a new Hogwarts student, they had signed a confidentiality agreement with Professor McGonagall on the first day, promising not to reveal anything about the magical world to non-magical people and to ensure that magical items wouldn't make their way into the Muggle world. The month flew by quickly. On the morning of September 1st, Fiona double-checked Wade's suitcase, making sure he had packed everything he needed from nail clippers and ear scoops to his autumn and winter clothes. Fred drove them to King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4 was the starting point of his magical journey, but from the outside, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary brick wall. Wade pushed his trolley, with the owl cage perched on top, and walked up to the barrier. He turned around to see his parents smiling and waving at him. Wade smiled and waved back, then turned and rushed through the barrier in one go. Fiona covered her mouth, suddenly letting out a sob. Fred put his arm around her shoulder and sighed. "If only we could see him off at the platform." "Don't tell him I don't want Wade to feel sad," Fiona said through her tears. "Going to school should be a happy occasion." Fred gently patted her, comforting her. "Don't worry, I've gathered a lot of information over the past few days. The wizarding world is very peaceful now, and the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore, is the headmaster. Wade will be safe at school." Excuse me." A timid voice sounded beside him. Fred looked down and instantly recognized the boy in front of him. "You're Harry Potter," he said in surprise. "Yes, that's me." Harry uneasily brushed his hair over his scar, trying to cover it. He had already forgotten that he had met this couple at the Leaky Cauldron, mainly because so many people had shaken his hand that day, and the lighting in the bar was quite dim. Now, with a touch of eagerness, he carefully asked, "I just heard you mention Hogwarts. I mean, I'm not really sure how to get there." "Oh," Fred realized. "See that wall over there? Just push your trolley straight at it. If you're nervous, you can close your eyes. Don't worry, you won't hit anything." This wasn't something Professor McGonagall had told them, but rather something Fred had heard from his own parents when he was a child. Back then, before it was confirmed that he was a squib, his parents had shared many little stories about the magical world with him. But later, they stopped talking about such things altogether. "Oh, all right." Harry seemed doubtful, casting a cautious glance at the couple's faces. "They look kind, but I can't tell if they are joking with me." Seeing the encouraging expressions on their faces, as if they were waiting to watch him go through the wall, Harry hesitated to ask anyone else. He bit his lip, pushed his trolley forward, and walked toward the wall, not too quickly. "If I hit the wall, I'll just stop. Getting laughed at wouldn't be the worst thing." As these anxious thoughts raced through his mind, the expected collision never came. Instead, in a sudden moment, his ears were filled with the buzzing sounds of conversations, and what appeared before him was a massive, deep red train, with tracks that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. As Harry struggled to drag his heavy suitcase through the crowd, Wade had already found an empty compartment and sat down. Taking advantage of the empty space, he quickly changed into his school robes and took out Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to start reading. In the span of a month, Wade had skimmed through all the books he bought. Content-wise, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was his favorite. Of course, this fondness might have something to do with the author Newt Scamander, the protagonist of another series in the Harry Potter universe. Newt had a deep love for all sorts of magical creatures, and he also owned a magical suitcase that Wade envied greatly. After a while, the compartment door suddenly opened, and a young girl with brown hair stood at the entrance. She looked inside and, with her chin raised, asked, "Excuse me, is anyone else coming here?" Wade's gaze briefly passed over her rather prominent front teeth before he replied, "No." "Oh." The girl dragged her suitcase inside and, after sitting down, looked up and said, "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger." Wade put down his book and extended his hand, and said, "Wade Gray, you're reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? So, you're a first-year student too? Me as well? By the way, I've already memorized the entire content of this book, as well as all the other textbooks," Hermione said rapidly with a hint of pride. "Oh, and I've also practiced a few simple spells, and they worked. Like this Lumos." A soft glow appeared at the tip of her wand. "Though I haven't memorized the textbooks, I can do this Lumos." Wade also drew out his wand. The two small lights glowed, reflecting off each other as if in mutual recognition. Hermione grinned and, with a bit of longing, softly said, "It's really amazing, isn't it?" Wade nodded silently. Suddenly, Hermione remembered something and quickly explained, "Oh, I'm a Muggle-born, which means I come from a non-magical family. No one in my family knows any magic. This little trick must be quite commonplace for you, right?" Wade replied, "No, my parents don't know magic either." "Then we can help each other out at school," Hermione said happily. "I mean, those kids from wizarding families have probably been learning magic from their parents since they were little, right? I don't want to be the worst student." "You don't need to worry about that," Wade said with a smile he couldn't suppress. "I bet not many people could memorize the textbooks. You might be the only one." "That's really impressive, Miss Granger." "Well, actually, not really, I mean, some of the content is quite difficult, and there are some spells I didn't dare to try at home because the book says that mispronouncing them can have terrible consequences," Hermione stammered and her face turned red. As she was feeling embarrassed, the compartment door was pushed open again. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and immediately looked toward the entrance. A round-faced boy stood hesitantly at the door and asked timidly, "Excuse me, can I sit here?" "Of course, please come in," Hermione said warmly, taking the lead. The boy clumsily placed his suitcase down and, after sitting, nervously fidgeted with his fingers, as if he wasn't used to interacting with others. Hermione took the initiative to speak. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Wade Gray. We're both first-year students. What's your name?" "Neville," he said. "I'm Neville Longbottom." I'm a first-year too." "Oh, are you from a non-magical family as well?" Hermione asked curiously. Neville lowered his head. "No, both my parents are wizards." "Then you must know a lot of magic," Hermione said. "I only know a few simple spells like Lumos and Reparo, but I'm still not sure about the full body bind curse. Is it Petrificus Totalus or Petrificus Totalus?" Neville looked confused. Petri what?" Hermione blinked, as if she didn't understand what he was asking. Neville's face fell. I haven't even mastered Lumos yet." "Oh," Hermione said, looking a little disappointed but also a bit pleased. She straightened up slightly and said, "Well, that's okay. I can teach you. I mean, we can learn together." Neville looked like he was about to cry. "Neville," Wade suddenly said, "what's moving in your pocket?" Neville looked down. It's my pet. It likes to run around." He pulled out a blackish-gray toad from his pocket, holding it in his palm as he happily introduced it to the two of them. "Look, its name is Trevor." Wade and Hermione instinctively leaned back, trying to subtly distance themselves from the ugly creature without Neville noticing. The squat toad stretched its legs and suddenly leapt out of Neville's hand. Since Neville hadn't closed the compartment door when he entered, Mr. Trevor wasted no time in making a break for freedom, bouncing twice before disappearing from sight. Neville stared at his now empty hand, stunned for a couple of seconds, then let out a horrified scream. "Trevor!" He rushed out of the compartment, and Wade heard the boy accidentally bump into something in the corridor. The two remaining in the compartment exchanged glances. Hermione whispered, even though it was mentioned in the letter, "I never thought anyone would actually keep a toad as a pet." Wade nodded in agreement. He knew that some golden, pink, or emerald green toads could be considered quite pretty, but how could anyone really like that dull, warty one? But Neville genuinely loved his toad. After a long while, the boy returned, wiping tears from his eyes and sobbing, "I couldn't find him. Everyone said they didn't see him." Wade tried to comfort him. "The train is enclosed. You can look for him when we get off. You're bound to find him." After all, who would want to steal a toad? Neville wasn't comforted at all. His tears kept falling. Seeing how heartbroken he was, Hermione sighed helplessly and stood up, saying, "I'll help you look for him." She glanced at Wade, silently asking if he would join them, but Wade shook his head. With Hermione and Neville gone, the once noisy compartment instantly grew quiet. Wade looked out the window, watching the rolling hill slowly move past. He knew that if he went with Hermione and Neville to search for the toad, he would inevitably run into Harry and Ron, and it wouldn't take much for 11-year-old kids to become friends. The golden trio would turn into a quartet. But after thinking it over, Wade decided there was no need to cling to the main characters. What attracted him wasn't the adventure of schoolchildren taking on a Dark Lord, which seemed more like a game. Magic itself is already fascinating enough. Hermione and Neville had probably walked the entire length of the train but still hadn't found the escaped toad. Fortunately, Neville had moved on from the sadness of losing his pet, though perhaps not entirely, as he was still somewhat downcast, but at least he had stopped crying. When Hermione entered the compartment and saw a pile of snacks on the table, she was surprised and asked, "What are these?" "A lady selling snacks came by earlier," Wade explained, gesturing to the assortment. "Look, I bought a lot: strawberry cream jellies, chocolate balls, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and fruit pastes. Let's dig in. Oh, Neville, would you like to try this mint toad?" Neville took it, bit into it while saying Trevor, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "It's really good." Hermione didn't refuse either. She sat down and took a piece of cake, saying, "Thanks, I'm hungry too. By the way, you won't believe it, but Harry Potter is in the compartment less than 10 meters from us. Do you know Harry Potter?" "Of course. His name is mentioned in significant magical events of the 20th century, Wade said while unwrapping a chocolate bean. "But I think it's better not to disturb him. He lost his parents on the night he became a hero. If it were me, I'd rather not have that kind of fame." Hermione was taken aback. You're right, I hadn't thought of that." Neville kept his head down with his hand gripping the mint toad, tightening slightly. The sacrifice and honor of the Potters were world-renowned, but few knew that during that time, Death Eaters had captured and tortured Neville's parents to madness in their search for the missing Voldemort. The boy kept these dark memories to himself as they all enjoyed their meal. Wade had initially thought that there would be plenty of snacks left over, but after the train had clattered on for a long time, and it was dark outside with no sign of reaching their destination, the snacks on the table were all gone, and the vendor was nowhere to be seen. They still hadn't had dinner. "Hogwarts isn't in England, is it?" Hermione said, standing up angrily. "I'm going to the front of the train to ask the driver when we'll get there. Let's go together." This time, Wade stood up as well. He was curious about the driver, who might only work 4 times a year, and wondered who was doing this job. Neville followed too, hoping to continue his search for his pet. The train driver was an unremarkable man with brown hair, a pipe in his mouth, and a face covered in stubble. He had a good temper. In response to the 3 young wizards' inquiries, he cheerfully answered, "Don't worry, we're almost there. You'll have dinner in Hogwarts Castle." Hermione was satisfied and headed back. As they passed through various compartments, Wade casually observed, noting unfamiliar faces. He recognized the Weasley twins. They had a very lively compartment, and from a distance, the sound of cheering and laughter was clearly audible. It was unclear what amusing antics they were up to. Before they reached the compartment, they suddenly heard a scream. 3 kids stumbled down the aisle, one of whom, a blonde boy, shoved Neville aside and shouted, "Move. Get out of the way." "Hey," Hermione called out in frustration, stomping her foot. "Rude guys." Wade reached out to steady Neville, who had nearly fallen. "Thank you," Neville said gratefully. Wade shook his head and said to Hermione, "You go change into your robes first. We'll wait outside." Hermione nodded, swallowing her anger, and stumped off to the compartment. After locking the door and drawing the curtain, she quickly changed. Then it was Neville's turn. The 3 of them had just finished stowing their belongings when the driver's voice echoed through the train. "We'll be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train, we'll take it to the school for you." The train slowed down and stopped at the platform. Hundreds of students poured out like bees from a hive, and the dark, small platform was crowded with heads. Hermione and Neville followed closely behind Wade, and their faces were slightly pale. First-year students, follow me, watch your step." A tall man holding a lantern shouted in a booming voice. Wade and the others pushed through the crowd, noticing that the older students headed in another direction. No one dared to question Hagrid's massive figure, which loomed large in the grounds. They followed a dark path through the trees and finally saw a majestic castle in the distance. Countless windows glowed with light, reflected in the mirror-like surface of the lake, making the castle appear even more grand and magnificent. While the first years exclaimed in awe in unison. Under Hagrid's guidance, they boarded small boats and crossed the Black Lake, arriving at the base of the castle. Hagrid even found Neville's toad on one of the boats. Neville was overjoyed to receive his precious toad, while Hagrid knocked 3 times on the castle's large doors. The doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall, with a stern expression, stood at the entrance. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. The sorting ceremony began. Hogwarts has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. The sorting hat, which talks, sorts students based on their talents and qualities, a fact Wade already knew from his past life. After 11 years in this world, he had forgotten many of the details from the books or movies. However, upon realizing he was in the Harry Potter world, he made an effort to recall and remember many memorable scenes, documenting them in his own unique way. Before the sorting, Wade had carefully considered which house he would join. The sorting hat, while valuing talent, also took the students' preferences into account. First of all, he ruled out Slytherin. His parents are not wizards, and Slytherin, which values bloodline and heritage, might lead to him being ostracized by other students. Although Wade wasn't afraid of teenage kids, he wasn't interested in taking on such a challenging situation. Gryffindor? After much deliberation, Wade decided against it. With Harry Potter there, Gryffindor would be the center of attention and turmoil, with all eyes focused on them. Moreover, in the story, most Gryffindors seemed a bit reckless. They were easily swayed by rumors and isolated and excluded the faultless Harry Potter, leaving a bad impression on Wade. Similarly, Ravenclaw also seemed to have had incidents of bullying, with students mocking and teasing their peers, like Luna Lovegood. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, would not have such issues. Although most Hufflepuff students may have average grades, they are sincere, kind, and trustworthy. So what if people considered them fools? Wade believed his intelligence wouldn't change based on the house he was in. With his decision made, Wade appeared more composed compared to those young witches and wizards who feared battling trolls. After the Sorting Hat sang a song, Professor McGonagall took out a long list and began calling out names, sorting each new student into their respective houses. Some were quickly sorted, while others took a moment to decide. Suddenly, Wade heard a familiar name. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall announced. Hermione hurried over and quickly put on the hat. A moment later, the Sorting Hat shouted, Gryffindor. There was a burst of enthusiastic applause from the Gryffindor table. Then, Wade Grey. Wade quickly walked over and put on the Sorting Hat, silently chanting in his heart, Hufflepuff? Hufflepuff? I want to go to Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, a faint voice said. Oh, maybe you didn't hear the song I just sang. That's okay, I can sing a part just for you where the people are just and loyal. Wade. He vaguely sensed something. The Sorting Hat continued to sing, the students of Hufflepuff are tough and honest. Wade. Alright, I get it, no need to keep singing. The Sorting Hat, not afraid of hard work. Wade. This is getting a bit too much. Your voice is a bit too loud. The Sorting Hat whispered, although Hufflepuff never rejects any student who longs for Hogwarts, there is a place more suitable for you. It's often hard for people to recognize themselves, isn't it? Wade quickly said in his heart, I don't want to go to Slytherin. Of course the Sorting Hat loudly proclaimed, Ravenclaw. The second row of tables on the left started clapping, the applause was measured. Wade sighed inwardly, took off the hat, and walked towards the table decorated in cyan and blue. Stubborn Sorting Hat? So what if I'm not honest and hardworking enough? I just like making friends with people who are, is that wrong? A few Ravenclaw students stood up to shake his hand. The leading boy said, Welcome to Ravenclaw, I'm the boys' prefect, Westmore. Another boy leaned over and said, Your name is Wade Grey? Then you are well suited for our house. What do you mean? Wade asked. Oh, Benson, don't tell that joke of yours, West said with a hint of exasperation, having realized what was coming. Benson winked and said, Because our house ghost is also named Grey the Grey Lady. Wade looked at him and after a few seconds slowly responded, Oh, so what? Benson. West pushed Benson's head back and said, I've told you before, don't try to imitate the Weasley twins, you don't have the comedic genes. Benson slumped over the table as if deeply hurt, looking entirely dejected. Wade found his current expression actually kind of funny. He sat in his seat and looked around. There was no need for introductions. In his eyes, every person around him had a name, or two, hovering above their head. However, almost all of the Ravenclaws were unfamiliar to Wade, probably because they were never mentioned in the original storyline. The only exception was a very cute black-haired girl sitting not too far away diagonally Cho Chang. She was watching the new students being sorted and didn't notice Wade's gaze. He compared the people at the staff table with his memories. Albus Dumbledore with his long silver hair and beard, Severus Snape with his sallow face and greasy hair, Phileas Flitwick who was as short as a 3-year-old, the eccentric Sybil Trelawney, the plump Professor Sprout, and Quirinus Quirrell with a face on the front and another on the back, which was actually Tom Riddle. Of course, sitting at the Ravenclaw table, Wade was practically invisible. The professors didn't pay any attention to him. The sorting ceremony continued. Michael Corner, Ravenclaw. Before Wade, a blonde boy named Anthony had been sorted into Ravenclaw and was eagerly greeting everyone. Soon after, a boy with long black curly hair named Michael Corner joined them and sat next to Wade. Then, one of the Indian twin sisters, Padma Patil, was sorted into Ravenclaw, while her sister Parvati Patil was sorted into Gryffindor. The number of new Ravenclaw students wasn't very large, only about 10 in total. The new students observed their surroundings with a mix of nervousness and excitement until a name suddenly rang out. Harry Potter. The entire hall suddenly fell silent, followed by a buzz of whispers. Potter? Harry Potter. Is it that Harry Potter? At the Ravenclaw table, even some of the aloof students who usually didn't pay much attention to the new students couldn't help but turn their heads and crane their necks to see the black-haired boy walking up to the sorting hat. When he put on the hat, many people held their breath in anticipation. From Gryffindor to Slytherin, from Headmaster Dumbledore to Filch, the castle caretaker standing by the door, everyone was watching that dirty hat and the little boy whose face was mostly hidden beneath it. The murmuring gradually quieted down. Finally, Gryffindor, the sorting hat shouted, and the hall erupted into loud cheers and applause. The cheers from Gryffindor were the loudest, but nearly everyone at the Ravenclaw table was clapping to something that hadn't happened for any other student during the sorting. I knew he'd be in Gryffindor, Benson said seriously to West. Of course Harry Potter would be in Gryffindor, where else could he go? Shut up, Benson. 2 months ago, you were saying Harry Potter is just a character from a book and didn't even exist. West retorted, rolling his eyes. As the last new student was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall took the sorting hat away, and Dumbledore stood up and spread his arms wide. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new school year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you. Hearing this classic opening line, Wade applauded enthusiastically. What does he mean? Michael, who was sitting next to him, asked. I don't know, Wade replied. Then why are you clapping? Michael asked, raising an eyebrow. Isn't such a short speech worth applauding? Wade countered. Michael thought for a moment and agreed, you're right. As the enthusiastic applause and cheers filled the hall, the once empty long tables were suddenly laden with food: roast beef, lamb chops, fried potatoes, mashed potatoes, and more. Although there were fewer vegetables, the aroma was rich, and everything looked delicious. The students, who had been hungry for quite a while, immediately began to eat heartily. Once nearly everyone was full, the main courses disappeared, and the tables were filled with various desserts. With their stomachs full, the students had to slow down and take their time, which also gave them a chance to chat with those around them. The conversation among the new students naturally focused on their families and heritage. A boy named Stephen said, I come from a pure-blood family. My mother was in Ravenclaw, and my father was in Gryffindor. I've already read all the school textbooks at home. And you, Wade? Someone asked. Wade replied candidly, my parents can't use magic. So magic must be a completely unfamiliar field for you. Stephen said in a sympathetic tone. Your studies at school might be a bit tougher. Yeah, I'll work hard, Wade said with a cheerful smile. Although I'm a half-blood, I don't think it matters whether you're pure-blood or muggle-born, Michael said to Wade. Take my family, for example. My father is a wizard, but he's not as smart as my mother. She makes all the decisions at home. Dear Mom and Dad, even though I've only just left home, I already miss you both. I hope you're in good health and good spirits. Yesterday, we arrived at Hogwarts on a deep red steam train. The school is an impressive castle, surrounded by meadows, forests, and a lake. I have to say, the morning scenery here is absolutely enchanting. We arrived at the school in the evening, and the first thing we did was the sorting ceremony. I think you know that Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: brave and bold Gryffindor, just and loyal Hufflepuff, wise and learned Ravenclaw, and ambitious Slytherin. At this point, Wade's pen paused slightly. He suddenly thought that out of the 4 houses, the other 3 value the qualities of the students, but Ravenclaw uniquely prioritizes ability. So, smart and brave people might end up in Gryffindor, like Dumbledore or Hermione. Smart and loyal people might be placed in Hufflepuff, like Newt Scamander, the protagonist of the Fantastic Beasts series, or Cedric Diggory, and smart and ambitious people go to Slytherin, like Voldemort or Snape. But what about the smart people who remain in Ravenclaw? Perhaps they are intelligent and quick-witted, but smart people often excel at avoiding risks, and when faced with difficulties and dangers, they are more likely to retreat, choosing an easier, more beneficial path. To achieve something significant, it's not just intelligence that matters, it's the qualities of the spirit that drive success, whether it's charging ahead, being tenacious, or being highly ambitious. Those who are intelligent but absorbed in their own world, doing things their own way, often just end up being seen as oddballs by others. This is why, in the storyline, Ravenclaw is the least prominent of the 4 Hogwarts houses. The Ravenclaw members who do appear, whether current students or graduates, tend to be somewhat eccentric, with Cho Chang being the notable exception. Thinking about how the Sorting Hat said he was best suited for Ravenclaw, Wade frowned slightly in displeasure. Then he reminded himself, what kind of person I am is not something that a hat can decide. Besides, the Sorting Hat has been wrong more than once, like when it sorted the cowardly Peter Pettigrew into Gryffindor. Wade paused for a moment, then continued writing. A talking hat sorted me into Ravenclaw, which I suppose is the best recognition of my intellect. I do plan to learn as much as possible during my 7 years here, because I've heard there's no place in all of Britain with a better collection of books than Hogwarts. I must say, in this regard, the wizarding world is far less forward-thinking than the Muggle government. There are no public libraries here, so rare books are either kept at the school or in the private collections of certain wizarding families. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, is a rather strange man. He has long silver hair and a silver beard, with an aura that perfectly matches the mysterious image of a wizard. He's like a living Merlin. Can you imagine? His speech at the opening ceremony was, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. I don't think anyone knows what it means. But even though we didn't understand it, it was much better than those long and boring speeches. After he finished talking, the tables suddenly filled with all sorts of delicious food. Yes, it appeared out of nowhere. Magic is truly amazing, and by then, we were all very hungry. While a bit eccentric, this professor is also very humorous, kind, and gentle, and he is considered the greatest wizard of our time. A classmate from a wizarding family told me that because Dumbledore is here, Hogwarts is also regarded as the safest place in the world. So you don't need to worry about me encountering any danger at school. The students here don't go around cursing others without reason. They're not much different from kids at a regular school. Additionally, my house, Ravenclaw, has its own tower located on the west side of the castle. After dinner, the house prefect led us to the tower. You have to correctly answer the door knocker's question to enter the common room. The common room is a very spacious, round room with a deep blue ceiling painted with stars, and the thick carpet is also covered with stars, giving the room a serene and elegant feel. There are many arched windows with bronze silk drapes hanging down, and through the windows, you can see the distant mountains, wilderness, and the quidditch pitch on the school grounds. The dormitory is in the adjoining turret. I must say, getting to the dormitory involves climbing a lot of stairs. But the older students said that the staircases at the school are usually kind to Ravenclaw students. They don't move around to trick us, and sometimes they even create a shortcut, saving us at least half the distance, perhaps because the ever-changing staircases in the castle were designed by Ravenclaw's founder herself. Ravenclaw has the fewest students among the 4 houses, and the dormitories are double rooms. However, there are an odd number of boys in my house, so, you've probably guessed it already, I seized the opportunity and quickly applied for a single room. Fortunately, I was able to get a single room. The dormitory has a warm bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a bookshelf, as well as a private bathroom, with all the necessities provided. We don't need to do laundry or clean our rooms. There's a group of invisible little helpers in the castle, and when we wake up, everything is perfectly tidy. My luggage was probably brought to the dormitory by them too, thank goodness. I didn't have to carry my suitcase up the spiral stairs myself. The students in my house are all very easy to get along with, and West, the prefect, takes good care of the new students. Worried that we might get lost, he waited for us in the common room early this morning, took us to the Great Hall for breakfast, and gave us our schedules for the term. I must say, the workload is quite manageable, so that's the least of my concerns. After breakfast, West also took us on a tour of the school, showing us where our classes will be, which areas are off limits, and the shortcuts to places like the library, the hospital wing, and the quidditch pitch. Soon we'll be having our flying lessons, and I'll be riding a broomstick for the first time. It's exciting, isn't it? I never thought before that we humans could soar through the sky like birds. Of course, I'll follow the professor's instructions, stay safe, and avoid getting hurt. Finally, I want to say that Hogwarts is a truly wonderful school. I really like it here. Love. Wade Gray. Having lived 2 lives, Wade was not as carefree as an ordinary child. He understood very well how much loving parents would worry when their child left home. So, during a brief moment of free time before classes started, Wade meticulously wrote down everything that had happened since he arrived at school, leaving nothing out. He even hand-drew a simple map of the school's layout and enclosed it with a letter. After finishing the letter, Wade reviewed it carefully and decided to change the description of Slytherin from ambitious to shrewd and proud. It wasn't that he wanted to praise Slytherin House, he simply didn't want his parents to sense any potential conflicts between the houses from his choice of words, which might make them start worrying about his situation. The Grey couple's impression of the wizarding world was still stuck in the era of the Dark Lord's terror. Ever since Wade received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts, they had been silently feeling guilty and anxious about their identity as a squib. Wade wanted to reassure them there is no need to worry. The war is over, blood purity is no longer a dominant ideology, and Hogwarts is a safe place now. His background is not an obstacle, and his parents are not a burden. He is always filled with gratitude for being their child. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts is quite relaxed. For instance, on Monday, Wade only has 2 consecutive potions classes in the morning. After breakfast, a group of Ravenclaw freshmen walked together toward the dungeon classroom. As the environment gradually became colder, the students' faces also started to look a bit pale. I heard that the professor teaching potions, Professor Snape, is the head of Slytherin House. Michael, who was walking next to Wade, spoke up to ease the tense atmosphere. Did you notice during the sorting ceremony last night? He's the one with black hair and a hooked nose. Of course, Padma said. I have to say, we'd better not get on his bad side. The group arrived at the potions classroom in silence. There were rows of glass jars lining the shelves against the walls, filled with various specimens of animals. Some of the more timid children looked as if they were about to cry, trembling as they chose seats as far away from the specimens as possible. Wade opted for a seat in the corner. He was not afraid of the preserved specimens but was more worried about other students making mistakes that might affect him. Before long, the Hufflepuff students arrived in groups as well, reacting similarly to the Ravenclaw freshmen. However, since the Ravenclaws arrived first, they had already taken the best seats, forcing the Hufflepuff students to spread out to the edges of the room. 2 Hufflepuff students ended up near Wade's previously empty corner. Hello, my name is Theo Mancini. And this is Ryan Caro. The brown-haired Hufflepuff boy was the first to greet Wade. May I ask your name? Wade Gray. Wade. Theo Mancini asked curiously, do you know who our professor for this class? The blonde boy named Ryan suddenly interrupted. Theo, stop talking. He said, the professor is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom door slammed open, and a man in a black wizard's robe strode in. His face was cold, and had an intimidating presence, causing many students to instinctively shrink back, making the classroom fall silent. Snape scanned the students in the room, took out the class roster, and began to call roll. Seeing that no one was late for the first class, his expression finally softened a little. Potions is a very precise subject, Snape said in a low, almost whispering tone. It requires strict procedures and exact measurements. If anyone alters the potion recipe on their own, or arbitrarily adds or subtracts ingredients, or foolishly waves their wand to try and cover up a mistake. His cold gaze swept over the frightened first-year students, focusing particularly on those wearing yellow and black striped Hufflepuff ties. I will make sure they fully understand the dreadful consequences of a botched potion. Theo nervously swallowed, as if Snape's words were directed specifically at him. Wade suddenly had a bad feeling he had chosen a corner seat to avoid distractions, but it seemed like he had inadvertently positioned himself next to a ticking time bomb. Snape, as if he had a radar in his head, immediately sensed the unease of a certain Hufflepuff. Without even looking at the roster, he said, "Theo Mancini." "Yes." Theo hastily stood up, nearly knocking over his cauldron. "Yes, Professor. When brewing the boil cure potion, how should the flobberworm mucus be handled?" Snape asked. 7 or 8 hands shot up across the classroom, most of them belonging to Ravenclaw students. Good news, Snape wasn't deliberately trying to make things difficult. The question he asked was from the first chapter of the textbook. Bad news, Theo hadn't read the textbook in advance. The boy stammered, I don't know, sir." "Sit down," Snape said coldly. Failing to review the lesson beforehand, Hufflepuff loses 1 point. "Wade Grey," he casually called on the Ravenclaw sitting nearby. Wade immediately stood up. "Boil for 5 minutes, sir." "Correct," Snape nodded, but did not award any points to Ravenclaw. Instead, he quickly asked another question. "Michael Corner, what is the function of nettles?" They can treat inflammation, hair loss, and also stop bleeding," Michael stammered. "Not bad," Snape nodded, signaling him to sit down, and then asked, "Hannah Abbott, when should porcupine quills be added?" The blonde girl stood up with tears in her eyes, as if Snape saying one more word would make her burst into tears. Snape looked away and called another name, Ryan Caro. Ryan had quickly flipped through the textbook as soon as the questioning started, and fortunately, the question had been specifically highlighted in the book. After extinguishing the fire, "Professor," Ryan said as calmly as possible. Snape glanced down and noticed his open textbook. "I hope you can store the knowledge in your brain beforehand, rather than cramming during class and praying for Merlin's favor." As Ryan sat down, his mouth was still tightly set. Theo patted him on the arm in a comforting gesture. Snape wasn't targeting any one person in this class, he was targeting everyone. The barrage of questions served as a harsh wake-up call. By the time he officially began the lesson, Hufflepuff had lost 13 points, and Ravenclaw had lost 5. In the ensuing silence, Snape began instructing the class on how to brew the boil cure potion. He divided the students into pairs according to their seating arrangement, then waved his wand, and detailed steps appeared on the blackboard. The students hurriedly started taking notes. Wade noticed that the instructions on the board had some subtle adjustments compared to the textbook. Following the book exactly likely wouldn't yield results that would satisfy this particular professor. "Sorry," Theo whispered to Wade, as they had been paired together based on their seating. "I didn't review the lesson beforehand, but I'll try not to drag you down." His amber eyes were sincere, and Wade's frustration about being paired with a slacker began to ease. "No worries," Wade said. "Brewing the boil cure potion is straightforward. As long as we follow the steps, we shouldn't have any major problems." Theo went to the shelf to retrieve the ingredients while Wade weighed them on the balance. He used a small knife to push the snake fangs towards Theology. "You handle the ingredients, I'll take care of the brewing." "Okay," Theo responded, putting on dragonhide gloves for protection, then ground the snake fangs into a fine powder using a mortar and pestle. Wade, meanwhile, used tweezers to pick up 4 flobberworms and drop them into the cauldron to simmer, carefully controlling the heat with his wand. A few minutes later, Wade removed the now discolored flobberworms and set them aside for later use. He replaced the water in the cauldron and began reheating it, while also reviewing the brewing steps one more time. Next to him, Theo had already finished grinding the snake fang powder and was now chopping the dried nettles. Wade was pleasantly surprised to notice that, although this Hufflepuff student seemed a bit clumsy, he was actually very meticulous. The powdered snake fangs were finely ground, without any coarse grains or impurities. Maybe this partner isn't so bad after all, Wade thought. The water in the cauldron quickly began to emit white steam. Wade added the snake fang powder, followed by the nettles, stirring twice clockwise and then 3 times counterclockwise. The chopped nettles melted away as quickly as ice. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out in the classroom. A thick green smoke hissed into the air, and some students, whose potion had failed, screamed in pain as their skin was corroded. Theo was startled and exclaimed, "What's happening? Don't get distracted." Wade didn't even look over, silently counting to 10 in his mind before adding the flobberworms. "Theo, move the cauldron." Theo immediately complied, still wearing his dragonhide gloves, while Wade waited a moment before adding 2 porcupine quills and stirring 5 times clockwise. The potion underwent an immediate and visible transformation. The sickly brownish-green liquid rapidly turned a bright, jelly-like green, the exact color described in the book for a successfully brewed potion. Theo looked in amazement at the potion and then at the book, exclaiming, "We did it! Wade, you got it right on the first try." At the other end of the classroom, Snape, who had just dealt with a potion mishap and scolded several students to the point of tears, heard the commotion and strode over. He bent down and carefully examined the potion. Finally, under Theo's nervous gaze, he reluctantly said, "Not bad, it meets the standard. 1 point each. I heard that Professor Snape rarely gives points to students outside of Slytherin. I mean, it's great that we got back some of the points we lost," Theo said excitedly to his friend Ryan as they walked after class. "And now that our potion is done, we can use the remaining time to review the cough potion for the next lesson. The next time Professor Snape asks a question, I won't be at a loss for words." Ryan, happy for him, added, "My group's potion was a bit off. There was a strange smell. I wonder if we didn't simmer it long enough." Hey, Wade. A voice called from behind. Michael quickly caught up to Wade and asked, I wanted to ask, how did you get that light green color? I followed Professor Snape's instructions exactly, but for some reason, mine turned out a bit darker. If your steps were correct, the difference is likely in how the ingredients were prepared, Wade replied, glancing at his partner Theology. Theo handled the ingredients perfectly. Our final product was almost completely free of impurities. Michael looked at the Hufflepuff student with surprise. Theo seemed unaccustomed to receiving compliments, his face flushed slightly, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you guys have any classes this afternoon? How about we go to the library to do our homework together? Before the class ended, Snape had assigned them an essay on the Boil Cure potion, at least 6 inches, around 15 centimeters, long. Is there really a need to rush? Michael wasn't too enthusiastic. It's not due tomorrow, we've still got several days until Friday. He naturally included himself in the plan, even though Theo had initially only asked Wade and Ryan. I'm going to the library, Wade said. It's only 6 inches, it'll be done quickly. Better to get it out of the way than keep thinking about it. Ryan nodded in agreement. Library. Michael, likely a bit of a procrastinator, hesitated, glancing longingly at the students discussing exploring the castle or taking a walk by the Black Lake. 2 girls giggled as they invited Michael to join them at the quidditch pitch, but after a moment of indecision, Michael ultimately jogged over to join Wade and the other 2. Not going to have some fun? Wade asked him. Michael sighed. If everyone was off having fun, of course, I'd want to go too. But since some people are doing their homework early, I'd feel guilty if I just played around. Hogwarts Library was located on the west side of the castle, and it was much larger inside than it appeared from the outside. Wade was certain some kind of space-expanding magic had been used here. The library spanned several levels, with staircases that moved within, crisscrossing shelves silently lined up, holding thousands upon thousands of books. Rows of brownish-red desks were arranged between the bookshelves. On the first day of school, there were very few students in the library. As the 4 young wizards stood at the entrance, marveling at the endless rows of books, Madame Pants, the librarian, immediately noticed them. She walked over briskly, looked down at the 4 of them, and asked, first years. Theo, who was standing at the front, nodded. No tearing, ripping, folding, dirtying, damaging, or throwing of books. No noise, no food in the library, understood? Madame Pants said sternly. Theo quickly nodded, as if he was seeing Professor Snape before him. No going into the restricted section. You can browse the books in the general section, but no writing or drawing on them? If you want to take a book out of the library, you must get my permission. Got it. Everyone nodded together. Madame Pants then asked, what books are you looking for? Something on Boil Cure potion, books related to potions, Michael replied. Madame Pants waved her wand in a circle, and a dozen or so books flew off the shelves. These should be enough. Go ahead and study, Madame Pants said, a very faint smile appearing on her face. The group carried the books over to a window seat and sat down. Michael flipped through them, noticing that since there were 4 of them, there were 2 copies of each book, and even the thinnest one was an inch thick. How long will it take to get through all of this? He flipped through a few books, realizing he hadn't absorbed a single word. He wondered if he could just copy a few hundred words from the textbook, then randomly pick a book to quote a few lines to reach the required length. Just then, he heard the sound of a quill swish 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 across the parchment next to him. Wade. Michael asked in surprise, you already know what to write. Wade didn't even look up. It's not that difficult. Several books were spread out in front of him, and within moments he had written 4 or 5 lines, without writing particularly large letters. Not only were Michael and Theo dumbfounded, but even the usually quiet Ryan couldn't help but lean over to see what Wade was writing. Seeing their expressions, Wade realized he had overlooked something. These kids were all 11 years old. They weren't like his university classmates who could easily churn out essays of 1,000 or so words. These kids, especially if they came from wizarding families, might not have even had formal schooling. Even those who had attended Muggle primary schools might not have written many essays. Wade didn't mind sharing his essay writing experience with them. Writing an essay is actually pretty simple, Wade said, pulling out a blank piece of parchment and writing as he spoke softly. You just need to build a simple framework and fill in the appropriate content. First, briefly introduce the Boil Cure potion. Second, discuss the history of this potion, like who invented it and who improved it. Third, describe the brewing process and important points to note. Fourth, analyze why the potion might fail and what accidents could occur from improper brewing, and how to deal with those accidents. Fifth, you can delve into the roles of various ingredients and how they react with each other. This can be found in 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi and Introduction to Common Potion Ingredients. Sixth, write about the conditions that the Boil Cure potion treats, including causes, symptoms, dosage, and past case studies. You can also compare it with similar potions by comparing their ingredients, brewing time, cost, effectiveness, etc. Finally, wrap it up with a brief conclusion, sharing your own thoughts. There's plenty to write about. You can just pick 2 or 3 of these points, and you should be able to complete a decent essay. The 3 of them were silent for a while before they all suddenly pulled out parchment and began scribbling furiously, not to write their assignments, but to copy down everything Wade had said. You're a genius, Wade, Michael exclaimed as he copied. This is practically an essay writing guide. Theo nodded. Exactly. I feel like I could write any essay from now on even if it's 6 feet long. Ryan paused in his writing, thought for a moment, and said seriously, 6 feet is too much. I can't do 6 feet. The four of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. The afternoon class was History of Magic, held together with Slytherin. Sitting diagonally in front of Wade was a boy with pale blonde hair, accompanied by 2 chubby followers. Wade recognized the boy as Draco Malfoy, the minor antagonist from the original story who had been at odds with the protagonist for 7 years. However, relations between Slytherin and Ravenclaw were decent, and Malfoy wasn't spewing venom at everyone he saw. On the contrary, aside from his slightly arrogant tone and his tendency to subtly flaunt his family background and wealth, he was relatively polite in the classroom. But when it came to his nemesis, Harry Potter, that is a different story. When Professor Binns phased through the wall and appeared in the classroom, Malfoy was still bad-mouthing Harry Potter to his followers, always showing off that scar on his head like it's something special hanging out with that smelly Weasley, all covered in the stench of their poverty. The surrounding Ravenclaws all turned to look and quietly distanced themselves from the Slytherins. No matter what the future holds, right now Harry Potter is still a hero in the minds of many wizards, and most of the children at the school grew up hearing his story. Naturally, Draco Malfoy's words caused some resentment, while also reminding others of some facts that had been overlooked. I heard that Draco Malfoy's father was a Death Eater who followed you-know-who. Michael whispered to Wade. They say after you-know-who was defeated by Harry Potter, his father claimed he was under the Imperius Curse and donated a lot of money to the Ministry of Magic to avoid going to prison. Just look at him, it's obvious his father still resents Harry Potter for defeating his master, and Draco picked up on that. Wade shook his head silently. He knew that Draco Malfoy probably hadn't thought it through that deeply. Initially, it seemed he even wanted to be friends with Harry Potter, but his arrogant attitude offended Harry. How can a proud young master like him take such a slight? And so, he stubbornly opposed the savior ever since. Don't take it lightly, and don't get close to Malfoy, Michael warned. His family is one of those obsessed with blood purity among the Sacred 28. The Sacred 28. This touched on a knowledge gap for Wade. They're 28 pure-blood families with no muggles in their ancestry, and none of their members have married muggles, Michael said casually. But my dad says it's all nonsense because many of the families on the list actually have muggle ancestors, or they claim to have muggle ancestors. There's no denying it. History of Magic was a mind-numbingly boring class. The ghost Professor Binns taught by droning on in a monotonous, sleep-inducing voice, reading straight from the book. He didn't ask questions or care what the students were doing, and he spoke with a huffing sound, and his tone was muddled and unclear. Within 5 minutes, half the students were slumped over their desks, and the remaining half were either dozing off or secretly playing board games on the parchment meant for taking notes. Wade tuned out Professor Binns' hypnotic voice and began sketching a timeline on his paper, listing important dates, historical figures, and major events in the history of magic. These are exactly the kinds of things covered in wizarding history exams. Beside him on the desk lay a copy of Hogwarts, a history that he had borrowed from the library. Comparing the two, it was hard not to imagine the grand adventures and struggles the 4 founders of Hogwarts must have experienced, and to ponder what role Hogwarts had played over the past 1,000 years. History itself is actually fascinating, it's just that Professor Binns made the class utterly dull. As soon as class ended, Professor Binns' voice abruptly stopped, and he floated leisurely through the wall and away. Wade woke Michael up, and the two of them headed to the library to finish their History of Magic assignment, a 1-foot-long essay on the tyrannical rule of Emmerich the Evil. No one at Hogwarts is as diligent as you, Michael muttered as he worked on his assignment. I bet the other students are all waiting until the last day to start theirs. Just as he finished speaking, a shaky figure passed by them, Hermione, who was carrying a thick stack of books. She stopped when she saw Wade and placing the books on the table with such force that Michael thought he felt the entire desk shake. Hi, Wade, Hermione greeted him as she sat down and asked, how's Ravenclaw? Other than having too many stairs to climb, it's pretty good, Wade replied. Hermione, this is Michael Corner. Michael, this is Hermione Granger we met on the train. Hello, Hermione said with the enthusiastic courage of a Gryffindor, extending her hand. Are you a Ravenclaw too? Michael glanced at the towering stack of books, swallowed nervously, shook her hand, and hesitantly said, maybe. In their presence, he suddenly felt he might not be worthy of calling himself a Ravenclaw. Maybe. Hermione frowned. Sensing some sort of blood suppression of some kind of biological chain, Michael seemed to shrink a little and quietly asked, Can I ask, why did you take so many books? Are you planning to read them all? Of course. These are the books I plan to finish this week, Hermione replied matter-of-factly. Michael's face turned pale as he glanced at Wade with a look that seemed to say, what's going on? A week? Is she even more intense than you? Wade raised an eyebrow at him. Michael stopped complaining about Wade dragging him along to do homework and focused on completing the rest of his essay. Meanwhile, Wade, who had already finished his essay, continued working on his timeline. Oh, this method of yours is actually quite useful, Hermione said as she leaned over to take a look. She suggested, but I think it would be more insightful if you combined it with Muggle history. Yeah, I plan to add that later, Wade replied, pushing his completed portion toward her. You've read more books than I have. Could you take a look at the first part and see if there's anything that needs to be revised? Let me see. Hermione didn't hesitate, carefully reading through it before saying. Here, the exact date of the invention of the wand is unknown. Melena Sim's main contribution was researching the magical properties of 18 different wand woods, proposing the wand compatibility theory and the Sims formula. She pulled a book from her stack and quickly flipped through it. In 382 BC, the Ollivander family began making wands, and to this day, Ollivanders remains the best wand maker. I think this might be a potential exam point. Her quill moved swiftly across the parchment as Madame Pans occasionally cast wary glances their way, seemingly ready to throw them out if they got too loud. Meanwhile, Michael, who was still working on his essay, felt increasingly insignificant. After listening for a while, he quietly pulled out a piece of paper, preparing to copy Wade's revised History of Magic timeline. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he nudged Wade with his elbow, whispering, "Look." They saw Theo peeking into the library from the doorway. He had probably just come back from herbology, still covered in greenhouse soil, and Madame Pans had forbidden them from entering. When Theo caught Wade and Michael's eyes, he waved happily, signaling them to come out. Wade said goodbye to Hermione, and he and Michael packed up their things and headed out. At the door, they found both Ryan and Theo waiting, looking dirty from head to toe. Wade asked, "Is something urgent?" The two Hufflepuffs exchanged glances, and Ryan nodded toward Theo, saying, "You tell him, it was your idea to ask Professor Sprout." Theo grinned. "Wade, this morning you mentioned wanting to find a quiet place to practice spells, right? Professor Sprout teaches our herbology class and is also our Hufflepuff head of house. I stayed after class to help her, and afterward, I mustered up the courage to ask her." "You asked the professor?" Michael was surprised. "After taking Professor Snape's class, you still dared to ask a professor?" Theo laughed. "Professor Sprout is different, she's really kind. Besides, I thought it would be better to ask for permission rather than practicing in secret. And practicing spells isn't a bad thing." "And then? Professor Sprout provided us with a place?" Wade asked. "Yes," Theo nodded. "An abandoned classroom. Professor Sprout said it would definitely meet our needs." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go check it out." Michael said cheerfully. He had long been eager to leave the suffocating atmosphere of the library. Wade was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. In the vast library, Hermione was sitting alone, buried in her books, looking rather lonely. Wade remembered that at this time, Hermione didn't seem to have any friends. "Wait a moment," he said to the others. "I'll invite someone else." He gently tapped the books on the table twice, and Hermione looked up to see Wade smiling at her. "Hermione, we're about to go practice some spells together. Would you like to join us?" Hogwarts is the oldest established wizarding school. A long time ago, probably all the young witches and wizards in Europe attended Hogwarts. But later, other wizarding schools were founded, and many wizards chose to move to America, where their children attended Ilvermorny School. As they climbed the stairs, Theo panted and said, "So, Hogwarts was originally designed to accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 students, with hundreds of professors. But now there are only 200 or 300 students, so many classrooms are left unused. For safety reasons, the school has hidden most of these abandoned classrooms. Professor Sprout told us about an unused charms classroom that should be quite spacious," Ryan added. "It's behind the portrait of Miss Claudia with the umbrella on the 3rd floor." The group searched the corridor for a while before finally finding the portrait on the side near the West Tower. In the painting, a blonde girl stood in a field full of flowers, gently swaying in the breeze. She held a white umbrella with pink flowers and gazed wistfully into the distance, her body turned slightly to face everyone. Ryan tapped the left side of the portrait with his wand 3 times and spoke the password, "Sunshine, Golden Daisies." The girl in the painting lifted her skirt and stepped aside, and the portrait opened. The group filed in one after another, and once the portrait closed, the blonde girl in the painting turned her umbrella in the other direction, and it began to rain softly within the scene. The classroom looked like it had been unused for quite some time. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, and some tables and chairs were scattered around haphazardly. A few old books and discarded pieces of parchment were strewn across the ground. Along one wall, there was a row of wooden shelves, but they were empty and even broken in some places. In the corner, there were some targets meant for practicing spells, most of which were also damaged. "All right, it looks like we'll need to clean up before we can practice," Hermione said, rolling up her sleeves. "Who wants to fetch a basin of water?" "I will." Theo volunteered enthusiastically. "I'll go find some cleaning tools first." "Why don't we just ask the house elves at Hogwarts to tidy up for us?" Michael said lazily. "You do know Hogwarts has a group of house elves, right?" Ryan was already straightening up a fallen chair. "Hold on a second, everyone." Wade stopped Theo, who was about to leave, and asked the others, "We came here to practice spells, so why don't we start by cleaning up this classroom?" "What? No way." Michael looked at him in disbelief. "Scour Jiffy and Reparo, let's start with those 2 spells," Wade suggested, looking at Ryan. "And for moving the furniture, we can only use the levitation charm." "All right. It sounds like a big job, but it should be fun," Theo said with a cheerful smile. Ryan thought for a moment, then deliberately knocked the chair he had just righted back down. He waved his wand and said, "Scour Jiffy." One of the tables became a bit cleaner, but there was still visible dirt in the crevices. Wade blinked. "Ryan, try casting it again," Wade said. So Ryan cast the cleaning charm once more, but the effect was still minimal. This time, Wade was sure he had seen it clearly when Ryan waved his wand. Wade faintly saw another arc overlapping his wand movement arc. The two were similar yet different, and this made Wade realize why Ryan's spell wasn't working as effectively as it should. It was as if, in a game, a plugin had calculated the optimal path and attack angle for him. Ryan, when you cast the spell, raise your wand slightly and make the ending motion more decisive, Wade demonstrated as he spoke. Also, when you pronounce scour jiffy, soften the GI sound a bit. Try it again and see how it goes. Ryan paused for a moment. Perhaps Hufflepuffs naturally trusted the intelligence of Ravenclaws more. He didn't argue and instead followed Wade's modified instructions. He waved his wand, saying, "Scour jiffy." The table immediately became spotless, shining so brightly that even a fly wouldn't be able to land on it. The floor beneath it also gleamed with cleanliness. Ryan's eyes widened as he looked at his wand and then back at Wade, muttering, "How did you do that?" The others had similar reactions, gathering around to inspect the table. Theo even bent down to touch it, marveling, "Ryan? I had no idea. You're a spellcasting genius." "No, it's not because of me," Ryan said, still a bit dazed. He tried waving his wand again, but his mind was so distracted that the results weren't as good as the previous attempt. Wade didn't say anything. He tried the spell himself but didn't notice any additional arc, just like how he could see the names above others' heads but not his own. However, the experience of guiding Ryan had made it clear to Wade what was correct, so his own spellcasting became flawless, and the area he cleaned was even larger. Wade thought for a moment and then had the others try the Scour Jiffy spell as well. As expected, he saw the faint golden arcs again. Even Hermione's spell wasn't perfect, though it was closer to the standard than the others. He went around giving pointers, helping everyone's spellcasting approach near perfection. In the process, his own understanding deepened, and eventually, with just a casual wave of his wand, he could cast a flawless cleaning spell without even uttering the incantation. If his special ability had a name, Wade thought it might be something like a good teacher system. One glance at a student, and he knew what feedback to give. Even in a group setting, he could tell who was genuinely trying and who was just going through the motions. And during one-on-one guidance, he could make targeted adjustments, helping the student master a spell in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, this special ability was a silent one, and Wade had no idea if there were any undiscovered features waiting to be unlocked. He could only continue to explore it slowly. Wade had initially thought that with the correct guidance, most spells should be easy for them to master. However, that was not the case. The level of one's magical abilities ultimately depended on individual talent. For simple spells, such as the Cleaning Charm, Scour Jiffy, or the Mending Charm, Reparo, there wasn't much difference when they were cast by different people. But as the difficulty of the spells increased, Theo began to struggle. He tried the Levitation Charm, Wingardium Leviosa, over a dozen times and still couldn't quite get it right. Ryan and Michael were doing slightly better, but their success was inconsistent. Hermione, as usual, succeeded on her first attempt, but she found it difficult to levitate heavier objects. However, for students who had just started attending a magic school, even successfully mastering a simple spell was enough to excite them. As they walked towards the Great Hall for dinner, Michael was still showing off to Theo. "Did you see that last mending charm I cast? It was perfect." The chandelier on the ceiling immediately returned to its original state. "I dare say it wasn't even that bright when it was first hung up." Ryan, on the other hand, was still muttering incantations while waving his wand, silently practicing spells. In a moment of carelessness, sparks shot out from the tip of his wand, nearly setting Hermione's hair on fire. "Oh, please, don't point your wand at people," Hermione said immediately, then asked with genuine interest, "What are you practicing?" Her face practically said, "Come on, ask me." "The levitation charm," Ryan replied. He had a good temperament and could sense the helpful intentions beneath the young girl's seemingly bossy attitude, so he remained calm and polite throughout. Hermione said in surprise, "But you just succeeded earlier." Ryan shook his head. "I still feel like something is missing in my spell." They arrived at the Great Hall, where a sumptuous dinner filled the air with enticing aromas, and it was only then that they realized how hungry they were. Theo mumbled, "Merlin, I think I can eat an entire dragon right now." The sense of accomplishment from mastering a spell was sweet, but the effort it took was exhausting. After dinner, Michael finally couldn't wait to break away from the study group and arranged to play the exploding snap game in the common room with Terry, his roommate. Hermione and the others returned to their common rooms to do homework, while Wade took advantage of the library's remaining open hours to borrow 2 books he had his eye on at noon. In the afternoon, they had already cleaned up the practice room, repaired the desks and chairs, and placed them against the wall. The empty cabinet next to them served as a bookshelf. Wade turned on the light and set out ink and quill. Outside the window, the sounds of young wizards cheering and laughing could be heard, but Wade opened his book and immersed himself in reading. Magic theory to alter the deepest secrets at will. The source of life, the essence of the self. One must be prepared to bear the most extreme and dangerous consequences. Analysis of the principles behind basic spells. Magic is the manifestation of a wizard's will. Young wizards, whether to show off among their peers or to gain powerful abilities, are often more attracted to cool, amazing spells. They are willing to spend a lot of time practicing advanced spells, while they scorn the complex, obscure, and tedious theories. Even though magic theory is a first-year textbook, young wizards would rather learn 2 jinxes like Cracker Jinx than read such a boring book. But Wade is different. Perhaps it's because, in his previous life, his teachers constantly emphasized that understanding the essence, grasping the principles, and mastering the rules are the keys to breaking free from endlessly varied question types. This approach allows one to avoid rote memorization and achieve high scores without doing tons of practice problems. It also enables one to tackle novel questions with ease, which is what so-called efficient learning is all about. In other words, to know not just the what, but also the why. This learning habit made Wade, in his previous life, a study god in the eyes of his teachers and classmates. He went to bed early, got up early, never stayed up late, had time to play sports and games, and still ranked at the top among his peers who worked themselves to exhaustion. In this life, Wade maintained the same habit. He believed that whether it was science or magic, and whether he had a cheat code or not, a solid foundation would undoubtedly provide significant and crucial support for his studies. The defense against the dark arts class was even worse than expected. Wade had originally heard that Professor Quirrell was an extremely intelligent Ravenclaw who taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts a year ago. He was young, handsome, knowledgeable, and very popular with the students. Wade thought that even if he now had Voldemort attached to the back of his head, his knowledge wouldn't have disappeared, and his class should still offer something useful. But in reality, Quirrell just followed the textbook word for word. His speech was incoherent, and his voice was so muffled that you couldn't hear him clearly from a distance. And if you sat closer, the overwhelming garlic smell coming off him made the nearby Slytherins grimace in pain. Considering the situation, Wade could understand his condition. Anyone with an extremely evil soul parasitizing their head would have no heart for lesson preparation. But understanding doesn't mean accepting. By the second defense against the dark arts class, Wade had moved to the farthest corner to study on his own. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be expelled and never allowed back in, Professor McGonagall said sternly during the Transfiguration class. With a wave of her wand, she turned her desk into a pig and then back again, leaving the students wide-eyed with amazement. Transfiguration is the most elegant form of magic, but to master it, you must first understand Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Write it down, students. Don't just sit there staring. Before using the transfiguration spell, you must first clearly picture in your mind the form you want the object to take. No stray thoughts allowed. A scattered mind will definitely lead to failure, and there are countless examples of this throughout history. It is crucial to wave your wand with determination and decisiveness. When you are first learning, you must pronounce the incantation clearly, but skilled wizards can perform transfiguration without speaking the spell. Incomplete transfiguration is irresponsible and very dangerous, especially in the case of biological transfiguration. This relates to the 3 theoretical principles of transfiguration. If the transfiguration fails, it can lead to extremely serious consequences. For example, a few years ago, a wizard in France. Therefore, if a transfiguration fails, you should immediately stop and restore the object to its original state. The incantation is reparafarge. Now, practice it with me. Wade took notes on parchment, filling at least 13 inches, and practiced reparafarge several times before Professor McGonagall allowed them to begin practicing actual transfiguration. She gave each student a matchstick and instructed them to turn it into a needle. Some students loudly chanted the incantation, poking at the matchsticks, but nothing changed. Wade didn't act immediately. A phrase he had read in a book the day before. Magic is a power that is almost like wishing something into existence, and transfiguration is the most typical example of this. Many students seem to think that their transfiguration failed because they didn't pronounce the incantation clearly enough or their wand movements weren't decisive enough, so they keep trying different variations. However, when Professor McGonagall just transformed the desk into a pig, she didn't use any special motions or incantations. She simply tapped the desk lightly with her wand, and it transformed. Wade raised his wand and pointed it at the matchstick. In his mind, a clear image, a resolute belief, and unwavering confidence. If the concept of a needle in your mind is vague, or if you're thinking this is really difficult, can magic actually do this? I can't do it, I'm sure I'll fail at first. With such thoughts, the spell is unlikely to succeed. The wand acts as a conduit for the wizard's internal magic, making the magic more obedient and harmonious. The incantation, gestures, or magical rituals are more like tools to strengthen that belief, a way for the wizard to hypnotize themselves. A skilled wizard needs no excess, they can change the world through sheer force of will. Very good, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall suddenly praised. A noticeable change, 5 points to Gryffindor. The surrounding students couldn't help but crane their necks to see. In front of Hermione, the matchstick had not only become pointed at one end but also had a slight silver-white hue, making it look somewhat like a needle. The brown-haired girl tried hard to suppress the excitement on her face, but her eyes were shining brightly. Professor McGonagall said, Miss Granger, perhaps you would like to demonstrate the transfiguration process to everyone once more? Before Professor McGonagall could finish speaking, there was a gasp from the students on the other side. Wade's matchstick had suddenly become long and sharp, with a tiny hole at the end, and its surface gleamed with a metallic sheen. Professor McGonagall quickly walked over, used her wand to levitate the needle and carefully examined it. A look of satisfaction and approval appeared on her face. A perfect transfiguration, 3 points to Ravenclaw. She restored the needle to its original form and then asked the young wizards to gather around to watch Wade's demonstration. With everyone watching, Wade softly recited the incantation and lightly tapped the matchstick with his wand. The matchstick quickly elongated and changed color, and in an instant, a slender silver needle appeared on the table. Everyone gasped in unison with a collective wow. Wade looked up and his gaze swept past Hermione, who had a slightly frustrated expression on her face, and then met a pair of bright green eyes. The boy with messy black hair smiled warmly, his eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. Beside him, a red-haired, freckled boy had a somewhat dumbfounded look on his face. They always say Ravenclaws are the smartest, Ron said to Harry as they left class. I'm starting to understand why now. After Transfiguration class, Charms class was next, with only 10 minutes in between to change classrooms. After Professor McGonagall assigned the homework, everyone hurriedly headed to the Charms classroom. Charms was also a combined class for Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Wade, Hermione said, ignoring the division of houses, and sat down next to him. Do you have any plans after class? Wade replied, I'm planning to go to the practice room. Good, Hermione said, breathing a sigh of relief. I was thinking of continuing to practice Transfiguration there. How did you manage to succeed so quickly? Is there a trick to it? If there's a trick, it's that you have to firmly believe you can do it. That's the most important thing. Before Wade could finish, Professor Flitwick had already entered the classroom. Professor Phileas Flitwick, the Charms professor and head of Ravenclaw House, was only about a meter tall, roughly the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child, but he had long white hair and a bushy white beard. To teach students who were all taller than him even when seated, Professor Flitwick had a thick stack of books arranged like steps on his desk, and he climbed to the top of them. Some students couldn't help but giggle. All right, children, Professor Flitwick said, holding a short wand in his small hand. Some of you might be wondering why such a little professor is teaching you. Several students laughed at the professor's self-deprecating remark, and it seemed he didn't mind a bit of humor at his own expense. Or you might be thinking, what could he possibly teach me? As he spoke, Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and a flock of small birds flew out from its tip, circling above the students' heads. Then, with another flick of his wand, 2 books grew long, bamboo-like arms and legs and floated in the air, dancing around the room. The students all applauded, genuinely impressed. Although it had only been a brief 2 minutes, they had already taken a liking to the short professor. He wasn't timid like Quirrell, boring like Professor Binns, nor was he as intimidating as Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape. The Ravenclaws couldn't help but feel proud, thinking our head of house must be the best professor at Hogwarts. Thank you for the applause, Professor Flitwick said in his high-pitched voice. I believe that charms is the most fun subject after all. A wizard who can't perform charms can hardly be called a wizard. But before we begin, I must first take attendance and get to know my lovely students. Professor Flitwick began calling names from the roster, and everything went smoothly until Harry Potter. Before Harry could respond, the professor let out a shriek and tumbled off the stack of books he was standing on. The students were stunned, staring at each other in disbelief. Many turned to look at the black-haired boy. Harry Potter awkwardly raised his right hand and hesitantly said to the now empty stack of books, Here, Professor. There was another small squeak from behind the books, and after a while, a disheveled Professor Flitwick finally climbed out, muttering, Oh, of course you're in my class, of course, I should have known. The elderly professor brushed his beard, cast a scour jiffy spell on himself, and then looked at Harry Potter with excitement, saying, It's very nice to see you, my boy. Harry nodded and smiled shyly. Wade wondered if Professor Flitwick saw a resemblance to someone else in Harry Potter, as he paused for a moment before continuing with the roll call. The first charms class naturally began with theory, and the students learned only the simplest spell, Lumos. This was a spell that most young wizards could master with just a bit of practice at home before starting school, so by the end of the class, everyone had successfully learned it. Professor Flitwick generously awarded nearly equal points to both houses. He didn't assign much homework, just 3 inches, which was essentially a review of the key points covered in class. If Wade was feeling a little lazy, he could probably just turn in his class notes, and that would be enough. After the new students gradually became familiar with the ever-changing staircases in the castle, Wade's life at Hogwarts started to settle into a certain rhythm. The first-year students' schedule was quite relaxed, with as few as 1 class per day and no more than 3 at the most. The remaining time was entirely up to the students to manage themselves. Upon seeing such a timetable, Wade was very skeptical. How can these students who constantly complain about too much homework from the professors fail to complete just a few inches of essays on time? In his previous life, Wade could write at least 300 characters in an essay by the time he was under 10 years old, and that was in Chinese, a language known for its compression of information. If converted into English, he could easily expand it to 1,000 words. After systematic training through high school, college, and graduate school, it wasn't impossible for him to churn out 10,000 words in 2 days. It was only after studying with Michael, Hermione, and others for a while that Wade understood the reason behind this. Among the first-year students, apart from Wade, Hermione found writing essays the easiest at the very least. She wouldn't make mistakes in basic grammar, rarely encountered words she couldn't spell, and could quickly grasp the key points in the texts, then clearly and logically convey them. The other 3 students found these tasks much more challenging, even Michael, who is from Ravenclaw. This was because they all came from wizarding families. Wizards' lives are almost completely isolated from those of ordinary people, even if one of the spouses is a Muggle-born. Most wizarding families live in seclusion, not only avoiding contact with Muggles but also casting Muggle-repelling charms around their homes to prevent Muggles from accidentally intruding into their lives. As a result, wizards are unfamiliar with Muggle clothing, technology, and would never send their underage children to Muggle schools. To them, this would be as absurd as humans sending their children to be taught by monkeys living in trees. In the UK, Hogwarts is the only magic school. There are no magic elementary schools or magic universities. In the wizarding world, children under the age of 11 typically receive home education if the parents have time. They teach their children reading, writing, and basic arithmetic. However, with irresponsible parents, the child might not even know how to spell quill. Michael and the others started receiving education from their parents around the age of 5 or 6, so at least they didn't have major problems with reading and writing. But there's a difference between knowing how to read and write and having the ability to learn effectively. Compared to the systematic education provided in Muggle schools, wizarding home education lacked many elements. For instance, when wizarding parents teach their children to read, they typically don't actually cultivate their children's logical reasoning or summarization skills. Wade suspected that many wizards might not even be aware of such concepts, given their long-standing disdain for Muggle theories. Moreover, young wizards, including Hermione, generally lacked the ability to quickly extract and understand the key points from a text. For example, the young wizards could only understand something like if object A is the same temperature as object B, and B is the same temperature as object C, then A and C must be the same temperature as well. However, if their textbooks would phrase it as, if each of two thermodynamic systems is in thermal equilibrium with a third system, then they must be in thermal equilibrium with each other. That is, if it can be confirmed that the physical properties of two systems do not change when they are allowed to exchange heat, then even if the two systems are not allowed to exchange heat, it can be assured that they are in mutual equilibrium. Young wizards, these strings of letters would slide smoothly through their minds, leaving no trace behind. Hermione, with her strong memory, could commit all the content to memory through sheer force and then slowly understand it by cross-referencing different materials. However, most of the young wizards were left completely baffled, jotting down a bunch of notes they didn't even understand themselves. They would then scratch their heads and muddle together an assignment to submit, hoping that the professor would be lenient enough to give them an acceptable, passing grade. Moreover, 11-year-old children were sent away from their parents to study in a boarding school where the professor's supervision wasn't particularly strict. Even the famously stern Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape wouldn't care if the young wizards were taking naps in their dormitories or playing games in the common room during their free time. Such a relaxed environment naturally tested the self-discipline of minors. Laziness and playfulness are human nature, while studying isn't. Learning is interesting only to a very few, like Hermione, and like Wade. Within just half a month, the two of them stood out among the first-year students. The difference was that Hermione held herself to high standards, and she expected the same from others. She firmly refused any behavior like copying homework or breaking school rules. Wade, on the other hand, didn't mind if others copied his homework. When he was buried in books and practicing spells repeatedly in the practice room, he never forced anyone to work as hard as he did. Wade understood very well the laziness that teenagers often have toward studying. He had been the same way in his previous life. In this life, he worked harder than anyone else, not because he loved studying, but because he loved magic. For him, magic wasn't an innate, taken-for-granted ability, so he cherished this opportunity more than anyone else at the school. After another long practice session, Wade hurried back to the Ravenclaw Tower, nearing curfew. At this hour, the corridors outside were completely silent, as if everyone had gone to sleep. But as soon as he entered the common room, it was clear the night was still young. Hogwarts had a curfew, but no lights out time. If students wished, they could stay in the brightly lit common room all night. At this moment, the Ravenclaw common room was filled with students from various years. Some were couples in love, whispering sweet nothings on the sofas in the corners, others were bored young wizards playing wizard chess at the round tables, and there were even upper-year students frantically scribbling to finish their homework. Despite the number of people, it wasn't noisy. The Ravenclaws naturally lowered their voices when conversing. 7 or 8 people were gathered on the sofa in front of the fireplace, and occasional giggles from the girls could be heard. Wade glanced in that direction, but was not particularly interested, so he found a secluded corner to sit down, where he began reading and taking notes. Noticing this, Michael, who was among the group, exchanged a few smiling words with the girl next to him before walking over to sit beside Wade. Studying this late again. Michael leaned against the table and said, "Wade, we've been at school for less than a month, and you're almost done with all the first-year material. What are you going to do with the rest of the time? I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you're working a bit too hard. Sometimes, you need to relax a little. Wade, my friend, do you know how many girls want to get to know you?" He raised his eyebrows in the direction of the fireplace, prompting another round of giggles from the girls. Wade paused his quill, his gray eyes quietly looking at Michael as he asked, "I don't know. But Michael, do you know how long we get to stay at Hogwarts?" "What?" Michael looked completely confused. The standard duration at Hogwarts is 7 years, but if you don't pass any of the ordinary wizarding level exams, also known as ALs, you have to leave school after 5th year. Michael didn't understand why Wade was asking such an obvious question that everyone knew the answer to. 7 years, Wade said with a hint of sorrow. A year is only 52 weeks. If you subtract the summer and Christmas holidays, we only get about 38 weeks at school each year, which totals just 266 weeks over 7 years. Michael thought about it. That's true, so what? So, even if I could thoroughly study 1 book a week, that's only 266 books in 7 years? But how many books are there in the Hogwarts library? Thousands? It's like a vault filled with treasures, open for you to take anything you want, but you walk in, take just a small bag of galleons, and leave. Isn't that a waste? Michael thought he made a good point, and suddenly, a sense of urgency, a feeling that time waits for no one, arose in his heart. And think about it. Wade continued. Only during these 7 years, no, within these 266 weeks can we be in the safest place in the world, with the chance to learn from the greatest wizards of our time. We're learning transfiguration from Professor McGonagall, one of the few registered animagi in the 20th century, charms from Professor Flitwick, a dueling champion, and potions from Professor Snape, who is the master of potions. Although the defense against the dark arts professor is a bit lacking, where else will you find such an amazing learning environment after you leave Hogwarts? When you encounter complex magical or potion-related problems after graduation, who will guide you as selflessly or teach you step by step like they do here? If you later want to learn powerful spells but can't find any resources, won't it be too late to miss Hogwarts library then? Not just Michael, but the surrounding students who had, at some point, fallen silent couldn't help but nod in agreement. So, Michael, Wade asked solemnly, do you still think that using just 1/7 of our time to learn only 8 books is enough? Now completely convinced by Wade's argument, Michael shook his head vigorously. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. However, thinking about the 2 weeks he had already wasted, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He immediately stopped chatting with the girls, pulled out the beginner's guide to transfiguration that he had tossed into a corner, and began studying. For a moment, the Ravenclaw common room became so quiet that all you could hear were the sounds of pages turning and quills scratching. When 2 fifth-year students, rushing back just before curfew, entered, they were so surprised they thought Professor Snape had invaded the Ravenclaw common room. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and tiptoed back to their dormitory. Dinner time, in the Great Hall. Something's off, Fred. Yeah, really off, George. The red-headed twins exchanged a glance, and both reached out at the same time, randomly grabbing a Ravenclaw student. Before he could shout, they had already pinned him down on their house table. What do you two want, Weasleys? The Ravenclaw boy grumbled. I don't have time for your pranks. Huh? What? Ron, who was munching on a chicken leg, looked up in confusion. Not your business, little Ron. Fred pushed his brother's head back down, and the twins, flanking the Ravenclaw boy, wrapped their arms around his neck. Davies, what's been going on with you Ravenclaws lately? Reading during meals. Reading while walking. Hardly any Ravenclaws in the courtyard during lunch. Even less enthusiasm for quidditch practice. Not even going on dates over the weekend. You weren't this into studying before. Honestly, did Snape secretly give you all some kind of potion? Like a love for studying potion or something? The thought of Professor Snape and a love potion with a pink hue made Roger Davies shudder. Don't be ridiculous. Professor Snape wouldn't brew a love potion. I mean, there's no such potion. I mean, we just suddenly realized life is short, and the time we have to study is even shorter. Huh. The Weasley twins looked at him in bewilderment. Roger Davies took a deep breath and looked seriously at the twins. Fred, George, do you know how long we get to stay at Hogwarts? Fred silently reached out to check his forehead temperature. My brain is not burned out. Davies slapped Fred's hand away and earnestly explained the theories, mentioning things like 266 weeks, thousands of books, and not studying hard is like entering a treasure mountain and leaving empty-handed. After finishing, Davies took his book and headed to the Ravenclaw table for dinner. The Weasley brothers looked at each other, and even Harry and Ron, who had been focused on eating, unconsciously paused. The atmosphere of diligent studying quietly began to spread throughout Hogwarts. Of course, for most people, it was just a brief burst of enthusiasm. For example, Ron only managed to finish his history of magic essay before returning to playing with his enchanted wizard chess pieces. The twins, too, continued to spend most of their time on pranks and researching magical tricks. But there were some who were quietly motivated to start working harder. Michael was one of those who put in intermittent effort. He was smart but not particularly diligent. Sometimes, Wade's influence would inspire him to study for a while, but he would soon get distracted by more interesting things, like magically controlling little paper figures to fight or discussing music and fashion with pretty girls. Most of the time, it was Wade, Hermione, Theo, and Ryan who were in the practice room. Occasionally, Professor Sprout from herbology would drop by, probably concerned that they were engaging in some dangerous activities. However, after seeing the setup of the practice room and the results of their studies, she was full of praise for them. She awarded each of their houses 5 points and mentioned that whenever she was free, they could come to her with any questions. She was happy to help students understand difficult topics. Professor Sprout is a very kind and approachable witch, who almost never treats students differently based on their house. She favored those with exceptional talent in herbology. Not long after, Professor Sprout recommended a Gryffindor student to join their study group, Neville Longbottom. The round-faced boy was honest and good-natured. He struggled a lot with his studies, learning spells slower than anyone else, but he was very hardworking and never caused trouble. He quickly became a part of their small group. One weekend evening, a notice posted on the common room bulletin board caused a stir among all the first-year students. It announced that starting the next week, they would begin flying lessons. Flying has always been one of humanity's greatest dreams, and Wade was no exception. In his view, one of the biggest benefits of learning magic was the ability to soar freely in the sky. Of course, taking an airplane could also get you airborne and was more comfortable than riding a broomstick or a Pegasus. But without a doubt the latter is way cooler. Ravenclaw's flying lessons were held together with Hufflepuff on Friday afternoons. Before that, on Thursday afternoons, Gryffindor and Slytherin had their flying lessons. Since Monday, all the first-year students had been talking non-stop about flying, and Michael was no exception. Do you know? The most thrilling experience I ever had was when I dove off a cliff on a broomstick, racing against an eagle. Michael said boastfully with a sausage skewered on his fork. We dove from a height of 1,300 meters and finally hovered just 15 centimeters above the ground. The grass on the ground could almost touch my nose. That's amazing, right? Theo from the next table believed him and exclaimed, Michael, you should play quidditch. You must be great at the Rinski feint. Many famous players can't even pull that off. Michael blushed slightly, but forced himself to say, of course. I must say, once Professor Flitwick sees my brilliant performance in flying class, he might even invite me to join the Quidditch team early. Definitely, you're a genius. Theo praised loudly. Michael's face turned even redder. At the long table, some older Ravenclaw girls were watching Michael, giggling softly, clearly having seen through his lies. To cover his embarrassment, Michael turned around and said, Wade, do you need me to give you some flying tips in advance? So you won't feel nervous when you get on a broom. I'm an expert at this. I was flying on a broom at home before I could even walk. Really? I think we could use some tips too. Hermione quickly pulled Neville over and sat down beside them, holding a pile of books in her arms. Titles like Quidditch Through the Ages, The Miracle of the Wigtown Wanderers, He Flew Like a Madman, and others. You borrowed so many books? Wade asked in surprise. Yes, but they haven't been much help, Hermione said, placing the books on the table with a frustrated tone. These books are almost all about Quidditch, that barbaric sport, and barely mention how to fly more smoothly. The girl's words immediately drew dissatisfaction from the Quidditch fans. Michael raised an eyebrow and said, Barbaric? Hermione, you probably don't understand yet. Quidditch is the most popular and exciting sport, and everyone loves it. It has nothing to do with barbarism. No, actually what you don't understand is its wild charm. Is that so? Hermione retorted bluntly, but Quidditch is responsible for making the golden snidget a protected species, on the brink of extinction. Quidditch is not to blame. Michael shouted defensively, then asked curiously, what's a golden snidget? It sounds a bit like a golden snitch. It's a small, agile bird, Wade explained, as he had just read about this topic earlier. In the old days of Quidditch, a golden snidget would be released during matches, and the game would end when a team seeker killed the bird. As a result, the golden snidget's numbers dwindled from being as common as sparrows to being extremely rare. They had to create sanctuaries to prevent the species from going extinct. Although the golden snitch was later invented to replace the golden snidget, some Quidditch teams in certain countries still retain the old customs. So, even now, the golden snidget remains a protected species. Hermione lifted her chin and said, exactly. So, Quidditch is a barbaric sport built on the lives of countless golden snidgets. It's a shame that nowadays, hardly anyone cares about the poor snidgets, they only cheer for this deadly sport. The girl had completely forgotten why she had come to this table in the first place. Hugging her books, she left angrily, leaving the boys at the table exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment, Neville timidly asked, so, about those flying tips, are there any left? He added worriedly, I've never flown before. My grandmother won't let me near a broomstick, not even a toy one. Ahem, of course, Michael said enthusiastically. Riding a broom is actually quite simple. You just need to grab the stick in front of you with your hands, then push off the ground with your feet, and you'll be airborne. The most important thing is to maintain your balance. When turning, you need to be agile. There's a big difference between different models of flying brooms. If the school's public brooms have even one clean sweep 7, that would be great, but the best by far is definitely the Nimbus 2000. Michael's flying tips only consisted of 2 or 3 sentences. The rest of the time, he was going on and on about the performance of the Nimbus series. Theo was hanging on every word, believing everything he said. Meanwhile, Neville, with wide, round eyes, tried hard to write down everything Michael was saying, but in the end, only managed a few lines. Grip the handle, push off the ground, keep your balance. Ryan quietly whispered to Wade, I'm sure Michael has only ever ridden a toy broom. Why do you say that? Wade asked, have you ridden a real one? I haven't ridden one myself because my mom says it's too dangerous, Ryan replied. But my dad has a comet broom, and he once flew a few laps in the air with me in his arms. He said that for beginners, it's good enough just to sit on the broom steadily at first. You shouldn't rush into flying because a flying broom is much faster than a toy broom, and it doesn't have any height limits. He glanced at Michael, who was still talking excitedly, and shook his head slightly. There's nothing to worry about, Wade reassured him. The professor will be there too. Although he couldn't recall the detailed plot of Harry Potter, he remembered that Neville had a shining moment in the final battle. What can possibly go wrong in an ordinary flying lesson? Speaking of which, if I recall correctly, there does seem to be a plot involving a flying lesson. Wade stroked his chin, trying to dig up useful fragments from his memory. It seems like Neville was bullied by Draco, and then Harry Potter stood up for him? That should be the case. On Thursday afternoon, Ravenclaw had only one charms class with Slytherin. After class, the Slytherins excitedly ran to the lawn, the place where the flying lessons were held. The Ravenclaws didn't have any more classes afterward, so they all decided to go watch. Wade, who rarely joined the crowd, decided to go along this time. After all, it was a flying lesson. The students gathered in small groups in the corridor, straining their ears to eavesdrop on Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, hoping to pick up some tips in advance to avoid embarrassing themselves in their own lesson the next day. Before long, they saw Neville. Yes, Neville, while everyone else was still on the ground. That boy shot straight up into the sky like a cannonball. Ah! A terrified scream echoed from the sky, and then a figure plummeted straight down. Before anyone could react, he crashed violently into the bushes with a loud thud. The crowd fell silent. Is he dead? A girl asked in a terrified whisper. The Ravenclaws who had witnessed the scene were immediately filled with a great fear of flying lessons, especially Michael, who had been talking non-stop before. He looked at the figure lying in the bushes with a pale face, his voice trembling. Is it my fault? Wade patted his shoulder and reassured him, it should be okay, he didn't land head first. Michael swallowed hard, unable to speak. Fortunately, Madame Hooch quickly ran over to check and soon helped Neville up from the grass. Thankfully, the boy only seemed to have a minor issue with one of his wrists. Madame Hooch supported him as they headed to the infirmary, loudly warning the other students not to move. Wade, please, Michael pleaded, let's go see Neville. Wade glanced at the other students standing dazedly on the grass, nodded, and the two of them quickly made their way down the corridor toward the infirmary. A flying lesson, right? Through the door, they heard Madame Pomfrey's voice, unfazed. Every year at this time, there are always some first-year students who get into accidents. I can't remember a single year without incidents. Wade gently pushed open the door, and Michael poked his head in first. Neville was sitting on a bed in the infirmary, crying, while Madame Pomfrey gently waved her wand over his arm. The wand's tip glowed with feather-like light. Well, this student is in your care now, Madame Hooch said urgently. There are still more than 20 students on the lawn with unattended brooms. If only I had more time, I would have had Mr. Filch watch over them. All right, I will, Madame Pomfrey said. Madame Hooch, clearly impatient, was about to leave after just the brief acknowledgement. The suddenly opened door caused Michael to stumble inside. Seeing the two students, Madame Hooch's sharp eyes immediately narrowed, as if she was about to scold them. But then she noticed their blue and bronze-striped ties, and her anger subsided. Since they weren't students who had sneaked out of her own class, Madame Hooch had no time to deal with them and quickly left in a hurry. Take good care of this child. Madame Pomfrey's remaining half-sentence seemed more like a self-talk. She gently comforted the crying Neville. Don't worry, it's just a minor issue. We'll fix it up quickly. I promise you won't miss dinner tonight. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, and a potion flew down from the shelf. She had Neville drink it, then pointed her wand at his arm and murmured a spell. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Neville's broken wrist was healed, and judging by his expression, he didn't seem to feel much pain. Wade watched in awe. And you too, children. Madame Pomfrey turned to the two standing at the door and asked, are you injured? Sick? Or just a bit of a stomach upset? Michael's lips trembled, but he didn't say anything. Wade had to speak up. Madame Pomfrey, we came to see Neville. Oh, visiting a friend. Madame Pomfrey said, a bit pleased. Mr. Longbottom just needs to rest a bit more, and once the bones are fully healed, he can join you all again. Thank you, Madam, Wade said, with Neville also expressing his thanks. After Madame Pomfrey left, Wade asked, how are you doing, Neville? Does your wrist still hurt? Not much anymore. Neville shook his head, lifting his robes to show that the scratches on his legs were also healing quickly. Look, this is almost healed too. Madame Pomfrey's healing magic is really impressive. It's probably as good as St. Mungo's. St. Mungo's, the largest magical hospital in Britain, with the best healers, Neville explained. Michael hesitantly approached and said quietly, Neville. The boy looked up at him. Michael lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I lied. I've never actually ridden a broomstick before I got the tips I told you from the radio. I don't have any real experience. Neville blinked. I know, he said. Michael looked at Neville in surprise. Neville explained, Hermione said that if you had ridden broomsticks often before, you wouldn't be so excited about the flying lesson. Michael's face turned crimson. Had my flippant boasting been so obvious to everyone? But Hermione also said, Neville continued, that what you said was right, it's what the books say. But flying isn't just a skill you can master from theory, right? For some reason, Michael suddenly felt like he might cry. Wade watched the scene with a smile. Originally, he had felt a bit like he was babysitting these classmates. But at that moment, Wade thought, maybe they really could become good friends. Although Madame Pomfrey quickly healed Neville's wrist, it still took some time for the bones to fully heal. Because of his guilt, Michael was unwilling to leave Neville alone in the infirmary and insisted on waiting until he was completely recovered before going to dinner together. On the way, they encountered some stairs with a change in direction, causing them to take twice the usual distance to return to the Great Hall. In summary, by the time they got back, the last of the dessert at the long tables had already disappeared. Oh, no. Michael said with a troubled face, I should still have some candy in my dorm. Hey, Michael, Neville, Wade. Theo and Ryan came over. The two had been friends since childhood and were practically inseparable at school. We heard Neville had an accident during the flying lesson, Theo said, looking at Neville with concern. Are you all right? My wrist was broken. Neville lifted his arm to show them. But Madame Pomfrey fixed it right away. That's great, Theo said, looking pleased as he examined Neville's arm. Have you had dinner? Ryan asked. We didn't see you earlier. No, not yet. Michael looked at the two with a pleading expression and asked hopefully, did you save us a piece of bread or something? No, but it's even better than that. Theo pulled Michael out of the Great Hall. Come with us. Where are we going? Neville asked, confused. You'll see soon enough. This is a secret only known to Hufflepuff students? A senior told us the other day, Theo said excitedly. I'd bet there's nothing that can be kept from the Weasley twins, Michael said to Wade, who nodded in agreement. They passed through a door, descended a stone staircase, and arrived at a wide stone corridor. Torches on the walls lit up the corridor brightly. The walls, like in other parts of the castle, were adorned with many paintings, but unlike the usual portraits, these featured no people, only various kinds of delicious foods. Theo stopped in front of a huge painting of fruit, reached out, and gently scratched at a pear in the painting. The pear seemed to squirm as if it was ticklish, chuckling softly, and then transformed into a green doorknob. Theo grabbed the doorknob and pulled it open with effort, and everyone gradually entered. It was an incredibly vast room. The room's size and layout were identical to the hall above, with 4 long tables, but the tables were completely empty. Along the stone walls were numerous shiny kitchen utensils, and at the other end was a brick fireplace, with flames blazing, filling the room with the smell of roasting meat. There were many strange-looking creatures in the room. They had bat-like large ears, round eyes that bulged out like a frog's, almost as big as tennis balls. They also had pencil-thin noses, slender limbs, and tea towels with the Hogwarts crest printed on them, which they wore like robes. The little creatures turned their heads when they heard the commotion. They looked at the students with eager, expectant eyes but didn't rush over. Whenever Wade and the others glanced in their direction, the creatures would bow and curtsy towards them, showing great respect. Oh my gosh! Michael was astonished and said enviously, so many house elves. Welcome to the Hogwarts kitchen, Theo said, spreading his arms wide. This is the best place in Hogwarts. You can tell them whatever you want to eat. The elves are very enthusiastic, Ryan added. Hello, Wade bent down to look at a house elf that was closest to him and asked, could you help us get some food? Of course, sir, the house elf squeaked. It would be my greatest honor. The house elves happily brought out all kinds of delicious food, pies, steaks, roasted potatoes, egg tarts, raisin pudding, and more, along with orange juice, pumpkin juice, and vegetable juice, and even 2 bottles of butterbeer. After everyone had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, the elves brought out many desserts, determined to ensure they were completely satisfied. I can't eat another bite, Neville said with difficulty while holding an ice cream cone and licking it. Most of the Hufflepuff students know where the kitchen is since our common room is nearby, so it's kind of an open secret, Theo said to Michael. Our common room is always stocked with all kinds of snacks. Hufflepuff never goes hungry. It's wonderful, Michael sighed while drinking butterbeer. Why wasn't I sorted into Hufflepuff? What are you talking about? Ryan teased. I clearly remember someone saying during the sorting if he got placed in Hufflepuff, he'd rather quit school. Ravenclaw isn't all that great either, Michael sighed. The Ravenclaw tower is too high, really, way too high. I feel like I'm going to die climbing those stairs every day. After every class, I have to summon all my willpower just to make it back to the common room. He seemed a little tipsy and sounded quite pitiful as he spoke. Wade managed to control himself and didn't overeat, but this was his first time drinking alcohol, and it was clear he couldn't handle it well. Just 2 rum-filled chocolates and a cup of butterbeer were enough to knock him out. At this moment, Wade's head was spinning, and everything he saw was double. He rested his chin on his hand, lazily yawning, and started calling the name of the house elves one by one. Coco, Amy, Becky, Hobby, Lola, Philosophy. For the house elves, hearing their names spoken by a wizard seemed to be a great honor. They lined up to tell Wade their names, as if participating in some kind of ceremony. Zoe? Are you a girl? Wade recognized the first house elf who had spoken to him. To be honest, the house elves all had faces wrinkled like those of an 80-year-old, and apart from their names, it was impossible to tell their gender from their appearance or clothing. Why yes, Mr. Gray, Zoe said, nervously and excitedly twisting her fingers. Is it also you who cleans our rooms and does the laundry? Wade asked. Why yes, sir, Zoe nodded vigorously, looking at Wade with her big, earnest eyes. Zoe, Hobby, and Phil are responsible for the Ravenclaw tower. Upon closer inspection, the tea towel this house elf wore was decorated with a small flower. She was indeed a girl. Do you also clean the rest of the castle? Wade asked again. Yes, sir. Are you the ones who brought our luggage down from the train? Yes, sir. That's a lot of hard work, Wade sighed. And no, not at all, Zoe quickly said. We love working. Work doesn't make us feel tired. Not having work, that would be truly terrifying. The house elves all expressed how dedicated they were to their work, never slacking off. They put all their effort into preparing dinners that would satisfy everyone, polished every piece of silverware until it shone, cleaned the students' mud-covered shoes until they were spotless, and always appeared and disappeared quietly, never disturbing anyone. They were truly exceptional house elves. Wade watched them silently for a long time without saying anything. After dinner, it was almost curfew time. The house elves enthusiastically handed out lots of cream cakes and fried jam-filled donuts to the group, and then they each returned to their respective house common rooms. Wade and Michael climbed the moving staircase, going up and up. When they were both out of breath, a suit of armor on the wall suddenly shifted slightly, and then a white figure leaped out with a beast-like roar. Ah! Michael was startled and his legs gave out as he sat down on the floor. Ha ha ha! The white figure clutched its stomach and laughed loudly. It floated in the air, kicking its feet wildly. Michael, both annoyed and amused, said, "Peeves. You're hiding here to scare people again." Peeves is a unique ghost at Hogwarts. He can both float around and take on a physical form, able to touch objects. He loves creating chaos. As his name suggested, he is a very mischievous and naughty character. Look here, two little wizards, wandering around at night instead of sleeping. Peeves circled around Wade and Michael, saying maliciously, "Just wait, I'll call Filch. He'll catch you little troublemakers." Peeves loves scaring students who are out at night, chasing them as they scramble back to their dorms. Sometimes he would even pull on their robes or tug their hair to tease them. But this time, he was out of luck because Wade waved his wand, and a row of golden letters appeared, displaying the current time. Ha! Michael laughed, still catching his breath. "There are 7 minutes left until curfew? You can't fool us, Peeves." Peeves' round eyes darted around, and he slyly said, 7 minutes won't be enough for you to get back to the Ravenclaw Tower. True, but by the time you get Filch, we'll definitely be back, Wade said confidently. Peeves pouted, grumbling, boring Ravenclaws. He then turned and floated away, off to prank other students. Michael let out a sigh of relief. Good thing we didn't get tangled up with Peeves. If he had actually called Filch, we'd be in big trouble. Peeves is unlikely to go to Filch. Wade pulled him up from the ground and said, "Remember? They hate each other. Peeves won't do anything to make Filch happy." "True," Michael nodded. Peeves often caused chaos, whether it was knocking over statues or spilling ink everywhere, unintentionally adding a lot of work for the castle's caretaker, Filch, who was often driven mad with anger. The two of them continued to climb the spiral staircase leading to the Ravenclaw Tower, going round and round until they were dizzy. They had to stop frequently to catch their breath. Their thighs were so sore that they felt like they were not their own. Normally, Michael would be complaining non-stop at this point unless there was a pretty girl nearby, in which case he'd pretend it was no trouble at all, using the excuse of taking care of the girls to stop and rest. But today, Michael was unusually quiet. It wasn't until they were almost back at the common room that he spoke up. "Tomorrow, we have our flying lesson too." "Wade, yeah. Forget all the nonsense I said earlier," Michael muttered gloomily. "Just follow Madame Hooch's instructions and take it slow." Wade sighed. What happened with Neville was just an accident. Not everyone is as unlucky as he is. Michael probably knew this deep down, but he couldn't shake the anxiety. By the time they finally reached the top of the tower, curfew had already passed, but a few students were still gathered in the corridor. Not every Ravenclaw is a master of riddles. When it comes to areas outside their knowledge, even the smartest minds can struggle. Sometimes, you could see over 20 students standing outside the common room, discussing the day's riddle together. Wade approached and knocked on the bronze knocker set into the wooden door. The eagle-shaped knocker suddenly opened its beak and asked in a soft, almost lyrical voice. It has hands above and below, sometimes crawling, sometimes walking. When it walks, it's like a person. When it crawls, it's like a dog. To enter the common room, you had to correctly answer the riddle posed by the eagle-shaped knocker. Michael imagined some creature covered in hands, crawling in the darkness, and said in horror, "What kind of monster is that? Is it some kind of demon from mythology?" Panicking, he fumbled in his bag for his textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and frantically flipped through the pages. "Don't bother looking, it's not in the book," a tired Ravenclaw student said. "I've already flipped through the entire thing." The others nodded silently in agreement. Wade stood there, thinking. The bronze knocker is like the legendary Sphinx. Its questions aren't necessarily difficult, but they can be tricky to figure out. The knocker never specifies whether it is asking a riddle, a brain teaser, or something else, nor does it hint if the answer is a plant, animal, object, word, or something intangible, like time or death. This riddle, at first glance, has a bit of a Thulhu vibe, but there is something familiar about it. "A monkey?" Wade asked hesitantly after a moment. "Correct," said the eagle-shaped knocker as it opened the wooden door. After the incident during the flying lesson, breakfast the next day was much quieter. The students no longer bored each other with endless stories of how they'd flown over mountains and seas on their broomsticks. Instead, a new piece of news had spread like wildfire among the first-year students. "Did you hear what happened during the flying lesson yesterday? Harry Potter and Slytherin's Malfoy almost got into a fight, but guess what happened?" At the long table, Padma Patil spoke to those around her in a mysterious tone. "I heard that because Harry Potter showed incredible flying talent, not only did he avoid punishment, but Professor McGonagall even made an exception and recommended him to join Gryffindor's quidditch team." Because she has a twin sister in Gryffindor, Padma always has the inside scoop on things. Really? Professor McGonagall. The surrounding students were shocked. Everyone knows that Professor McGonagall is the most fair and strict professor at Hogwarts. She treats all 4 houses equally and never plays favorites. The fact that she made an exception for Harry Potter was so surprising that it made them temporarily forget the earlier news. But eventually, someone brought it up again. That's impossible, Terry said confidently. No first year has been on a quidditch team in a century? This has to be just a rumor. Maybe he's just a reserve player, Anthony speculated. After all, we all saw how well Potter flew fast and agile. If Gryffindor's team rejected him, that would be the real shocker. But he's still a first year, has never flown before, and doesn't even know the rules of quidditch. Joining the team directly would be ridiculous. He's probably just a reserve player. Another student, Kevin, chimed in. Think about it, if Potter really did get a special exception to join the team, the Weasley twins would have been shouting about it by now. But have you heard a peep from them? The reasoning was sound, and everyone nodded in agreement. Padma scoffed and whispered to Michael, actually, Gryffindor's captain, Wood, wants to keep Harry Potter as a secret weapon, which is why they aren't spreading the news. Those silly boys are just jealous and don't want to admit it. Michael didn't point out that he was also one of those boys. Instead, he smiled and said, maybe they just don't want to admit in front of a pretty girl that another boy is better than them. Padma blushed slightly. Wade glanced over and saw Michael raise one eyebrow at him, looking quite carefree and charming for someone so young. It seemed he had moved past his earlier worries, and Wade couldn't help but feel relieved. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the dining hall. A group of 6 long-eared owls struggled to carry a long, slender package as they flew into the Great Hall, catching everyone's attention. The owls circled down and dropped the package in front of Harry Potter before flapping their wings and flying away, leaving a few feathers behind. Michael gasped and grabbed Wade's wrist, and said in a low voice, a broomstick? I bet that's definitely a broomstick. His eyes were green with envy, and he said in a near-agonized voice, and it's from the Nimbus series. I recognize that packaging. Yeah, Wade said nonchalantly as he pried Michael's fingers off his wrist and placed his hand back on the table. If you do well in today's flying lesson, maybe you'll get a chance to join the team and get a new broomstick too. He was just saying it offhandedly, but Michael seemed to have taken it seriously. His expression became particularly determined, and he bit into his lamb chop with extra force. Soon, it was time for their flying lesson. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students walked together to the lawn for their flying lesson. From there, they could see Hagrid's hut and the distant Forbidden Forest, with occasional strange noises emanating from that direction. Unlike the adventurous Gryffindors and the troublemaking Slytherins, Ravenclaws are wise and cautious, generally only testing boundaries within the rules. And Hufflepuffs, being the obedient and diligent students they are, will never willingly break the rules. Most students from these 2 houses would graduate after 7 years without ever setting foot in the Forbidden Forest. About 20 broomsticks were neatly lined up on the ground, and Madame Hooch was already there waiting for them. Her sharp, eagle-like eyes scanned the students warily as she sternly announced, I'm sure you've all heard about yesterday's accident. Gryffindor's Mr. Longbottom was lucky to only break his wrist, but if you act recklessly, it wouldn't be surprising if someone breaks their neck. You'd better keep that in mind. The little eagles and little badgers nodded obediently. All right, now everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Under Madame Hooch's watchful eyes, everyone moved quickly, without pushing or shoving. However, the school's broomsticks were so old that they were all in a sorry state. The twigs were sticking out in all directions, the oak handles were rough and uneven, and they looked uncomfortable even to sweep the floor with. Yet, they were supposed to fly on these things. Wade suddenly thought that riding a broomstick might not be very kind to his tailbone. He heard Michael muttering under his breath, a comet, the cheapest broom. Wade glanced over and saw that Michael's broom was in even worse shape than his own. It looked like it had been made from a bundle of weeds. Madame Hooch then commanded in a loud voice, extend your right hand over the broomstick and say, up. Up, the students shouted in unison. Wade's broom rolled on the ground a couple of times before jumping into his hand. As he grabbed it, he realized he didn't need to hold on too tightly. The broom seemed to float in the air by itself. He glanced around at the others. Some students had succeeded right away, while others like Michael had brooms that were flopping on the ground like fish out of water, taking forever to reach their hands. Once everyone was holding their brooms, Madame Hooch taught them how to mount the broom properly so they wouldn't fall off and sternly corrected those who were sitting incorrectly. Wade had initially thought this should be simple, as he remembered Harry Potter in the movies always casually mounted the broom before flying off. But once he actually got on, he realized it wasn't as easy as it seemed. After all, the broom handle was just a thin wooden stick, and staying balanced on it required some skill. Fortunately, the pressure on certain fragile bones wasn't as bad as expected. The broomsticks were enchanted in such a way that sitting on them felt somewhat like sitting on a chair. It wasn't very comfortable, but it wasn't unbearable either. Once Madame Hooch was satisfied with everyone's posture, she allowed the students to proceed to the next step, flying. When I blow the whistle, kick off hard from the ground. Madame Hooch instructed. Hold onto your brooms tightly, but don't go too high, unless you want to end up in the clouds. Lift off just a little, rise a few feet into the air, then gently glide forward, and finally, slowly return to the ground. Madame Hooch emphasized the word slowly 3 times before saying, listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. The whistle blew, and the students immediately split into different levels. Some flew too high, others dove straight toward the ground, and 2 students lost their balance and rolled off their brooms with a thud. Madam Hooch frowned and quickly waved her wand, ensuring no one was injured. Suddenly, there was a scream. A Ravenclaw girl was speeding toward the broom shed on her broomstick. Arresto momentum! Madam Hooch shouted. The girl hovered in the air for a moment, and then although she still crashed into the wall, the force was reduced, so she wasn't hurt. However, her broomstick shattered on impact. Madam Hooch didn't scold her but instead summoned another old broom with a summoning charm, instructing the girl to continue practicing. Wade was circling at a higher altitude on his broom, gradually trying to increase his speed. Only about 5 or 6 students, like him, were managing to gain control of their brooms. Most of the others were ordered by Madam Hooch not to fly higher than the broom shed. Even so, accidents kept happening. For instance, 2 students' brooms wobbled uncontrollably and collided in midair. Another Hufflepuff boy was flying well at low altitude, but as soon as he tried to ascend to just 5 meters, he closed his eyes and fell off his broom. This poor student was afraid of heights. The first flying lesson was, to say the least, chaotic. Madam Hooch was like an octopus, putting out fires in all directions. Her wand was flashing as she constantly rescued students from situations where they might have broken their necks. She even got hit by a reckless student, turning her face livid with anger, and she promptly deducted 5 points from Hufflepuff. Wade finally understood why Madam Hooch always seemed so stern and perpetually angry. Any experienced instructor would likely react the same way if they saw new drivers making basic, foolish mistakes over and over again while teaching them how to drive. Finally, the flying lesson ended, and the students grouped together to head to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey for treatment for various scrapes, sprains, and bruises. Wade and Michael, however, were unscathed and walked together to the Great Hall for dinner. Wade. Hermione, who was already eating, saw them and immediately waved to greet them. Seeing her sitting alone at one end of the long table, Wade decided to sit with her at the Gryffindor table. Hermione glanced at them and asked, "Did the flying lesson not go well?" "It was exhausting," Michael replied wearily. He felt like he needed to replenish a lot of energy, so after grabbing 2 buttered slices of bread, he added a roast chicken leg to his plate. Wade first downed a glass of juice, then said, "It was everyone's first time flying, so we were all pretty inexperienced. More than half the students got minor injuries, and some even passed out." Hermione nodded. "I can't say I'm surprised. Flying in the air without any protective measures, it's only natural that people would get hurt." She clearly didn't like riding brooms or quidditch at all. It's a skill that requires a lot of practice to master. Skilled quidditch players can fly more nimbly than birds. After the flying lesson, Michael finally regained his energy. But Wade remembered that during the lesson, Michael had mostly stayed at low altitudes. The moment he flew a bit higher, either the broom or Michael himself began to tremble. A typical case of being bad at something but loving it anyway. But Michael convinced him with just one sentence. "Think about it, Wade," Michael said in a tempting tone. "We can ride our broom straight to the dormitory and never have to climb the stairs again. I've seen Quidditch players do it." For the entire day until he went back to his dorm to sleep, Wade's mind was filled with thoughts of flying broomsticks. Even as he slept, he dreamed of himself flying on a broomstick, soaring through the sky like a bird. He flew over Hogwarts Castle, the Quidditch field, the Forbidden Forest, and the Black Lake. He looped around on the grass, flew through the castle corridors, and everyone looked up at him in amazement. Michael was hanging half dead on the stairs and his eyes were listless from exhaustion. But Wade kept a safe distance from those cursed stairs. He drew a graceful arc in the air, and finally, lightly floated through a window, landing directly on his own bed. When he woke up, the wonderful feeling of flying freely still lingered in his mind. He stared at the ceiling, feeling a sense of loss, and was unable to fall back asleep. But first-year students weren't allowed to bring broomsticks to school, and a Nimbus 2000 would cost at least 1,000 galleons. His father, Ferd, owns a toy factory, and their products are even sold in the United States, so their family is considered relatively wealthy among Muggles. Wade also had quite a bit of pocket money, allowing him to buy all sorts of snacks at will. But no matter what, asking his parents for 1,000 galleons to buy something like a toy was something Wade couldn't bring himself to do. "If only I can achieve financial independence," Wade couldn't help but think. "In the Muggle world, I could have quickly accumulated wealth by leveraging my knowledge of the future. But as a student in a boarding school, how can I make money?" Wade couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Saturday was a day of rest, and when Wade arrived at the practice room in the morning, he found that Hermione was already there. Among the group, Hermione spent the most time in the practice room. Sometimes Wade would stay in the Ravenclaw common room or dormitory to read because he didn't feel like going downstairs, but Hermione spent almost all her free time in the practice room. Wade was sure that, apart from Neville, the girl had no friends in Gryffindor. It seemed that the other girls in her dormitory didn't have a good relationship with her either. Girls usually act together, they go to class, eat, and even go to the bathroom together, but Hermione was always alone. However, Wade didn't try to encourage her to improve her relationships with her classmates. Emotional intelligence is something people are born with, and Wade himself isn't the sociable type. He dislikes the idea of forcing himself to fit in with others. But today, it was rare to see the girl not studying. Instead, she was busy hammering something into the wall with a bang, bang, bang. "What's this?" Wade asked as he walked over to take a look. The rectangular wooden board was decorated with simple patterns and had a line of calligraphy on it. Umbrella Room? Wade asked with a slightly odd expression. He thought of the Umbrella Corporation, the company that made bioweapons and destroyed the world. Yeah, Hermione said as she hammered in the last nail. There are many practice rooms, but this is the only one that belongs to us. I thought it should have a special name. That way, if someone hears us say Umbrella Room, they won't know where it is. All right, Wade said, not particularly concerned with such minor details. He picked up a book from the shelf, sat down, and began working on his herbology homework from yesterday. The practice room, or the Umbrella Room, as it was now called, had changed significantly from its original state. Each of them had claimed a section against the wall, with bookshelves and desks arranged according to their preferences. Hermione's shelf was filled with books, several of which she had borrowed from the library and had yet to return. She also had a thick stack of brand new parchment, 2 bottles of ink, and 7 or 8 quills, as her supplies were used up very quickly. Given the high cost of parchment, Hermione usually takes notes in notebooks purchased from Muggle stores. Although the Grangers aren't short of money, Hermione's personality has a touch of frugality, and she will not waste money unnecessarily. Wade's shelf held all of his notes he has sorted out so far, in addition to textbooks. Michael and others frequently borrowed them, saying that with Wade's notes, even without attending classes, they could pass the final exams. Besides that, there were many props for transfiguration, like buttons, matches, and game pieces. After flying lessons, a mini model of a broomstick had quietly appeared on his desk. Michael's area was much more flamboyant. He had various odds and ends like perfume, mirrors, gift boxes, chocolates, and so on. There was a poster of a Quidditch star on the wall, a model of a dragon on his desk, leftover cookies from yesterday, and badges he had collected from who knows where. Michael is a living proof that not every Ravenclaw is passionate about studying. Theo from Hufflepuff is much favored by Professor Sprout and is quite skilled in herbology himself. His shelf held 2 rows of small flower pots, each containing plants he had grown himself, including common moss, mint, marjoram, yarrow, and others. On his desk was a pot of Mimbulus Mimbletonia, a plant that looked like a diseased internal organ, covered in pustules that emitted a sticky, foul-smelling liquid to attack others. To avoid accidental harm, Theo had covered it with a half-spherical glass dome. Neville greatly admired Theo's setup and wanted to create something similar himself. However, due to limited pocket money, he only had a few meager pots. He also had some fertilizer, which everyone insisted he place in the corner of the room to avoid affecting the air quality. Ryan is also skilled in herbology, but his favorite is astronomy. Thus, his desk was adorned with a set of planetary models, with planets of various sizes slowly orbiting around a central sun. Additionally, Ryan had collected different quills and inks of various colors, and neatly arranged on his bookshelf. The others gradually arrived at the Umbrella Room and noticed the new name for the practice room. They all praised it, and Michael even clapped on the table, complimenting Hermione on her clever idea and surprising everyone. Although Hermione knew that Michael's praise was often a habit with him, her cheeks trued still slightly red with joy. Theo put down his backpack and said, I think it's not just the practice room that needs a new name, we should have a name for ourselves as well, to show that we're a unit. Right, Ryan nodded. If we always think of ourselves as Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Gryffindor, there will always be a divide. We should be a group that transcends house differences. It suddenly feels very official, Michael said excitedly. So, what should we call ourselves? Wade. He looked at his friend. Caught off guard, Wade hesitated. After-school study group. Maybe you should just refrain from suggesting names, Michael said with a straight face and then turned to Hermione. Hermione. Well, Hermione suddenly felt a bit nervous. How about the Magic Enthusiasts Club? Michael sighed. Hermione, how is that different from Wade's after-school study group? Neville. Neville stammered. I can't think of anything at the moment. Theo suggested, how about the Sunflower Club? Sunflowers symbolize hope, sunshine, loyalty, steadfastness, and growth. Doesn't that seem very fitting? Michael started to deliberate. It was indeed quite fitting in many ways, but somehow it felt a bit ordinary. And he couldn't think of a better name himself. Ryan. Michael looked at the last person and decided that if he didn't have a good idea, they would go with the Sunflower Club. Ryan fiddled with his planetary models for a while and finally said, how about Starry Sky Chaser? For short, SSC. Michael clapped enthusiastically and praised loudly, cool. With their official name, what was originally just a casual group of people suddenly became more formal. They discussed additional details, such as needing everyone's consent to add new members, not damaging each other's belongings, and supporting each other when interacting with professors or other students, among other rules. Wade originally thought this had a bit of a game-like quality, just a small group of people, coming together when they agree and scattering when they don't. Why establish rules? But since everyone else was participating seriously, Wade started to feel a bit strange. It was as if he had truly joined some kind of secret organization. Wormwood was used as an antidote in ancient Greece, and it was discovered in the 16th century. Up to now, its medicinal values include: the extract from stems and leaves can remove toxins and pollen, has a counteracting effect on the venomous gases of basilisks. Wormwood is widely cultivated, and its cultivation method is care should be taken during cultivation. Wade finished the last letter on the parchment, completing his herbology homework from yesterday. As for other subjects, he had completed all assignments on the same day he finished the classes. Wade reviewed his grammar and rolled up the parchment once the ink had dried. Wade, are you done with your homework? Hermione came over and asked. Yes. I need to tell you something, Hermione said in a low voice. They moved to the other side of the classroom, and Wade waved his wand. Muffliato. This spell ensured that no matter how loudly they spoke, others would only hear a faint buzzing sound. Seeing Hermione's worried expression, Wade asked, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. The day before yesterday afternoon, Malfoy challenged Harry to a duel at midnight in the trophy room. I immediately knew he had malicious intentions because he doesn't have the guts to go through with it," Hermione said angrily. "But Harry and Ron completely ignored my warnings, all for what male ego? It's so selfish. They didn't even think about how many points they could lose if they got caught. They didn't care at all about the honor of our house." Hermione took a few deep breaths, calming her anger before continuing. "Of course, that's not the main point because fortunately, we weren't caught, though it was a close call. Wade caught the key word. Yes. When I was trying to stop them from doing something foolish, I accidentally got locked outside the common room and had to go along with them," Hermione said, frowning in disgust. As it turned out, Malfoy didn't go to the trophy room. He even tipped off Filch. What a sneaky guy. Then, while we were escaping, we ended up in a locked room. Hermione suddenly lowered her voice and asked, "Wade, do you remember what Professor Dumbledore said at the beginning of the school year?" Wade thought for a moment. Dumbledore didn't say much, but what he remembered most clearly was, "Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak." "Oh, not that." Hermione rolled her eyes and reminded him, "He said those who do not wish to die a very painful death should avoid the corridor on the 3rd floor. Wade remembered. "You went to the 3rd floor? What did you see?" "Yes. We accidentally ended up on the 3rd floor and saw a..." Hermione swallowed hard, with a bit of lingering fear on her face, "a 3-headed dog as tall as a house. How did you survive?" Wade was speechless. He had long forgotten these details and didn't expect Hermione and the others to encounter such dangers so early. He said, "I remember reading about such a creature in a book. Although today's 3-headed dog isn't the mythical hellhound, its teeth can easily crush skulls, and it has corrosive venom. Wounds from its bite are very hard to heal. It did not react at first, but then it roared and lunged at us. We almost got eaten." Hermione clenched her fists and her body trembled slightly. "I can't believe the school actually keeps such a dangerous creature in the castle. It's unbelievable. Even if they want to use it to guard something, what if other reckless students break in? Doesn't the school care about the safety of ordinary students at all?" Wade made a joke on the spot. "Maybe magical schools have a death quota or something. Losing a few students each year doesn't matter, and it could serve as a warning to others. Make them realize they shouldn't ignore what the professors say." "There is such a thing," Hermione exclaimed, covering her face with her hands in horror. "But I didn't see anything like that in Hogwarts. A history, oh, right? They wouldn't put something like that in a book. It's terrifying. How can the Ministry of Magic allow?" Wade hadn't expected her to take his words so seriously and quickly raised his hands in apology. "Sorry, Hermione, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Hermione stared at him blankly, and even a layer of tears appeared in her brown eyes. Wade felt a pang of guilt. He spoke sincerely again, "Sorry, I just saw that you seemed scared, so I made a joke. But it turned out to be a horrible joke. Please don't be angry." Hermione kept a stern face and didn't respond to Wade's apologies for a long time, clearly upset. After practice ended and everyone else had left, Wade stopped Hermione and apologized again until she finally relented. Hermione lowered her head and said dejectedly, "Actually, I know everyone doesn't like me, but I considered you a friend. Please don't treat me like everyone else and make fun of me." Wade felt a profound sense of guilt, almost drowning in it, to the extent that he would slap himself awake in the middle of the night because he knew Hermione had been struggling in Gryffindor recently, making her sensitive and fragile. He raised his fingers in a solemn oath and said, "I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again." Hermione looked into his eyes for a long time before softly saying, "A joke should make both sides happy to be called a joke." "I understand," Wade said, feeling ashamed. It was a simple principle, yet he needed an 11-year-old girl to remind him of it. "Am I really becoming a thoughtless little boy in my second life?" Seeing the whirlpool above his head, Hermione gave a small smile. "All right, I'm not angry anymore." She cleared her throat and continued, "About the 3-headed dog actually, I wanted to discuss with you whether I should go to Professor McGonagall." "You want to talk to Professor McGonagall about the safety issue of the 3-headed dog?" Wade immediately understood her intention. "Yes," Hermione said, tugging at her already messy hair in frustration. "Even though they've locked that room, it can be opened with a simple unlocking spell. What if a curious student gets in?" "Sigh, I was thinking of suggesting to Professor McGonagall that room should be concealed with strong magic, but that would expose us for breaking the school rules." "Why not look at it from another angle, Hermione?" Wade suggested after a moment of thought. "Maybe that door is deliberately locked in a simple way, just to be opened by someone." Hermione's eyes widened slowly as she seemed to understand something. She trembled and said, "That's right," Wade said. "It's Harry Potter. Death quota." Hermione exclaimed at the same time. The two stared at each other in shock. "Harry Potter." Hermione asked in surprise. I said it was a joke, Wade said helplessly. The two stared at each other again. Hermione frowned as she began to piece things together. No wonder, she said softly. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, a fifth-year student, he once said that whenever there was a place students weren't allowed to go, Professor Dumbledore would explain the reason. But this time, he just said not to enter the corridor on the right side of the third floor without giving a reason. If it was known that a three-headed dog is hidden there, even the Weasley twins wouldn't dare to go looking for trouble, let alone a first year like Potter. Wade said, not surprised. Vague warnings are meant to attract curious Gryffindors. Dumbledore probably left some sort of test there. He remembered that in the first year, Harry Potter had played a real-life adventure game where he and his friends solved each challenge using their intelligence and skills, and in the end, Harry defeated the final boss, Voldemort, with the magic of love. The 7 Harry Potter books, each thicker and darker than the last, but the first one was still filled with childlike wonder, and even the plots and schemes seemed innocent and charming, with Voldemort delivering experience points to Harry Potter. How could he do that? Hermione's fear immediately turned to anger. It could have been deadly. Is it acceptable to put students in danger like this? Or does he not care about Harry Potter's life at all? Did you get hurt by the three-headed dog when you accidentally stumbled in? Wade asked in return. Not exactly. But that's because Hermione had a sudden realization, as if the fog had cleared and the truth was revealed. I guess just a guess, maybe Dumbledore has put some restrictions on the three-headed dog, so it won't actually attack intruding students, just scare them. But if someone tries to do something more, the three-headed dog won't just stand by. Wade speculated. I saw it standing on a trapdoor, Hermione said. It must be guarding something. If our guess is correct, Wade concluded, Harry Potter will definitely know what it's guarding. The progress of the matter seemed to have slowed down. Perhaps because Hermione was still upset with Harry and Ron and wasn't communicating much with them, she hadn't received any further updates. However, Wade wasn't too concerned about it. He knew that everything was under Dumbledore's watch, so there was really nothing to worry about. Compared to Harry Potter's adventures, Wade was more concerned about his progress in charms. In a recent practice session, he discovered that he could see the guiding lines for casting spells not only when guiding others but also when practicing in front of a mirror. This discovery significantly sped up his practice. So, Wade set aside some time to specifically practice potions. There were always many ordinary materials available for students to practice with on the shelves behind the potions classroom. However, due to Professor Snape, most students, including Slytherins, were reluctant to enter the dungeon classroom outside of class. During his free time, Wade practiced potions, with Snape turning a blind eye and occasionally pointing out his mistakes with a sarcastic tone. Overall, as long as one wasn't too sensitive, there was still a lot to learn from him. At such times, Wade was glad he was a Ravenclaw. If he were a Gryffindor little lion, he might have been kicked out by Snape on the first day he entered the potions classroom. One afternoon, Wade successfully brewed a batch of wound cleansing potion, which received a barely usable evaluation from Professor Snape, and he was instructed to take it to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. The Quidditch match was approaching, and the infirmary was getting busy. When Wade returned to the umbrella room, he found everyone excited and gathered around Theo. Even Hermione had put down her book and was saying, I want 3 feet of parchment, 5 bottles of ink. I heard there's a shorthand quill that's very useful. If there are any, I'd like to buy 2. Theo was taking notes rapidly, while Michael loudly exclaimed, Oh, come on, Hermione. I know you love studying, but how boring would life be if it were only about studying? You should buy yourself something fun. Honeydukes candies are amazing. I recommend the exploding bonbons. They fill the whole room with bubbles the color of bluebells, almost every girl's favorite. The fizzing Whizbees are also a hot product, and there's butterbeer from the 3 broomsticks. It's almost impossible not to have a drink. Well, Hermione hesitated for a while and said, Then please get me some candy. No cockroach clusters or any weird stuff. Although she couldn't bring the candies back to the dormitory since that would likely lead to questions and possibly some sour gossip from other girls, she could leave the candies in the umbrella room and share them with her SSC partners. What are you all talking about? Wade asked curiously as he walked over. You're finally here, Wade. We've all been waiting for you, Neville said excitedly. This is the first weekend to Hogsmeade, and students from 3rd year and above can go. I know, Wade said. But what does that have to do with us first years? Wade had, of course, heard of Hogsmeade, the only village in Britain that is entirely inhabited by witches and wizards, and said to be very unique and interesting, just a short walk from Hogwarts. However, Hogwarts rules state that only 3rd year students and above can visit on certain Saturdays, and only with a guardian's signed permission. So, Wade and the others would have to wait at least 2 years before they could go to Hogsmeade. It wouldn't have anything to do with us, Michael said excitedly. But Theo mentioned that a 3rd year Hufflepuff student said he could help lower year students buy things they want from Hogsmeade, and even made a list of items from the village. Theo and Ryan said they could add the things we want to. Wade took the list and looked through it while asking curiously, Who's doing this? Does he not mind the trouble or is he trying to make a profit? Ryan shook his head. No, Cedric isn't doing it for money. Wade was surprised. You said his name is Cedric. Yes, Ryan said. Cedric Diggory, the top student in 3rd year, and nearly every Hufflepuff likes him. Wade didn't ask any more questions. He first looked at the list of items. Hogsmeade, being a small village, couldn't compare to Diagon Alley, which is the commercial hub of the wizarding world in Britain. There aren't many shops. But even though it's small, it has everything you need, and you can find almost every type of shop, such as clothing stores, quill shops, magical equipment stores, post offices, pubs, tea houses, and so on. Of course, the most popular among students is undoubtedly the candy store. There is a long list of various candies in the items list that surpasses the total number of all other categories combined. Wade glanced at what the others wanted to buy and couldn't help but ask, with so many items, can he carry all of them? In the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric specifically mentioned Theo said with a smile. He said, don't worry about whether my arms can carry everything, there's also the levitation charm. Other third-year students said they would help as well, they won't let Cedric do all the heavy lifting alone. Michael sighed weakly while lying on the table. Why doesn't Ravenclaw have such enthusiastic seniors? They just look at you sideways and say don't worry, you can go in 2 years. And then say it's for your own safety. Not a single one of them offers to help us bring back some candy? Another day of wanting to go to Hufflepuff. Theo and Ryan exchanged a look and smiled proudly. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville simultaneously thought of Gryffindor's prefect, Percy Weasley. I'm the prefect, you have to listen to me. Do you want to cause points to be deducted from the house? Don't think you can get away with anything. Filch will check everyone individually and won't let anyone sneak out. Of course, I'll also keep an eye on you troublemakers. Or the 2 Weasley twins in the 3rd year. Of course, no problem. Whoopee cushions or belch powder, you have real ideas. You'll give Filch a surprise? Only 15 sickles, I swear, it's only 5 newts more expensive than in Hogsmeade. However, before they could get the money, Percy discovered their purchasing activity. Most importantly, the twins' purchases were mostly prank products that would make Filch scream. As a result, the brothers were chased around the common room by their older brother. Although Hermione and Neville had vastly different academic performances, in some ways they were both outsiders in Gryffindor. They swallowed their complaints about the Weasleys but envied the atmosphere in Hufflepuff. Then Wade said with a laugh, Michael, don't just envy that Hufflepuff has a senior who is willing to take care of younger students when we reach 3rd year. Would you be willing to help Ravenclaw's young witches and wizards with buying various candies? What a joke. Michael said without hesitation, that would be such a hassle. I don't want to spend my rare weekend dealing with a task list. Exactly, this is us being self-reliant Ravenclaws, Wade said flatly, choosing some items that others hadn't picked much, so they could exchange them later. I just don't know if Cedric will be shocked by the long list of Theo and the others. Actually, I think you're a lot like Cedric, Theo said to Wade after their day of studying ended. Wade was still absorbed in the full-body bind spell, Petrificus Totalis, having completely forgotten what everyone had talked about earlier. Theo looked him in the eyes and said earnestly, although it's never been said outright, the reason our SSC group has come together is entirely because of you. Wade, you always selflessly guide us in practicing spells and are willing to share your hard-earned notes with us. I've never seen another Ravenclaw do this. Wade was a bit surprised and looked at Theo, unsure of how to respond. Michael and Hermione are so smart, and they only hang out with us because of you. As for me, Ryan, and Neville, we weren't particularly strong academically, and in some subjects, we were at the bottom. But thanks to your help, we've started to earn some points for the house recently. Professor Flitwick has praised us several times, and last time in herbology, Neville even dared to raise his hand to speak. Professor Sprout gave him an extra point. Theo concluded, Wade, you're a Ravenclaw, but you're definitely not self-centered or indifferent. You've given us so much help, I just wanted to tell you that. For a long time after Theo left, Wade felt a peculiar emotion filling his heart. As he packed up and walked out of the umbrella room, he saw Claudia in the portrait taking a stroll in the grass. The young girl had a hint of sadness between her brows. Watching the door of the umbrella room close, Wade muttered to himself, how could it be solely because of me that everyone gathered? That guy Theo must have forgotten this classroom was actually requested by him from Professor Sprout. Miss Claudia remained as silent as ever. She never spoke to students, nor did she visit other portraits like some do. She always stayed in this empty lawn. If it weren't for the occasional walking back and forth, it would be almost indistinguishable from a Muggle portrait. Cedric indeed kept his word. He bought everything Wade and his friends wrote on the list, without charging a single canute extra. Oh my gosh, I'm floating, Hermione exclaimed. The brown-haired girl had just taken a sip of a magic drink, and she slowly began to float off the ground. Wade quickly reached out and grabbed her to stop her from flying too high and getting hurt. After a while, when the magic from the beverage wore off, Hermione slowly descended back to the ground. She said, a bit huffily, they should really put consumption warnings on the packaging. Isn't it fun, Hermione? Michael said. Hermione shot him a red-faced glare. But I am wearing a skirt. Michael was at a loss for words and looked down, saying, you're right, I'm sorry. Watch this. Theo shouted. I'm going to try this black pepper candy. Everyone looked on eagerly. Theo popped the candy into his mouth, chewed a few times, and then his expression suddenly changed. The next moment, he blew fire out of his nose. Everyone burst into laughter. Michael grabbed a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and handed them out to everyone, saying enthusiastically, come on, try these jelly beans. Let's see who gets the worst flavor. He popped one into his mouth first. Not bad, it's carrot flavor. Ryan tried one and grimaced, Ugh, earwax flavor. Wade asked curiously, how do you know what earwax tastes like? Ryan hesitated, looked around, then casually turned to Theo, come on, it's your turn. Theo ate one with a grin. Melon flavor? Lucky me. Hermione tried one as well. Beef flavor, not great, not terrible. Neville eyed the yellow bean in his hand with trepidation, muttering, it won't always be bad for me, will it? He closed his eyes and swallowed, then stuck out his tongue and incoherently called out, water, water, water. Did you get the sand flavor? Michael handed him the water and asked curiously. After downing a large glass of water, Neville, with tears in his eyes, said, it was super hot chili pepper flavor. Everyone turned to look at Wade. Wade looked at the every flavor beans with distaste. He had never tried this Wizarding World specialty before, especially since he had heard that Bertie Bott's beans even have a vomit flavor. What kind of prankster mentality produces this? But everyone was waiting for him, so after a moment of psychological preparation, Wade finally tossed a bean into his mouth. What flavor is it? His friends asked with curiosity. Wade sighed with relief and smiled. It tastes like snow. No matter the reason, the passage of time inevitably brings subtle changes to relationships. Some grow closer like Wade and his SSC companions, while others become increasingly hostile like Potter and Malfoy, whose petty squabbles have become a notable fixture at Hogwarts. In the evening, Wade and Michael returned to the Ravenclaw common room just in time before curfew. As soon as they walked in, Michael was called away by two girls. Tomorrow is Halloween, and the students were excited, with a small party taking place in the common room. Michael was one of the few first-year students invited. During the weekend in Hogsmeade, the older students had bought plenty of butterbeer, rum, and whiskey, and a slightly intoxicating smell now filled the room. Michael wanted to drag Wade along, but Wade waved him off. He had always been indifferent to such gatherings. The last time he attended one, he saw two people who weren't very familiar with each other passionately kissing on the couch after drinking too much, with a crowd of people around applauding and cheering, beer splashing everywhere. It all created an atmosphere of drunken revelry and indulgence. Although Wade had lived in the West for 11 years, he remained reserved and cautious about emotions and physical contact, much more so than his classmates. Ascending the spiral staircase back to the dormitory, everything was as clean and orderly as usual. The clothes he had changed out of the previous day were washed and ironed, neatly folded in the wardrobe. On his desk was a pot of boiling water, emitting wisps of steam. Wade poured himself a cup. The temperature was just right. At Hogwarts, the long tables usually only offered various fruit juices, vegetable juices, or hot chocolate, and students generally drank plain water. Wade wasn't accustomed to this, so he had left a note on his dirty laundry a while ago, asking if he could have hot water when he returned to the dorm. The next morning, he found a steaming pot of red tea on his desk. House elves probably didn't understand what hot water meant and might never have been asked for such a thing before. So Wade added another note, thank you for the tea. However, what I wanted was plain water boiled directly without any tea leaves. From that day on, whenever he returned to the dorm, there was always a pot of perfectly heated water waiting for him, even in the mornings. One must admit, at least half of the comfort of life at Hogwarts is provided by the house elves. Before going to bed, Wade placed 3 mini pumpkin carriages on his desk made using transfiguration with a small lantern hanging from the front, glowing with a faint green light. To Zoe, Phil, and Happy. Thank you for your attentive service. This is a Halloween gift for you. Wishing you a happy Halloween. When Wade woke up early in the morning, it was already Halloween, and the entire castle was filled with the aroma of roasted pumpkins. The pumpkin carriages on his desk had disappeared, replaced by a new pot of hot water, a plate of pumpkin cookies, a bouquet of fresh flowers, and a pile of pretty little stones. The heart-shaped cookies smelled delicious, the flowers were still dewy, and the thumb-sized stones looked like gems. These were all thoughtfully prepared by the house elves. Wade couldn't help but smile. He didn't think the gifts from the house elves were cheap. They belonged to Hogwarts, and besides their tea towels, the house elves had nothing. Even the tea towels technically belonged to Hogwarts. Halloween wasn't a holiday, and the day started with a charms lesson. Professor Flitwick divided the students into pairs to practice the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and Wade was paired with Anthony Goldstein. Don't forget the subtle wrist movement we've been practicing, Professor Flitwick said sharply. A flick and a swish. Remember, the wrist must flick and swish. Pronouncing the spell correctly is also crucial. Don't forget the case of Professor Baraffio, who pronounced F as S and ended up on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. All right, let's start practicing. The students began chanting in unison, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather in front of Wade immediately floated up. He had practiced this charm many times before in the umbrella room, mainly for moving tables and chairs. Hermione and Michael also succeeded in turn, and Professor Flitwick clapped his hands joyfully, saying, well done, I'm awarding 2 points to each of you. Then a surprising scene unfolded. Neville's feather wobbled into the air, swaying like a small boat in turbulent waves, floating about 2 feet above him. Gryffindors were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out, because Neville had always been clumsy in every class, and no one, except Professor Sprout, ever praised him. Moreover, the levitation charm was very challenging for young witches and wizards, with most students' feathers remaining motionless. So seeing Neville perform the levitation charm, even though it was still a bit shaky, was as shocking as seeing a troll do ballet. Fantastic? Absolutely marvelous, Mr. Longbottom. Professor Flitwick squealed with excitement, hopping a little. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Are you kidding? Even Longbottom managed to do it. Wade heard Anthony beside him exclaim in surprise. Anthony repeatedly cast the spell, but the feather remained motionless. Anthony was a tall and solid boy. His incantations were fine, but the precise and subtle wrist movement was too difficult for him. As he kept practicing, his movements became increasingly off. Wait a minute. Seeing that Anthony was about to poke his wand into the back of the student in front, Wade grabbed his wrist and said, "Try this." He drew a steep sine wave curve on a piece of paper, with arrows indicating the direction, and marked where the movement should be faster. After enlarging it, he held it up in front of Anthony and said, "Move the wand along this line, and don't go outside the range." Anthony didn't question it. As fellow Ravenclaws, they knew Wade's spellcasting skills were probably the best in their year. The blonde boy silently tried the movement himself first, then waved his wand again. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather immediately floated up, rising higher and higher under Anthony's control, even brushing against the chandelier above. Anthony looked on in delight, almost reluctant to put down his wand. Terry Boot and Lavender Brown, sitting on either side of them, exchanged glances and almost simultaneously reached out. In the end, Lavender, with superior agility, grabbed the parchment and pulled it in front of her group. Wingardium Leviosa. On the right side of the classroom, more and more feathers began to float, naturally catching Professor Flitwick's attention. Just as Lisa Turpin grabbed the parchment, a tiny hand from below snatched it away. Professor Flitwick glanced over and, smiling, said, "Oh, what a clever guiding technique." Professor Flitwick glanced over and said, "Oh, what a clever guiding technique. Although it's a shortcut, it can indeed help you grasp the spell faster. Wade, this must have been your idea." Wade lowered his eyes and smiled brightly. Even Professor Flitwick, who had been serious, smiled in response. He waved his wand and made 10 copies of the parchment, giving each group a copy, and added, "This is a reference, but you must truly master the spell. I will collect the parchments in 10 minutes. By then, I hope you have all mastered the levitation charm. For those who have already managed to make the feather float, why don't you try making it spin in the air?" The students in the classroom resumed their practice as Professor Flitwick walked around giving guidance. Wade directed his feather to draw circles and squares in the air, then began to compose verses. Anthony watched enviously but did not get discouraged. Instead, he continued to practice the levitation charm repeatedly. After class, Gryffindors hurried off to their history of magic lesson, while the Ravenclaws had no more classes for the morning. Wade, as usual, headed to the library. Michael, who had planned to accompany him, was intercepted before he could leave. "Hey, Michael." His roommate Terry draped an arm around his neck and asked, "I haven't seen you around after class lately. You've been studying with Wade, haven't you? I heard Gryffindor's Granger and Longbottom are with you too." A circle of eager-eyed little eagles looked at him. Michael raised his hand in a surrender gesture. "Yes, that's right, and I haven't been hiding it from you. What's with the Inquisition? So Longbottom has managed to master the levitation charm, thanks to your study sessions?" Lisa asked quickly. "I thought you were just working on homework together." "Michael, could you spare some time to teach me too?" Padma asked. "I'm still not very good at fire-making charm, incendio. Padma is a beautiful Indian girl whom Michael has always been fascinated by, but when it comes to spell learning, Michael will not take credit for others' achievements. "Although I'd be happy to teach you the spells I've mastered, Padma, it's Wade who's really good at teaching, not me. We're all learning from Wade," Michael said honestly. "Wade, huh?" Everyone fell silent for a moment. In their eyes, Wade Grey is exceptionally aloof, handsome but unsmiling, and exceptionally talented yet distant from the crowd. Despite being the same age, Wade never jokes around, plays games, attends parties, or even talks about quidditch. He disappears right after class and only returns to the tower at curfew. While other students are accustomed to chatting and doing homework in the common room, Wade rarely appears in the public lounge, making the little eagles feel as though they have been unilaterally isolated by him. In short, he is a person with a strong sense of distance. This is also why very few people actively approach Wade to talk, because the little wizards are a bit afraid of him. The library was quiet and empty, with Madame Pans not keeping a close watch on the students but slowly turning the pages of a book. When she saw Wade enter, she merely glanced at him before looking back at her book. In the 2 months since school started, Madame Pans had become familiar with all the first-year students who frequented the library. She knew which students could be trusted to stay quiet, and who needed constant supervision to prevent noise, damage to books, or even fights. And Wade is the type of student she can fully trust. Wade navigated to the section of the library dedicated to alchemy books. He had recently started setting aside time to study alchemy. Alchemy studies the composition, structure, and magical properties of the 4 basic elements, as well as material transformations. It is closely related to potions, charms, ancient runes, and defense against the dark arts. At Hogwarts, only students who achieve acceptable or higher in these subjects on their ordinary wizarding level, AL, exams can take alchemy as an elective, making it a highly challenging subject. For younger students without the necessary background knowledge, mastering the subject through self-study is quite difficult. Yet, alchemy's influence is pervasive in their lives. Candles that never extinguish in the Great Hall, the 142 moving staircases in the castle, seemingly alive portraits on the walls, door knockers that pose different questions, and even items like flying broomsticks, the golden snitch, the sorting hat, wizard's chess, memory balls, and more. Basic alchemy isn't that hard to get into, it's just that alchemists tend to use obscure terminology, obscure expressions, and exaggerated fantasy, which indirectly raises the difficulty of learning. Wade's reading comprehension skills had been cultivated and trained for over 20 years in his previous life, and he had a sufficient vocabulary and knowledge base. So, despite the difficulty, he managed to work his way through the alchemy books one by one. Recently, he had been reading books published by Nicholas Flamel years ago, An Introduction to Alchemy and An Analysis of Alchemy. Lately, Wade had started reading The Secrets of Nature, the Fifth Element. This book, written by the 12th century alchemist Raymond, discusses the so-called fifth element, the Philosopher's Stone. This book is actually a bit outdated because Nicholas Flamel succeeded in creating the Philosopher's Stone and proved that many of the theories in this book deviate from reality. A voice suddenly came from beside him, and Wade looked up in surprise to see the Weasley twins standing nearby. It was George Weasley who spoke. "You're a first-year student," Fred Weasley said, pulling out a chair and sitting down opposite Wade. "It's a bit early for you to be studying this, but I have to say, you have great taste. Alchemy is one of the most fascinating subjects in magic." "Mufflieto," George said, waving his wand to prevent Madame Pants from coming over. "But Hogwarts doesn't offer alchemy until the 6th year. That's a really stupid decision. Why not offer alchemy from the first year? Most students wouldn't even dare go home for the summer holidays because they're bound to get a T-troll in their final exams," Fred said, feigning seriousness. "Except for us. We're naturally good at this. So we've been self-studying for a year now," George said. "As a senior, here's a tip for you, little Ravenclaw, you should start with An Introduction to Alchemy. Nicholas Flamel is the greatest living alchemist. His book is worth studying." Wade shrugged. "But I've already finished that book." "Wow." Fred raised an eyebrow. "How about An Analysis of Alchemy? Read it." "Then on the diversity of species?" George asked. "Thomas Aquinas from the 12th century." Wade hesitated. "I've seen it, but didn't read it in detail, as it seems to not cover magical applications." George said, "Actually, that's because of the limitations of the environment at the time. He had to publish the book with muggles and wrote the magical content very obscurely. Of course, we recommend the 18th century revised version by Asnell Vargas. He added over 200 magical creatures and thousands of magical materials, making it more comprehensive and accurate." Weasley's twins had read at least 20 to 30 books on alchemy and studied them deeply, speaking as if they were experts. Wade was thrilled and quickly took out a piece of parchment to jot down notes. If he didn't have classes in the afternoon, he wouldn't have wanted to let them leave. The conversation was so enjoyable that they didn't even notice when they parted ways. Neither asked the other's name. "Today we're going to learn simple transfiguration of living beings, which is more challenging than transfiguring inanimate objects. I need you all to pay extra attention." Professor McGonagall was lecturing at the front, and Chalk was automatically writing key points on the blackboard. "All right, does anyone know how many dangers there are in transfiguring living beings?" The classroom was silent, unlike usual, with no hands eagerly shooting up. After a moment, someone hesitantly raised their hand. "Miss Mandy Brocklehurst." Professor McGonagall encouraged her. Ravenclaw's Mandy Brocklehurst stood up. "There are 4 main points. First, incomplete transfiguration can cause severe distress to the creature, leading it to attack the wizard. Second." Wade looked up and scanned the classroom but didn't say the brown-haired figure he was looking for. However, all the other Gryffindor students were present. He asked Michael next to him, "Have you seen Hermione?" Michael also looked around and speculated, "Maybe she's feeling unwell and resting in the dormitory?" Professor McGonagall didn't say anything either. It made sense, but Wade felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept in their direction, and the two immediately fell silent, afraid to speak further. When the class ended, students rushed out of the classroom. Wade made his way through the crowded corridor and found Harry and Ron. "Excuse me, Potter, Weasley." Seeing Wade walking directly towards them, Ron took an involuntary step back. "What's up, Gray? Have you seen Hermione?" Wade asked. "Why wasn't she at Transfiguration class?" Harry instinctively looked at Ron, who showed a brief flicker of unease and said guiltily, "How would I know? We're not exactly close with Granger." Wade narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Ron. Ron avoided his gaze and lowered his eyes, and then he pulled Harry aside and said in a feigned tone, "If you don't have anything else, we're heading to rest." He pulled Harry away, but suddenly a voice came from behind. "Harry Potter." Harry turned around and saw Wade staring at him seriously. "Do you really not know what happened?" Under his gaze, Harry felt as if he were being exposed to the sun, parched and dry-mouthed. He wanted to protect his friend but couldn't bring himself to lie. "Hermione, Hermione," she cried after our charms class, Harry finally said quietly. "We haven't seen her since. I'm really sorry." Ron finally dragged him away, and Wade stood still, frowning in thought. However, time had locked away the memories, and he struggled to recall anything. "It must have been an argument, right?" Michael said, understandingly. Hermione's personality is a bit too serious. It's not surprising she'd have a row with those Gryffindors. Let's go. She won't miss the Halloween feast too. We can ask her later what happened. Wade nodded. Not far behind them, Padma, lost in thought, was tapping her fingers, then quickly caught up with her twin sister and whispered to her. By evening, the Great Hall had been redecorated. Giant pumpkins floated below the ceiling, and the walls were adorned with colorful skeletons. Countless bats swooped and danced around the hall, sometimes gathering in a whirling cloud, making the flames in the pumpkins flicker along with their movements. The feast hadn't started yet, but the students from all 4 houses had almost filled every seat, and the professors were arriving in turn. Dumbledore had even dressed up for the occasion. He wore a pumpkin-colored robe and a hat decorated with little bats, chatting cheerfully with Professor McGonagall. Wade scanned the Gryffindor table, but the lions were too rowdy. The Weasley twins and a few other boys were running around, accompanied by frequent exclamations and laughter. Wade searched for a long time but couldn't find Hermione. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Before he turned around, he caught a faint whiff of perfume. Padma, having squeezed Anthony, who had been sitting next to him, aside, leaned in and said, "I know where Granger went." Wade asked, "She didn't come to the feast?" "No." Padma brushed a strand of hair from her temple and said quietly. Parvati said, "Oh, you should know, Parvati is my sister, and she's in Gryffindor." She said that after Charm's class, that Weasley guy was bad-mouthing Granger, saying she was a nightmare or something. Ron Weasley. Michael leaned in and asked in surprise. He really had the nerve. I mean, didn't Hermione give him a jinx right away? She cried for a long time in the bathroom. Padma emphasized. She was especially sad and wouldn't let anyone comfort her. Parvati helped her get a leave of absence from the afternoon transfiguration class. "I just went to check the bathroom, and Granger is still in there. I'll go check on her." Wade immediately stood up. Padma said enthusiastically, "I'll take you there. But the feast is about to start, and I barely ate anything for lunch because of it." Michael mumbled, seeing that Wade was striding out of the hall. He sighed and finally got up, jogging to catch up. As students continued to arrive in the hall, a few people walking against the flow stood out. At the Gryffindor table, Harry noticed Wade leaving the hall. He had been immersed in the festive Halloween atmosphere and had completely forgotten about the earlier events, but it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly bringing the memory back. "Ron." He grabbed his friend's arm and asked, "Has Hermione not come back yet?" Ron, who was eagerly anticipating the feast, didn't pay much attention. "I guess not. What's up?" "I just saw Gray and the others leave. Are they going to find Hermione?" Harry said. "Maybe. Granger gets along well with them. Anyway, they're looking for her, so don't worry about it," Ron said dismissively. He was really fed up with Hermione's lectures, although he felt a bit guilty when he saw her crying. That guilt had long since faded. Instead, the irritation from Hermione's repeated high-handed advice had deepened. But Harry hesitated. "They're all Ravenclaw, but Hermione is in Gryffindor, just like us." A bat, controlled by Fred's wand, landed on Ron's head, and the surrounding area erupted in laughter. Ron was busy shooing the bat away and didn't notice what Harry said. After a moment of hesitation, Harry finally left his seat before the feast began and ran out of the hall. Dumbledore and Snape almost simultaneously turned their gaze to watch him leave. In the girls' restroom, Hermione was immersed in her sadness when she heard a gentle knock on the stall door. "Hermione, is that you? Who's there?" Hermione choked out, "Are you here to mock me too?" "It's Padma Patil," Padma said gently. "The Halloween feast should have already started, Hermione. Wade and Michael are waiting outside for you. They're very worried about you. You go on to the feast. You don't need to worry about me. Just let me be alone for a while," Hermione said stubbornly, wiping away the increasing tears. She had been crying for so long that her tears had run out, and she was hiding here merely because she was upset and didn't want to face others. But hearing her friend's concern and receiving kind words of comfort made the tears well up again. Padma placed her hand on the stall door and said softly, "Hermione, what Weasley said was nonsense. But I don't understand why you'd be so upset over an unfair comment from a foolish boy and ignore the friends who genuinely care about you. Everyone says you're the smartest witch in the year. Don't you know what truly matters?" Hermione's sobbing stopped, and she was silent for a long time. "Here's a secret: those who speak ill of you behind your back are often driven by insecurity and jealousy. You're smarter and better than others, and they want to hurt you by saying bad things. If you let their words make you utterly miserable and push away your friends, then the bad guys win." Padma continued, "The best way is to ignore those who try to bring you down. Shine your light and don't focus on the shadows in the corners. If it still doesn't feel satisfying, just give him a punch in the face. After all, you're a lioness of Gryffindor, right?" Creak. Moments later, the door was pushed open. Hermione, with red eyes, walked out, and her voice still carried a trace of her tears. "I'm not the smartest witch, Padma. You're the truly smart one." Padma smiled and gave her a hug. Wade and Michael had been waiting in the corridor for a long time and finally saw the two girls emerge from the restroom. They had actually overheard Padma's comforting words to Hermione, but no one mentioned it. Michael opened his arms and jokingly said, "Do you need a big hug from me, Hermione?" The brown-haired girl wiped her eyes and gave Michael a fierce hug that could have cracked ribs. After releasing him, she turned and gave Wade a strong hug as well. "Thank you. Sorry," Hermione said softly. Wade ruffled her hair with a casual gesture and didn't say anything. No need to apologize, but I'm really eager to enjoy the Halloween feast. I hope they haven't finished all the desserts, Michael said, rubbing his stomach. Otherwise, we'll have to sneak into the kitchen for some food. Padma asked curiously, where is the Hogwarts kitchen? I've never seen it before. Michael immediately perked up. The kitchen is very hidden. If it weren't for Theo and Ryan. Wade halted his steps, raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, and quickly drew his wand. What's going on? Michael asked, lowering his voice. Wade asked, didn't you hear that sound? Michael didn't answer because they all had already seen it. A huge, gray-green hand was gripping the corner of the wall, and a wheezing sound came from an unseen place. The group's faces turned pale instantly, and Padma groaned, Merlin, what kind of monster? A gigantic creature lumbered out from around the corner. It stood a full 12 feet tall with its head almost touching the ceiling, and its weight seemed to be at least 2 tons. Its skin was as revolting as a toad's. With a massive body, a huge belly, and a short neck topped with a bald head, it had few hairs. The creature emitted a nauseating stench, and its long arms nearly reached its knees. It was carrying a wooden stick that resembled a tree trunk. It's impossible, how could there be a troll in the castle? Padma's face went pale, her legs felt weak, and she relied on Hermione to support her. The troll lowered its head and saw the group. Its small eyes revealed a cruel excitement. It began to lift its heavy legs and lumbered toward them, raising the wooden stick. Hermione's hands trembled uncontrollably as she pointed her wand at the troll, unsure of which spell to use. Michael kept casting spells, Petrificus Totalis? Petrificus Totalis. He hadn't mastered the spell yet, and when it hit the troll, it was like raindrops hitting a rhino's hide, completely ineffective. Wade raised his wand and quickly reviewed all the spells he knew in his mind. He knew many spells, but the troll had extremely high magical resistance, with a robust physique that made even an adult wizard's spells difficult to affect. This is a creature that, even without a brain or magical power, is rated XXXX for danger, on par with a thunderbird or a sphinx. Although Wade had thought when first reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that this classification must have been flawed, facing such a towering monster in reality was still stiflingly oppressive. Boom! A bucket suddenly crashed down on the troll's head. Harry, having popped up from somewhere, shouted at them, "What are you standing around for? Run!" Michael, coming to his senses, turned and dragged the 2 girls to run. Wade, however, stepped forward and pointed his wand. Avis, bird conjuring charm. A swarm of chattering little birds flew out from the tip of his wand and attacked the troll's face. The simple-minded troll immediately became distracted, making grunting noises and clumsily swatting at the birds with its huge hands. Seeing that it was effective, Michael and the others also shouted, "Avis." But their spells had little effect. Their wands only produced a spark that briefly attracted the troll. The dozen or so birds that Wade summoned surrounded the troll. The massive creature roared in fury, making terrifying growls and smashing nearby decorations with its stick, but it couldn't deal with the agile birds. However, as time passed, the birds were rapidly diminishing. Michael shouted, "This spell can only hold it for 10 seconds at most." Wade swung his wand forcefully. Glissio. Sliding spell. The floor beneath the troll suddenly became extremely slippery. Caught off guard, the troll slipped and fell heavily to the ground, shaking the entire floor, and its stick flew out of its hand. Hermione, who looked like she might pass out at any moment, gathered her courage and pointed her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The stick flew up high and then came down, crashing onto the troll's forehead with a loud thud. The troll shook its head and roared as it struggled to get up. Hermione gritted her teeth, maneuvering the stick to hit the troll a second time, then a third, and a fourth. Finally, the troll blissfully passed out. Hermione, out of breath, stopped and turned around to see others looking at her with shock and awe. "What's wrong?" The girl's face flushed slightly. She tried to act nonchalant and said to Padma, "Well, you were right, giving it a punch really felt satisfying." Padma was left speechless and dumbfounded. "Did I teach that?" She found it hard to look at Wade and Michael. "Harry, troll? There's a troll in the castle, hurry back to the dorms." "Troll." Ron came running, shouting, but his voice suddenly cut off. He took in the scene before him, gasped, and asked in stunned disbelief, "What happened?" Ron covered his face and screamed, "You guys killed a troll." Harry looked at everyone and saw that no one seemed to be acknowledging Ron, so he said, "No, Hermione knocked out the troll." After a pause, he added unconsciously, "with the levitation charm." The reason for the earlier argument in the charms classroom was Hermione trying to teach Ron how to properly use the levitation charm, which only made Ron more frustrated due to her lecturing tone. "Hermione." Ron was clearly stunned and mumbled, How is that possible? It's a troll." Hermione huffed and gripped her wand. She was both excited and terrified as she stared at the motionless creature on the ground as if something within her had awakened. Padma peeked out from behind Wade and asked quietly, "Is the troll dead?" "No." Wade looked at the troll's slowly rising and falling chest and said, "It's just unconscious." "Oh well, that's a relief." Padma patted her chest. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached. Professor McGonagall was the first to arrive and her face was as white as a sheet. Following her was Professor Snape with his black robes billowing behind him. Then came Professor Flitwick, who, despite his small size, ran very fast but still didn't catch up with the first two. Lastly, Professor Quirrell, upon seeing the troll's large, calloused feet, immediately clutched his chest and whimpered as if he might faint. Snape gave a quick glance at Harry, who stood dumbfounded, then bent down to examine the troll. Professor Flitwick, with his characteristic high-pitched voice, exclaimed, "Oh, Merlin? Children, are you all right?" "We're fine, Professor," Michael said excitedly, "except for almost being sick from the troll's stench." Professor Flitwick patted his arm happily and exclaimed, "Well done. First year's defeated a troll. I dare say not many people could do that. How did you manage to defeat this big fellow?" "Ha ha ha, it was a team effort," Michael said, trying to keep his grin under control and sounding as humble and serious as he could. Potter came out to distract it. Snape immediately fixed Harry with an intense stare, making Harry quickly lower his head, wishing Michael had never mentioned him. Ron, on the other hand, looked at Harry with envy. "We all used Avis to distract it, and then Wade used a spell." Michael forgot what it was and turned to look at Wade. "Glissio," Wade said. "Yes, Glissio, which made the troll fall," Michael continued. "And in the end, Hermione used the levitation charm to knock it out." Professor Flitwick clapped in admiration. "Brilliant teamwork? Truly marvelous. Achieving such remarkable results with simple spells. I'm going to award each of you 5 points. Phileas." Professor McGonagall's loud, severe tone made even the previously exuberant Flitwick flinch. He fell silent and stepped aside. The witch in green scanned each student with a cold gaze. Every student who met her eyes involuntarily lowered their heads, including Wade. "Trolls are extremely dangerous creatures. Countless adult wizards have been killed by trolls. The moment you encountered it, you should have immediately fled and sought help from a professor. You were lucky this time, you weren't killed by it." "Miss Granger." Hermione flinched. Professor McGonagall, looking at the top of Hermione's brown head, asked, "I remember you took the afternoon off because you were feeling unwell. Why are you here now?" Hermione, who probably had never lied to a teacher before, was flustered and stammered, "I thought I read about trolls in a book, I thought." Wade placed a hand on the girl's shoulder and pushed her aside. "Is this silly girl really going to say she thought she could handle a troll on her own? That excuse is so ridiculous that even the troll won't believe it. Not only that, but what if someone blamed them for the troll entering the castle? Don't think it can't happen." Wade remembered from the books that Harry had been misunderstood by classmates more than once. She felt better by the evening and didn't want to miss the feast. "We were planning to go to the Great Hall together," Wade said calmly. "On our way here, Hermione and Padma went to the bathroom and Michael and I waited. When we left, we encountered the troll. We should have fled immediately, but it happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned and didn't react in time. Fortunately, Harry drew the troll's attention away and warned us." The professors turned their gaze to Harry again. The boy's face was flushed, and he felt he didn't deserve such high praise. Michael, thinking for a moment, glanced at Wade and understood something. He added, "Yes, he threw a bucket at the troll's head and shouted at us to run. It was really brave." Professor Snape, a bucket. Harry, staring at the floor, felt like he was about to be executed by Snape's gaze. He now suspected that these two Ravenclaws were praising him so enthusiastically just to divert the professor's attention. "So what about you, Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagall turned to Ron. "Why didn't you go back to your dormitory as you were supposed to?" Ron, who had been thinking about how he should have joined Harry, thus becoming the hero who saved everyone and impressing the haughty Hermione, was now at a loss for words when McGonagall called him out. McGonagall's gaze grew sharper. Harry gathered his courage to stand up for his friend, saying, "Ron was just trying to warn us about the troll." "Yes, we all heard it." Professor Snape suddenly sneered and sarcastically said, shouting in the corridor as if afraid the troll wouldn't notice him, "Surely your books must have mentioned that trolls have heightened hearing? Oh, perhaps Mr. Weasley's textbook has never been opened? Just like our savior Harry Potter attracting the troll's attention with a bucket. A bucket? I do hope you haven't forgotten that you're a wizard." The Gryffindor duo's ears turned red with embarrassment and anger. Michael silently gave Wade a thumbs up in his mind. If not for elevating Harry Potter, they might have been the ones facing such ridicule. Little did he know that Snape's obsession with Harry was unshakable and lifelong. Even if there were 1,000 people here, Snape would only see Harry Potter. With Snape speaking up, it seemed to ease Professor McGonagall's anger. She pondered and said, "Since there were mitigating circumstances, I won't deduct any additional points from you. I'll inform Professor Dumbledore about this incident. Now, you all should hurry back to your common room. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their houses." The group hurriedly left, and once out of the professor's sight, someone suddenly chuckled, followed by the others laughing as well. "Honestly, when I first saw that big guy, I thought we were going to die," Padma said while holding on to Hermione's arm. "Hermione, you were really brave." Hermione blushed and said, "At that moment, I didn't think of anything else. My mind was all about the levitation charm. I mean, I'm really lucky. The most I've ever made float before was a textbook." "Bro, that Glissio charm of yours was amazing," Michael said, gesturing with his wand. "Glissio? You've got to teach me that next time during study sessions." "No problem." Wade turned to say, "Harry, don't worry about Professor Snape's comments. Using a bucket was a good idea. On the contrary, ordinary spells on a giant troll are about as effective as a mosquito bite." "No wonder Michael's body freezing spell didn't work before. Later you didn't use direct spells on the troll," Harry said thoughtfully. "But I don't think I saw those 2 spells you used in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. Wade has already self-learned the spells up to the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3. Michael said proudly, and he spends all his time in the library and study room. He's learned more spells than all of us combined even though school has only been in session for 2 months. Harry felt a bit ashamed and inferior if Ron, Michael, or even Malfoy knew more spells than he did. He could comfort himself by saying it was because they had learned at home. But he knew that Wade and Hermione hadn't been exposed to magic before starting school, yet now they were among the best students in their year. He couldn't help but wonder, am I being too slack in my studies? Watching the others chatting and laughing, Harry naturally joined the conversation. Ron, who tried to say something but couldn't find a moment to speak, trailed behind awkwardly. Soon they reached a fork in the path and went their separate ways. Harry, Hermione, and Ron headed towards Gryffindor Tower. Without Michael and the others to lighten the mood, the atmosphere among the three immediately became tense. They avoided looking at each other and quickened their pace back to the common room. On the way back to Ravenclaw Tower, Padma pretended to be casual, looking ahead at the road, and said, "Wade, can I learn that sliding spell too? It sounds really interesting." "Of course," Wade replied. "I have no classes tomorrow morning, so I can teach you then." It might not be convenient in the common room." I heard. Padma glanced quickly at Michael and asked, "Do you have a special place for practicing spells?" After all, she was only 11 years old. Although she tried hard to make her request subtly, the hint was obvious. Wade understood. He pondered for a moment and said, "I need to consult with others, but I think they shouldn't mind your joining." "Of course, welcome," Michael said with a smile. "Great." Padma couldn't help but jump with joy, then blushed and composed herself, smoothing out her clothes. "I'm honored." Outside the common room door, the eagle-shaped knocker asked, "O, T, T, F, F, S, S, E, N, what is the next letter?" Michael, who wasn't great at riddles, rested his chin on his hand and pretended to think. After 3 seconds, he gave up and asked, "What do you think it is, Wade?" "It's T," Padma said. "Correct," the knocker replied in a chanting tone, and then the door opened. "Why T?" Michael asked as they entered. "Is it the T from troll? Does the knocker know we defeated a troll today?" He made an exaggerated expression, and Padma couldn't help but laugh. "It's the first letter of the numbers 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The common room was packed with people. It seemed like all of Ravenclaw was there. Several long tables had been added near the fireplace, laden with food and drinks. The students were celebrating Halloween for the second time here, and it was even better than in the Great Hall because there were no professors watching over them, telling them what they could or couldn't do. Wade noticed that some of the usually solitary students had also chosen to stay in the common room, just sitting in the corners. The common room had been decorated for Halloween, with a huge skeleton frame walking around, occasionally causing a scream. Some students were wearing skeleton masks, which occasionally emitted eerie sounds. "Want a bloody lollipop?" Terry enthusiastically offered a lollipop to Lisa. Wade navigated through the crowd and headed straight to his dormitory. The stench of the troll seemed to still linger in his nose, and he wasn't in the mood to eat. Padma watched his retreating figure with some unease and asked Michael, "Didn't Wade skip the dinner? Why isn't he joining the party?" She worried that she might have made things uncomfortable, making Wade prefer to go back to the dormitory hungry rather than spend time with them. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. Wade just doesn't like noisy places," Michael said casually, focusing on piling food onto his plate. Padma sighed in relief and felt a bit hungry as well. After they had filled their stomachs to about 70 or 80%, they had some leisure to continue chatting. "By the way, about your study group, when Wade consults with the others tomorrow, make sure to speak well of me." Padma remembered this and couldn't help but remind him again. Okay, I promise to do my best," Michael said with a smile, raising his hand. Consulting opinions? Michael knew better than anyone that as long as Wade agreed, the others wouldn't have any objections. Theo and Ryan were easygoing and wouldn't refuse a suggestion from a friend. Neville was timid and indecisive, and Michael thought he had no strong opinions. The only one who might be a bit difficult was Hermione, with whom Padma had just established a relatively good friendship. Actually, when Michael first proposed that joining new members must be approved by everyone, what he really meant was if Wade doesn't agree, you can't bring anyone else in. The restriction was aimed at the other 4 members. He was well aware that while SSC appeared to be a collaborative group, most of the time, it was Wade who was doing most of the helping. Wade's notes made it easier for them to understand the obscure expressions in their textbooks. His essay writing techniques allowed them to complete high-quality assignments in a short time, and he helped them master various spells quickly and accurately. Anyone who joined this group would quickly experience these benefits. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are both enthusiastic folks, and if they found the group beneficial, they might bring along other friends without asking, thinking that bringing in more members was contributing to the group. In reality, it would only cause trouble for Wade, and SSC wouldn't last long this way. Wade wouldn't openly refuse, but if the group grew larger and noisier, he would eventually slip away quietly to a secluded, peaceful place of his own, just like now. That's why Michael had to establish rules, to restrain the enthusiasm of those 2 houses and also to tactfully refuse those who try to join through him. The only exception is Wade because he is the core and has the right to decide whom he wants to help. Michael had never shared these calculations with anyone. At the moment, facing Padma's request, he just smiled and nodded, promising to persuade the others. When Wade returned to his dormitory, he was surprised to find an unexpected visitor. A house elf wearing a tea towel stood in the middle of the room, its gray-green eyes staring unblinkingly at him, giving him quite a start. Wade almost cast a spell in reflex but relaxed once he recognized the visitor. "Zoe, what are you doing here?" House elves usually take pride in not appearing before their masters, so apart from the kitchen, Wade had never seen any of Hogwarts house elves appear in his line of sight. Zoe twisted her slender fingers, clearly feeling awkward. She said softly, "Wade Grey didn't have dinner." Zoe is a bit worried. Zoe knows she shouldn't have appeared, but she came anyway. Zoe wants to know if Wade Grey is feeling unwell. "I'm fine," Wade crouched down to say. "It's just that the troll smelled so bad, I lost my appetite." Zoe said earnestly, "But not eating is bad for your health." Wade Grey gave Zoe a gift, which she liked very much, and she is also very concerned about Wade Grey's health and doesn't want him to be hungry. It was quite interesting to hear the house elf speak, as it always referred to itself and others in the third person, even in direct conversation. Wade looked at Zoe, who had a tiny pumpkin carriage hanging at her waist, with the lantern inside flickering. "All right," he sighed. "Can you bring me some fruit? Just fresh fruit, not made into jam or pudding. I'll have some fruit and then go to bed after I've had a shower." "Certainly, sir," Zoe said happily, nodding, and with a snap, she disappeared from the room. When Wade emerged from the bathroom, still steamy from his shower, he saw a basket of fruit on the table: apples, pears, bananas, a few strawberries, and a bunch of bright green grapes, all clean and glistening with water droplets. Wade picked up an apple and took a bite. It was juicy and satisfying, and he felt a deep sense of appreciation. In his previous life, his mother had insisted on a healthy diet, believing that one should eat 12 different foods daily to provide the body with sufficient nutrition, with fruits and vegetables being particularly important. Sometimes, there would be no repetition for a whole month. Since his rebirth, although the food at Hogwarts was much more sumptuous than at home, it was mostly roasted meats and desserts, with very few vegetables and monotonous cooking methods. Fresh fruits had never appeared on the long tables. At that moment, Wade made a decision. After graduation, he wanted to go see the East. Magic may be the wing of miracles, but his future lies in the East. Moreover, in this world, there are also mystical powers there, and perhaps he might see some more wondrous sights. Padma's integration into the SSC was very smooth, no one raised any objections. After all, not only was she smart and graceful, but she was also quite beautiful, with deep, expressive eyes that made Theo and the others blush slightly without even realizing it. Hermione, on the other hand, spent more and more time studying, as Wade had put a lot of pressure on her. During the recent transfiguration class, Wade successfully transformed a mouse into a beautiful little teapot, with such delicate lines that it looked like a newly placed item on a shelf. Professor McGonagall praised Wade's transfiguration skills loudly, saying that he was now at a level that could earn him an O in the end-of-term exams. Hermione also knew that Wade's owl had brought him a complete set of the standard book of spells and intermediate transfiguration from Diagon Alley. Despite being the best first-year student in Gryffindor, Hermione felt she was falling behind, and her frustration led her to be irritable and snap at Ron several times. Ever since she knocked out the troll, Ron had stopped complaining and didn't talk behind her back. Now Ron actually looked forward to Hermione giving him advice, as he realized she was always right. Hermione had even started to correct her tendency to be overly teacher-like. She tried to overlook various rule-breaking actions among the Gryffindors, which slightly improved her standing within the house. Especially with Harry, they had become something like friends. Wade almost heard Hermione's complaints every day. "We had a whole weekend to do the assignment, and he only managed to write a title. When it was time to submit the work, he panicked and asked Hermione, 'Please let me copy your homework.'" "Did you let him copy?" Wade asked while writing. "Of course not." Hermione wrinkled her nose in disdain. "What's the point of letting him copy?" "But I promised to help him check it after he finished." "But Hermione," Padma asked in confusion, "doesn't that make things more troublesome for you?" Hermione looked at her incredulously. "That's how you learn." The two girls exchanged glances and, after a moment, they tacitly decided to skip the topic. When Padma finished her assignment, only Neville was still struggling with his pen. She tucked the parchment into her bag and walked briskly around the partition wall. Recently, Wade had added a sky blue partition in the umbrella room to prevent those practicing spells from disturbing the ones doing homework. The room was divided into two sections with a soundproofing charm in the middle. On the other side, the classroom had 2 rows of targets, most of which were quite worn out, with damage that even mending charms couldn't fix, but they still served their purpose. The entire end wall was covered with mirrors, which Wade said would help them correct their actions at any time. Michael repeatedly used Incendio, fire-making spell, to set the target on fire and then extinguished it with Aguamenti, water-making spell. Theo took turns using Diffindo, severing charm, and Reparo, mending charm, to torment his target. Hermione was using the Tyrant Legra, dancing feet spell, on a spider, making its long legs flail wildly in the air. Ryan was casting Petrificus Totalis, body freezing spell, on a grey mouse that was peeking out. The mouse's body suddenly stiffened, with only its tail twitching slightly. After a moment, it darted off, and with a thud, it turned into a small twig mid-air. Body freezing spell. When casting this spell, you should draw a circle with your wrist as the center, and make the turns sharply and quickly. Wade waved his wand, making the twig float in the air. He then pointed his wand at it, and the twig turned back into a mouse. Petrificus totalis. Wade demonstrated once, and suddenly the mouse's claws and tail were pressed against its body, as hard as a wooden board, with its black eyes seemingly showing fear. It fell to the ground with a thud, as if it were a stone. Wade lifted the spell, letting Ryan continue practicing, and then walked over to Padma, asking, "Do you want to learn sliding spell first, or practice other spells?" Padma stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly, "Actually my reparo isn't very reliable." She waited for Wade to make a "this is a big problem" face, but he simply tapped the nearby target with his wand, and it immediately cracked open in the middle. Wade said, "Then let's start with reparo. Let me see your current skill level." Padma's arm trembled slightly as she raised her wand. She suddenly realized that she might have made one of the best decisions since starting school. "I am sure I will learn a lot here." Reparo. The weather had been getting colder recently, but the atmosphere at school was quietly heating up because the Quidditch season had begun. Michael is a devoted Quidditch fan. He even attended last year's Quidditch World Cup, which lasted a full 5 days and nights. He recounted 7 times how the Scottish team narrowly missed victory and how the Canadian team clinched the championship in a thrilling manner. Thanks to his endless explanations, even Wade had become familiar with many famous teams, like Germany's Heidelberg Harriers, Bulgaria's Vratsa Vultures, the Fitchburg Finches from America, and the once glorious Chudley Cannons, among others. Michael also explained various Quidditch strategies, like the Hawk's Head attacking formation and the Plumpton Pass. However, despite knowing all about the difficult maneuvers and impressive feats of Quidditch, whenever Michael got on a broomstick himself, it was as if he was stepping on a landmine. His whole body would tense up, and he'd move cautiously, barely faster than a galloping foal, and he never flew more than 10 meters off the ground. Wade suspected that even in their second year, when they would be allowed to bring broomsticks to school, Michael would still end up climbing the stairs back to the dormitory since the height of the Ravenclaw Tower was several times more than 10 meters. Because Michael couldn't help but talk about Quidditch, and usually about things Wade neither understood nor was interested in, Wade had recently started avoiding him. Perhaps after the Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff match, Michael might finally calm down a little. Hermione had also become busier lately, with a few more books on Quidditch appearing on her desk since Harry was about to participate in his first ever match. He was too nervous to even eat properly. Their relationship had improved recently, and Hermione's way of supporting her friend was to try to find helpful information from books. Wade thought Michael and Hermione could talk more to each other, one loved to explain, and the other was eager to listen. They are practically a perfect match. Unfortunately, the schedules of their two houses didn't always align, so most of the time Wade was still the one stuck hearing the Quidditch recap broadcast. But recently, Padma had joined in, and whenever she and Michael were deep in conversation, Wade could finally enjoy a bit of peace and quiet. Hogwarts Castle is a massive complex, and finding a secluded corner is very easy. Wade had discovered an empty classroom near the library on the 6th floor. From the window, you could climb out onto a small platform. It was a secret spot Wade had recently found. The platform was surrounded by taller buildings, making it hidden and sheltered from the wind. No one could see it from any window, and it had a great view. You could see the Quidditch pitch and the Forbidden Forest in the distance. Tiny figures were flying back and forth over the Quidditch pitch, looking like busy bees from afar. Judging by the flashes of gold and red, the Gryffindor team should be practicing. Speaking of which, Hermione had mentioned something yesterday in the umbrella room. Gryffindor's team captain, Wood, had recently lost his temper in the common room. He had previously instructed the entire house to keep Harry Potter's joining the team a secret, wanting to use it as a secret weapon. But now it seemed like the whole school knew about it. Wood was convinced someone had leaked the information, and he had been glaring at the Gryffindor students daily, trying to find the spy. In the process, he ended up making several girls cry because they were dating students from other houses. But in truth, this matter was quite obvious. The Gryffindor team trained 3 times a week, no matter how bad the weather. Every time, Harry Potter would suddenly disappear and then reappear, exhausted, after practice. After this happened a few times, anyone could guess that he had been exceptionally allowed to join the Gryffindor team. Besides, they flew so high that at least 1 or 2 sharp-eyed students would recognize him. Wade stared at the Quidditch pitch in the distance for a while. The flying figures seemed chaotic. He couldn't make out any formations like the double 8 loop or Hawk's Head attacking formation. He shook his head, not sure if his observation skills were lacking or if the players were simply not up to par. In comparison, alchemy was much more interesting. With a wave of his wand, several small blue fireballs appeared out of thin air, radiating warmth. Wade took out On the Diversity of Species, a book he had borrowed from the library, and turned a stone pillar on the platform into a cushion. Leaning against the wall, he began reading. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly heard footsteps. At first, Wade didn't pay attention, but after reading a couple more lines, a jolt of realization hit him. There was a faint smell of garlic in the air. Before his mind could fully react, Wade instinctively cancelled the fire magic and the transfiguration spell. Silently and swiftly, he stood up and pressed himself against the wall, hiding behind a protruding brick. "What are you looking at?" A sharp voice spoke, soft but laced with a dark, irritable tone, as if it were whispered right beside his ear. For a moment, Wade thought he had been spotted, and that the words were directed at him. But when he hesitated, another timid voice responded. It's Harry Potter, Master, the voice said. He's practicing quidditch with his teammates on the pitch. Wade immediately understood. It was Quirrell and the Voldemort attachment on the back of his head. They are just on the other side of the wall. He held his breath and instinctively shrank back further, not daring to make the slightest sound. Harry Potter. Voldemort hissed the name with bitter hatred and whispered. Yes, the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world. While I was reduced to a mere shadow, he stood on my corpse and became a star, didn't he? I suppose Dumbledore has great hopes for him. Quirrell was likely feeling the same as Wade, fearful and too scared to speak. Kill him, Quirrell, Voldemort ordered coldly. Kill him when he's in the spotlight. But Master, with Dumbledore here, I can't do anything. You said it yourself. We must never draw Dumbledore's attention, Quirrell stammered, clearly terrified. Are you questioning me, Quirrell? Do you dare defy my orders? Voldemort did something, and Quirrell immediately let out a groan of pain. No, I wouldn't dare. I obey, Master. I will follow any order. Please spare me, Quirrell howled in a low voice, pleading and writhing on the ground. But Voldemort didn't stop immediately. The torment continued for a while longer before Voldemort finally mercifully relented. Use your brain, fool, Voldemort said maliciously. He's going to participate in a quidditch match, flying 50 meters in the air. Even if he falls off his broom, no one would suspect a stuttering coward like you. They'll just think it was his own lack of skill. What's so surprising if a kid who hasn't even mastered a few spells falls to his death? Yes, I understand. I'll do it, Quirrell whimpered, lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face. It was only after a long while that Wade heard the defense against the dark arts professor get up, rustling as he straightened his clothes, probably wiping away his tears as well, before dragging his heavy steps away. Only then did Wade let out a long breath, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. Thump thump thump. His heart was pounding violently and his sweat-soaked clothes were clinging to his body. As the cold wind blew, the chill seeped into his bones. This was the closest Wade had come to death since his rebirth. In the original story, it may have seemed like first-year Harry Potter easily dealt with the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell, as if it were just a game. But that was only because Harry was protected by the magic his mother left behind. If it had been Wade in that situation, even though he knew 10 times as many spells as Harry, being discovered by Voldemort would almost certainly have meant death. Wade wasn't particularly afraid of dying in his second life. He could accept dying for a grand cause, or sacrificing himself to protect the ones he loved. But he couldn't accept dying for such a ridiculous reason, being killed because he accidentally overheard the villain's secret. To die as a nameless, unnoticed casualty was something he couldn't bear. Worried about running into Quirrell again after leaving, Wade stayed hidden on the secluded platform for a long time. At some point, he had dozed off leaning against the wall. When he suddenly awoke, he realized it was nearly dawn, though the sky was still quite dark. The Quidditch pitch was long since empty, and across the vast school grounds, the only movement was from an adult wizard with silver-white hair walking along the edge of the Black Lake, probably a professor, though not Dumbledore, as Dumbledore has a long white beard. Wade couldn't make out the man's face, but didn't pay it much mind. As long as it wasn't Quirrell, he was relieved. Bracing himself against the wall, he stood up, but immediately felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he nearly lost his balance. Something is wrong. Wade touched his forehead, but didn't feel particularly feverish, though his palms were burning hot. His breath felt scalding against his nostrils, and Wade had the strange impression that if he placed an egg next to himself, his body heat alone could cook it. Climbing back through the window into the empty classroom, Wade dragged his weakened body toward the hospital wing. Most of the portraits in the hallway were still asleep, but one, depicting a young red-haired wizard, was lounging idly in its frame. When he saw Wade, his eyes lit up with curiosity, and he asked, "What happened to you? Are you sick? Why aren't you back in your dormitory at night? Madame Pomfrey is probably not awake yet. Need me to wake her for you?" "Haha, just kidding. There's no portrait of me in her room. Why aren't you saying anything? Come on, talk to me. I'm bored, being the only one awake." Wade was in no state to respond, but the red-haired wizard had remarkable persistence, following him through several portraits, talking non-stop. Despite getting no reply, he didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. Surely the original person must have been an incorrigible chatterbox. It wasn't until they reached a stretch of corridor with no portraits that the red-haired wizard reluctantly gave up. He called out from a distance, "You must not have many friends with that personality? Come find me when you're better. I'll keep you company." Wade, burning with fever and feeling as if his head might split open, found the wizard's chatter unbearable, scattering his concentration. By the time he noticed another set of footsteps in the corridor besides his own, the sound was already close, almost right around the corner. Wade froze. Instinctively, he wanted to hide, but his sluggish body didn't respond in time. Thump. The footsteps approached. Thump. The world seemed to shrink before his eyes, his vision growing blurry, though his hearing remained sharp. Thump. A figure appeared from around the corner. "What's wrong, child?" a voice asked him. But Wade's mind, like rusty gears, failed to respond for a moment. "Oh, you have quite a fever." The person gently guided him. "Come with me, child, this way. Luckily my office is nearby." Silver white hair swayed before his eyes, somewhat resembling Dumbledore's, and Wade lowered his guard. A few minutes later, Wade sat holding an empty cup with steam rising from his ears, and he stared blankly at the wizard in front of him, which made him look rather dazed. The person who had appeared in the corridor wasn't Quirrell, who he was worried about, nor was it the expected Dumbledore, but an unfamiliar wizard. He looked at least 80 years old, wearing a deep blue robe. His short silver-white hair was neatly combed, and he had no beard. What stood out was that underneath his robe, he wore a muggle shirt and suit pants, with a perfectly knotted tie, something wizards usually struggled with. In the front pocket of his robe hung a pair of oddly designed, gold-rimmed glasses. At that moment, the wizard appeared in the corridor, noticed that Wade wasn't feeling well, and brought him to his office, offering him his own revitalizing potion. It had to be said that it worked much better than the school infirmary's remedies. After drinking it, Wade's groggy mind cleared up considerably. Apart from the steam still rising from his ears, he felt much better and could now clearly see his surroundings. It was a circular room, brightly lit by several magical lamps of varying sizes. The shelves and desk were filled with strange and fascinating objects. A golden hourglass slowly spinning, a series of small crystal balls strung on a silver wire, glowing and dimming as if they were breathing, and on one cabinet was an incredibly lifelike model of an estate, complete with thumb-sized people and an even smaller dog living inside. They were fetching water and cooking. The room also contained some muggle technology: a refrigerator, an oven, a TV, a computer, a washing machine, and even a disassembled car engine. This was, without a doubt, the strangest room Wade had ever seen. The wizard who had brought him there was fiddling with a radio. A moment later, the cheerful voice of a woman came through. "Good morning, dear listeners and busy witches and wizards. A wonderful day starts with Witching Hour. This is your favorite host, Glenda Chit-Talk. First, let's enjoy Celestina Warbeck's new song, You Stole My Cauldron But You Can't Have My Heart." "Oh, good, I didn't miss it. This is my favorite radio show," the wizard muttered and then turned to Wade with a warm smile. "Feeling better, child?" "Yes, much better. Thank you for your help, sir," Wade replied cautiously. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm Professor Terence Murray, the alchemy professor," Professor Murray said with a smile. "If you manage to achieve an outstanding in charms, transfiguration, and ancient runes during your 5th year O.W.L.S, and at least acceptable in defense against the dark arts, herbology, and potions, you can take my course in your 6th year. Do you like alchemy, child?" He glanced down, noticing that Wade's book on the diversity of species was sticking out of his bag. Wade quickly tucked it back in and said, "Yes, Professor, I'm self-studying alchemy. For you, this material might be a bit advanced. You should start with the basics, like Spellman's syllabary." "I've already memorized Spellman's syllabary, sir, as well as magical hieroglyphs and logograms, rune dictionary, and ancient runes made easy. I've also read an introduction to alchemy and an analysis of alchemy by Nicholas Flamel." Professor Murray was stunned. Alchemy is closely tied to ancient runes, which is an extremely challenging subject. Unlike most subjects at wizarding schools, which emphasize practical learning, aside from history of magic, ancient runes requires extensive memorization. The characters, glyphs, phonetics, and meanings of ancient runes are vastly different from modern languages. To grasp the basics of the subject, there's no alternative to rote memorization. Many students who elect to take ancient runes continue struggling with it through graduation, and very few manage to memorize everything. Fortunately, Ravenclaw students are rarely weak in memory. While Wade wasn't quite at Hermione's level, he had undergone specific memory enhancement training, allowing him to memorize at nearly the same speed as her. In just 3 months of practicing magic, through sheer memorization power and a passion for magical alchemy, Wade had committed several books to memory. He reinforced this by writing out the runes repeatedly, ensuring he wouldn't make mistakes in this area anymore. After a moment of silence, Professor Murray began quizzing Wade on the contents of those books. Then he pulled out parchment and a quill and asked Wade to write down random ancient rune symbols and phrases. Over an hour later, Professor Murray had to admit that the student in front of him, still just a child in his eyes, wasn't lying. Wade had indeed mastered everything he claimed. Alchemy is one of the most difficult subjects at Hogwarts, and Professor Murray's standards are incredibly high. Each year, fewer than 10 students qualify to take his alchemy course, and they are always among the top in their year. But Professor Murray was confident that even the best of his current 7th-year students would make 1 or 2 mistakes when faced with the questions he had just posed to Wade. Alchemy demands both genius-level creativity and imagination, as well as an attitude that is more meticulous and precise than a clock's gears. These two qualities rarely coexist in a single person. Moreover, the student before him was still just a. Suddenly, Professor Murray realized that he knew almost nothing about this student. "What year are you in, child?" the elderly professor asked kindly. "1st year, sir," Wade replied. Professor Murray fell silent again. "If I recall correctly, ancient runes is a 3rd-year elective, isn't it?" "Yes, sir," Wade answered, doing his best to remain composed and not act like a peacock showing off its feathers. Professor Murray didn't pay much attention to whether the student in front of him was trying to appear mature. He simply began to reflect on his own abilities at age 11, and his level when he first encountered alchemy at 16, and the skills of some of the greatest wizards he knew of, like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort, and what they had been capable of in their 1st year. As Professor Murray continued his thoughts, the way he looked at Wade gradually shifted, as if he had stumbled upon an undiscovered treasure. His smile grew even more gentle, and he softly asked, "What's your name? Which house are you in?" "Wade Grey, Ravenclaw," Wade replied and tilted his head slightly. He had already sensed the professor's change in attitude. Professor Murray repeated his earlier question, but now with a newfound seriousness. You really like alchemy, don't you, Wade? Yes, Professor, Wade responded as usual. It's an extraordinary field, one with the power to change the world. I might spend my whole life studying it. And as a wizard, what's your view on Muggle technological inventions? Professor Murray asked. This question seemed simple enough. The items around the office already hinted at the kind of answer the professor wanted. But this time, Wade hesitated. He thought carefully for a while before answering. Muggle technology is advancing rapidly. Their production tools are constantly evolving, and their methods of communication and information sharing are becoming more efficient, resulting in increasingly significant changes to the world. Wizards need to actively learn, absorb, and integrate with this, or one day, we'll be left behind by the times. This was his heartfelt belief. Although Wade was fascinated by the wonders of magic, a comparison between the two worlds made the gap clear. Wizard communication via owls. Muggle communication instantaneous via mobile phones and the internet. Wizard population roughly 3,000 in Britain, with only hundreds of thousands to a million worldwide. Muggle population over 57 million in Britain alone, and 5.4 billion globally, with that number expected to rise to 7 billion in 20 years and 8 billion in 30 years. Wizard means of killing Avada Kedavra, used only by a few dark wizards. Muggle means of killing Maxim machine guns, incendiary bombs, nuclear weapons, self-propelled artillery, grenades, intercontinental missiles. Even a 2-year-old child can pull a trigger and kill. The disparity was enormous. In the past, when Muggles were ignorant and unaware, wizards had to do their utmost to remain hidden to survive. As Muggle technology grows stronger in the future, wizards must learn from, adapt to, and integrate with the Muggle world, or they risk being swallowed by the tides of change. Wade had even more dangerous thoughts, but he knew better than to voice them. He feared that if he spoke too freely, the good impression Professor Murray now had of him would vanish, and he'd be labeled something like the Third Dark Lord, which would be terribly unjust. Even with Wade's cautious response, Professor Murray was already quite satisfied. He smiled and said, I teach the 6th and 7th year students every Monday and Thursday. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office during those times. As long as you maintain your passion for alchemy, I'll be happy to set aside 2 hours each week to guide your studies. Professor Murray spoke modestly, and the next moment, he retrieved a book from his collection titled Learning Magical Artifacts Creation from Scratch and lent it to Wade. He also scheduled a tutoring session for Thursday before finally allowing Wade to leave. As Wade walked out holding the book, he glanced out the window and saw the black lake near the Forbidden Forest. He suddenly remembered the figure he had seen earlier. Was that person Professor Murray? The silver hair match. Suddenly, Wade stopped in his tracks and a chilling sensation creeped over him, raising goosebumps all over. When exactly did I see that person? And how long had it been between then and when I met Professor Murray? Was it even 10 minutes? Damn, my fever was so bad, I can't remember the timing clearly. Regardless, it couldn't have been that long. If that person was indeed Professor Murray, how did arrive at my location in such a short time? Apparition is banned in Hogwarts, and with his old age, Professor Murray won't be able to climb stairs quickly, nor do he seem like the type to rush around on a broomstick like a young student. If it wasn't Professor Murray, and it wasn't Dumbledore, then who was it? Another professor I haven't met yet, or someone else? He thought maybe he was overthinking things. After all, Harry Potter's first year at school was supposed to be peaceful, at least for regular students. But the chill continued to creep up his spine. What's the matter, Wade? Professor Murray asked from behind him. The once kind and gentle voice now sounded strange, unsettling to him. Nothing. Wade was surprised at how calm his voice sounded, with even a hint of gratitude. I was just thinking how fortunate it was that you found me this morning, Professor. Were you just returning from outside at that time? Of course not, Professor Murray answered casually, not seeming suspicious. He smiled and explained. I don't live at the school. I only come through the Flu network when I have classes to teach. My office's fireplace can temporarily connect to the network, with special permission from the Ministry of Magic. This morning, I had just arrived at my office when I heard Griffiths shouting in the hallway. I went out and found you then. The red-haired wizard tapped the frame of his painting in boredom, occasionally peeking at what the other portraits were doing. This tower was called the Astronomy Tower by students because they observed celestial bodies at its top and attended astronomy classes there every week. Most of the paintings in the hallway were related to astronomy as well. They were mostly quiet and silent, and no one wanted to chat with him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and saw a familiar student walking by, so he hurried to catch up. Hey, are you feeling better from your cold? It was Murray who gave you medicine, right? That old guy's stimulant is really something. He thought the student would walk away without turning, as he had before, but unexpectedly, the student suddenly stopped and looked at him thoughtfully. Are you Griffiths, the student? Wade asked. That's right. The red-haired wizard nodded happily. Murray must have told you, huh? He's the only one who occasionally chats with me these days. Aren't there a lot of other portraits here? Wade gestured around. Ugh, don't even mention it. Griffiths said gloomily, do you see that old guy in the portrait diagonally opposite? Wade looked over. Griffiths was referring to an old wizard whose robe and hat were both decorated with stars. He stood in front of a large telescope, focused intently on the starry sky. Griffiths explained, he's been holding that telescope for centuries, observing the same unchanging stars in the painting, and just finds me annoying. Then there's Shalom, the one with glasses. She's always scribbling away on parchment, never taking a break. In fact, the results of her calculations were already proven by Muggle scientists over 100 years ago, but she still keeps calculating. Wade saw a slender witch hunched over a desk, deep in her calculations. Even though she heard Griffith's words, she didn't stop. And those kids over there, stargazing, you see them? They're practically a bunch of Cornish pixies. Griffiths grumbled, when they're not stargazing or sleeping, they're always causing trouble, knocking over the old man's telescope, tearing up Shalom's parchment, or pulling my hair and spilling ink on my robes. I've had enough. Griffiths sighed, feeling lonely and helpless. Even though Wade was in a bad mood, he couldn't help but laugh, and the gloom, heaviness, and doubt in his heart seemed to lift. He asked, how long have you been hanging here, and you still haven't gotten used to it? Ugh, you don't know. I used to hang in the entrance hall on the first floor, surrounded by paintings. I could watch young witches and wizards coming and going every day, and sometimes I even taught them a few pranks. It was so much fun, Griffiths said regretfully. But later, when they needed space to hang Fosco's portrait, they moved me to the astronomy tower. I thought meeting new friends here wouldn't be too bad. I never expected it to be so dull. Can't portraits move around freely? Wade asked. They can, but it's exhausting. Most of the time, I still have to stay in my own portrait, Griffiths said hopefully. Can you move my portrait back to the entrance hall? Or at least to a busier place? I'll repay you. Wade didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, I'll have to ask the professors first. As long as they don't object, I'll help you move it. Griffiths thought for a moment and asked, what if they say no? Then I'll secretly help you move to another spot, just not the entrance hall, that's too obvious, Wade replied. Great. Griffiths was so excited he nearly jumped out of his frame. He urged, go ask them quickly. The sooner, the better. All right. Wade smiled and turned to leave. Originally, he had intended to ask Griffiths whether Professor Murray had really left his office that morning, and whether Quirrell often visited this area. But after chatting for a while, he gave up on the idea. The red-haired wizard was far too talkative to keep a secret, and besides, he had clearly known Professor Murray for a long time. Why would Griffiths keep a secret for Wade? Better to move the portrait first, then figure things out later. Terence Murray finally finished teaching the 7th-year students and stormed out in a fury while clutching his lesson plans, leaving behind a few quail-like students exchanging glances in a dejected state, as if they'd just weathered a storm. What did he mean by, first years are better than you? Do first years even know what alchemy is? Do they know how to write 0 in runes? They were indignant, but under Professor Murray's scolding, not one dared to talk back. All they could do was lower their heads and mumble, yes, you're right. This only made Professor Murray angrier. Ever since meeting Wade, the more he looked at the carefully selected students in front of him, the less he liked them. When he reviewed their last alchemy projects, he grew even more dissatisfied. In the end, he assigned 5 times the usual amount of homework, and even then felt like they were getting off too easy. Professor Murray stormed back to his office, and from a distance, he heard an enthusiastic voice. How did today's class go, Professor Murray? The young witches and wizards must have learned a lot, right? It's hard to stay cold in the face of such an enthusiastic attitude. Unconsciously, Professor Murray smiled. Oh, Griffiths. Of course, who else would it be? Griffiths said. Professor Murray couldn't help but stop in the hallway and vent about his students. It's one thing to lack intelligence, but they don't even work hard. Why bother learning alchemy? They might as well become decorations at the Ministry of Magic. So, you've taken a liking to that young wizard. Griffiths leaned against the frame and smiled knowingly. Professor Murray was silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. Griffith, truly gifted wizards often stand out from a young age. As soon as they enter school, they shine and attract everyone's attention. But those with talent always yearn to study the most obscure and dangerous forms of magic, to gain more power, and pursue greater ambitions. Yet very few are willing to settle down and study alchemy. But in my opinion, what's the point of mastering the world's most dangerous dark magic? Look at those who were once famous. Some burned out as quickly as shooting stars, some became infamous dark lords, and others, even with great renown, ended up with nothing. The more powerful they became, the more death and destruction they brought to the world. Alchemy, on the other hand, is what can truly bring change to the wizarding world, what can bring happiness to people. Only by constantly learning from muggles, innovating techniques, and improving alchemical products can we lead the wizarding world toward better development, and avoid being destroyed by muggles. But over the years, though I've made some progress, introducing some muggle inventions into the magical world, I still feel like an infant learning to walk. The harder I chase after the giants ahead of me, the more I realize the gap between us is impossibly vast, and that gap grows larger every moment. And my students? All they think about is inventing some popular magical item to make a fortune. That's all they care about. But that child is different, isn't he? Griffith suddenly asked. Yes, Professor Murray smiled. Even though he's only 11. Wade had no idea that after just one brief meeting, Professor Murray had placed great expectations on him. He was simply thrilled that his alchemy studies, which felt like fumbling in the dark, could now receive professional guidance. When he entered the Great Hall, all 4 long tables were nearly empty, with only a few students slowly eating breakfast. It was Sunday, and most students wouldn't wake up early, so breakfast time had been extended by half an hour. Wade casually grabbed 2 sandwiches and noticed Westmore, the Ravenclaw 6th year prefect, sitting at the end of the long table. He walked over and sat beside him. "Good morning, West." "Morning, Wade," West said lazily. "It's rare to see you sleep in." Wade leaned forward and asked quietly, "West, do you know who the school's alchemy professor is?" "Of course, it's Professor Terrence Murray," West replied. "I'm taking his advanced class this year. Why do you ask?" "Because I'm really interested in alchemy, and I wanted to learn more about it in advance." Wade didn't mention his encounter with the professor and instead asked, "Which one is Professor Murray?" "I don't recall anyone mentioning him during the opening ceremony." "That's because Professor Murray is rarely at school. You wouldn't see him at the opening ceremony or the Halloween feast," West explained as if it were obvious. "He's a renowned alchemist, and his skills are said to be second only to Nicholas Flamel. Of course, there are at least 5 or 6 people who are called the second Nicholas Flamel, but Professor Murray isn't the type to chase fame. He's the real deal." West leaned in closer, lowered his voice and said with admiration, "Did you know? Professor Murray even has shares in the Nimbus Racing Broom Company and Wizarding Wireless. He's a close friend of the famous singer Celestina Warbeck and collaborates with several ministries of magic, and has contributed to the renovation of at least 3 of them. This past Halloween, he was in France attending the Carcassonne Alchemy Conference, which only the top alchemists in the world get invited to. So, given how busy he is," West returned to his normal volume and said, "The fact that he takes time every week to teach us is amazing. He can't stay at the school like other professors, and you'll almost never see him eating in the Great Hall. But starting to study alchemy now is a very wise move. By the time you get to 6th year and start learning directly from him, you'll really stand out. Who knows, you might even become his apprentice and skyrocket to success." "Skyrocket to success?" West's friend Benson suddenly chimed in. He appeared out of nowhere. His hair was a mess and there was still some toothpaste foam on his face. He grabbed a pie from the table and, without waiting for West to answer, urged, "Hurry up. If we're late, we won't get a good seat." "Hold on." West waved his wand, casting a Scour Jiffy, cleaning charm, on him before saying, "What's the rush? The Gryffindor vs Slytherin match doesn't start for another half hour, and since they'll be flying in the air, it doesn't matter where we sit. How could it be the same? If all that's left are the seats behind the pillars, we won't be able to see anything exciting. Plus, I don't want to sit next to Slytherin." Benson grumbled as he pulled West along, striding toward the Quidditch pitch. West called back, "Wade, you'd better hurry too." Before he could finish, he was dragged out of the Great Hall. Wade then realized that the reason the hall was so empty wasn't because students were sleeping in but because most of them had already gone to the Quidditch pitch. With everything that had happened since last night, he had completely forgotten that the first Quidditch match was today. After Benson urged West out, the few remaining students in the Great Hall seemed to suddenly become aware of the time and hurriedly ran outside. Wade finished a cup of hot water that had magically appeared in front of him, then made his way toward the Quidditch pitch. Nearly the entire school had gathered at the pitch. Many students were holding binoculars to get a better view of the game. The stands were packed, layer upon layer rising into the air. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students mingled with Gryffindor, while Slytherin sat together in their own section. At the top row, the Gryffindor students had hung a massive banner that read "Potter for the win," with the letters flashing in different colors. Someone had even drawn a lifelike lion on it. The players from both teams emerged from the locker rooms, and the entire crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Although there were only a few hundred people, they roared with the intensity of a stadium packed with thousands. The players, like NBA stars, basked in the support and cheers from their respective houses. Wade climbed to the top row of the stands and quickly spotted his target. Several professors had gathered in one area, likely to avoid being crowded by the students. Professor Snape, with his dark, crow-like appearance, was particularly easy to find. Soon, Wade spotted Professor Quirrell as well. He was sitting close to Snape, with his head wrapped in a large scarf, and he was staring intently at Harry Potter, who had just mounted his broom. Quirrell's pale face had a faint blush, as if he, too, was caught up in the excitement of the match. With a sharp whistle from Madame Hooch, the players from both teams soared into the sky, quickly becoming small black dots. The students in the stands instinctively stood up, craning their necks to follow the action, gasping as the game unfolded. Wade slowly made his way through the crowd while listening to Gryffindor student Lee Jordan's energetic commentary. "Flint misses the goal. Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, makes a brilliant save." As the two teams battled back and forth, Wade finally reached the area near the professor's stand. With the students on either side providing some cover, he discreetly pulled out his wand and quickly waved it. Quirrell was clapping for Gryffindor's goal, smiling along with the other professors, completely ignoring Snape's scowl nearby. Just as he was about to secretly cast a curse on Harry Potter's broom, his body suddenly lurched forward, and he tumbled uncontrollably down the stands, even knocking over several students along the way. To everyone, it appeared as if Professor Quirrell had just gotten too excited watching the match and accidentally fallen. A group of students rushed to help him up, and when they did, they saw Quirrell holding his nose, with blood streaming down in 2 lines. "Are you all right, Professor Quirrell?" Professor Sprout asked, concerned. At the same time, Lee Jordan's ecstatic voice echoed across the stadium. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins by 170 points to 20. This is a tremendous victory. The great Harry Potter. He defeated the Slytherin team in his first game as Seeker. Quirrell, with his face smeared with blood, suddenly turned his head and stared blankly at the celebrating Gryffindor team, completely forgetting to mask his now twisted expression. Fortunately, everyone around was cheering wildly, so hardly anyone noticed his change in demeanor. Hardly anyone, because Professor Snape, with an equally livid face, was staring at him gloomily. Behind Quirrell, several rows away, Wade discreetly lowered his wand. After casting one last glance at Quirrell, he blended into the excited crowd of students and returned to the castle. Ever since Wade accidentally overheard the conversation between Quirrell and the Wraith version of Voldemort, he started avoiding wandering into isolated, deserted areas. When he didn't have classes, he spent most of his time in the Umbrella Room. Luckily, Michael's enthusiasm for Quidditch had finally died down, probably because Ravenclaw lost to Hufflepuff in the match, and 2 students got injured, making him realize Quidditch wasn't as fun as he thought. During the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Wade focused on observing Quirrell. In front of the students, Professor Quirrell was still the same timid, pitiful figure. When one cheeky student brought up the incident where Quirrell tumbled down the stands, he awkwardly stammered, I wasn't paying attention, it seems like someone pushed me. The students all gave him skeptical looks. Who would dare pull a prank on a professor? They were convinced that Quirrell had simply gotten too excited and lost his balance, but was too embarrassed to admit it. Naturally, no one suspected Wade. In everyone's eyes, he was the model student, respectful to professors, diligent in his studies, and never causing trouble, a typical Ravenclaw. After class, Padma quickly packed her bag and excitedly ran over to ask, want to go to the Umbrella Room to do homework. Though Quirrell's teaching skills left much to be desired, his ability to assign homework rivaled Professor Snape's. Each time, he assigned essays at least a foot long, enough to give even Ravenclaw students headaches. But after studying in the Umbrella Room for a while, Padma seemed to have cracked the essay writing code and even began enjoying it. It was probably because after finishing the homework quickly, she could watch her classmates groaning about how much they had left to do, struggling with their essays, and it gave her a great sense of satisfaction. Wade had often seen her chatting in the Great Hall. How much homework do you have left? Huh? You still have that much to do? I finished my essay in just 40 minutes yesterday. It wasn't that hard, was it? How come you haven't even started the introduction? Were you not paying attention in class? After hearing this a few times, people stopped engaging with her. So, Padma ended up hanging out mostly with her sister. Judging by Parvati's expression, though, it seemed she put up with Padma's bragging just so she could borrow her homework for reference. Wade had thought about telling Padma to tone down the bragging, but then Michael, gazing at Padma's smiling face from the other end of the table, said, Don't you think that's kind of cute? It's like she's saying, aren't I amazing, and have, come on, praise me, all over her face. He chuckled, adding, smart and a little silly, ... Well, fair enough. Wade swallowed the words he was about to say. He wondered if maybe his mindset was too old and too pragmatic, which was why he couldn't appreciate the silly charm of a young girl like Padma. At that moment, Padma was eagerly looking forward to going to the Umbrella Room, but behind her, Michael was winking and gesturing at Wade, trying to send a signal. Wade glanced in that direction, then turned back and said, You guys go ahead. I have a question I need to ask Professor Flitwick. Michael was overjoyed, giving Wade a thumbs up and bending it twice in a gesture of thanks. Padma looked a bit disappointed. All right then. The two of them left together, while Wade packed up his things and headed toward the 7th floor. He wasn't deliberately trying to create an opportunity for Michael, but genuinely had something to discuss with Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick's office was on the 7th floor, and not many students ventured that high up, so it was always quiet. In the long hallway, only the portraits occasionally muttered in their sleep. Speaking of portraits, Wade had never seen another one as lively as Griffith's. Most of the castle's portraits would just stretch lazily or turn their heads occasionally, some even never seemed to leave their frames at all. Like Miss Claudia, for example. Wade stopped in front of an oak door, on which an eagle was carved. The eagle, upon seeing Wade, flapped its wings and muttered as if to itself, Wade Gray is here to visit. A moment later, it said, permission to enter. The oak door slid open, and Wade stepped inside. Professor Flitwick's office had the same style as the Ravenclaw Tower. It was an arched room, with 13 windows offering views of both the Ravenclaw Tower and the Ollery. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting colorful shadows on the floor. Most of the furniture in the room was mini-sized, perfectly suited to Professor Flitwick's height. The exception was the grand bookshelf, towering from the floor to the ceiling, packed with hundreds of books. There were also thick stacks of parchment scattered on the floor, most of which were notes Professor Flitwick had organized himself. Sometimes, he lent them to students he particularly liked. Wade currently had 2 of these notes in his bag. Oh, Wade. Professor Flitwick's voice came from above. Wade looked up to see the professor standing on a tall, self-sliding ladder. The ladder slowly retracted, eventually turning into a low step, and Professor Flitwick jumped down from it. I was very pleased with your essay on the softening charm, Spungify. Child, do you have new questions today? He asked cheerfully. Yes. Wade took out the notes he had borrowed earlier and said, I've already finished learning everything in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3. I'd like you to assess my level. No problem. Let's start with a cheering charm. Professor Flitwick suggested. Over the next period, Wade demonstrated the dozen or so spells learned in third year, all of which he successfully cast on the first try. Professor Flitwick was so excited that he almost fainted. Oh, Wade, you are absolutely a genius, he exclaimed repeatedly. In just 3 months. I've watched you go from knowing nothing to this level. You've progressed so fast. At this rate, you'll reach OWL level in less than a year. You're bound to become someone extraordinary in the future. Wade smiled and said, Professor, I'd like to borrow the 4th year textbooks and notes. Of course, I've already prepared them. I knew you'd finish before the Christmas holidays, Professor Flitwick said and waved his wand. Several books flew over from the desk. They included Flitwick's own copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4, along with materials he had used to prepare for lessons, teaching notes, and outstanding essays left by former students. Professor Flitwick had been teaching at Hogwarts for decades and had reached the point where all he needed was his wand to teach a class. However, he had kept all his notes from earlier years, carefully organized and even continuously updated over time. Wade's eyes allowed him to learn a spell quickly, but the same fire-making charm could be used to light a cigarette, kindle a campfire, or even burn down a city, depending on the caster. This reflected a difference in power. In terms of control, some wizards might accidentally scorch their face with their own flames, while others could manipulate the fire to take various shapes, burn as desired, or extinguish it at will. This difference wasn't just about magical power but also about the wizard's understanding of the essence of the spell. Wade's eyes helped him learn, textbooks and library books helped him understand, but the materials from Professor Flitwick gave him a glimpse of the key to control. After borrowing the book, Wade continued to ask questions. The content on charms had already been explained in detail in Professor Flitwick's book, so Wade's questions focused on defense against the dark arts spells, such as the shield charm, Protego, disarming charm, expelliarmus, impediment jinx, impedimenta, and others. The quality of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class is well known. Those who know. Professor Flitwick didn't ask him to consult Quirrell. Instead, he patiently and thoroughly answered all his questions and even lent him a few more books in the end. Wade felt very grateful in his heart. There is only one magic school in the entire UK Hogwarts. The professors here don't have to worry about KPIs, key performance indicator, public comparisons of pass or excellence rates, or even end-of-year evaluations or performance reviews. The professors teach entirely out of conscience, some are responsible and dedicated, while others coast through their days, and some simply teach according to their mood, not caring that students still need to take their wizarding exams. After finishing his questions, Wade remembered Griffith's request and asked, Professor, there's a painting that's been complaining that its current place is too quiet and wants me to move it to the busy entrance hall. Do you think that's possible? Professor Flitwick asked, Is it a painting with a duty? Some paintings at Hogwarts have duties, such as the portrait of the fat lady outside the Gryffindor common room, and naturally, they can't be moved easily. Wade thought for a moment. I don't think so. He said he used to be in the entrance hall, but was moved to the astronomy tower to make space for other paintings. Oh, I know who you're talking about, Professor Flitwick said with a smile. Griffiths was moved because many of the other paintings complained that he was disturbing their sleep and encouraging Peeves to prank Ministry of Magic officials visiting the school. The headmaster and professors at the time decided he needed to be taught a lesson, so they moved him to the quietest place in the school. Then, about his request, Wade asked tentatively. Liking a lively environment isn't a crime, Professor Flitwick said kindly. As long as he promises not to encourage Peeves to cause trouble, you can move him. But I'm afraid the entrance hall is off limits. A lot of the paintings there have issues with Griffiths. Sigh, fine. But I really don't understand why they don't like pranks. Pranks can bring so much joy to people. Griffiths protested, while darting quickly between several nearby portraits. Hey, old man, I'm leaving Shalom. I'd be glad if you write to me after you're done with your calculations, though I don't know if I'll be able to receive it. Barry, and dear Francesco, thank you for your hospitality. Here's a little parting gift in return. After taking down the portrait, Wade watched in disbelief as Griffiths turned the old stargazer's telescope 180 degrees, stole the quill and ink from the bespectacled witch, and finally poured the ink over one kid's head and shoved the quill up another kid's nose. After provoking every single portrait, Griffiths quickly dashed back to his own painting and loudly urged Wade, quick, let's go. But the portraits didn't care about spatial distance. Even though Wade had already left the corridor with the portrait in his arms, the characters from the other paintings still chased Griffiths into his territory and pinned the red-haired wizard down, giving him a good beating. The bespectacled witch was angrier than Wade had ever seen her before. She kicked Griffiths furiously, screaming, Do you have any idea how long that took me to calculate? How long it took? The kids seemed to treat Griffiths like a trampoline, bouncing up and down on him while shouting loudly. The old stargazer finally caught up, gave 2 exhausted punches, and then he seemed to have pulled a muscle in his back and hobbled away clutching his waist in pain. Wade, of course, couldn't interfere with the brawl happening within the portraits. Once everyone had left, he looked at Griffiths, who was sprawled out like a pile of mush, and helplessly asked, You're about to leave, and you still got yourself beaten up like this, what for? Haha, you wouldn't understand, Griffiths said, flipping over with a footprint still on his forehead. He lay on the grassy valley floor in his portrait and laughed heartily. Isn't this the perfect farewell ceremony? Wade truly didn't understand. With his hands behind his head, Griffiths gazed up at the sky and said, I don't want to leave quietly, where maybe they'd realize only much later, oh, that red-haired guy's gone. I don't want any sadness or tears when I leave. A little scuffle where everyone ends up happy isn't that much better. Wade thought for a moment. So basically, everyone else has fun, and you're the only one who gets hurt. That's the kind of world you want, is that it? Griffiths paused, then burst into laughter. Wade, you've got quite the sense of humor too. As he laughed, the chaotic scene within the portrait slowly returned to normal. The footprints on Griffith's body vanished. His torn robe mended itself, the trampled flowers stood tall again, and the broken branches on the trees grew back. Only the bruises on his face hadn't completely faded. Griffiths, you must have been a Gryffindor, right? Wade asked as he hung the portrait back on the wall. Of course. That's obvious at first glance, right? Griffiths clung to the frame, trying to peek around. Where is this place? You won't be going back to the entrance hall. This is the main path from the Great Hall to the library. Almost all the students pass through here daily, so it should meet your expectations, Wade explained. Oh, not bad, Griffiths said, clearly pleased. In the corridor, a few portraits were quietly observing this newcomer, with some huddling together to whisper. At that moment, Hermione happened to walk by carrying a pile of books, accompanied by two familiar faces, Harry and Ron. The group had likely just returned from the library and were in the middle of a heated discussion. I bet my broomstick it was Snape who let the troll in? He's trying to steal whatever the three-headed dog is guarding, Harry said, holding his breath. No, he wouldn't. Hermione replied angrily. You can't accuse a school professor like that without proof. Honestly, Hermione, you always think the teachers are saints, Ron said impatiently. But I told you I saw it with my own eyes. When the troll appeared, I went to find you guys, and I saw Snape sneaking upstairs. Harry also saw Snape's leg, all bloody from the dog bite. Why do you ignore all these facts just because he's a professor? I trust him not just because he's a professor, but because of Dumbledore. If he was bad, Dumbledore would have figured it out long ago. Hermione stormed ahead, too frustrated to keep arguing. Hey, Wade, are you going to study? Let's go together. I'm sure. Hermione's tone made people dare not refuse at all. Wade nodded to Harry and Ron before turning to follow Hermione. Completely unreasonable, isn't she? Ron grumbled, frowning. Can't Dumbledore be fooled by Snape? Even Merlin was deceived once. Harry nodded silently, firmly believing that Snape was the villain. Good afternoon, students, came a cheerful voice from the wall. You're all Gryffindors, right? I'm a Gryffindor too. I'm Griffiths, and who are you? Ron responded, he's Harry Potter, and I'm Ron Weasley. We haven't seen you before, have we? That's right, I just moved here today. Griffiths replied, reminiscing. Weasley and Potter. I think I've known wizards with those surnames before. They're probably your ancestors, aren't they? Really? Even Harry became interested at this point, and the two of them momentarily forgot their previous argument, engaging in a conversation with the portrait on the wall. Apart from charms and transfiguration, Wade spent most of his time on alchemy. While studying alchemy, he continually deepened his understanding of other subjects. The book Professor Murray lent him, Learning Magical Artifacts Creation from Scratch, was entirely different from other books on alchemy. It contained almost no dry history or complex theories, nor did it delve into the relationships between the four classical elements. Instead, from the very first line, it focused on how to create various magical items. From common magical items like self-inking quills, moving photographs, flying brooms, and howlers, to rarer and more powerful items like pensieves, enchanted mirrors, invisibility cloaks, and guardian armors. Nearly every magical item Wade had seen or heard of could be found in the book. It even mentioned the sorting hat and time turners, though the latter was only discussed through speculation, without concrete methods of creation. However, just reading about these magical items didn't mean one could create them. It's like trying to build a computer without understanding electricity or programming. Even if you had all the instructions, it wouldn't be enough. The complexity and danger of magical items far exceeded that of a computer. Without the proper foundational knowledge, even the simplest steps would be incomprehensible. After several weeks of studying with Professor Murray, Wade often listened to him critique the assignments and creations of 6th and 7th year students. He even helped the professor as an assistant in crafting a teaching tool for one of his lessons. After some training, Professor Murray suggested that Wade try creating his own simple magical item with just 3 to 5 spells properly combined. One could create some fascinating effects. Self-inking quills and howlers were examples of such creations. Ideas started forming in Wade's mind. He thought about making a quill that could automatically change ink colors while writing, or adding a distance measuring function to a pair of glasses, or perhaps crafting a little dancing puppet. Almost as soon as these ideas appeared, the spells and the precise steps to create them formed in his mind as well. The spells and runes involved were quite basic, all of which Wade had already mastered. With just a few practice runs, he was confident he could succeed. But should he really go ahead with this? If he did, his creation would be no different from the student projects Professor Murray had called trash. It would be just another recycled idea, fulfilling the assignment without much inherent value. This would be Wade's first alchemy creation. He didn't want to approach it so casually, nor did he want his work to eventually end up in the garbage heap after submission. That night, his mind was full of ideas, preventing him from falling into a deep sleep. In that half-awake, half-dreaming state, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Sitting up in bed, Wade grabbed his wand and waved it. The oil lamps in the dormitory lit up, casting a soft orange-yellow glow. The dormitory was eerily quiet, and from outside the window came a barely audible noise. Wade put on his cloak, got out of bed, and walked to the window, where he discovered that it was snowing outside. Large snowflakes were gently falling, covering the entire castle in pure white. The thick snow blanketed everything, creating a serene and expansive atmosphere. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wade. He realized exactly what he wanted to do. Compared to this new idea, all his previous thoughts seemed flashy and superficial. In high spirits, he returned to bed and slept soundly until morning. Originally, Wade thought he had been bold by causing Quirrell to fall and injure his face, but that turned out to be nothing compared to what the Weasley twins soon pulled off. They enchanted several snowballs to chase Quirrell around, eventually hitting him on the back of the head. Professor McGonagall was furious. She stormed out of the Great Hall and deducted 30 points from her own house, Gryffindor. She also gave the twins a month's worth of detention, half of which they'd serve before the Christmas break, and the other half after. The twins pretended to be repentant and offered sincere apologies, but the moment they were out of McGonagall's sight, they were grinning with pride. "Why are you targeting Quirrell?" Wade asked curiously as he stood in the hallway. To someone like him, who knew the truth, what the twins had done seemed like playing with fire. The Weasley twins enjoyed pranks, but they'd never gone as far as to provoke a professor. After all, Gryffindors valued the house cup points, since being behind in points meant being mocked by Slytherin. If Professor Quirrell had deducted 200 points, no one would have been able to complain. Wade was puzzled. When did the twins become so reckless? The Weasley twins stared at him for a moment, their faces lighting up as if they remembered something. "Ah, you're from the library. What was your name again?" the brothers asked in unison. "Wade Grey, from Ravenclaw," Wade replied. The twins immediately understood this was a name they'd heard countless times from their youngest brother, Ron. After every class with Ravenclaw, Ron would enviously talk about a boy named Wade, who was admired by the professors and was supposedly destined to be the next Percy. But from what they'd seen, Wade Grey was nothing like their older brother Percy. In fact, like them, Wade was also an alchemy enthusiast, which made them like him even more. The Weasley's twins exchanged a glance and leaned in closer, saying, "Aren't you curious? Quirrell is always wearing that big turban. No matter how the weather changes, he never takes it off. We even asked the house elves in the kitchen, and he hasn't let them clean it either. So there must be some secret hidden under that turban, something he doesn't want anyone to know," Fred Weasley said with certainty. "Maybe it's some kind of dark magic weapon that messed up his brain. Or maybe it's a hideously ugly bald spot." George Weasley couldn't help but laugh. "Just imagine that. It's hilarious. Don't pick on Professor Quirrell just because he's easygoing." Wade tried to offer a gentle Hermione-style suggestion. "Do you dare to mess with Professor McGonagall's bun? Don't say such terrifying things." Fred, acting overly familiar, threw an arm around Wade's shoulder. "But I also noticed something strange. Do you know what it is?" "What?" George asked in a sidekick's tone. "I realized," Fred looked at Wade and said in a long tone, "that we've been pointing out all these strange things about Quirrell's turban, but you don't seem curious at all." Wade's heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing that beneath the twins' playful demeanor lay incredibly sharp intuition. His expression shifted slightly, and George immediately noticed. George raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you already know?" Wade crossed his arms, took a step back, and leaned against the wall as he squinted at the Weasley twins. "So, is this an interrogation?" Fred and George exchanged another glance, then laughed together. "Of course not. You figured out the answer before we did, so that's our loss," Fred said seriously. "But as for interrogating you, no way. We'll figure out the answer ourselves." George flashed a bright smile. Wade liked the Weasley twins a lot. They were the kind of people who would try to bring joy to others, even in the most desperate situations. Initially, he only wanted to stop them from continuing their reckless behavior, but looking at their bright expressions, he couldn't help but think, "Why should I keep Voldemort's secret?" Voldemort went to great lengths to hide his true identity because he feared Dumbledore. What benefit was there for Wade in helping to conceal it? On the contrary, if Wade was the only one who knew the secret, it would put him in a very dangerous position if Voldemort ever found out. But if the secret spread, Voldemort would be the one in trouble. With that thought, the anxiety Wade felt over keeping the secret suddenly lifted. However, he didn't want to completely expose the truth, leaving Voldemort no options. After all, even Dumbledore couldn't fully destroy him at the moment, and Voldemort was only hiding in the school to seize the Philosopher's Stone. If Voldemort realizes that he has no chance of getting it and decides to go on a killing spree out of rage, the students won't stand a chance against him. Who knows how many will die before Dumbledore arrives? After thinking carefully, Wade said, "Actually." The Weasley twins' eyes lit up. "Let's find a quieter place to talk." For Wade, the safest place besides his dormitory was the Umbrella Room. He remembered that the school also had the Room of Requirement, but when Wade watched the movies back in the day, he was too focused on the plot and special effects to take note of its exact location. As a result, he had been searching for 3 months without any luck. to avoid a scenario like in the movies where the protagonist discusses an important secret only to have someone eavesdrop and leak the information to the villain, causing a string of tragedies. They headed to the umbrella room. With the holidays fast approaching, everyone's enthusiasm for studying had dwindled, so the umbrella room was nearly empty. Inside, there were only 2 people: Hermione, nearly hidden behind a tall stack of books, looking completely overwhelmed by her reading, and Ryan, who had brought in a pile of wood and was busy making new targets. Wow, is this your secret base? Fred poked his head in first and looked around. Soon, another red-haired head appeared beside him, and George greeted, "Hello there, Miss Know-It-All." "Oh, it's not good," Hermione said gloomily. "Does anyone know who Nicholas Flamel is? He's not mentioned in great wizards of the 20th century, nor in notable magical names of our time. I couldn't find him in important modern magical discoveries or a study of recent developments in wizardry either. I must have gone through 100 books already. Could it be that he's just not written about?" Everyone in and around the room froze for a moment, then spoke in unison. "What are you talking about, Hermione? Of course Nicholas Flamel is in the books." Hermione slowly raised her head, blinking with a rare, heart-wrenching look of confusion on her face. "You all already know about Nicholas Flamel, of course," Ryan said, as he propped up a target. "He celebrated his 665th birthday last year. It was even reported in the Daily Prophet. My dad says he might be the oldest person in the world. 665 years old." Hermione repeated in disbelief. Fred added, "Nicholas Flamel is the greatest alchemist ever. He created the only Philosopher's Stone in the world." The Philosopher's Stone. Hermione felt like she had read that term in a book before. George said, "The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and it also produces the elixir of life. When I was younger, my biggest dream was to own one. Turning things to gold? Elixir of life." Hermione kept repeating. Wade, who had just turned to close the door, couldn't help but tease, "Hermione, have you turned into a broken record?" Fred and the others didn't know what a broken record was, but the meaning was simple enough, and they all burst out laughing. Hermione looked at Wade with wide, hopeful eyes. "So, Wade, don't tell me you also know about Nicholas Flamel." Wade gave a simple explanation. "I've been studying alchemy recently, and his works are the first thing I've been reading." "Alchemy?" Ryan was surprised. "That's a 6th-year course." "Yeah, but I can start laying the groundwork now," Wade replied. Then he asked, "By the way, Theo isn't with you today. He's helping Professor Sprout organize the greenhouse. I realized the last target I broke couldn't be repaired, so I figured I might as well make a few new ones," Ryan explained, brushing off his clothes as he finished and came over to grab a glass of water. Wade casually cast a scour jiffy to remove the small wood chips from him. Fred, sitting on a chair with his legs slung over the back, poked Hermione and asked, "Hello, are you still with us? Still alive? Do you know what day it is?" Hermione, who had been slumped over the table, swatted away Fred's hand as it waved in front of her and sat up, and said frustratedly, "I should have just asked directly. I've been searching for over a month." Wade glanced at the books scattered across her desk, all of which were on the history of modern magic. Of course, she couldn't find Nicholas Flamel there. He was born in 14th century France and would be mentioned in much older texts. "Hermione, why are you looking up Nicholas Flamel?" Ryan asked with concern. When Wade wasn't around, it was always Hermione who generously helped everyone with their questions, so the group had long considered her a true friend. I just... Hermione initially wanted to brush it off, since explaining would reveal that they had broken school rules by sneaking into the forbidden area at night. But when she looked up and saw everyone's sincere, concerned expressions, she felt a wave of guilt for hiding the truth. "Well, here's what happened." Hermione hesitated for a moment, but finally relayed the entire adventure. Their late-night escapade into the restricted section and, after the quidditch match, how she, Harry, and Ron visited Hagrid. During that visit, Hagrid accidentally let slip that what the three-headed dog was guarding had something to do with Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. "So, it seems that the big dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone," Hermione concluded. "I bet Flamel asked Dumbledore to safeguard it. He knows someone is after the stone, and since he's friends with Dumbledore, that's why it's being kept at Hogwarts." Hermione glanced at Wade, but she didn't mention his earlier suspicion even though she was increasingly convinced that Wade was right. The whole situation might just be a test that Dumbledore had set up for Harry. However, letting other students know that the headmaster was giving special treatment to one student wouldn't be good for Harry. One only had to look at how Harry was treated by his classmates after he first arrived at Hogwarts to understand the pressures of being in the spotlight. Hermione knew her friend had always been troubled by the attention. "Then who do you think is after the Philosopher's Stone?" Ryan asked. "Harry and Ron are convinced it's Snape because his leg seems to have been bitten by the three-headed dog. But I think..." Before she could finish, George suddenly interrupted. "Quirrell." Hermione was stunned for a second before replying, "What does Professor Quirrell have to do with it? I mean, I don't think he's very competent, but..." The Weasley twins looked at Wade. Wade thought for a moment, but did not mention the plot he knew. Instead he just repeated what he had heard that day, word for word. He had a very good memory in this life, and despite more than a month having passed, the dialogue he recited was almost without deviation. An invisible chill seemed to rise from the ground. The umbrella room fell into a long silence, and no one spoke for a long time. Finally, Fred broke the silence. I've got to say this joke is not funny at all, did you understand, George? George nodded silently, his face was unusually pale. So Ryan struggled to understand and frowning as he spoke. Professor Quirrell is not Professor Quirrell. No, rather, a dark wizard has possessed him. He wants to kill Harry Potter. Our defense against the dark arts professor is a Death Eater. He looked around at everyone, seemingly expecting someone to suddenly shout, "Got you?" Just kidding. But no one spoke. Ryan slumped into a chair, holding onto the table. After a while, he said hopefully, "Shouldn't we go find Professor Dumbledore? All Death Eaters are afraid of him. As long as Professor Dumbledore takes action, he'll definitely." Hermione shook her head slightly and said softly, "No, you don't understand, Ryan. He stood on my corpse and became a star. Think about that sentence, Ryan. Who would say something like that?" The color slowly drained from the boy's face. Ryan clenched his fists and his body trembled slightly. "But it's impossible, that person is already dead, isn't he? Everyone knows he's dead, killed by Harry Potter." It was as if he suddenly bit his tongue, and his voice cut off abruptly. Hermione looked at him with pity. She could tell that the boy already believed it, but he was too afraid to admit it. As if by not admitting it, that person would not be resurrected. There was nothing laughable about it, because she felt a shiver herself. Born in the Muggle world, Hermione should have had no personal feelings about Voldemort. But she had read many books even before entering the wizarding world, so she understood, perhaps even more than most students from wizarding families, just how many horrifying atrocities the He Who Must Not Be Named had committed. Before that person disappeared, his power had swelled to its peak, casting a terrifying shadow over the entire British Isles, even Dumbledore. People said that the person he feared most was Dumbledore, because the flames of war had never reached Hogwarts. But even Dumbledore couldn't stop the relentless wave of deaths. This had left Hermione with a deep, subconscious fear of that person. But when she tried to say his name, she opened her mouth, yet couldn't bring herself to say it aloud. It felt as though it would awaken some terrifying monster. The Dark Lord. Hermione looked at everyone and said, "If the Dark Lord really has possessed Professor Quirrell, I think we should tell Dumbledore." "Wade, why didn't you go straight to Professor Dumbledore at the time?" Wade thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe because it's hard to believe Dumbledore knows nothing about this." Fred nodded. Dumbledore must have noticed something unusual about Quirrell, but for some reason, he hasn't acted on it yet. George said seriously, "He knows everything." "But what if?" Hermione countered. "What if Dumbledore only suspects and is still looking for evidence? He might think that Professor Quirrell has just sided with the dark forces, but doesn't know that the Dark Lord is possessing him. We should find Dumbledore, tell him the truth, and let him decide what to do." "Of course, Hermione, you're right," Ryan said. "That's exactly what we should do." "Then why don't we act now?" Fred said decisively and stood up. "I saw Dumbledore in the Great Hall during dinner. He must still be at the school." Hermione hadn't expected him to be so bold. She hesitated and asked, "Should we bring Harry with us? I mean, the Dark Lord wants to kill him. Harry should know where the danger is coming from." Wade thought for a moment. "Like you said, Hermione, let Dumbledore decide." Hermione thought of what he had mentioned about a test and nodded silently. Her eyes were full of worry, as if she feared that Voldemort might kill Harry on their way to find Dumbledore. Standing in the hallway, Wade pulled out a bright silver whistle and blew into it. The sharp, piercing sound cut through the air, and soon, an owl flew over from the western tower, flying through the window and landing precisely on Wade's outstretched arm. "Cool." Fred whistled in admiration. The owl, Eva, tilted her head to look at him and hooted twice. Wade rolled up the written note and let Eva hold it in her beak. He instructed, "Deliver this to Professor Dumbledore and then bring his reply back to me." Eva nodded and flew away. Everyone watched as she circled in the sky, then headed toward a small tower window and flew inside. Hermione bit her finger nervously and said, "What if Professor Dumbledore doesn't take our letter seriously? Maybe I should have written it in more detail, so he knows we aren't just messing around." Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't keep them waiting long. After just a minute or two, Eva flew out of the window again. The owl delivered the reply to Wade. On the parchment, in long, looping handwriting, were the words, "You are welcome to come to my office. The password is Bertie Bott's Sunday." Bertie Bott's Sunday. George mumbled, "I don't think I've ever seen that dessert in the Great Hall." Fred said, "It was at the end of term feast last semester." "What were you doing then?" "Oh right, you were sneaking a jar of cockroaches into Montague's bag, to make him think he bought a pile of cockroaches." George recalled the prank and laughed. He hasn't eaten cockroach clusters since. "Wait, did you sneak some of my sundae?" "How can you call it sneaking?" Fred argued. "I took it right in front of you, you just didn't see it." As they bantered and playfully argued, they reached the entrance to the headmaster's office. On the way, they ran into Michael, who was returning from the Quidditch pitch. He greeted them and naturally joined the group, with no one thinking anything of it. At the entrance sat an incredibly ugly stone gargoyle. Fred avoided George's attack, jumped to the front and said, "Bertie Bott's Sunday." The gargoyle jumped aside, and the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase that slowly ascended. One by one, they stepped inside, and with a rumble, the wall closed behind them. The staircase carried them higher and higher, and Wade was quietly amazed. In the Muggle world, escalators were common, but this was the first time he had seen something like this in the magical world. So why mimic Muggle inventions like this? An elevator always appears wherever the headmaster needs it. As the rotating staircase began to make them dizzy, they finally saw a gleaming oak door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. This was Dumbledore's office. Fred strode forward and knocked on the brass knocker, and the oak door silently swung open. Dumbledore's office was a marvelous sight. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters, some sleeping, some observing them with interest, and others with nothing but empty frames. The long-legged desk was cluttered with strange silver instruments, which spun and puffed out small wisps of smoke. The sorting hat rested on a shelf, seemingly asleep, emitting soft snores. Behind the door, perched on a tall, stood an extremely stunning bird. Its feathers were gold and red, and though slightly sparse, they were still dazzlingly beautiful, and it gazed down at them with sharp, intelligent eyes. "Oh my God," Hermione whispered, "it's a phoenix. I read in a book that Professor Dumbledore owns a real phoenix." Albus Dumbledore sat behind the desk, wearing half-moon spectacles perched on his hooked nose and dressed in a deep purple robe adorned with fleur-de-lis patterns. He sat in a high-backed chair and his light blue eyes were gazing warmly at the group. "Welcome, children. I hope my office hasn't bored you." "Bored? This place is amazing, Professor," Fred boldly exclaimed. Dumbledore chuckled softly and said, "In your letter, you mentioned you have something very important to tell me. You may begin." The group exchanged glances and silently urged one another to speak. Even Hermione hesitated now, as she had also broken the rules and wasn't eager to confess. In the end, Wade had no choice but to step forward and recount the conversation he had overheard once again. The others chimed in, adding their own thoughts and guesses. Michael's face gradually turned pale, realizing how serious this conversation in the headmaster's office was. He looked around and felt as though he was the only one who was truly shocked by the situation. Dumbledore listened patiently and showed no signs of surprise. His eyes, which seemed to see straight into people's souls, turned to Wade, and he asked, "When you overheard this conversation, are you certain you weren't detected?" "I had used a fire-making spell beforehand, so I'm not sure if he noticed any traces of the spell. But as soon as Professor Quirrell entered the room, I hid. From the window's angle, he wouldn't have been able to see me." Wade continued carefully. "Before he left, I made sure I didn't make any noise, didn't use any magic, and had no noticeable scent. I stayed outside the window until dawn before returning, and on my way back, I encountered Griffith's portrait and Professor Murray. During the next defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell didn't pay any special attention to me, and his attitude didn't seem to change." Dumbledore nodded slightly and said, "For now, it seems he hasn't noticed. But I want you all to remember something starting today. Try not to dwell on this matter, and avoid making eye contact with Professor Quirrell. Do you understand?" Wade nodded silently. "Professor," Ryan couldn't help but ask, "aren't you going to catch him? While he still doesn't know he's been exposed." "It's not the right time yet, Mr. Carrow," Dumbledore said patiently. "In fact, at the beginning of this term, I noticed some troubling changes in our Professor Quirrell. The information you've brought me confirms my worst suspicions, but it's still too soon to confront him. Rest assured, I've asked a very reliable person to keep an eye on him, and I will ensure the safety of the students." "So, Professor, is it really him?" George asked softly. "I believe so," Dumbledore confirmed their suspicions. "Voldemort has returned to this school, in a way no one could have imagined. But he likely doesn't realize that his clever disguise has been seen through by a group of children. He always tends to underestimate those he believes are weaker than him. Oh, and you've all done exceptionally well. But everyone says that Voldemort was killed by Harry Potter when he was just a baby," Fred said. "He was indeed gravely injured that night when he tried to kill Harry and disappeared from sight. But he did not truly die." "I've always been certain of that," Dumbledore replied. "Voldemort is now in a rare state, one where even the killing curse can't easily destroy him." Fred looked confused, but Dumbledore didn't seem inclined to explain further. "Professor, can I tell Harry about this?" Hermione asked cautiously. "I'm afraid not, Miss Granger," Dumbledore responded politely but firmly. "But, given that Voldemort killed Harry's parents, I don't think it would be wise to let him know his enemy is so close," Dumbledore said. "Harry might not be able to handle this as calmly and rationally as you all have. It would put him in great danger. So, I need you to keep this secret, especially from Harry. Can you do that?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Fred muttered, "But the Dark Lord still wants to kill him? To keep him safe, should we make Harry leave the Quidditch team?" Wood would cry. George forced a smile. "He says Harry is the best seeker he's ever seen. He's pinned all his hopes of winning the championship on him." "Oh, about that?" Dumbledore clasped his hands together and smiled as he said, "I don't think we should give up the joy of Quidditch just because of some prying eyes in the shadows. So, yes, Harry doesn't need to leave the team. I will ensure his safety." With this assurance, the Gryffindors immediately felt relieved. After all, in the hearts of the young lions, who could be more reliable than Dumbledore? The group happily prepared to leave, but just before they reached the door, Ryan hesitated and stopped. "Professor Dumbledore." "Yes, there's one more thing," Ryan stammered. "Go ahead, Mr. Carrow." Professor Quirrell. Ryan gathered his courage and asked, "What will happen to him after you drive away the Dark Lord? Will he be all right?" Ryan pressed. At this question, Dumbledore, who had remained composed throughout, finally showed a change in expression. He looked deeply into Ryan's eyes with a trace of sadness in his gaze. "I'm afraid not, my child." Ryan's eyes widened. "Voldemort did terrible things to him in order to possess him. Horrible things. They formed a wicked symbiotic relationship. When Voldemort leaves, Quirrell will inevitably die. The group fell silent. For these 11-year-old children, watching someone close to them, even if it's a bad person, move toward an irreversible death stirred a sense of sadness in their hearts. Children, your compassion and your desire to save him are truly noble traits. Dumbledore lowered his eyes and spoke gently but with a cold truth. But when Quirrell sold his soul to Voldemort out of greed and ambition, this outcome was already inevitable. As they left the headmaster's office, everyone felt conflicted. Dumbledore really does know everything, Fred said. Did you see? He wasn't surprised at all. It's hard to imagine, Ryan said. We're only in our first year, and we're already going through this war, the Dark Lord, death. I thought those things would be far away from us. And Professor Quirrell sighed. I heard he used to be a good person. They stood by the corridor, where everything was covered in snow. Some younger students were shouting and playing snowball fights in the courtyard, and Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were among them. Dumbledore is right, Hermione suddenly said. Wade looked puzzled. We shouldn't tell Harry the truth, Hermione said, her eyes filled with a kind of pity and almost motherly affection as she watched Harry. Otherwise, the heavy reality and hatred would crush him. Let's not talk about this, Wade reminded them. Remember what Dumbledore said. We should try not to think about it, and don't make eye contact with him. It's best to stay away. Hermione nodded silently. Michael looked at Wade, as if wanting to say something but hesitated. Wade gave him a questioning look, but Michael just shook his head and said nothing. Later that evening, after returning to the common room, Michael avoided everyone and quietly said, I thought you might resent Dumbledore. You almost died, Wade. He knew everything and still let the students face danger. Wade suddenly turned his head and looked at Michael. Michael gave him a strange look. Have you really never thought of questioning him about this, Wade? In fact, he hadn't. The knowledge of the story had, in a way, clouded his thinking. Wade knew from the start that Voldemort was attached to the back of Quirrell's head and was aware that no one would die this year. With a sense of superiority from being both a reincarnator and a prophet, he even approached the discovery of Voldemort's secret with a game-like attitude. To him, uncovering the Dark Lord's secret was just a slip-up, and he hadn't blamed anyone for it. Under Michael's gaze, Wade carefully reviewed the entire situation from the beginning, including his thoughts and what Dumbledore might have considered, as well as the fates of those involved according to the story. He realized that he still wouldn't question or resent Dumbledore. Why? Michael asked in confusion. He's the headmaster. He's supposed to protect us. And if I question him, what would I gain? Wade asked seriously. To see Dumbledore repent? To have him apologize to me? What good would that do? Would resenting Dumbledore make us any safer in the future? Michael fell silent. Brooding over what's already happened is pointless, Michael, Wade concluded. Yelling at the only person who can protect us, questioning him, resisting him, it's foolish. Being favored is what allows people to act fearlessly. We're not favored, so we can't afford to indulge in venting our emotions. Michael was quiet for a long time before he softly asked, Don't you feel wronged? No, Wade replied. If I've learned anything from this, it's that. First, never put all your hope in someone else. Second, only those with power can do as they please. And third, if you can't beat someone, you have to endure. That's just how the world is always has been. Though Wade spoke rationally to Michael, in reality, he wasn't completely unaffected by the situation. Several nights passed where, upon waking in the middle of the night, Wade's dreams seemed to flash with the green light that symbolized death. Sometimes, the gruesome and cruel voice of the noseless, bald creature echoed in his mind. In the second half of those nights, unable to sleep, Wade would stare at the stars on the ceiling or simply get up to read. He began dedicating more time to studying and alchemy. In the last week before Christmas, Wade finally completed his first magical device. On pale yellow parchment, golden lines formed intricate and precise geometric patterns. The inner and outer circles rotated slowly at different speeds, with ancient runes flickering in golden light. Wade could clearly see the flow of magic within the parchment, how the spell was functioning. He could even faintly sense which parts needed adjustment and where certain materials required replacement. After a while, his eyes started to feel strained, so he closed them for a brief rest. When he looked again, it was just an ordinary piece of parchment. After completing his first independent magical device, Wade's vision underwent another transformation. He gained a new ability. In addition to seeing people's true names and the way spells were cast, Wade realized he could now see magical diagrams, the flow of magic within alchemical items, the spells used, and the runes inscribed upon them. However, this required intense concentration. The moment his attention wavered, the special vision disappeared. In a way, this was a good thing, but Wade wished his cheat could give him an instruction manual. At first, he thought he was destined to be an or no polyjuice potion or transfiguration would escape his eyes. Later, he considered that perhaps he was meant to be a teacher, offering personalized one-on-one guidance to each student. If not achieving a 100% success rate, it would at least be close to 90%. But now, Wade believed he was a natural-born alchemist. Still, he mused, if I had never encountered alchemy, would I have ever discovered the truly amazing things my eyes can see? During Thursday's tutoring session, he handed his meticulously adjusted creation to Professor Murray. Oh, let me see, a piece of parchment. Professor Murray put on his glasses and stopped Wade from trying to explain. With his slender fingers, he slowly stroked the seemingly ordinary piece of parchment. Ordinary parchment, with a touch of mercury, fish oil from a stone-scaled fish, and mouse ear grass, none of which are particularly rare materials. Professor Murray murmured softly as he cast spells and lightly moved his fingers to inspect the magic runes embedded within. Transfiguration spell, binding spell, elimination spell, and a concealment spell. Very clever, extremely clever thinking. He looked at Wade with surprised, gleaming eyes and said, I suppose you must have another piece of parchment like this, don't you? Yes, Professor, Wade smiled, pulling a bound notebook from his bag. In fact, I have a whole stack. Professor Murray smiled. He sat down, thoughtfully considering for a moment, then wrote something on the parchment in his hand. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. The strong, bold handwriting appeared simultaneously on both pieces of parchment, identical in content and position. As I suspected, Professor Murray continued his inspection. The magic rune structure is incredibly stable. Even I can't find anything to improve. It's almost unrestricted by distance and can transmit information instantly. As he spoke, he began pacing the room, walking back and forth several times, muttering incomprehensible things to himself, his eyebrows practically lifting off his face in excitement. After a while, Professor Murray suddenly turned around, striding over to Wade, grasping his shoulders with excitement. Child, do you realize? You're going to change the world? This is a world-altering invention? Merlin's beard? It's more significant than any of my inventions so far. I can't believe you're only 11 years old. This is just a piece of parchment, but it's so much more than just a piece of parchment. It will change the way all wizards communicate. How could no one have thought of this before? It's so simple, yet so brilliant. Seeing the gleam in Professor Murray's eyes and his slightly manic demeanor, Wade's heart started pounding. He struggled not to step back, his fingers curled slightly and he nearly reached out for his wand. In a flash, countless historical precedents came to mind, like the famous poet, who was killed over jealousy, or Galileo Galilei, who was suppressed and persecuted by other scholars. Wade's sense of caution heightened in that instant, as if he had returned to that day when he overheard Voldemort's voice through the wall. Silently, Wade clutched a small bean-like object, his personal safety guarantee. He did his best to remain humble and composed, and smiled as he said, I can't take credit for this invention. I merely borrowed from the Muggle concept of internet communication. Without your patient guidance, Professor, I wouldn't have been able to make it work. Wade was well aware of the significance of the phone, but he thought now that the Muggle world already had telephones and the internet, the appearance of an instant communication tool in the wizarding world shouldn't be such a big deal. After all, wizards already had tools like the two-way mirror, which could be used for video calls. The only advantage parchment had was that it was cheaper. The spells were simple and easy to understand as well. You could say that the preconditions for this had been available to wizards for hundreds of years, yet for some reason, no one seemed to have thought in this direction. Wade maintained a smile on his face, hoping that Professor Murray would understand what he meant. The research results can be discussed if he wants them, and the glory can be shared. There is no need to act impulsively and turn hostile, and certainly no need to get physical. Otherwise, Wade would have no choice but to fight back. He didn't really believe that Hogwarts was absolutely safe just because Dumbledore was there. After all, the Obliviate and Imperious Curse, Imperio, weren't that difficult to perform. But it seemed that Professor Murray didn't understand his intentions. Without hesitation, he retorted, why doesn't it count? The American continent existed thousands of years ago, but Columbus is still hailed as a hero for discovering it. Dumbledore discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood. Does that mean people hadn't studied dragon's blood before? Of course not. Kid, there's nothing shameful about standing on the shoulders of giants. What matters is that you're the first to invent it. Hold on, I need to write 2 letters. Wade's heart, which had been racing, began to calm down. He suddenly realized that Professor Murray had no intention of monopolizing his alchemical achievements. He was simply genuinely happy for Wade. It was just that Professor Murray's enthusiasm and his overly excited expression had made Wade feel threatened. He slowly adjusted his breathing and heart rate, realizing that his mindset was a bit off. Because of Quirrell and Dumbledore, his level of trust in the school's professors had become very low. He instinctively suspected them with the worst intentions. But in reality, Professor Flitwick was gentle and kind-hearted, and Professor Murray had been helping and guiding him since they'd met. It was really unfair of him to doubt them like this. Unaware of Wade's inner turmoil, Professor Murray wrote a few lines before suddenly asking, by the way, Wade, what's the name of this creation of yours? It should have a name, right? Wade tried to respond calmly, yes, I call it Book of Friends. He wrote Book of Friends on the paper, but felt it lacked a bit of charm, so he wrote the 3 words in Chinese characters. What is this? Professor Murray curiously poked at the 3 flowing characters that resembled a painting. It's the Chinese characters for Book of Friends, Wade explained, then pronounced it once more in Chinese. Professor Murray clumsily mimicked the pronunciation, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Not bad. This could become your unique signature. He continued writing his letter. Wade, have you applied to stay at school during the holidays? No, Wade replied and sat down beside him. My parents have been looking forward to me coming home. On the 3rd day after Christmas, I'm hosting a small party at my home. Be sure to keep that day free, Professor Murray said. I can introduce you to some, friends who could be quite helpful to you. Of course, it would be my honor, Professor. Wade, feeling guilty, was being particularly agreeable. And remember, keep your book of friends a secret for now. Don't make it public, Professor Murray said with a wink and a smile. I'll have a surprise for you during the holidays. The lingering embers of suspicion still smoldered in Wade's heart, and he instinctively became cautious. He hesitantly said, actually, I was planning to give it as a Christmas gift to my friends. If the response is good, I thought I could sell it in a small circle among my classmates, just to earn a bit of pocket money. Oh Wade. Professor Murray looked up at him, his gaze was soft, as if he was looking at a child, and he chuckled gently. My boy, you're still young, so you don't understand. There are two types of alchemists in this world. Those who learn a bit of alchemy and then work for the Ministry of Magic or various companies. They are called alchemists, but in reality, they're just laborers for capital. Then, there are the other type of alchemists, like me. He pointed a finger at his own chest, then at Wade. And you? Wade's eyes widened slightly. Surprised? Do you think it's too soon for me to say something like this about you? Professor Murray asked, almost as if he could read his mind. Wade nodded. I thought, this was just a simple little thing. I'm only just starting out in alchemy. Professor Murray smiled and shook his head. The person who invented the quill probably also thought it was just a simple little thing, but we've been using it for over 1,000 years. He finished writing his letter, stamped it with his seal, and sent it off with an owl. Finally, he advised Wade. It's fine to exchange small gifts between friends, but you should probably skip selling it yourself. Your time should be spent on more valuable things, not on being a peddler. That evening, after finishing all the book of friends he planned to give out during the holiday, Wade returned to his dormitory. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed, thinking about all the people he had met here. Quirrell and Voldemort wandering around the castle. Dumbledore coldly treating the lives of teachers and students as pieces on a chessboard, yet still the protector of this school. Don't you feel wronged? Michael had asked him. Ryan had said, I thought things like this would be far from us. Fred had said, Dumbledore really does know everything. Hermione had said, Dumbledore is right, the heavy reality and hatred would crush him. And then there was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Wade covered his eyes with his hand, looking as though he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a soft pop sounded in the room, like a bubble bursting. Wade immediately opened his eyes and turned to look. Standing in the center of the dormitory was the house elf, Zoe. You've come, Zoe, Wade smiled. Thank you for agreeing to my request earlier. Zoe spoke in a soft voice. Wade Grey needed help, so of course Zoe is happy to help. But Zoe didn't receive any signal, so she came to check on him. That's because I didn't run into any danger today. Professor Murray turned out to be better than I expected. Wade took a small green bean out of his pocket and showed it to Zoe. It was their communication device, and Zoe had one as well. After finishing the Book of Friends, Wade had also made these small magical beans, using transfiguration spells and binding spells. Whenever he squeezed his bean, the one in Zoe's hand would heat up. Ever since that chance encounter with Quirrell, Wade had been thinking about how to ensure his own survival. Dumbledore had his own plans, and the professors wouldn't go against Dumbledore's orders to act as his bodyguards. The only ones willing to help him unconditionally were the school's house elves. Luckily, he has a good relationship with the house elves responsible for the Ravenclaw Tower. These unique creatures can apparate to any corner of Hogwarts, and their magic is even stronger than that of some adult wizards. Although they can't defy the professors, helping a student escape danger doesn't violate their duties. So, Wade had made an agreement with Zoe. Whenever the magical bean in her hand heats up, Zoe will immediately come to his side and transport him to a safe place. Before meeting with Professor Murray today, Wade had carried the magical bean, preparing for the worst. Fortunately, he didn't have to use it. The house elf looked at him with childlike, clear eyes. Wade Grey is feeling sad. Wade paused, sighed, and fiddled with the magical bean in his hand. Not exactly sad, I guess. I just suddenly realized that my thinking has been a bit too dark. He swallowed the word and continued, paranoid, I suppose. I assumed the worst about a professor who's been nothing but kind to me. Wade Grey did nothing wrong. Zoe suddenly exclaimed loudly. Zoe. Professor Murray is a good person, but it's right for Wade Grey to stay cautious. Zoe nodded firmly. Zoe knows of a defense against the dark arts professor who tried to do bad things with a third-year girl and ended up in Azkaban. Zoe also knows another defense against the dark arts professor who used dark magic on students and went to Azkaban too. And another one, who gained a student's trust, invited him to a party, and then arranged for dark wizards to kidnap the student for ransom. Wade couldn't help but laugh. Did he also end up in Azkaban? Zoe shook her head. A miscast spell caused his wand to explode. He died. All of them were defense against the dark arts professors. That job really is cursed, Wade commented sarcastically. Defense against the dark arts professors are replaced often. Many are bad people. Quirrell is bad too. Wade Grey must always stay cautious, Zoe said seriously. Wade sighed again. I will. The next morning, when Wade woke up, he waved his wand to check the time. Golden numbers appeared in the air, 7 a.m. It was Friday, and they had no classes in the morning, so most students wouldn't be getting up early. As Wade passed through the common room, only 2 fifth-year students were sitting by the fireplace, reading books. Poor seniors. Wade thought sympathetically. He conjured a small blue flame with his wand, placing it inside a bottle. Carrying it around would keep him warm, even outdoors. Wade would be leaving school by train tomorrow, so he decided to visit the library after breakfast and borrow a couple of extra books. That way, he wouldn't waste time once he got home. After spending the morning in the library, Wade returned to the Great Hall, where he saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick busy putting up Christmas decorations. He immediately went over to help. Thank you, Wade, Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. We need to hang those garlands on the walls. Together, they worked with their wands. Vibrant garlands of hanging flowers adorned the walls, 12 towering Christmas trees stood on either side, and hundreds of candles lined up, winding around the trees under Professor Flitwick's guidance, burning softly. Golden bubbles floated from the tip of his wand, hanging on the branches like ornaments. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall tapped the icicles hanging from the tree branches with her wand, transforming some of them into sparkling little animals or bells. Her effortless use of transfiguration earned admiring gasps from the students in the hall. More students came to help, showcasing their creativity. Some conjured golden stars, others proud-looking stags, and a few had sleighs running across the ceiling, displaying impressive magical skills that earned their houses extra points from the two professors. Of course, not everyone succeeded. One Slytherin boy, who had only meant to conjure a few candles, misfired his spell, causing his wand to explode, leaving his face completely blackened, much to the amusement of the others. Soon, the Great Hall was completely transformed. As Michael came down for lunch, he said, conflicted, "You know, Wade, I really miss my family. But..." He poked a branch, causing the ice hamster hanging there to squeak. "Christmas at Hogwarts seems pretty fun too." He looked as though he really wanted to stay. "Wade, Michael, perfect timing. You're both here," said West, the 6th-year prefect, striding over and handing them each a sheet of paper. "Here, sign this." Michael took a look at it. "A notice of prohibition on magic use during holidays? Why do we have to sign this? I'm a wizard." "Yay, underage wizard," West replied nonchalantly, nodding as he urged, "Hurry up, I still need to find Anthony and the others." Wade glanced down at the notice. Notice of prohibition on magic use during holidays. In accordance with the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, underage wizards must adhere to the following prohibitions during the holidays. 1. Wizards under the age of 17 are considered underage and are forbidden from using magic outside of school. 2. Underage wizards must abide by and uphold the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Any magical activities that may draw the attention of non-magical persons, muggles, are considered serious violations. 3. Knowingly using magic in front of muggles is a criminal offense and will result in a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Repeat offenders may face expulsion. There were 7 or 8 more rules listed, but they all essentially boiled down to the same thing: no magic use and no revealing anything about the wizarding world to muggles. Wade remembered reading in history books that, starting in the 15th century, muggles began hunting down wizards on a large scale. Although wizards were often more powerful individually, their social structure was entirely decentralized. Wizards relied on the Muggle world for everything except transportation, which often led to them being exposed. For over 200 years, many wizards were persecuted and killed by Muggles. Children, in particular, were at risk, as they couldn't control their magic and would easily draw attention, leading to their capture, imprisonment, or even being burned at the stake. To protect the wizarding community, the International Statute of Secrecy was officially established in 1692 and has been strictly upheld ever since, becoming a fundamental law in the wizarding world. Of course, wizarding books only recorded the persecution of wizards by Muggles, without explaining what caused the sudden deterioration of relations or detailing the wizards' retaliation. Perhaps to ease tensions between Muggles and wizards and prevent further conflict, the history textbooks, such as A History of Magic, were vague about this period, focusing instead on the eccentric witch Wendelin the Weird. She was a powerful and bizarre witch who actually enjoyed being burned at the stake, deliberately changing her appearance so she could be caught 47 times. The book used her as an example to argue that burning witches was a futile endeavor, but in reality, many witches were burned at the stake. And even more, in fact, were innocent women who were mistakenly accused of being witches. Wade looked at the notice. The seemingly ordinary parchment was inscribed with complex magical runes. Pressed for time by West's urging, he didn't have a chance to study it further and simply signed his name. As soon as he signed, Wade felt something invisible, like a contract, binding itself to him. "Don't think you can secretly use magic at home," West warned one last time. "All underage wizards have a trace on them. The moment you use magic, the Ministry will know. Every year, a couple of idiots receive warning letters from the Ministry. I hope you won't be one of them." The school term passed heartbreakingly fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, it was time to leave. As the first-year students lined up behind Hagrid to leave, the few students who chose to stay behind stood by the window, enviously watching them go. In truth, Wade also envied these students. They would have 2 weeks to roam freely around the school, practically having the library and the potions classroom to themselves, and they could consult professors at any time, almost like receiving one-on-one tutoring. Wade sighed. If it weren't for his mom Fiona eagerly anticipating his return for the past month, he would have loved to stay at school as well. Of course, the thought of going home also felt great. After being away for nearly half a year, the love and longing his parents had bottled up seemed to burst forth the moment they saw him. Fiona hugged him at least 10 times a day, occasionally kissing his forehead tenderly. Fred, though more reserved, would pat his shoulder or tousle his hair from time to time. During the few months at school, Wade had grown 3 centimeters taller. Since he was constantly climbing stairs and occasionally exercised for 10 to 30 minutes after sitting for too long, his body had become stronger, even showing the beginnings of noticeable ABS. But to Fiona, all these positive changes amounted to just 2 words too thin. She said with concern while gently touching Wade's face, "Are you not eating enough at school? Just wait, today I'm going to prepare a huge feast for you." With that, she excitedly went off to get busy. Wade glanced in the mirror. The 11-year-old boy reflected there still had a slight bit of baby fat on his face, making him look a little round, with a healthy, rosy complexion. Fred sat next to Wade and asked seriously, "Wade, in your letters, you only ever share the good news and none of the bad. Now tell me the truth, has anyone at school been giving you a hard time?" Wade replied equally seriously, "No, honestly. Ravenclaw is a peaceful house, and most of my classmates only care about ability, not bloodline. I'm top of the class in several subjects, and our head of house, Professor Flitwick, likes me a lot. There's also Professor Murray, who sets aside 2 hours every week to teach me alchemy. He also invited me to his private party before the holidays." "That's good to hear. Sounds like you've found some good teachers," Fred smiled. "Are you happy at school?" "Of course," Wade smiled back, "very happy." Before Christmas, Wade sent out all his gifts. The next morning, when he came downstairs, he saw the area under the Christmas tree piled high with presents. Fiona came over, hugged his head, and gave him a firm kiss on the forehead. She said happily, "Thank you, dear. I really love the gift you gave me." Wade had given her a bottle of beauty potion he brewed himself, a finished product approved by Professor Snape. Fred also nodded. "The magical razor is great. But is there something special about the parchment you put in the gift box?" "This is an alchemy project I completed on my own. It's called Book of Friends," Wade said with a bit of pride. He pulled out a notebook he had bound himself, with the title Book of Friends written on the cover. When he opened it, the first page had family written at the top of the first line, with the word name in smaller text on the right, followed by a blank line. Wade handed each of his parents a quill and then wrote his own name on the right-hand side. "The 3 of our ledgers are linked. Like this, I write my name, and then write what I want to say here." On the blank line, he wrote, "Merry Christmas." Fiona let out a small gasp of surprise as she saw the same words appear on the parchment in her hands. "Wade, Merry Christmas." "Oh, I get it." Fiona quickly wrote her name in the top right corner and then added a message below. "Merry Christmas, sweetie." The same words appeared on both Fred's and Wade's parchments. Fred nodded in understanding. "It's like a forum. TN, something like bulletin board systems, BBS, Usenet, newsgroups, AOL. Home computers had been around for many years, costing only a few £100s, and the Grey family had bought one long ago, so they were familiar with the concept. "Exactly, like an online forum," Wade shrugged. "Since it's just paper, it seems a bit magical. It can't transmit video or sound, so it's not as good as the internet. But it's not affected by magical interference, so even if I'm at school, you can contact me at any time. To be more precise, the Book of Friends is the magical version of iMessage. Given that technologies like iMessage, MSN Messenger, WhatsApp, QQ, and WeChat hadn't been developed yet, Wade's Book of Friends was quite ahead of its time. "I have to say, this is the best Christmas gift I've received this year, Wade," Fred said with his eyes shining brightly. "But even better is that you've truly learned something at Hogwarts. I'm proud of you, my child." Fiona quickly became absorbed in online chatting, much like most people experiencing communication software for the first time. Even though Wade and Fred were less than 2 meters away, she used the Book of Friends exclusively to communicate. Soon, text began to appear on other pages of Wade's Book of Friends. The second page was linked to SSC members. "Michael, hello. Padma, Merlin, I can really see what you wrote. Hermione, can you see what I wrote too? Oh my, it really appeared? How did you do it? I didn't see any similar spells in the books." Padma, forget the books, Hermione. It's Christmas, we should be happy. Michael, Wade, I thought you were just starting with alchemy. You should have told me earlier that you created something so amazing. Theo, I just figured out how to use it from the manual. It's really impressive. This is the best magical item I've ever seen. Ryan, I'm so shocked, I don't even know what to say. Just writing something to prove I can see it too. Neville, I accidentally fell off the couch. My grandma thought I received some dark magic item and almost confiscated it. Wade, Merry Christmas, everyone. His message seemed to ignite a flood of responses. They soon realized that the space for each line of text was limited, and it would take about 1 or 2 seconds for each message to disappear after reading. The page is able to display only about 15 lines of text at a time. This limitation prevented a situation where 999 plus unread messages appeared in just a few minutes. Within minutes, they quickly learned to send emojis and appeared to be unable to stop after that. Flipping further back, Wade found the third page dedicated to house elf contacts. Each elf he was close to had received one. They cautiously tested writing on the parchment and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Following that were pages for Professor Murray, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. Except for Snape, who gave a barely acceptable comment, and Murray's reconfirmation of the invitation for a few days later, the others all praised his ingenuity and offered to help with his studies during the break. After a while, the chatter in the Book of Friends gradually quieted down again. Wade guessed that they were probably busy creating new chat groups. Among the Christmas gifts he had given, there was, of course, not just the one Book of Friends linked to himself. There were also blank parchments linked for 2, 3, 4, and 5 people, one set for each. The professors had even added an extra bundle of parchments for 10 people, making it a thick booklet, which could truly be called a book. In Wade's vision, every Hogwarts student would eventually have their own Book of Friends. They would exchange parchments with their friends or family, forming all kinds of chat groups. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Hogwarts added a new school rule: no opening Book of Friends during class, violators will have them confiscated. Students might even start competing over the thickness and exclusivity of their Book of Friends, and some might even add blank parchments just to show off, pretending to be part of many chat groups. However, Professor Murray had advised him not to sell the Book of Friends for now. A promising money-making path had been cut off, and Wade sighed gloomily. He put away the Book of Friends and began opening his gifts for the year. Most of the presents under the Christmas tree were from Fred's employees. Wade had spent much of his childhood wandering around the toy factory with his father. Being clever, well-behaved, and adorable, many of the older employees liked him a lot. Even though they hadn't seen him for most of the year, they still sent him gifts. These gifts included all sorts of popular toys, elegant pens and notebooks, children's books, and more. A few gifts were from Wade's Muggle classmates from primary school. These were simpler, mostly candy, greeting cards, and small toys. These were the types of gifts he received every year, and of course, Wade had sent out gifts of similar value in return ahead of time. Then, there were the gifts from the wizarding world. Unlike Wade, who had given everyone the same gift, the gifts he received from others were mostly books. Professor Murray gave him a handwritten alchemy notebook, which Wade carefully set aside, planning to read it after dinner. Professor Flitwick sent him a book called The Complete Book of Spells, a book that usually required a professor's permission to borrow from the Hogwarts library. Wade also planned to make time to finish it during the holidays. Michael gifted Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Hermione gave him The Alchemist. Padma's gift was Gilderoy Lockhart's Wandering with Werewolves. Theo sent the oldest magical plants in the world, Ryan gave The Beauty of the Starry Sky, and Neville's present was The Mysteries of Transfiguration. It seemed that Wade's book-loving image was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, as they all chose to give him books without exception. It seemed like he would have a busy holiday ahead. Hogwarts. When Dumbledore got up in the morning, even the shoes beside his bed were buried under a pile of gifts. He had been a professor at Hogwarts for almost a century, teaching countless students. Nearly 80% of the wizards across the British Isles had been his pupils. Moreover, he is the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and widely regarded as the greatest wizard of his time and the greatest headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore himself didn't care much for these titles and accolades, it was clear that most people did. Wizards all over the world wanted to establish a good relationship with him. So, every Christmas, Dumbledore received an overwhelming number of gifts, enough to nearly fill the headmaster's tower. Thankfully, he was quite adept at using the undetectable extension charm, Capacious Extremis. For the entire week following Christmas, Dumbledore usually dedicated his time to unwrapping gifts. It was an activity he greatly enjoyed. Of course, it wasn't the material value of the gifts that interested Dumbledore. Rather, he saw them as a way to observe people's growth, desires, and sometimes even receive a few surprises, perhaps a curse, or a harmless prank. Most people who don't know him well sent him books, both Muggle and wizarding ones. Dumbledore had read many of these before, but he still accepted them gladly. Those who are more familiar with him knew that this old man is a hopeless sweet tooth. Their gifts usually consist of cakes, chocolates, cockroach clusters, or fizzing whizbees. Some would even hide lethal potions in the treats, which Dumbledore found to be an amusing challenge to identify. And then there were others, people he didn't stay in touch with throughout the year, who still sent him gifts on this special day. Even if it was just a piece of paper, a leaf, or a pair of rather unattractive, sheep-smelling woolen socks, Dumbledore would treasure them deeply. Just as Dumbledore was unwrapping a gift that was almost half his height, an owl suddenly flew in through the window, dropping a small package onto his lap. Could it be that someone had just woken up and belatedly remembered to send me a gift? Dumbledore thought about it for a moment, then set aside the large gift box and decided to open the small package first. Inside, there was only a piece of parchment and a slender note. Dear Albus, this is the work of my student Wade Grey. I am immensely proud to share my joy with you. Best wishes, Murray. Even someone as all-knowing as Dumbledore was left confused by this cryptic message. He looked at the parchment, front and back, confirming that apart from Murray's name, there was nothing else written on it. Just as Dumbledore was about to use a spell to examine it, someone came to visit him. Dumbledore went to the hallway, where Phileas Flitwick was standing at the door, holding a similar piece of parchment. Beaming with excitement, he said, "Oh, Professor Dumbledore, this one is mine, keep it. I must say, I always knew he would do something remarkable, but I didn't expect it so soon. He's only been studying magic for 3.5 months, hasn't he?" Wade Grey, Dumbledore asked, testing the waters. Of course, who else could it be? Professor Flitwick hummed a tune as he walked off. His steps were light and cheerful. Dumbledore glanced down. The parchment Flitwick had given him was also blank, save for Flitwick's name. Next came Pomona Sprout. I thought about it, and aside from you, who else could I give this to? The witch smiled warmly. I'll be waiting for your response anytime. Afterward, it was Minerva McGonagall's turn. She noticed that Dumbledore was already holding a small stack of parchments, which made her a bit displeased as she handed over hers. Oh, I thought I'd be the first, but it turns out Pomona beat me to it. In fact, McGonagall had opened her other gifts first, and by the time she got to this one, it was already a bit late. Finally, Severus Snape arrived. He handed Dumbledore a notebook directly. Humph, the potions master said coldly with an indifferent expression. I kept my own one. I don't need the other's useless communication only wastes my time. Dumbledore. So, everyone had one except him, who still had no idea what it was. Wait, Severus. As Snape was about to turn and leave, Dumbledore called out to him and asked frankly, what is this? He waved the parchment in his hand. Snape paused, and then his expression turned a bit peculiar. You don't know. Clearly, I am not as all-knowing as people claim. In fact, I often feel that I know far too little. Snape looked Dumbledore up and down with his gaze as if he was watching a troll trying to do a ballet. The corners of his mouth twitched with a mixture of mockery and schadenfreude. How rare someone sent me a Christmas gift but not the great Dumbledore. Snape's cutting tone didn't faze Dumbledore. The old headmaster merely drew his wand and waved it toward the room filled with gifts, causing Snape to lean in curiously. The gift boxes swayed slightly and then went still. Dumbledore sighed regretfully and said, it seems there truly isn't one. Oh, Snape responded dryly. He had just seen it. The room was packed with Dumbledore's gifts, piled nearly to the ceiling. Thinking of the few gift boxes in his own quarters, Snape suddenly lost his enthusiasm for mocking Dumbledore. He didn't really care about the number of gifts, it was just that he didn't like seeing the smug, unintentional boasting of others. Snape flicked his fingers, and a slip of paper shot toward Dumbledore like a bullet. That's the instruction manual. By the time Dumbledore caught the note, Snape had already turned and strode off. The white-bearded headmaster adjusted his glasses and glanced at the paper. In a short while, he figured out how it worked. Oh, an invention that can replace Muggle telephones? Quite an interesting idea. He recited a spell, examining the magic on the parchment, or rather, on the Book of Friends. A clever concept, a genius combination. It seems that Mr. Grey's studies in alchemy are starting to show results and he is quite gifted. No wonder Murray is so proud. Reflecting on how he was the only one who didn't receive the gift, Dumbledore recalled the expressions of the children that day and began to understand. So that's it, a smart and sensitive child, isn't he? Unlike Harry, this child probably dislikes being guided. It seemed as if Dumbledore was talking to himself, but soon, a quiet, elderly voice echoed in the room. Ralph has rarely seen such an 11-year-old, the voice said. A bit like young Albus Dumbledore once was, and also like Tom Riddle, intelligent, perceptive, and different. Dumbledore looked down and humbly replied, oh, I think you overestimate me. At 11, my knowledge of alchemy was no more than any other ordinary child. In the direction of his gaze, standing in front of the fireplace, was an extremely old house elf. His skin was wrinkled, and he wore a tea towel adorned with the Hogwarts crest. His ears were covered in soft, white fur, and he was so thin that his body looked as if it could easily snap. Yet, his large green eyes were remarkably clear. The house elf said in a whisper-like tone, Albus Dumbledore is truly arrogant. By saying that, he's admitting he was different from others and believes he should know everything. Don't be so blunt, dear Ralph, Dumbledore replied, helplessly. You see me too clearly, which often makes me feel quite ashamed. He wiped his glasses, sat in front of his desk, and gently asked, could you help me organize these gifts? I need to write something. Ralph is happy to serve, master. The house elf bowed, took a few steps back, and extended his long fingers. The piles of gift boxes around the room began to unwrap themselves. Books flew swiftly to the shelves, arranging themselves neatly. Clean food items jumped into cabinets, and with a pop, the doors closed. Greeting cards and letters fell into several boxes, stacking neatly on the table, waiting for Dumbledore to review them later. Other items were arranged in various corners of the room. As for the problematic gifts, they clustered together, mercilessly compressed and crushed by magic. Before long, Ralph disappeared from the room, taking the trash and leftover wrapping paper with him. On the table, only 2 or 3 gift boxes remained unopened. Those were the ones that only Dumbledore himself could unwrap. While the house elf was busy, Dumbledore signed his name on each of the Book of Friends. Albus Dumbledore. The professors who stayed at Hogwarts over the Christmas holiday had no families, and perhaps no relatives either. They all chose to give Dumbledore a page from their own Book of Friends, which were meant for one-on-one communication. So, even though Dumbledore hadn't initially received a Book of Friends for Christmas, he ended up with one thicker than anyone else's that morning. After putting the book away, Dumbledore sat at his desk, lost in thought for a long time. The passage of time seemed to dance before his eyes, rippling deep within his blue gaze. Is there a resemblance? Of course, there is. When he recalled the way Wade Grey had looked at him that day in the crowd, it struck Dumbledore how much it resembled his own younger self. But Dumbledore could never forget how he had made a mess of his own life. After much contemplation, he carefully picked up his quill and wrote a letter. Dear Murray, I have received the gift your owl brought me, and I must say, it's quite clever, even remarkable. It's hard to imagine that this is the work of an 11-year-old. Of course, in some ways, its construction is relatively simple. But it's precisely because of its simplicity that it's all the more impressive. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I can already envision the tremendous changes it will bring to the wizarding world in the future. To be honest, this both excites and frightens me. What kind of education should we provide for such a talented child? The last time I encountered a student so brilliant it made me tremble was 50 years ago. You probably remember that student too, Tom Riddle. I am not arrogant enough to believe that my personal attitude determined the course of Voldemort's life. But I must also admit that my education of him was undoubtedly a failure. Gifted and precocious children, whose emotions are controlled by their intellect, are also isolated by their own brilliance. Even when surrounded by many people, they are lonely, for their minds and insight make it easier for them to see the selfishness, greed, and ugliness of human desires, and the arrogance of prejudice. They will keep a certain distance from others, using humor, kindness, or politeness to disguise their inner disappointment and coldness toward humanity. They are more likely to lose their way than those clumsy children. You know, I am not just talking about Tom Riddle, nor only about Wade Gray. Therefore, I have some suggestions for you regarding your student, Wade, which may be somewhat immature. My dear friend, we adults, when dealing with children who are far younger than us, often develop an unconscious arrogance due to our greater knowledge and experience. We look down upon these children with a sense of superiority, like monarchs who wield absolute power, feeding them the information we want them to know, withholding what we deem inappropriate, and manipulating them with words, guiding them toward the path we wish to see them take. What arrogance that is! The more dangerous part is that we often don't even realize this arrogance, because we believe we are making the right decisions, aiming to turn them into better people. I cannot say that this is absolutely wrong, because children's minds are often immature. Their words and actions lack restraint, and without proper guidance, they can easily go astray, causing harm to themselves and others. But for a student like Wade Gray, ordinary education might have the opposite effect. If there is anything I have learned from my many years of failed education, it is this: love is the hardest and greatest magic in this world. It is mysterious and difficult to understand, yet it has the power to change everything, to determine everything. On Christmas Day, the Gray family enjoyed a big feast, watched a musical, and took many photos. The old-fashioned camera they used was a Christmas gift from Fred to Wade, while Fiona's gift was a bottle of developing solution. This camera was bought in Diagon Alley. They said it can be used normally at Hogwarts too, Fred said with a smile. That way, you can take pictures of your life at school. The owner of the ice cream shop in Diagon Alley told me that if you use the right developing solution, the people in the photos will move. Fiona said excitedly. So, what are we waiting for? Let's take some pictures today. However, after taking the photos, they realized that even something as simple as developing pictures required the use of a wand, and Wade wasn't allowed to use magic at home. Seeing Fiona's disappointment, Wade suggested, actually, we could stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a night. There are plenty of adult wizards around, so even if magic is used, the Ministry of Magic won't be able to tell who did it, and I won't get a warning. Fiona was tempted but eventually shook her head. No, if we got caught, it wouldn't be good for you. Besides, you'll be back at school in just a few days. As she spoke, she grew a little sad. Wade hadn't even left yet, and she was already beginning to miss him. Fred frowned and asked, Wade, is the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement really that inaccurate? They can only monitor a general area when it comes to underage magic use. As for other things, Wade thought about the storyline where the Ministry's performance got worse year by year. Well, they don't seem to be good at those either. Don't underestimate the Ministry of Magic, Wade, Fred warned. No law enforcement agency is without force. If you fail to take it seriously, you might make wrong judgments. Wade responded seriously, I understand, Dad. Indeed, the Ministry of Magic, which he now looked down upon, had the power to send professors under Dumbledore to Azkaban and expel students from Hogwarts. This authority hadn't diminished despite the Ministry's bloated, corrupt, and incompetent state. In fact, quite the opposite: those incompetent and corrupt individuals were the ones most prone to abusing their power. The next day, the Gray family woke up early, as they were headed to Diagon Alley for shopping, and it was bound to take a long time. As usual, their first stop was Gringotts to exchange money. Fred had already prepared a heavy bag. The goblins don't like paper money, he explained to Wade. If it's paper, you can only exchange up to 20 galleons. Coins have a higher limit, but there's no restriction on gold. Goblins love gold. I don't need that much money, Dad, Wade said, trying to persuade him. Hogwarts takes care of room and board. Some students can get by on just 10 galleons for the whole year. That's because they have to buy everything second-hand, can't afford snacks, and have to ration even their ink, Fred said, patting his head. Your problem is that you're too responsible, Wade. Sometimes, it's okay to indulge yourself a little. And aren't you studying alchemy? Fiona added, wagging her finger. Don't think you can fool me? Even though I can't do magic, I know that learning alchemy must cost a lot. Hogwarts isn't going to provide you with unlimited materials to practice with, right? Wade pressed his lips together and quietly said, Thank you, Mom and Dad, I love you. Having been reserved since childhood, Wade rarely said something as simple as I love you, an expression other children might say easily. Hearing it so suddenly, both Mr. and Mrs. Gray were pleasantly surprised. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. I love you too, sweetheart, Fiona said tenderly. As they continued on their way, Fiona held Wade's hand tightly. After exchanging for galleons, Fred stepped away for a bit, leaving Fiona to accompany Wade to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hogwarts uniforms were loose robes, and even though Wade had grown 3 centimeters, they still fit him well. But knowing he would keep growing next term, Fiona decided to order 2 more sets of uniforms for him. And we'll need a set of dress robes, Fiona said as she discussed lining options with Madame Malkin. Something simple, nothing too flashy. Wade doesn't like that. We need it by this afternoon, but if that's too tight a deadline, ready-made ones are fine. Dress robes. Wade, standing nearby like a living clothes rack, asked. Such a silly question, Wade, Fiona said softly, as if speaking to a child. Do you plan on wearing your school uniform to Professor Murray's party tomorrow? Honestly, you should have told me earlier so we could have had something tailored properly. Wade personally didn't see anything wrong with Hogwarts robes. Besides, the dress robes displayed in Madame Malkin's shop looked pretty similar to his school robes anyway. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. If he did, Fiona would likely spend the next hour using at least 1,000 words to prove just how vastly different they were. So Wade wisely kept his mouth shut and listened as Madame Malkin said to his mother, "Don't worry, Mrs. Grey. I guarantee you'll have his new robes by 3 o'clock this afternoon at the latest. Let's look at the styles for the dress robes first. Which color do you prefer? Ah, this one suits his complexion very well. You have such great taste. Any preferences for the accessories? For boys, it's best to keep things simple, nothing too elaborate. Elegant and refined is always best. Mom." Wade couldn't help but exclaim. Fiona glanced back at her son, and sighed regretfully at his protesting gaze. She put down the useless yet sparkling jewelry like necklaces, bracelets, and rings, and said, "Just choose the cufflinks, only the cufflinks, nothing else is needed." Madame Malkin, with a cheerful smile, put away the other items without showing any impatience and spent a long time helping Fiona choose the cufflinks. After they finally settled on the dress robes, Madame Malkin suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Dear, young Mr. Grey can't possibly wear old shoes with his new dress robes, can he? Would you like to see our latest dragon hide boots?" Wade stared blankly at the ceiling, regretting not bringing a book with him. He hoped for other customers to come in so that Madame Malkin would become busy. Otherwise, Fiona could spend the whole day here. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Wade immediately turned his head to see his dad entering with a newspaper. Fred nodded at Wade and asked, "Haven't you bought the clothes yet?" "Not yet," Wade sighed. "We're choosing shoes." He made a great effort to suppress the urge to complain to his father. "Have they taken all the measurements?" "Done as soon as we walked in." "Good," Fred said to his wife. "Fiona, you take your time choosing. I'll take Wade to buy some other things. You wait here for us after you've finished with the clothes." Fiona waved her hand and said, "Okay, but don't make me wait too long." The Grey father and son went out. Fred said to his son, "I've subscribed to the Daily Prophet and got you a subscription too. They'll deliver it to the school by owl. You need to start paying attention to current events regularly." Wade nodded. They made a quick round in Diagon Alley and bought everything else in less than half an hour. Wade even noted down the names of several shopkeepers and their product catalogs so that he could use owls to order what he needed once he was back at school. Especially for potion ingredients, Hogwarts only provides the most basic supplies for free. Rare and expensive materials are only provided in small quantities during relevant classes and are not available for unrestricted practice. When they returned to the robe shop, Fiona had just picked out the shoes and was sitting with a cup of tea while browsing through a magazine called Witch Weekly. Hearing the doorbell ring, she turned around and immediately flashed a bright smile. Wade smiled back and, before he could speak, saw Fred, who had been walking behind him, stride forward, looking down and asking softly, "Done shopping? Are you tired?" Fiona, who hadn't stepped out of the robe shop, stretched her arms and said, "Yes, shopping is really exhausting. What shall we have for lunch?" "There's a nice French restaurant nearby," Fred suggested. "How about we go there? We could order foie gras and roasted codfish." On the day of Professor Murray's party, Wade had breakfast and then put on the dress robe and dragon hide boots that Fiona had carefully selected for him. He stood in front of the mirror as Fiona circled around him, occasionally adjusting small details. "You look amazing, baby." Fiona kept showering him with exaggerated compliments. "You'll definitely be the most dashing little gentleman at the party. Seriously, how about wearing the necklace I picked for you? The arrow-shaped pendant is super cool, and all the other kids will be so jealous." "No, Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old, Wade firmly refused without hesitation. Fiona sighed. "You didn't want to wear it when you were 3 either. And that's why I'm definitely not wearing it at 11, he retorted. Fred kept glancing at his watch and occasionally looked toward the door. "The professor said he'd pick you up at 10, right?" he asked his son to confirm. "Yeah, that's what the letter said. But it was a minute to 10 o'clock, and still no one was outside. Is he late?" Fiona speculated. "Maybe something delayed him." Fred looked at the door again. "I just hope they don't suddenly show up at the doorstep." "That won't happen. There are regular people around here. So many would see him if he did," Fiona said confidently. "Something must have held him up, and maybe we'll get a letter from an owl any minute now." As she spoke, Fiona rushed to open a window to make it easier for an owl to fly in. Just as she turned around, the flames in the fireplace suddenly flared up green, casting an eerie glow throughout the room. A dark figure emerged from the fireplace. Fred sprang to his feet, quickly reaching behind him to pull out a gun, while pushing Wade back with his other hand, shouting, "Who is it?" "Wait, Dad, it's Professor Murray." Wade hurriedly grabbed his father's arm, suddenly realizing that his father's hand was ice cold. He looked over in surprise and saw Fred clenching his teeth, with veins bulging on his neck, and an expression that appeared tense, cold, and unfamiliar. Wade froze in place. Ever since he had received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, the Greys had always seemed incredibly happy. They were filled with curiosity about the magical world and eagerly engaged with it, learning about the wizarding world so quickly that they almost knew more than Wade. At least, that's what Wade had always thought. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that deep within his father's heart, perhaps hidden all along, there was a profound fear of the wizarding world. Fiona, on the other hand, was only startled at first. Hearing what Wade said, she quickly calmed down and took a few steps forward, curiously asking, "Is this Fleur network?" Fred quickly walked over, as if to join his wife in greeting the guest. But Wade noticed that he was actually positioning himself in front of Fiona, shielding her. Sure enough, the person who stepped out of the flames was Professor Murray. He brushed the soot off his clothes and said with a smile, "Yes, it's a safe and convenient way to travel. Aside from getting a little soot on you, everything is perfect. Hello, Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray. I'm Terrence Murray, as you've probably guessed by now." Of course. Fred had already put away his gun, and there was no trace of any tension on his face. "Welcome, Professor Murray. I apologize, our fireplace hasn't been thoroughly cleaned in over 2 years." Fiona peeked out from behind him and asked, "Can we travel through the fire too?" "Oh, probably not," Professor Murray replied with a smile. In fact, the Ministry of Magic prohibits connecting fireplaces in non-magical homes to the Fleur network. I temporarily arranged special access to pick up Wade, but once we leave, it'll return to normal. Wade, I'm glad to see you're ready." "Yes, Professor." Wade glanced at his parents, then placed his wand into the wand pocket of his dress robe and walked over. "Are we leaving now?" he asked. "Of course, the guests are already waiting for us." Professor Murray pulled out a small pouch as if by magic. It was filled with sparkling powder. He asked, "Have you used Fleur powder before?" "No, Professor. It's very simple. Just watch me." He handed the pouch to Wade, pinched a small amount of powder, and tossed it into the fire. Instantly, the flames turned a bright green. "Remember, you must clearly enunciate the destination, Alsafilla Garden. Close your eyes and don't move around inside the fireplace, or you'll end up bruised and might even come out of the wrong one," Professor Murray instructed. He then stepped straight into the flames and demonstrated, Alsafilla Garden. With a swoosh, he vanished into the fire. Wade also took a pinch of Fleur powder and approached the fireplace. Just as he was about to throw it in, he turned back and looked deeply at his father, and said, "Dad, I'll be back by tonight." Fred's throat tightened as if he wanted to say something but held back. He lowered his gaze to his son and said, "Follow your professor, don't get into any trouble." "I understand." Wade nodded seriously. Fiona, with her hands on her hips, pretended to be upset. "So, you're only saying goodbye to Dad and not to me?" "How could I?" Wade smiled and stepped forward to hug his mother. "Goodbye, Mom." He tossed the Fleur powder into the fire, and the flames immediately turned green. Suppressing his natural fear of the fire, Wade walked into it as if it were routine. The flames surrounded him like a warm breath. Through the fire, Wade saw the lingering fear in his father's eyes. It was the fear of a once safe harbor suddenly being invaded by strangers, causing unease and lingering anxiety. "Alsafilla Garden," Wade said clearly and looked directly at his father. In an instant, his parents and the living room vanished from sight. He spun rapidly through the emerald flames, with countless fireplaces flashing by. Wade quickly closed his eyes. Just as the dizzying spin became unbearable, it abruptly stopped. He was about to fall when a pair of strong arms caught him. "Not the best experience, right?" a voice asked. "I heard it's your first time using the Fleur network." The person helped him out of the fireplace. Wade coughed twice, rubbing away the soot that had accidentally gotten into his eyes, and saw a tall figure standing before him. The man was very tall, around 2 meters, with a burly build and a somewhat fierce appearance. However, the way he bent down to look at Wade was gentle. "Cough sorry, and you are?" Wade asked. A cup of water was handed to him. "Here, drink some water." The large man drew his wand and used a scourge-iffy spell. Instantly, all the dust on Wade disappeared. "My name is Stephen Murray, son of Terrence Murray. My father was supposed to meet you here, but a friend from France just arrived, and he went to greet him. Feel free to walk around and grab something to eat." It seemed that Stephen had been tasked by his father with looking after the party guests, namely, Wade. He accompanied the young wizard throughout the event, showing no signs of impatience. However, the significant height difference between the two made the sight amusing for many guests. People would glance at them and often stifle a chuckle. Stephen paid no attention and continued to guide Wade through Alsafilla Garden. The garden was meticulously maintained, with long pale yellow tables covered in a variety of food and drinks for the guests to help themselves. The party was centered around a fountain, and in the middle of the fountain was a mermaid statue, one of the legendary, incredibly beautiful mermaids, with a graceful figure and a shimmering fishtail, softly singing an enchanting melody. Small dancer statues adorned the surrounding stone railings. They danced tirelessly, and as they spun, golden orbs of light scattered around them. Wade reached out and gently touched one of the light orbs, which popped like a bubble, leaving a cool sensation on his fingers. The surrounding green grass was freshly trimmed, like a lush, velvety carpet. The flower beds and the area around the fountain were filled with a variety of vibrant, blooming flowers. Clusters of blossoms crowded together in a display of vivid color, some of which were flowers typically seen only in the spring or summer, all blooming out of season here. Along the paths were towering trees with canopies shaped like giant umbrellas, giving the garden its name Alsophila Garden. Stephen proudly explained these trees to Wade, sharing that their history dates back over 200 million years, predating even the dinosaurs. They were true living fossils, and the Murray family had a house elf dedicated to caring for them. Halfway through the tour, a paper crane flew toward them and it suddenly opened its mouth to speak in Professor Murray's voice. "Stephen, bring Wade to the small stone platform." "Got it," Stephen replied. The crane landed on his shoulder and then tilted its head, as if looking at Wade. Seeing Wade staring at the paper crane, Stephen smiled and said, "This is one of my father's creations. He once visited a magical school in Japan and discovered that students there enjoyed folding these small paper cranes. After he returned, he started using them to send messages. Eventually, the Ministry of Magic adopted the idea, but they found the cranes too cumbersome and switched to paper airplanes instead. They aren't as graceful or interactive, they don't talk or have any aesthetic appeal, but they're cheap, which is about their only advantage." Ministry of Magic. Wade thought for a moment and then asked, what did they use to send messages before paper airplanes? Double-sided mirrors are too expensive, so it couldn't have been the Flu network, right? They used owls, Stephen replied, barely containing his laughter. Just imagine dozens of owls flying around an office, or cramming into elevators, with feathers and droppings everywhere. I saw it once as a kid, it was a total disaster. Wade finally understood why Stephen's tone carried a hint of disdain when talking about the Ministry of Magic after seeing officials flustered by owl droppings. It would be hard for anyone to hold them in high regard. The small stone platform was a small garden raised about 2 or 3 feet off the ground. White marble steps led up to it, with pale purple bell-shaped peach leaf flowers swaying in the breeze. Delphiniums and geraniums were scattered around, and moss climbed up the brick walls. The air was especially fresh and pleasant. In the small garden, besides Professor Murray, there were only 5 or 6 people, all dressed elegantly and appearing quite distinguished. Hearing footsteps, they all turned to look. Their reactions were perfectly synchronized. They first noticed the towering figure of Stephen, then their eyes dropped down, landing on Wade, who looked like a dwarf in comparison. "Oh, Wade, my boy," Professor Murray exclaimed and walked over happily. Completely ignoring his actual son, he placed a hand on Wade's shoulder and guided him toward the group. "This is the student I just took on this year, my true student Wade Gray." The group nodded and smiled at Wade. A man with curly brown hair complimented, "It seems this child must be exceptionally talented to have earned such admiration from you at such a young age, Professor." Professor Murray nodded and said, "He's only a first year, but he's already surpassed your level in alchemy when you graduated, Martian." Everyone burst out laughing, clearly familiar with Martian's struggles. Although he had taken alchemy as an elective, he wasn't particularly skilled at it, likely causing Professor Murray a lot of headaches during his schooling. Martian chuckled awkwardly but wasn't embarrassed. He took a serious look at Wade. Professor Murray, apparently thinking that his earlier statement wasn't convincing enough, quickly followed up with another example. This child, through self-study alone, memorized the entire contents of Spellman's syllabary, magical hieroglyphs and logograms, rune dictionary, and an introduction to ancient runes, all within just 2 months. Whoa. At this, the group finally grasped the true meaning of exceptionally talented. Most of them had taken ancient runes or even alchemy and knew how difficult it was to memorize those crooked symbols and strange hieroglyphs. At the very least, this child's memory and diligence surpassed 99% of people. And that's not all. Professor Murray dragged out his words, clearly proud, deliberately saving the most impressive part for last. The group leaned in, their interest was piqued. Wade observed silently. While he didn't yet understand the exact identities of these people, one thing was clear: he had already grasped Professor Murray's high standing. "He's only been studying with me for a little over a month, and he's already completed his first creation? I swear, it was entirely his own work. I didn't guide him on a single letter," Professor Murray proudly announced, as he dramatically revealed a brand new book of Friends, floating it in the air before the group. With a barely contained smile, he asked, "Can you guess its purpose?" "A book of friends." The group exchanged glances, then orderly gathered around the book, each drawing out their wands to examine it. The Book of Friends was repeatedly engulfed in various glowing spells as they tried to investigate it. But Murray had enchanted the book with protective spells, making it impossible for ordinary detection charms to reveal its magical structure. Before long, 2 people gave up. They weren't truly interested in what a child could create and didn't believe it could be an impressive alchemical product. They had only been flattering Murray to stay on his good side. The remaining few continued their examination for a while longer. Suddenly, Martian's eyes lit up. He plucked a leaf, transformed it into a quill, and wrote a line on the paper. "Money is a boundless ocean, and I wish to swim freely within it." He quickly flipped through more pages, becoming more and more enthusiastic with each turn. At first, the others didn't think much of it, but soon they too widened their eyes in surprise, swallowing nervously as they watched. Professor Murray smiled with a look of complete satisfaction on his face. "No, sir, that number is too high, a bit too much. Professor, please consider my situation, business isn't doing well. Could we both lower the price a little? The idea is clever, but it's actually easy to replicate. You know how rampant piracy is. If the cost is too high, people will just buy fakes. I won't make much money either. Both the two-way mirrors and Flu network can replace its function. It may not be as popular as you think. We're just testing the waters, and no one knows how it will sell. If you're asking for too much, I'll have to pass. The group gathered around Professor Murray, bombarding him with negotiations as if trying to corner him. When Martian started giving quotes, Wade finally realized that this party was essentially a product launch event for his Book of Friends. No wonder Professor Murray didn't let Wade sell the Book of Friends himself at school. If similar products had been leaked beforehand, today's impact wouldn't have been the same. And selling to students would only earn Wade a little pocket money, which couldn't compare to the efficiency of these multinational companies. The unfamiliar wizards in the small garden were, in fact, heads of multinational corporations. Due to the existence of the Flu network and port keys, it was much easier for wizards to trade across borders than muggles. With the undetectable extension charm, even logistics costs could be minimized, making it simple for wizards to sell products across different countries or even continents. Wade stood beside Professor Murray, watching as he fiercely debated with these wizards over how much the patent license for the Book of Friends should cost. One wizard even offered 100,000 galleons to buy it outright, but nearly got thrown out by Professor Murray. He raised his offer to 200,000 galleons, but Murray still refused, insisting only on selling usage rights. At this point, the previous flattery and respect from these wizards were gone, replaced by cutthroat negotiations. Some were relentless, others nitpicked every detail, some pretended to give up, while others tried to play on emotions. But Professor Murray remained steadfast, like a stone pillar in a river, unmoved by the rushing waters. He started by naming an unbelievably high price, then slowly negotiated down, constantly highlighting the Book of Friends' advantages: quick, convenient, affordable, and a product every wizard worldwide would want, and keep buying for life. Do you understand how beautifully structured and stable it is? Knockoff versions will never match the stability of the Book of Friends. Try it yourself if you don't believe me. Your transfiguration spell will probably fail after 50 meters, and it won't be able to transmit complex information. When some wizards realized they couldn't sway Professor Murray, they tried approaching Wade directly. But Wade simply smiled shyly and hid behind the professor, saying nothing. He knew that at his age, there was no need to act overly slick, mature, or sharp. Better to leave everything to the adults. He was also self-aware enough to know that if it had just been him, he might have agreed to that 100,000 galleon offer right away. Before this, the best Wade had envisioned for the Book of Friends was to make a few hundred or maybe 1,000 galleons by selling it to his Hogwarts classmates. And that would have required him to spend sleepless nights in his dormitory, churning out books of friends like a factory worker on a production line. But now, he found himself sitting at the table of capitalists. Of course, he handed over the decision-making because the adults in front of him were trustworthy and genuinely had his best interests at heart. Wade looked up at Professor Murray, who was fiercely negotiating on his behalf. The professor's thin figure appeared as solid and unyielding as a cliff. Wade's eyes held a mix of confusion and complex emotions. Seeing Wade being pestered and looking a bit lost and pitiful, Professor Murray waved his hand, signaling Stephen to take Wade out to play and not get in the way. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared for the negotiation battle ahead. Stephen, who was standing quietly like a plant, was once again classified as a kid. He hesitated but said nothing. In the end, he obediently led Wade away. Once outside, Stephen let out a deep sigh. "If you're busy, you can go ahead. I can just find a quiet spot to read," Wade said considerately, noticing Stephen's frustration. After all, who would enjoy babysitting? Even Wade himself didn't like it. "It's not your fault," Stephen replied, dejected. He didn't want to say anything at first, but under Wade's curious gaze, he slowly began to voice his troubles. "I'm already 36, but my father still treats me like a child. I actually want to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Scamander, traveling the world and becoming a magi zoologist. But my parents won't let me go far, saying it's too dangerous." Wade looked at him in confusion. "But they haven't exactly locked you up, have they? Stephen is in his 30s, and he is a wizard. Surely, if he wants to leave, nothing can stop him. If I left without saying anything, how heartbroken would my mother be? And my father would definitely be angry," Stephen said worriedly. "I'd rather have their understanding and support. Otherwise, if I leave, I won't be able to face coming back." Wade was speechless. He hadn't expected Professor Murray's son, who looked as strong as a bear, to have the soft personality of a rabbit. After thinking for a while, Wade asked, "Why don't you write a letter to Mr. Scamander?" "Write a letter? What kind of letter?" Stephen asked, clearly caught off guard by the suggestion. "I've heard that Mr. Scamander keeps many magical creatures himself. Perhaps you could ask him for a job as a caretaker or something similar. The salary wouldn't matter. What's important is that you'd be able to learn about magical creatures directly from Mr. Scamander. If one day you become as capable as him at handling all kinds of magical creatures, Professor Murray would probably feel more at ease letting you travel, right?" Wade thought about Newt Scamander's amazing suitcase, which held various environments and even had changing climates, and felt a deep sense of envy. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Stephen exclaimed, overjoyed. After a moment of excitement, though, he hesitated. But how should I write this letter? Would it be too presumptuous? Stephen was genuinely seeking guidance, even though he was asking for advice from a child. Just be honest, Wade suggested. Explain your troubles and dreams clearly, and also talk about what you know about magical creatures. That way, even if Mr. Scamander doesn't agree, he won't be offended. I wonder if Mr. Scamander will think that the letter is from a recent graduate, given the tone and content. When they first met, Wade had thought Stephen was a strong and assertive person. Later, he found him to be gentle and calm. But after spending more time with him, Wade realized Stephen's true nature was as innocent as a child's, perhaps even more so than many actual children. No wonder Professor Murray was reluctant to let him travel. If Wade had a son like Stephen, he wouldn't feel comfortable letting him explore the world alone, either. Although Stephen was eager to write a letter and Wade insisted he could handle things on his own, Stephen still didn't abandon his duties and leave. He discussed the wording of the letter with Wade for a while, then started talking about the magical creatures he was raising. Although Professor Murray did not agree to let him travel to places where dangerous magical creatures lived, he didn't completely crush Stephen's dreams either. After graduating from Hogwarts, Stephen inherited a farm, and over the years, he had been raising many little cuties there. Wade knew that Hagrid at Hogwarts loved raising all sorts of dangerous creatures, like dragons, and called them adorable little animals. He initially thought Stephen was the same, but after getting more details, he realized Stephen raised genuinely cute and mostly harmless magical creatures, like puffskeins, Diagon, Jobberknoll, Nifflers, Bowtruckles, and Krups. The most dangerous one was an alchemy, a creature that could freely expand or contract its body, growing as large as a dragon, but it only fed on insects, birds, and mice. I've always wanted to raise a Granian, Stephen said. You know, it's a type of winged horse. Granians can fly, and they run faster than the wind. But aside from the mythical Sigurd, no one has ever tamed a Granian. Are these winged horses hard to tame? They're quite dashing creatures, longing for freedom and unwilling to be restrained. As Stephen spoke, he continued to talk about other winged horses: Hogwarts Thestrals, Bosbatons Abraxans, and even the fire-breathing winged horse, the Athonan. Some wizards look down on any magical creatures other than wizards themselves, considering them inferior animals. But Stephen was deeply fascinated by them, able to recite all kinds of details about various creatures. Wade felt that in the short time he'd been chatting with Stephen, he had already learned a lot. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's arrival. It was a blonde wizard they had previously seen at the stone platform. His face was filled with exhaustion and regret. He walked over to greet Stephen, then turned to Wade, forced a smile and said, "Mr. Gregg, I'm sorry we didn't get the chance to work together this time. I hope you'll contact me if you have any new projects in the future. I'm sure I can offer you a price you'll be happy with." He handed over a business card, with his name and contact details written on it. Stephen raised an eyebrow, losing his smile. His previously honest and gentle expression instantly turned cold. Wade took the card and smiled as he said, "I hope we'll have the chance in the future." The blonde wizard relaxed slightly, bid them a quick farewell, and left. "You're not seriously planning to work with him, are you? He got your surname wrong," Stephen said, clearly displeased. "Yeah, he did get it wrong," Wade replied, putting the business card away. "But it doesn't matter, because I didn't plan on remembering his name either." It seemed that the blonde wizard had triggered something, as two more wizards soon came over to say goodbye. Before leaving, they said nearly the same things and handed their business cards to Wade. This time, at least, they remembered Wade's full name correctly. After they left, Stephen quietly introduced them to Wade. "Don't work with Bolton. He seems easygoing, but in reality, he's ruthless and sneaky. He often tampers with contracts, although he wouldn't dare try that with my father." In other words, Wade could easily get taken advantage of if he dealt with him. A wizard with parted hair and a circle of facial hair came to say goodbye, holding a striking black cane in his hand. "Mr. Gray, I truly admire your talent. It's unfortunate that Professor Murray and I couldn't agree on the price, but I hope we can stay in touch. There might be new opportunities in the future." "Of course. Thank you for the time and effort you've put into this," Wade said, taking his business card. Cyrus Sharp, that was the wizard's name. Sharp is quite capable. He can get his hands on all sorts of hard-to-find things, including a lot of contraband. I've heard he's been to Azkaban 3 times in his youth. My father doesn't particularly like him, but he still buys things from him occasionally, Stephen explained afterward. Azkaban, and he got out. Wade was surprised. In his mind, Azkaban was an isolated island in the middle of the sea, a prison from which no one could escape. Stephen misunderstood Wade's meaning and explained, "Well, he's very cunning, skilled at covering up his crimes. His sentences never lasted more than 6 months. "Oh, I got it." Wade realized he had been mistaken. Just because the movies showed only the Death Eaters sentenced to life imprisonment didn't mean that life imprisonment was the only penalty Azkaban handed out. The wizards gradually left, and in the end, only Martian remained. He walked out from the stone platform, loudly complaining as he walked. "Dear Professor Murray, I was once your student too, but now it feels like I've never had any of your favor. Of course, I'm not complaining. I just wanted to say that even though I'm no longer at the school, I will always respect your decisions and hope you can give me just a bit of attention and care." He made a gesture with his thumb and index finger to show a very tiny gap, emphasizing just how modest his request was. Oh, give me a break. When have you ever taken a loss? Professor Murray said, sounding a bit exasperated. Indeed, although Martian was complaining, he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curving upward. His face was full of smug satisfaction. With light and quick steps, he walked over to Wade, took off his hat, bowed, and with a beaming smile, said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Wade Grey. Please allow me to introduce myself, Marco Martian, at your service, dealing in all kinds of magical goods. I believe our meeting today is a stroke of luck, and I look forward to establishing a deep friendship with you and bringing great changes to the wizarding world in the future, or should I say making more money." Hello. Wade was startled by his exaggerated actions and instinctively looked toward Professor Murray. Professor Murray nodded and got straight to the point. Martian is willing to pay 50,000 galleons for the technology rights to the Book of Friends. Additionally, for every galleon he earns using the Book of Friends in the future, he'll pay you 3 sickles. Martian's bright smile stiffened slightly. It was clear that while he would still make a lot of money, the thought of paying more than he had originally hoped for pained him. So, he began muttering nonstop, complaining that Professor Murray was favoring Wade too much, and that it felt like he, the poor businessman, was being squeezed dry. Professor Murray remained unmoved, as if Martian's grumbling were nothing more than a fly buzzing nearby. He quickly drafted the contract and, as a witness, urged both Martian and Wade to sign it. One of the perks of the wizarding world is that there's no need to worry about business partners breaking agreements, because the consequences of violating a magical contract are often worse than death. Martian was someone deeply passionate about pursuing wealth, and he never hesitated to show it openly. After signing the contract, Martian immediately pushed to move on to the next step, unwilling to waste even a second of time that could be spent making money. This time, Professor Murray asked Stephen to entertain the guests at the party while he accompanied Wade to Martian's magic workshop. "We must launch the first batch of products before the school year starts. The students and their parents will be eager to empty their wallets on our goods," Martian said enthusiastically. "We can offer different packaging, varying quantities, and different quality levels. Even if we just add a few designs to the parchment or sprinkle some gold dust, pure-blood nobles will be willing to pay 3 times the price. Oh, and I need to whip up some posters. They should be plastered all over Diagon Alley by tomorrow morning." Wade couldn't help but be amazed and asked, "Can you really get it done in time?" "Of course." Martian winked. "Dear Wade, in the magic world, anything is possible." Wade assumed there must be some incredible spell that could speed up production. However, when they used flu powder to travel to Martian's company, Wade discovered the real secret money. The company's lobby was vast, with a flowing waterfall in the center. Above the water, the words Aslan's Magic Workshop gleamed in golden light. The arched ceiling was painted with various magical creatures, some of which moved slowly across the surface. Surrounding the lobby were numerous burning fireplaces with green flames flickering in them. Wizards stepped out of them from time to time. "Why are we suddenly being told to work over the Christmas holidays?" A young man, seemingly unaware that his boss was nearby, complained loudly. "I was about to leave for a trip to Italy. I heard it's for an urgent production order," a witch replied cheerfully. "And we're getting paid triple our usual rate for overtime." The young man with short hair immediately calmed down and said, "Oh, well, that's not so bad then. Make way please, move aside." A goblin shouted loudly, struggling to direct a mountain-high stack of boxes as they moved. He made slow progress due to the crowded lobby, and his frustration was evident. The sudden increase in work had thrown everything into chaos. A few house elves darted around between people's legs, moving quickly as they delivered various items. There were swarms of colorful paper airplanes hovering overhead, occasionally diving down with a sharp swoosh, targeting specific individuals. "Damn it." A wizard suddenly found a paper airplane lodged in his hat. He pulled it out and unfolded it, then shouted in frustration. "Why am I only now finding out we're running low on stone scale fish oil? We said before the holiday break to take stock and replenish what was needed. Don't let me find out who's been slacking off." He hurriedly rushed through the crowd, almost knocking over the goblin, who angrily threw down the boxes and cursed loudly. Wade was quite surprised. Judging by the current chaotic state of the magic workshop, it seemed that Martian had probably ordered all the staff to prepare for overtime right after witnessing the effect of the Book of Friends. At that time, everyone was still hopeful about negotiating with Professor Murray, but Martian, being determined to win, had likely already planned how the subsequent work would proceed. "Sorry, it's absolute chaos here today. It's not usually like this. Wade, Professor, follow me, this way." Martian led Wade and Professor Murray through the crowd and into a private elevator. He finally relaxed a bit and pressed the button labeled 6th floor, Technical Department, and loosened his collar as he did so. "Your workshop has 7 floors now." Professor Murray squinted at the row of elevator buttons and remarked, "I remember last time it only had 5. "Yep, we've had some good growth these past few years," Martian said proudly. "The modifications to the magic radios have been a major boost, and that's thanks to your willingness to give us the license. There aren't many wizards open to embracing new ideas, especially when it comes to modifying Muggle items. A lot of people still think Muggles are some kind of stupid, inferior beings. It's incredibly ignorant. I remember my first time going to school, seeing that scarlet train racing across the Scottish Highlands like a giant beast, and I was deeply impressed by Muggle ingenuity and power. After graduating, I actually wanted to sneak into a Muggle university to study, but for various reasons, I had to give up. Various reasons? More like you couldn't understand anything, Professor Murray cut in sharply, exposing the truth. Ha ha ha, Professor, don't be so blunt in front of the young ones. Wade suddenly realized that although Professor Murray often teased Martian, their relationship was much closer than it appeared. When they talked in private, there was a special understanding between them. Wade quietly observed the posters and advertisements on the elevator walls while listening without interrupting. In the technical department, there were 2 goblins and about 5 or 6 wizards, all equipped with various tools, waiting in the office. This office was different from a Muggle office. It was filled with strange, slowly moving magical objects. Different colored lights occasionally flashed, and the room was filled with a variety of soft, tinkling sounds. Once they arrived, Professor Murray and Martian found an empty table, sat down, and started drinking tea, leaving Wade to interact with the technical team. Wade first demonstrated the process of creating the Book of Friends, skipping the time-consuming potion mixing by bringing a pre-prepared batch. The people present were all experts, and after watching once, they quickly grasped the general process. Then, they broke it down step by step until more than 80% of the steps could be completed by even a third-year Hogwarts student. Some people were constantly calculating ways to further reduce costs, experimenting with different materials for the mix. In less than half an hour, the technical department had already finalized the production process for the first batch of products, and the entire magic workshop entered a high-speed operation phase. During this time, although Martian only occasionally chatted quietly with Professor Murray, he was also subtly observing Wade the whole time. The black-haired boy wasn't particularly tall, and after demonstrating his work, he spoke very little. However, every time he did speak, it was on point and filled with insight. Several members of the technical department tried to alter his magical rune circuits, but before they even began, Wade pointed out the potential consequences: either decreased stability, delayed information transmission, or even data loss. Time proved him right, every single time. Martian secretly stuck out his tongue, finally understanding why Professor Murray never thought much of his own skills even though he had scored an E, exceeds expectations, on his nastily exhausting wizarding test level, NEWT. Look at this child. Not only does he have genius-level creativity, but he also possesses a dedicated and rigorous approach to learning, along with a deeply pragmatic, well-honed experimental mindset. If he hadn't tried these rune circuits dozens or even hundreds of times, how could he possibly understand every single change so thoroughly? No wonder that, with Professor Murray's current standing, he was willing to set aside his pride and personally advocate for this child, helping him secure greater benefits. Geniuses in this world are as numerous as flowing water, plentiful and common. Martian himself had been called a genius by some, so he understood all the more. Many geniuses, if only gifted with intelligence, eventually blend into the crowd. Some, being too smart for their own good, end up fast-tracking their way to Azkaban. But a genius like Wade, barring any unfortunate early demise, his achievements were beyond question, and his future brilliance was clear to see. How can one win over such a genius? Martian mentally revised his strategy, which he had already adjusted 3 times. 11 years old, is this kid really only 11? It makes my own 30-something years feel like they'd been spent living as a flobberworm. Could it be? Suddenly, Martian leaned forward and said in a low voice, Professor Murray, come on, tell me the truth, this kid is actually your illegitimate son, isn't he? Wade, who had been discussing lead powder ratios with the technical team, suddenly heard a loud scream. He turned around and saw that Martian had rolled off his chair onto the floor, while Professor Murray smiled and calmly signaled that nothing was wrong. Though, for some reason, his smile seemed a bit sinister. Wade blinked in confusion. As expected, the efficiency of Aslan's magic workshop was remarkably high. By the time Wade left, he already had the first edition of the Book of Friends in his hands. This initial version was a combined collection that linked a minimum of 2 people and a maximum of 15. The cover was much more refined than Wade's original design, with gold-trimmed lettering and gently swaying eustema. The inner pages were differentiated by different colors and flowers. For example, 2-person entries were marked with sunflowers, 3-person entries with tulips, 4-person entries with daylilies, 5-person entries with violets, and so on, each flower symbolizing friendship. To Wade, this version of the Book of Friends was already quite exquisite, but Martian wasn't completely satisfied. This version is aimed at women. We should sprinkle some scented powder on it, he remarked. Are there other versions? Wade asked. Of course, Martian replied. There's a version for men, featuring illustrations of pine trees, crowns, scepters, and arrows, an animal version with unicorns, phoenixes, dragons, and Pegasus, a children's version with puffskeins and fairies, a fantasy version with dementors and 3-headed dogs, a Quidditch edition with famous Quidditch players and flying brooms. There are also architectural, villa, Merlin medal, and house versions. He rattled off dozens of variations, as if he could come up with endless money-making ideas without even thinking. Finally, he added, there are so many styles to choose from that people will buy multiple copies just to collect them, even if they don't need them. But for now, our flower template is the most developed, so we'll start with this. If you don't like it, you can give it to your female classmates. When the other versions are printed, I'll send you a set of each. Wade shook his head. Why would I need so many? You can keep them for your own collection. Martian replied with a grin. Or you could use them to strengthen relationships with classmates. I don't like currying favor with others, Wade responded. Or rather, his life hadn't yet reached a point where he needed to rely on pleasing others to get by, neither in this life nor his previous one. It's not really currying favor, Martian explained. If someone helps you out with a small favor, you can give them a book of friends as a token of thanks. It doesn't have to be much, just a 2-person or 3-person set would do. It costs you almost nothing, but for others, it's a valuable gift. They'll surely be happy to receive it. And, Wade. He gently ruffled Wade's soft hair and said, we aren't lone stars in the night sky. There will always come a time when we need help from others. If you don't give first, how can you receive? Martian does make sense, Professor Murray suddenly chimed in, but if it makes you uncomfortable, don't feel the need to follow his advice. Blindly imitating others will only cause you to lose your own judgment. You just need to be true to yourself. A lone star may indeed be lonely, but if you are the sun, naturally the stars will gather around you. All right, perhaps you are right, Professor, Martian shrugged. But I still think there's nothing wrong with maintaining good relationships with most people. You've been focused on making money since your first year, but Wade isn't a businessman. He's an alchemist, one who enjoys solitude, pursues the unknown, and keeps company with knowledge. That's the true character of an alchemist? Don't taint my student with your cutthroat business tactics, Professor Murray said, clearly displeased. Hey, that's slander, Professor. Martian protested and quickly gave an example. If I were really ruthless about making money, I would have instructed the tech department to limit the Book of Friends usage to 1 year. That way, users would have to buy a new one every year, and then the galleons would really keep flowing. But I didn't do that, which proves that even when I'm doing business, I have high moral standards. But you definitely thought about it, didn't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come up with such a nasty idea so quickly. Thinking about it isn't illegal. Their next stop, naturally, was Gringotts. It was already evening, and there were fewer witches and wizards shopping in Diagon Alley. Instead, some shady figures in black robes began to appear, most of them heading into a dark and sinister alleyway. Don't look over there. That's Nocturne Alley, a place frequented by dark wizards. Martian blocked Wade's view, and with a sweep of his wide-sleeved arm, almost completely shielded Wade. Professor Murray walked on Wade's other side. The group arrived smoothly at Gringotts, where a goblin standing near the entrance gave them a bow. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, Martian responded with a slight gesture, adding, Mr. Wade Gray needs to rent a new vault. Wade Gray. The goblin looked up at Wade, who was only slightly taller than himself, but didn't question his age. Instead, he nodded and said, very well, I understand. Which type of vault would you like to rent? Why don't you explain the different types and prices to Mr. Gray first? Please follow me this way. Wade followed the goblin and Martian to handle the vault rental process, while Professor Murray approached another goblin sitting on a high stool, busy writing. Long time no see, Griphook. Hello, Professor Murray. How can I assist you today? The goblin, named Griphook, asked respectfully. I need to retrieve something from my vault. Professor Murray presented his key. Very well, please wait a moment, I'll fetch the minecart. The goblins keep a dragon imprisoned in the underground vaults to deal with any ill-intentioned individuals. The minecart allows goblins and clients to safely move through the vaults. It was Wade's first time riding the legendary cart that Michael had once described to him like it's going to shake your brain right out. The cart looked narrow and small on the outside, very basic, but it wasn't cramped at all, even with 2 adults, a child, and 2 goblins inside. Griphook pulled the lever connected to the front of the cart, and with a clatter, they were off. Close your eyes and don't open your mouth. Martian quickly shouted to Wade. Wade, not foolish enough to ask questions, immediately complied. The cart sped down a steep slope, going faster and faster as the cold wind howled past them. The track must have been particularly winding because their bodies kept swaying from side to side, as if they were about to be thrown off. Luckily, with his eyes closed, the dizziness wasn't as bad, and Martian's arm, locked tightly in front of his chest, acted like a safety bar. After what felt like forever, the cart finally came to a stop. Everyone's faces had turned pale, and they clung to the railing for a while before Wade and Martian could crawl out of the cart. As for Professor Murray, he had to continue further down to retrieve his items from his vault. All right, let's move on, Griphook said as he once again pulled the lever on the cart. Another goblin, named Bogrod, stood by the side of the track near a vault with the number 317 on the door. He used his long fingers to grip an old bronze key, inserting it into the lock and turning it several times. The chains suddenly came to life, crawling away as the vault door swung open. Wade looked inside from the doorway. The empty vault resembled a large cave, completely barren, not even a single weed in sight. This will now be your vault, Mr. Wade Gray, Bogrod said, handing him the key. Please take care to keep your key safe. Wade accepted the key, which was attached to a long silver chain, just the right length to hang around his neck. Looks a bit empty, doesn't it? Martian said with a smile. He signed a document and handed it to Bogrod. Transfer 50,000 galleons from my vault to Vault 317. Bogrod took the document with a blank expression. Very well, please wait a moment. In what seemed like only a few breaths, the sound of jingling suddenly filled the air. Wade looked around for the source of the noise and was astonished to see thousands upon thousands of galleons raining down from above, like a golden storm inside the vault. The coins clinked and tinkled as they hit the floor, forming a small mountain of gold, glinting brightly in the torchlight. Martian laughed and said, "One day, this place will be completely filled with galleons, don't you think?" While waiting for Professor Murray in the hall, Wade quietly asked Martian. "Don't worry." Martian, knowing what Wade was thinking, also lowered his voice and whispered back. "Goblins, they can deposit galleons into the vault, but they can't just take them out unless they have the owner's authorization. The Ministry of Magic made a contract with the goblins long ago, a very ancient and powerful contract. It's precisely because goblins never betray their duties that people are accustomed to storing valuable things in Gringotts. But I heard Gringotts was broken into this summer." Wade recalled hearing about a news report. Yes, that did happen. The goblin, Griphook, who was walking over with Professor Murray, overheard Wade's words and immediately emphasized, "But nothing was stolen. Gringotts is still the safest place in the wizarding world." Professor Murray, who had gone to retrieve something, returned empty-handed. Martian didn't ask any questions. After they stepped out of the doors of Gringotts, he said to the two of them, "Sorry, Professor Murray, Wade, I need to quickly arrange for the launch of new products. There are only a few days left before school starts, and there's still a lot of business to coordinate." Professor Murray nodded. "Go ahead, Martian. See you next time, Mr. Martian." Wade also bid farewell. With one hand pressing down on his hat, Martian gave a slight bow and hurried off. Wade noticed that he seemed to be heading toward the office of the Daily Prophet. Although Wade had marveled at it several times already, he couldn't help but remark again, Mr. Martian is truly someone who doesn't waste a second. As long as it's related to money, he's always more active than anyone, Professor Murray said as he led Wade down the steps. However, he is an excellent businessman. I'm not saying he's more trustworthy than others, but his vision is longer term. To gain greater profits, he's willing to spend years, even decades, laying the groundwork. He then looked at Wade with admiration and said, "If you were in your 30s or 40s and had just come up with Book of Friends in a moment of inspiration, I'd advise you to be cautious. Martian might try to figure out a way to extract more profits from you. But you're only 11 years old." He paused, then smiled mysteriously. Wade speculated, "Won't it be easier to be deceived when you are young?" "No, Wade," Professor Murray said with a sigh, "your age is currently a weakness, but it's also your strength. Like me, Martian believes in your potential and looks forward to seeing you shine in the future. That's why, for now, he'll do everything he can to help you, investing time, resources, and energy, even willing to sacrifice some extra benefits to support your growth, hoping that you'll bring him greater returns in the future." Wade frowned slightly. Although Professor Murray didn't look down at him, he seemed to know what Wade was thinking. He smiled and asked, "Are you upset? Do you feel he's too pragmatic?" "Not exactly upset." Wade didn't admit it but instead said, "I understand that most relationships between people come from being needed and being used. But Mr. Martian is very warm and enthusiastic. It's hard to accept that his inner motives are so." He hesitated, unsure how to politely describe that contrast. Professor Murray smiled and finished for him, "Cold? Putting too much emphasis on practical interests." Wade silently nodded. Professor Murray said, "Wade, in this world, the most frightening thing is not being used, because being used is also a recognition of your talent and value. It's the people who have no value at all that are pitiful. Like a speck of dust, no one cares whether they disappear or exist. So don't fear or despise others wanting to use you. You must learn to leverage your talents and overcome obstacles in these relationships driven by interests, using these resources to promote your own growth. But always keep a clear mind, protect your own interests, and never become someone else's tool. Be the master of yourself." He lowered his head and saw the boy's gray eyes looking at him intently. Although Wade didn't say anything, Murray knew that this child would remember his words, carefully think them over, and learn from them. A complex emotion surged within him. On the one hand, Terrence Murray felt a sense of satisfaction and relief in sharing wisdom and experience, watching a student grow from ignorance to knowledge, from immaturity to maturity. On the other hand, he felt as though he was introducing the cruelty, harshness, and complexity of adult society to an innocent child. He suddenly worried that this negative influence might lead the boy down the wrong path, filling him with a bit of regret and guilt. So, Professor Murray changed his tone and spoke in a lighter mood. "But these things are still far off for you. You don't need to worry about them for now. Just remember not to make any promises lightly. If you're ever unsure what to do, come to me anytime." Professor Murray made a promise he would normally never say out loud. "Thank you, Professor." Wade looked up and asked, "Since I've known you, you've helped me so much. I'm really grateful. How can I repay you?" "Then please continue to maintain your passion for learning and your relentless curiosity for the unknown, Mr. Gray," Professor Murray said with a smile. For a professor, what could be a better reward than seeing the fruits of their hard work? Professor Murray once again used the Flu Network to send Wade home. However, since his contact at the Flu Network Authority had already gone home for the day, they couldn't temporarily connect the Gray family's fireplace to the network. Instead, they had to flew to a nearby location and walk the rest of the way. "Professor, I heard that apparition can teleport people instantly to another place," Wade asked, brushing the soot from his hair. "So why are we using the Flu Network?" "Because apparition isn't a suitable way to travel with children," Professor Murray replied gently. "It's a very advanced and dangerous form of magic. If anything goes wrong, the consequences can be disastrous, and children are particularly vulnerable to injury. So unless we're fleeing for our lives, it's best to choose a safer means of transportation. By the time they arrived home, it was already late. Mr. and Mrs. Grey were anxiously waiting, one keeping watch by the door, the other by the fireplace. Fiona, who was standing by the window, saw the two figures approaching and immediately cried out in joy and rushed out of the house. Professor Murray stopped walking and smiled at Wade. You've been through a lot today, and you must be exhausted. Even though as your teacher, I shouldn't be saying this, but go home and rest well tonight, and don't read, all right? Yes, Professor, Wade responded respectfully, filled with gratitude. Seeing that the two still had things to discuss, Mr. and Mrs. Grey waited by the door, allowing them to finish their conversation. And finally, because your first project has made me very satisfied, I want to give you a small reward. Professor Murray pulled a tiny box from his pocket and handed it to Wade. Wade immediately guessed that this was what the professor had gone to Gringotts specifically to retrieve. How valuable must it be for Professor Murray to store it in his vault? He didn't know, but instinctively declined. No, Professor, don't refuse, Wade, Professor Murray said firmly, pressing the box into Wade's hand. This isn't just a reward, it's also a test. Use it well, Wade. So your parchment, Fred said with a pale face. Book of Friends, dear, it's called Book of Friends. Fiona corrected him unhappily. How can my son's remarkable and brilliant invention be reduced to a mere parchment? All right, Book of Friends, Fred corrected himself and stared at Wade with his eyes wide open. You sold the patent and they gave you 50,000 galleons plus a steady stream of royalties. His expression was a bit off, and Wade, who had been feeling joyful, now felt a twinge of unease. His demeanor became serious as he responded, yes, father. And someone even offered 200,000 galleons for an outright buyout, but your professor didn't agree. Yes. Fred looked as if he was struggling to breathe. And you along with that professor of yours. Professor Murray. Right, Professor Murray and a businessman went to Diagon Alley. Mr. Marco Martian, Wade clarified, carefully choosing his words. They've both been very supportive of me. And then in front of you and a goblin he deposited all 50,000 galleons. Yes, father. Fred's expression was so strange that it didn't seem like he was purely proud or happy for Wade, which made Wade feel slightly nervous. He suddenly realized that he should have asked his parents for their opinion first. But under Martian's urgency, the whole day had felt like it was moving in fast forward, and Wade had instinctively overlooked this. By all accounts, Professor Murray and Martian weren't careless people. However, given that Wade's parents weren't wizards, they might have viewed him, despite being only 11 years old, as the only member of the Grey family capable of communicating equally and making decisions. This realization made Wade feel a bit uneasy. He suppressed those feelings and tried to speak in a casual tone. Since the new school year is starting soon, Mr. Martian was in a rush, worried about missing the opportunity to make money, so everything felt hurried. I'm sorry, Dad, I should have come back and discussed it with you first. Oh, come on. Wade's only 11. Do you expect him to handle everything perfectly? Fiona pretended to be upset as she pushed Fred aside, then hugged Wade tightly and kissed his forehead. That's amazing, darling. I'm so proud of you. How many 11-year-olds can say they've achieved financial independence on their own? And it's all thanks to a patent that's uniquely yours? It's unbelievable. I can't believe I've given birth to such an exceptional son. She showered Wade with a flurry of kisses, then pulled him up from the sofa and urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and have dinner. I've made a big feast. Freddie, you go wash your hands too. All right. As Wade was ushered toward the dining table, he glanced back and saw Fred grabbing the back of the sofa to steady himself. When he walked toward the bathroom, he even stumbled slightly, almost falling over. Fiona didn't notice. She hummed a tune as she cheerfully lifted the lids off the dishes, releasing an aroma that immediately awakened everyone's appetites. However, Fred could barely eat. At one point, he almost poked a tomato up his nose, and when a piece of steak fell off his fork, he continued chewing on the empty utensil before realizing it. Your father's just in shock. Fiona whispered to Wade, worried that he might feel frustrated or disappointed. When he was 11, he could barely figure out basic addition and subtraction within 100. That was an exaggeration. Wade couldn't help but smile, amused by the clumsy father his mother was describing, but also touched by the love that sparkled in her eyes. After dinner, Wade cautiously asked, Dad, Professor Murray helped me a lot today. Even though he said he didn't expect anything in return, I still want to thank him, but I'm not sure how. From what Wade had learned in his previous life about certain workplace rules, it would be expected to offer someone as influential as Professor Murray a substantial gift, 2 or 3,000 galleons, at least. Otherwise, it would be seen as being ungrateful. But after hesitating for a long time, Wade felt that if he actually did that, Professor Murray would likely be offended on the spot. The lessons from his past didn't apply to this new life, at least not with Professor Murray. In this case, Wade worried it might feel less like gratitude and more like insult. As an 11-year-old, Wade knew he didn't need to act overly sophisticated or smooth. But to simply accept Professor Murray's kindness without any gesture of thanks didn't sit right with him either. Fred seemed a bit lost in thought and only responded after a while. Write a thank you letter, Wade. A letter. Wade hadn't expected this. During the day, he had advised Stephen to write a letter, and now the same advice was being given to him by his father. Yes, write a letter, be sincere and put your heart into it. Fred thought for a moment and added. And on Professor Murray's birthday or during holidays, make sure to send a small gift. But most importantly, repay him with better achievements. I understand, Wade nodded. Yes, go write the letter, Wade. And Fred struggled to smile. I'm very proud of you, son. After watching his son head to his room, Fred slumped into the chair and ran his hands through his hair, looking utterly dejected. What's gotten into you today? Fiona hugged him from behind, resting her head on his neck, her long hair cascading over his shoulders. She muttered in dissatisfaction. Wade made a little invention and sold it for a lot of money. The school's professor is so kind to him, and the businessman he met is both trustworthy and enthusiastic. Everything is great, so why do you look like this? When Wade went back to his room, he wasn't even smiling. Fred, whatever it is, please don't be the kind of parent that spoils the mood. She felt her husband's tense muscles gradually relax. Yes, you're right. Fred grasped her hand and forced a smile. The professor is a good man. Everything's fine. I was just too shocked. I'm sorry. I'm fine. But tomorrow morning, be sure to apologize to Wade properly. He was so excited to share his achievements with you, and you couldn't even give him a smile. I understand. Late at night, after Fiona had fallen completely asleep, Fred slipped out to the balcony, throwing on a jacket. He tried to light a cigarette, but his hands were shaking so much that it took several tries. Finally managing to light it, he took a deep drag. The smoke blurred his eyes and the lonely night over London. Only now did the overwhelming fear fully crash down on him. My Wade, my intelligent, well-behaved, kind-hearted son, with a mind worth at least £1 million. He had gone off with some strangers, to a place completely unknown to me. What if something had happened to him? What if he had been harmed? What could I, as a father, have done? Wizards can come and go as they please, and I won't even know where to begin looking for him. He smoked one cigarette after another. His whole body was trembling from his fingers to his toes. The night was cold, chilling to the bone. Upstairs, Wade watched the smoke drift upward in thin wisps, noticing the faint flicker of light from the cigarette glowing intermittently. Leaning against the railing, he tilted his head back slightly and saw the waning moon, a silver hook, hanging above the spire of a distant building. The last week of the holiday passed in a blur. Wade felt like he had barely finished reading a few books before time had slipped away from him. Professor Murray had left him a small box, inside of which was a tiny, curled-up, blue-black piece of material. It resembled a dried-up caterpillar or a piece of wing membrane torn from a bat. Since he couldn't use a wand, Wade simply observed it under a magnifying glass without using any destructive methods. He planned to study it more thoroughly once he returned to school. Just as Martian had promised, the Book of Friends was launched right on schedule. Wade received an invitation to the launch event from Aslan's Magic Workshop, and an owl delivered samples of each design, 2 sets of every style. The note mentioned that he could keep one set for his own collection and gift the other. Rather than joining the launch day frenzy, Wade preferred to stay at home reading. However, when Fiona saw the Book of Friends advertisement in the Daily Prophet, she excitedly wanted to attend, and so both father and son accompanied her. The family drove to Charing Cross Road in London, parked nearby, and walked towards the leaky cauldron. It had recently snowed, leaving the ground wet and slippery. Fiona clung tightly to Fred's arm, but even then, she struggled to keep her balance as they walked. I wish I could just fly straight to the leaky cauldron for some butterbeer or no, fire whiskey. Fiona muttered as she cautiously navigated the slippery path. We're almost there, Fred reassured her. In fact, they could already see the sign for the leaky cauldron. As squibs, the Grey couple had not been accepted as students by any magical school, but the wizarding world had not entirely shut its doors to them. Both Fred and Fiona had traces of magic in them, though they couldn't use it, making them distinct from muggles. For instance, they could see the leaky cauldron, which was invisible to muggle eyes, and magical potions worked on them as they would on any wizard. For pure muggles, some potions that are common for wizards could be deadly, like skull-gro minor injuries that wizards wouldn't think twice about could cause irreversible harm to muggles. When Wade was attending Hogwarts, the Grey couple would occasionally stroll through Diagon Alley. Although they didn't have wands, as long as they followed someone else opening the entrance, they could enter the alley without any problems, and no one usually said anything. At this moment, Wade felt that as soon as his parents entered Diagon Alley, it was as if they were returning home. Naturally, they first stopped at the leaky cauldron for a pint of beer. Fiona no longer seemed to mind the hygiene of the place, and then, after following the winding path, they arrived at the entrance, and they both turned to look at Wade. Wade took out his wand and tapped on one of the bricks on the wall. Instantly, the familiar archway appeared, revealing a massive poster right in front of them. The Book of Friends, a symbol of a new era. Haven't bought a Book of Friends for your child yet? Merlin's beard. How will they manage at school? Top quality at an affordable price, an irreplaceable experience of the new age. With me by your side, the world is different. Communicate anytime, anywhere. The Book of Friends changes the world for you and me. Oh my! Fiona couldn't help but exclaim. Colorful posters covered almost every visible corner, with various slogans flashing continuously, urging people to buy one immediately. Diagon Alley was packed with people, parents of children, and even many foreign wizards were everywhere. There was no need to head to Martian's shop because along the streets of Diagon Alley, every 10 meters, there was a sales point. The staff shouted loudly, only one per person. One per person. Hey, sir, you've grabbed too many. Don't worry, we'll have more products ready soon. No rush. If you're willing to wait 2 days, you can sit in the shop and take your time choosing from all the styles. But no one was listening. People kept pushing forward, clutching their galleons, shouting, "Give me 3, I've got 3 kids. Stop pushing from the back. Who stepped on my shoe? I want that red one, give me the red one." Suddenly, a loud cry came from the crowd, and with a commotion, the mob parted. 2 wizards had started brawling on the ground, and amidst the screams and shouts, they were quickly pulled apart by others nearby. Fiona swallowed nervously. Maybe we should just stay here and watch. A wise choice. Fred bought some ice cream, and the 3 of them sat at a small table outside the shop, observing the chaotic scene of the frenzied buyers in the distance. The shop owner, Fosco, wearing a little vest, brought the ice cream over to the table and asked with a smile, "Are you here to buy a book of friends for your child too?" Yeah, Fred replied vaguely. "Then you'd better go buy one soon," Fosco said as he adjusted his bow tie. "I've got some insider info. The book of friends that Aslan Magic Workshop has been working overtime to produce. This is the only batch for now. Once they sell out, the workers are taking a break before production resumes. So if you miss this chance, you'll have to wait at least a week to get one." Wade looked up at him. No wonder the staff's attempts to maintain order were useless. With Diagon Alley shop owners spreading insider info and stirring up anxiety, it was no surprise everyone was worried about missing out. "Your insider info is?" Fred asked cautiously. "Oh, a neighbor of my distant aunt's daughter works at Aslan Magic Workshop, and she's directly involved in the production of Book of Friends. So my info is absolutely real and reliable," Fosco said proudly. Oh, Fred nodded, half believing. "Wait, is this insider info something Martian instructed his employees to spread? To boost sales by deliberately creating rumors while the official word is we have plenty of stock, someone leaks the real story that supplies are tight." Of course, people would believe the latter. Waiting a week doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? Weren't owls just fine before? Fiona asked curiously. How could it be the same? Fosco looked at Wade and said, "Think about your son, ma'am, when he gets to school. If all his classmates are talking about and trading the Book of Friends, and he doesn't have one, won't he feel left out? At the very least, he'd feel embarrassed, right? Imagine that scene, wouldn't you? As parents, feel heartbroken." Fiona imagined its students at school playing together in groups, chatting and laughing over their Book of Friends, all in sync with each other, while her Wade stood alone in the corner, pitifully watching. Her heart sank, and she nodded quickly. "Yes, of course. That would be so sad. We can't let that happen." "Exactly, that's what everyone thinks. At the very least, you have to send your child to school with a Book of Friends, so they don't feel out of place with the other kids. So who can resist buying one?" "Right, you can't resist. You have to buy one," Fiona eagerly agreed. Fosco sighed as he walked away, still talking about the love parents have for their children. Fiona, increasingly anxious, kept eyeing the crowd rushing to buy Book of Friends. Suddenly, she stood up, only for Fred to grab her arm. Wade looked at her in surprise. "Fred, Wade already has a Book of Friends, remember?" Fred said helplessly. "He has plenty. He can trade with anyone he meets. He's not some poor kid. Not to mention, he's the inventor of the Book of Friends himself. He can have any version he wants." Fiona blinked, realizing, "Oh right, Wade. So, you were genuinely swayed by the hype, not secretly promoting it on my behalf, right?" The next morning, Wade was woken up by his father an hour earlier than his alarm was set for. "It snowed last night, Wade," Fred said, and his body still carried a chill as he urged, "Get up quickly. We need to leave early today." Wade sat up in bed, ruffled his messy hair, and pulled back the curtains. The snow on the windowsill was about 2 inches thick, and the yard was a vast expanse of white. Footprints circled the car, left by Fred when he cleared the snow this morning. Wade quickly got dressed, went downstairs to eat breakfast, and overheard his parents arguing in the kitchen. "Listen, dear, it's too cold today. There's no need for all of us to go to the station. I can take Wade by myself, it's enough," Fred said. "But I also want to see Wade off. Once he goes back to school, we won't see him for another 6 months, Fiona argued. They debated for a while, but in the end, Fred insisted that Fiona stay at home. He usually gave in to her on most things, but once he made up his mind, no one could change it. When they emerged from the kitchen, Wade pretended not to have heard their quarrel. After breakfast, he asked, "Mom, can you take care of Eva for me? She can fly to Hogwarts on her own once the weather gets better." "Of course." Fiona agreed happily and immediately began planning. "I can make owl food myself. Bard's feed is running low anyway, and there's also Millie. I think she might need to lose weight. The running wheel I bought for her was chewed up." Millie, Fiona's pet hamster, was a shy little creature that usually didn't need much attention. Seeing her shift her focus from the farewell to the pets, Fred breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly finished breakfast, and Fred took Wade's large suitcase and stuffed it into the trunk. "Goodbye, Mom," Wade said before getting into the car. Fiona stood at the door, waving vigorously. The car slowly drove away. Just as Fred had anticipated, the snow made the road slippery, and all the cars were moving slowly. Even so, there was still an accident. 2 cars had collided and were pulled over to the side, scattered debris littering the snowy ground. Inside the car, it was quiet. Wade stared out the window when suddenly, out of nowhere, a gray car seemed to materialize beside them as if squeezed out of thin air. What's wrong? Fred glanced at the rearview mirror and caught sight of his son's surprised expression. It's nothing. I think I saw a car rear-end another one. Yeah, that happens a lot, Fred said, keeping his focus on the road ahead to avoid being caught off guard by any sudden accidents. Wade watched as the gray car beside them drove parallel for a few minutes before suddenly disappearing from view. When it reappeared, it barely made it past the intersection just as the light turned from green to red. No one on the street seemed to notice, including Fred, who did not notice the car that seemed to leap forward like it was jumping through space. If any ordinary person had seen this, they would probably regard it as a ghost story, right? Wade couldn't help but think. The car slowly made its way to King's Cross Station, with about 10 minutes left before departure. Fred took Wade's suitcase out of the car, placed it on a trolley, and pushed it all the way to platform 9 3/4. As they neared the platform, Fred's pace slowed until he had to stop. Wade grabbed his hand. Come in with me, Dad, he said. Fred gave a wry smile and said, I can't, Wade, I'm not a wizard, I can't. You can, Wade interrupted. Platform 9 3/4 doesn't have magical restrictions. Even muggles can enter. It's just that the Ministry of Magic has cast spells here, so muggles usually overlook it. So Fred took a deep breath and stared at the brick wall ahead as if it were some kind of monster. I can also enter this platform. Yes, you can. Come with me. Wade held his hand and led him forward. Fred looked tense, and just before they were about to hit the brick wall, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Nothing happened. But suddenly, the noise around him grew louder. A deep red train stood beside the platform, with all its carriage doors open. Children in Hogwarts uniforms were leaning out of the windows, bidding farewell to their parents on the platform. The station was crowded, some children were running hurriedly, while others hugged their parents in reluctant goodbyes. Cats roamed freely on the ground, and owls in cages swiveled their heads, looking around. Older students huddled together, already discussing their holiday assignments. Some students struggled to free themselves from their mother's embraces, saying, Don't kiss me like that, Mom, I'm not a little kid anymore. Have you packed your book of friends? An elderly woman with a stern appearance asked the child beside her. Don't lose it, and remember to stay in touch every day. The rather naive-looking child beside her obediently replied, I know, Grandma. Can I have another book of friends, Dad? A girl clung to her father's arm, pleading, I have so many friends at school, my little sister hasn't started school yet, so you can buy her one in a few days. Don't even think about it, shouted a younger girl nearby, jumping up and down. It's mine, you can't have it. Looking around, at least 1 in 3 travelers was talking about the book of friends. Some people were eagerly pulling out sheets of paper, already engrossed in their chats, while others repeatedly checked their book for new messages. To ensure quick replies, they even kept pens clipped to their chest pockets or ears. Fred watched this scene almost in a trance. Platform 9 3/4 was different from Diagon Alley. This platform had once been his dream gateway to the wizarding world but had ultimately barred him from entering. As a child, he had imagined countless times the journey he would begin from here, only to finally set foot on the platform at the age of 32. After a while, Fred looked away and said in a restrained, slightly trembling voice, Let's go, Wade, let's find you a compartment. They walked along the platform for a while and found an empty compartment. Wade stowed his suitcase inside, then stepped off the train to say goodbye to his father. Wade. Fred placed his hand on Wade's shoulder, wanting to say something, but he couldn't find the words. Should I tell him to study hard? Wade is already working harder than anyone else. Should I advise him to build good relationships with others? Fred had already said that countless times. Should I tell him that his parents will always be his support, that no matter what problems he faces, he can always seek help from his family? But Fred knew all too well that when it came to the wizarding world, he and his wife were powerless. Even if Wade sought their help, what could they do other than share in his pain? After a long pause, Fred's grip tightened slightly. We're always proud of you, Wade, no matter what challenges you face, don't be afraid, don't hesitate. If you run into trouble, seek help from your teachers, do you understand? Wade nodded, looked into his father's eyes, and softly asked, Dad, at the beginning you didn't actually want me to come to Hogwarts, did you? Why didn't you stop me? I couldn't, Wade, Fred said with a bitter smile. I wanted to, but I couldn't because I once heard that if a young wizard doesn't learn to control their magic, it can turn into a dark force called an obscurus, destroying themselves, destroying everything. So all he could do was worryingly watch his son step into what he saw as a death trap, a slaughterhouse in the guise of a school. Unable to stop him. Powerless to help him. A sharp whistle blew, and all the train doors closed. The locomotive spewed steam as it clanked forward. Wade waved out of the window and watched his father's figure gradually recede into the distance. He turned around and sat down, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. His book of friends began to warm faintly. When he opened it, he saw several new messages on the first page. Fiona, was the journey smooth? The train should have left by now, right? Fiona, Eva seems a little unhappy. I think it's probably because you didn't bring her along. Fiona, is it cold on the train? Wade smiled and picked up his pen, and then replied to each message. Wade, everything went smoothly, the train just left, and Dad is probably already on his way home. If Eva is unhappy, maybe you can give her some dried fish? That's her favorite snack. I remember it's on the second shelf of the cabinet. You can also try some dried beetles or grasshoppers. She will be happy with those too, but not too much, or it will upset her stomach. Of course, you already know all this. Also, the train seems to have some kind of warming charm, so it's not cold, and the scarf is really cozy. I'll remember to take plenty of pictures. Hey, Wade. Just as Wade finished writing, Michael poked his head in and said cheerfully, I knew you'd be on this side, guys, over here. He waved in the other direction before dragging his suitcase into the compartment. He was visibly excited as he said, big news, isn't it, Wade? What? Wade asked, slightly confused. The Book of Friends, of course. Michael pulled out his wand, levitated his suitcase onto the luggage rack, and sat down. Right before the school year started, my parents were in a rush to get their hands on one. When they found out I had a whole book myself, they were stunned. But I always thought it was something exclusive to SSC members, and suddenly, I heard it's being sold in Diagon Alley, so the rumors are true, right? What rumors? Wade realized that after just 3 weeks, he was struggling to keep up with Michael's conversations. Oh, we've all heard about it. Some people even came to ask me because they knew we're in the same year. Theo entered the compartment, picking up where Michael left off. But I have to say, they didn't seem to believe it. They thought someone was making it up. Hey, Wade. Long time no see. Ryan followed closely behind. I'm guessing you don't check the SSC chat pages much, do you? Oh well, I've been busy reading. Wade replied. That's what I thought, otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed silent. Ryan shrugged. Let Theo explain, he knows more about it. Theo Mancini, though his surname wasn't among the legendary Sacred 28, was still a pureblood and was well informed. It's like this, even before the Book of Friends was released, there were rumors, Theo said while looking at Wade. They said a brand new, cheap, and more convenient way of communication was coming, one that could potentially disrupt the current loose structure of the wizarding world, making connections between people much closer. Michael added, back then, I guess they might be talking about the Book of Friends. So even though Michael had a Book of Friends in his possession, he didn't dare share it with his parents or friends. Instead, he kept it buried at the bottom of his suitcase, making excuses about needing to study while secretly chatting with friends and cautioning them not to reveal the existence of the book. However, despite Michael's precautions, everyone else had already shared at least one page of their book with their parents. Realizing the potential leak, they quickly tried to patch things up, urging their families to keep it secret. But within just 2 or 3 days, rumors seemed to spread across the entire world, and soon, everyone knew. Those few days, we went through the flu network at home faster than usual, Ryan said. A lot of people wanted to get involved. My dad mentioned knowing a pureblood noble who was desperately trying to secure the distribution rights in America. But the owner of Aslan's magic workshop, Martian, is a sly and unpredictable character, Theo continued. That's how my grandfather described him. He said Martian is like a hyena. If someone crosses him, he'll pull their guts out from their rear end. Theo softened his grandfather's much cruder words, feeling too embarrassed to repeat them verbatim. No one dares mess with Martian. No one's ever gotten the better of him. However, some say that even Martian obtained the Book of Friends patent rights from someone else, and the inventor is actually just a first-year student at Hogwarts. Theo glanced at Wade. Some people went crazy trying to find you. I was really worried I'd hear your name, Wade, Ryan said with a hint of concern. Theo continued, but the grand alchemist Terrence Murray publicly stated at a banquet that the inventor is his student, and he would not tolerate anyone causing trouble or distress to his student. If anyone tries to bypass him and contact his student directly, it will be seen as an insult and provocation to Terrence Murray. Ryan added, I only found out afterward that Professor Murray has a very high standing in certain fields, and of course, there's also Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Just then, the witch pushing the snack trolley passed by the door, and they paused their conversation to buy some snacks. Once they had finished, the conversation resumed. Professor Dumbledore also said he hoped everyone would respect his students, or he would have no choice but to defend his students' rights. After that, everything suddenly calmed down. As Theo unwrapped a chocolate frog, he said, I heard that those with ideas are now going after Martian instead. Compared to the alternatives, they probably think the cost of provoking Martian is lower. Oh no, my chocolate frog. The frog suddenly jumped away, and although Theo quickly tried to grab it, he missed. Just before it could leap out of the window, Wade caught it. Thanks, Wade. Wade handed the chocolate frog back and asked, so, my name hasn't been leaked? Most people don't know. A lot of them still think it's a 6th or 7th year student. Ryan said, but I suspect the pureblood families aren't fooled. Even with Dumbledore and Murray speaking up, Wade, you should try not to be alone at school. Michael threw his arm around Wade's shoulders and said with a smile, don't worry, we'll stick to you like conjoined twins. By the way, there's a rumor that Martian paid a huge amount of galleons for the rights. Some people are saying you're as rich as the Malfoys now. Is it true? While the other two avoided the subject, Michael asked directly. Wade tried to respond in a calm, non-boastful tone, it's not that exaggerated, just 50,000 galleons. Michael grimaced as if he had a toothache. 50,000 galleons? I've never seen that much money in my life. Theo relaxed and laughed. Some people were saying it was 1,000,000 galleons? Total nonsense. Ryan suddenly put his hand on Theo's shoulder, and Theo immediately stopped talking. There was a knock on the compartment door. Knock, knock, knock. Someone lightly knocked on the compartment door. Theo, who was closest to the door, stood up to open it. Hello. Wade and the others heard voices coming from outside. Mancini, you're in this compartment. I heard Wade Gray was around here. Looks like we got the wrong place, probably a bit further up. The students outside were discussing amongst themselves, getting ready to check other compartments, but a casual glance allowed one of them to spot Wade sitting inside. The student paused for a moment, the nonchalant expression on his face quickly replaced by an enthusiastic smile. So you are here. He pushed past Theo and entered the compartment with two others, acting as if they were all familiar. Hey, Gray, how was your holiday? Theo was squeezed into the corner and helplessly watched as three students much taller than himself entered, making the compartment feel cramped. Who are you? Wade raised an eyebrow slightly and was just about to speak, but Michael suddenly intercepted. He stood up and said with a smile, long time no see, Pruitt. I heard you guys went to Iceland for Christmas. Pruitt finally turned his gaze to Michael and replied with a smile. Yeah, we saw some really impressive sights, and when we got back, we heard about the Book of Friends. His eyes shifted to Wade, and he continued, it's really amazing. I immediately bought the full deluxe set of Book of Friends, 12 in total, one for each month of the year. Michael played along, flattering him, as expected of the Pruitt family. Even that Martian has to give in. We could only grab one copy due to the purchase limit, and getting a second one might take another 2 weeks. Don't worry, it won't take that long. As long as there's money to be made, Martian works as fast as if he's riding a graphorn. But of course the December limited edition was only available in the first batch, and it was exclusively sold to the truly ancient and noble pure-blood families, unlike some, well, let's just say, not the same. He spoke with a tone of arrogance, casting a seemingly casual glance at Theo. The Mancini family wasn't exactly bad, in fact, they were far wealthier than the Weasleys. But since Theo had been sorted into Hufflepuff, it was as if he had been labeled a fool, immediately pushing him to the lower ranks of the pure-blood snobbery hierarchy. Ryan's face turned cold, and he was about to stand up, but Theo pressed down on his shoulder, stopping him from speaking. Michael, pretending not to catch the implied insult, smiled and said, the Pruitt family is indeed very old. These two are. The two students standing behind Pruitt had been eyeing Wade with interest, occasionally glancing at Michael, while completely ignoring the two Hufflepuffs. Their scarves featured large swaths of green with silver stripes, and they had a brooding demeanor. It was obvious they were both from Slytherin. Among the houses, the only one that maintained a somewhat decent relationship with Slytherin was Ravenclaw, but even that only meant exchanging polite greetings and small talk. They didn't often go around together. Pruitt, waiting for this moment, immediately introduced them. This is Gaston Yaxley. The blonde boy with thick eyebrows nodded and smiled at Wade. And this is O'Neill Foley. The boy with dark skin and a gentle face smiled warmly. They're both 6th-year Slytherins. They heard that the inventor of the Book of Friends was in this compartment and wanted to meet. Pruitt said this with a smile still plastered on his face, though his gaze was pointed as he locked eyes with Michael, signaling move out of the way, kid. Michael, realizing he couldn't keep blocking, reluctantly stepped aside and, as he turned, he winked at Wade, conveying an unspoken message. The boy named Gaston Yaxley stepped forward, extending his hand politely. Hello, Mr. Gray. With Michael watching nervously, Wade stood up and shook hands. Hello. Though his tone was calm, talent often earns others' leniency. As long as it's not a direct refusal, Slytherins consider it a friendly gesture. A faint smile appeared on Yaxley's pale face. I never expected the inventor of the Book of Friends to be so young. It's been many years since Ravenclaw has had such an exceptional student. Mr. Gray, you are a truly talented and capable individual, and your future could rival that of Terence Murray. I believe that only on a grander stage can your intelligence be fully realized. He paused, stretching out his words as he said, the Yaxley family would be more than willing to offer you some assistance. Though Pruitt still maintained his smile, a hint of jealousy leaked uncontrollably onto his face. Michael glanced at him and then at Foley, who stood on the other side. This Slytherin's smile is impeccable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Thank you very much for your kind offer. I'm honored, Wade said politely. However, I'm just an apprentice in alchemy, still far from being on par with Professor Murray. Of course there's no doubt about Professor Murray's expertise, but I have a greater appreciation for your potential, Yaxley said, his tone carrying an unintentional air of superiority. Although the alchemical skills behind the Book of Friends are quite basic, something many 6th or 7th year students could achieve, what's truly commendable is your creativity. How did you come up with it? Wade nodded and said, speaking of that, I can't exactly claim to be the originator. You know about the Muggle internet, right? Muggles. The three of them simultaneously looked as if they had just heard a highly offensive term. Yes, Wade said with a smile. The core protocol of internet communication is the TCP/IP protocol, which involves breaking down data into packets for transmission. The client sends requests to the server, receives, and parses the server's response. The server then returns the processed results to the client. During input, the sequence of operational commands and raw data. Wade proceeded to give a polite explanation of how computers work, touching on the internet, cloud computing, electronic chips, wide area networks, data planes, and other seemingly random concepts. He even delved into future topics like the deep integration of e-commerce, artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain technology, and digital currencies. His voice was the only sound left in the compartment as the others stared blankly, as if they had turned into bewildered infants. Even some students who had come by to meet Wade Grey stood at the door, hesitant to enter, as though there was some strange enchantment at play. When Wade finally paused, the three Slytherins, out of politeness, refrained from interrupting him but immediately stood up to say their goodbyes, their faces pale as if they had just been drenched in a downpour. Their retreating figures bore a hint of panic, almost as if they were fleeing. Theo walked over to shut the door, noticing that the few people left in the hallway quickly averted their eyes, seemingly afraid of being pulled inside to endure more of this baffling lecture. Theo locked the door with a spell, and the four of them burst into laughter simultaneously. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Michael couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I thought you'd just push back directly. Wade wasn't sure when he'd left such a Gryffindor-like impression on him. Slytherins are known for holding grudges, just look at Malfoy and Potter. Wade shrugged and cast a spell to muffle the sound in the compartment. He poured himself a glass of water and said, I don't want to be harassed by them every day while at school. Theo nodded. You're right, Yaxley is a vindictive person. And unlike Malfoy's petty tricks, he likes to use underhanded methods, and even the professors haven't been able to catch him. Ryan, you really need to control your temper. Ryan pursed his lips, neither agreeing or disagreeing, and then asked, Wade, that muggle thing, computer, can it really do all that? He was carefully recalling what Wade had just said, finally grasping a small part that he could barely understand. They can buy things from all over the world right from their homes. Wade laughed. Actually, online shopping started about 10 years ago, and it will only become more convenient in the future, but I'm not really an expert in this field. Wade wasn't a computer expert. In his previous life, he was just a regular university student with a basic knowledge of C language programming, most of which he'd forgotten after his exams. After reincarnating in this world, Wade, knowing the future of computer development, had considered delving into this technology, hoping to bring out things like WhatsApp, TikTok, shopping websites, and smartphones ahead of time. Maybe he could have become the world's richest person before the age of 30, but just as he was beginning to study, he received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Between being the world's richest person and learning magic, Wade hesitated for only 0.1 seconds before choosing the latter. Michael said incredulously, but you just sounded like you knew it all. I was just repeating things I read in magazines. It sounds impressive, doesn't it? Wade leaned against the compartment wall with a smile. You guys don't understand, and Pruitt and his lot certainly don't either. But I sounded so confident that they think I know a lot, and they can't even talk to me about it, so they have to stay away, otherwise they will feel very uncomfortable just by listening to me. Merlin, Theo said with amazement. I thought you were some kind of muggle computer expert. I've watched their TV shows, and even their experts don't sound as well, as incomprehensible as you. For a moment, Theo even wondered if he was hearing English or if muggles had invented a special language just for their computers. By the way, Wade mentioned something about this earlier, some kind of computer languages. C, C++, Java, Python. Theo fell into deep thought. So muggles really did that? Invented a machine, and then invented all sorts of complex languages just for that machine. I noticed you seemed a bit nervous earlier, Wade asked Michael. Who were those people? They're one of the more troublesome groups among the purebloods, the kind that would immediately side with the Dark Lord if he returned. Michael explained, Joram Pruitt. You probably haven't paid much attention to him before. He's a 6th-year Ravenclaw student who loves hosting all sorts of parties in the common room. Even though he mostly studied on his own, he still managed to score outstanding in his O.W.L.S for defense against the dark arts, but his real specialty is dark curses. He's narrow-minded. It's best not to mess with him if you can avoid it. Ryan sighed. I used to think before I came to Hogwarts that all Ravenclaws were just bookish nerds. Did you see how Pruitt looked? He seemed eager to be Yaxley's lackey. Because Pruitt isn't really a true Pruitt, Theo recalled. I think I heard someone mention that his great-great-grandmother married a half-blood wizard named Dion or Dick. Later, when the Pure Blood Directory was published, their family changed their surname to Pruitt, one of the Sacred 28. And then, Wade asked curiously, did the Pruitt family acknowledge them? No, they never got the Pruitt family's recognition. But the two Pruitt brothers were killed in the war against the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. Pruitt, I mean, Joram Pruitt's father and uncle, are now high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. They call themselves Pure Blood Pruitts, and no one really challenges them. Theo looked at the group's eager expressions as they listened to the gossip and laughed. Actually, the ones with the closest blood relation to the Pruitts at school are the Weasleys in Gryffindor. Weasleys? The group was surprised. Yes, Ron Weasley's mother was a Pruitt, and the two brothers who died back then were her brothers, Theo explained. They're all dead? Ryan asked. Yes. That's awful. I mean, the war. Thank goodness it's over. Ryan silently expressed his gratitude to Harry Potter. Though the boy hadn't shown any exceptional talent or strength, he truly saved the world, and that alone was enough. Including Ryan's parents, many people are very grateful to and respectful of the boy who lived. What about Yaxley and Folly? Wade asked. Yaxley. Theo's face turned slightly pale. His father, like Malfoy, once served the Dark Lord. After the Dark Lord disappeared, they all claimed they were under the influence of the Imperious Curse and used money to escape punishment. Unlike Malfoy, Yaxley's father still works at the Ministry of Magic and is rumored to be a cruel and cold-blooded person. I have no doubt Yaxley must be skilled in using dark magic. Michael was shocked. Even if they were really under the Imperious curse, they must have done plenty of bad things, right? And they're still allowed to hold positions in the ministry. Yes, that's exactly how it is, Theo said with a bitter smile. Unbelievable, isn't it? Michael fell silent. The intelligent boy suddenly felt that the grand image of the Ministry of Magic in his mind was beginning to crumble. As for the Folly family, Theo continued, they were once followers of Grindelwald. After he was defeated by Dumbledore, the alliance vanished from sight, and the Folly family became more low-key. But regardless, the alliance was once even more terrifying than the Death Eaters, so be extra careful around him. The compartment fell silent for a long while. Michael and Ryan, both half-blood wizards, didn't know much about the Wizarding World's families, factions, or past wars. Some things aren't recorded in a history of magic. Wizards like them, born in a time of peace, often think of war as a story from textbooks, frustrating exam topics without realizing that the shadow of war's wings hovers among their classmates. Thinking of Professor Quirrell, who had been possessed by Voldemort, and then about those classmates who might aspire to become Death Eaters, the young wizards couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling a heavy weight on their hearts. The rest of the journey was quite peaceful. Occasionally, a few students came by to see the inventor of the Book of Friends, but Wade quickly ended the conversations using the concept of the internet as his weapon, wrapping things up within minutes. By the time they were about to get off the train, no one came to talk to him about those headache-inducing topics anymore. The train slowly pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and the students, now wearing their thick robes, stepped off. In the distance, lit by the glow of lights, Hogwarts was waiting for them. "Follow me, students," a booming voice called out. Hagrid, who looked like a wild man, was wearing a thick fur coat and carrying a lantern. He was waiting for them on the dark platform, resembling a towering giant. To students unfamiliar with Hagrid's kind nature, his appearance was quite intimidating. The noisy students immediately quieted down and followed behind him, walking along the platform. In a large open space, many dark carriages were parked, with dim yellow lights hanging on either side of the frames. Some carriages swayed slightly. The students began boarding the carriages one by one. Wade and his friends walked forward together when they suddenly heard a voice greeting them. "Hey, Wade, guys, this carriage is empty." They looked up to see Hermione, Padma, Parvati, and Neville sitting in the same carriage. It was Padma who spoke, gesturing to the carriage next to them, which was empty and covered with straw. One by one, they climbed into the carriage. Michael was the first to wave and say, "Hey there, did you all have a good holiday?" "It was great, except for a certain someone who kept ignoring their Book of Friends," Hermione said. "I thought it would be easier to discuss things with the Book of Friends, especially while practicing the disarming charm." "Oh, Hermione, give it a rest, we haven't even started the school term yet," Padma said, exasperated, trying to stop her. "Let's talk about studying tomorrow, okay?" Even as a Ravenclaw, Padma found Hermione's enthusiasm for studying a bit overwhelming. "How about meeting at the library tomorrow afternoon?" Wade suggested. "I need to borrow some new books anyway." Hermione reluctantly sat back down, while Parvati quietly sighed in relief. Though no one was pushing her to study, listening to the top students discuss topics she couldn't understand or contribute to felt like being trapped in an invisible glass cage, leaving her feeling suffocated. While they were talking, Neville hurriedly jumped down from his carriage, clutching his toad, Trevor, tightly, and squeezed into Wade's carriage. "Hey, Neville, we're already full over here," Michael protested. "Please, let me stay here, it's all girls over there." Neville pleaded softly, looking like he had been through a lot, but without hesitation, he squeezed Michael into the corner and refused to leave no matter what. Forced to sit pressed against the side of the carriage, Michael huffed, "What's so bad about being with the girls? You were sitting next to the prettiest girls at Hogwarts? And they're twins." A clear, bright laugh came from the girls' carriage, possibly because they had overheard Michael's comment. Neville hung his head in embarrassment, too flustered to look at who was laughing, and mumbled, "They're always laughing, it's so awkward, I can't stay there by myself." Michael scolded him in exasperation, "Neville, you're hopeless, you idiot." Seizing the chance before the carriage started moving, Michael jumped off without hesitation and made his way straight to the girls' carriage. Before long, he was sitting with them, chatting and laughing with Padma. Neville breathed a sigh of relief and looked admiringly at Michael. Wade and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Neville scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling along. The carriage wobbled as it started moving, the road was uneven, causing the carriage to jolt. There was a musty smell inside, and there was a thick layer of straw lay beneath them. Ryan couldn't help but say, "I've been meaning to ask since the last time we rode these carriages, why don't they even have cushions?" When they went home for Christmas, they had taken these same carriages to Hogsmeade Station, but back then, they were each with their own housemates and didn't have a chance to ride together. Theo speculated, maybe it's to follow tradition, or it can't possibly be because of a lack of funds, right? Anyone who had seen Hogwarts' extravagant dining scenes would never think the school couldn't afford a few comfortable cushions. A school that provides free room and board and doesn't charge tuition, what more can you ask for? "Let's just treat this as a test of our endurance," Wade joked as he pointed his wand at the pile of straw in the carriage, instantly transforming the dry, yellow straw into thick, cushioned seats. They all felt the cushions and said enviously, "Sigh, transfiguration is just too hard." With Wade's guidance, they were all doing well in their charms class, but transfiguration required more self-study. Wade couldn't exactly implant determination and clear imagery into their minds. Do Muggle schools charge fees? Theo asked curiously. Yeah. Wade thought about his own primary school and said, public primary schools are basically free, they only charge some minor fees. But for private schools, the cost is at least £10,000 a year. £10,000. Theo looked confused. How much is that? It's roughly equivalent to 2,000 galleons, Wade explained. Theo was stunned. That's so expensive, Muggles must be really rich. Even as a pureblood, Theo's family could never afford to spend 2,000 galleons a year on school. It probably took a fortune like the Malfoys to afford that kind of education. Most Muggle students go to public primary schools, Wade added. Speaking of which, these school carriages are really impressive. They can move on their own. Are they alchemical items too? Ryan asked curiously. Neville suddenly looked up and his lips twitched as if he wanted to say something but held back. No, it seems they're being pulled by invisible horses. Michael leaned forward. Listen carefully. They all held their breath and listened intently. The air was filled with the sounds of invisible creatures, soft snorts, snuffling breaths, and the flap of wings slicing through the air. Invisible horses. Ryan frowned, thinking. I think I read about these creatures in a book somewhere. They're Thestrals, Wade revealed the answer. Right. Ryan clapped his hands in excitement. Thestrals? They're the ones you can only see if you've witnessed death. That's why we can't see them. So, they're not actually invisible, just unseen by people. Theo said, trying to piece together the logic. Yeah, that's right. Wade nodded absent-mindedly and looked toward the front of the carriage. The skeletal black horse had white, pupil-less eyes and a face as fierce and grim as a dragon. It pulled the carriage forward obediently, with its large bat-like wings folded gently against its sides. Ryan's voice was a bit too loud, and seemed to make it uneasy. It tossed its head and slightly quickened its pace. The carriage wheels squeaked and groaned as they turned, finally coming to a halt in front of the castle's stone steps. Wade jumped down from the carriage. The night air was bitterly cold, and his breath turned into a white mist. He looked back and locked eyes with the Thestral's hollow, pale gaze. It was a strange feeling. No wonder in ancient times, people associated seeing Thestrals with witnessing death, believing they brought misfortune to those who could see them. What are you waiting for, Wade? Ryan clapped him on the back and stamped his feet. It's freezing today. The students eagerly rushed into the castle as they stepped on snow and climbed the stone steps. Around the corner of the entrance hall, Filch glared angrily at the kids tracking mud and water into the building. The Great Hall was brightly lit, with house elves having prepared another grand feast. Dumbledore sat at the staff table and smiled warmly at the returning students. In the early morning, the dormitory was still pitch black. Wade was half asleep when he suddenly felt as though someone was watching him. Alone in his room, the presence of those unfamiliar eyes was particularly unsettling. Wade groggily opened his eyes, and in the darkness, he saw a row of enormous, gleaming eyes, like little lanterns floating in the air. Thud! His heart gave a violent jolt. Wade sat up abruptly, instinctively grabbing his wand and pointing it in the direction of the intruder. Who's there? Mr. Grey is awake, a high-pitched voice of a house elf replied. Zoe knew Mr. Grey would return to the castle today. Zoe has been waiting. With a snap of slender fingers, the oil lamps in the dormitory lit up instantly. 3 house elves stood side by side in the middle of the dormitory floor. They seemed entirely unaware of how frightening their sudden midnight appearance was, and were smiling warmly at Wade. Wade's heart pounded so hard it felt like it was bruising his ribs. He took deep breaths, and his cold fingers gradually warmed, though his scalp still tingled as if electrified. Zoe, Happy, Phil, Wade said, trying to keep his tone calm. Long time no see. Why did you suddenly appear in the middle of the night? The house elves bowed deeply with their large ears flapping, and joyfully said, well, it's like this during Christmas. Phil received a gift from Wade Grey again. But Wade Grey must have noticed he did not receive a gift from Happy. It's not that there was no gift, it's because Zoe was preparing something even better. Phil wanted to give Wade Grey what he truly desires. But what does Wade Grey want? Phil thought and thought. While cleaning the Ravenclaw tower, Happy overheard some first-year students talking, and then Happy finally understood. The 3 house elves beamed with delight and said in unison, Wade Grey must want a broomstick. I certainly do. Wade, still sitting on his bed, looked at them and said, but school rules say that first-year students aren't allowed to bring broomsticks into school. Otherwise, he could have just bought a new one himself during the Christmas holidays. There are indeed rules, but Wade Grey wouldn't break them, Zoe said, spreading her arms. Because the broom is already at the school. Wade Grey would simply be using it. As long as first-year students performed well in their flying lessons, it was perfectly acceptable for them to borrow a broom from older students for a short ride after class. During Quidditch team practices, younger students often gathered around the pitch, waiting for a chance to borrow a broom once the practice ended. However, house elves couldn't steal students' brooms, nor could they offer school brooms as gifts. Did you find an abandoned broom? Wade asked, surprised as he looked at the house elves. Not just one, not just one. Happy said cheerfully, wiggling his ears. There are several brooms with no owners. Come with Zoe, Wade Grey, the elf said, tugging at his finger. Zoe wants to take Wade Grey to get his gift. Oh, okay, wait, let me get dressed. Wade threw off his blanket, sat up, and glanced at the elves. Could you turn around for a moment? The January morning was dim, with a cold wind howling against the windows, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the sills. Wade followed the 3 house elves down the castle's empty corridors, the sound of his footsteps echoing clearly. It was nearly dawn, and not even Filch was patrolling the halls, waiting to catch students breaking curfew. The entire castle felt deserted, as if Wade was the only person left, wandering through an ancient painting. Wade, who was bundled in warm clothes, glanced at the house elves, who were dressed in nothing but thin tea towels, and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you cold, wearing so little?" Phil shook his head. "Not cold. Phil can adapt to any environment, summer, winter, very cold, very hot, it's all fine." "What remarkable creatures." Wade looked at them intently. They were such unique and powerful beings, unlike wizards who relied on their wands. House elves were naturally capable of wandless magic and possessed extraordinary and distinct magical abilities. Their magic was powerful, and they could perform apparition without any limitations. If wizards had not implanted ideas like absolute obedience and house elves must be enslaved by wizards into their genes or souls, house elves could be more dangerous to wizards than dragons. Throughout history, goblins have rebelled multiple times, always fighting for the rights of their kind. But house elves, even when abused or killed by wizards, never resist or disobey their master's commands. This is why most wizards dream of having their own house elf, but wizards who actually own one rarely treat them well. The house elves at Hogwarts are considered to be among the best treated of their kind, as at least the students don't find pleasure in abusing them. Wade lowered his eyes and walked silently along the corridor with the house elves. They traveled a long way, sometimes descending 2 flights of stairs, sometimes climbing up several levels, until they reached a place near the Gryffindor Tower. The empty corridor had a blank white wall on one side and, on the opposite side, a tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. Wade suddenly remembered a place, and a surge of anticipation rose in his heart. He softly asked, "What is this place?" "The Room of Hidden Things, Mr. Gray," Zoe said. "We also call it the Room of Requirement. It only appears when someone truly needs it. You have to walk past this section of the wall 3 times, focusing intently on what you need," Happy explained. He stepped in front of the wall, murmuring softly, "Happy needs a place to hide things, a place to hide things, a place to hide things." As he walked back and forth, on the 3rd pass, a smooth door with a polished, warm-looking brass handle suddenly appeared on the wall. Phil stood on tiptoe, grabbed the handle, and pulled hard. The door slowly opened. Wade held his breath. It was like a city of towering walls, filled with countless discarded items piled into small mountain-like alleys, broken furniture, rusty weapons, severed dark magic statues, muggle cannons, thousands of books, various forbidden and dangerous trinkets, and glass bottles filled with unknown potions. His heart raced. The 3 house elves beamed with pride and joy as they showed him a broom that had been cleaned and polished, with an old red ribbon tied around it. "This is Mr. Gray's Christmas gift," they exclaimed. "It's the best one here. It's a bit old, but it still flies very well," Phil added in a soft voice. No, Wade thought. The Room of Requirement, which he had long sought but never found, was the true gift. He grabbed the broom and his face lit up with a delighted smile that seemed to brighten the entire room. His smile was so infectious that the 3 house elves couldn't help but mirror it, beaming back with goofy, satisfied smiles. Although Wade had enough galleons in his Gringotts vault to buy 10s of the latest model brooms, he still showed great delight at the gifts from the house elves and shared with them some of the candies he had brought from home. He had grabbed a pack and stuffed it into his pocket while changing clothes before heading out. "These are made by muggles, no magic involved, but they're very aromatic and taste great," Wade explained to them. The house elves looked overwhelmed with surprise, hesitating for a moment. But since it wasn't the first time they exchanged gifts with Wade, the house elves quickly calmed down, accepted the candies, and thanked him profusely. "Does Wade Gray want to have breakfast?" Phil asked respectfully. "Most of the breakfast in the kitchen should be ready by now." "Sure," Wade responded decisively. Phil found a somewhat clean old cushion from the pile of clutter, while Zoe and Happy left the Room of Requirement. They soon returned, one holding a large tray filled with food and the other carrying a big jug of Wade's favorite orange juice. Happy and the others knelt on the floor, spread out a tablecloth, and set the food and drink in place. Wade sat down and then noticed that the house elves stood nearby, still holding the candies, and smiling at him. A thought flashed through Wade's mind. He looked up and said in surprise, "Why are you all standing? Come on, sit down, this is our breakfast meeting." Sit down," Zoe stuttered. "Us. Of course." Wade mimicked her tone and then laughed. "Who else would it be?" The 3 house elves exchanged glances, looking even more excited than when they first received a gift from Wade, as if sitting down was an unimaginable honor. But they seemed frozen, as if bound by invisible ropes, and their large eyes were filled with a bit of fear. Wade slightly raised his voice, inviting them again. "Please, have a seat, don't you want to join me for breakfast?" "Of course we do." Zoe, as if struggling to breathe, took a deep breath and carefully sat beside Wade. Next was Happy, who was a bit braver, clumsily taking a seat opposite Wade. Finally, it was Phil's turn. He wobbled and, with the encouragement of his companions, timidly sat at the corner, his long fingers unconsciously fiddling with the tablecloth. "All right then," Wade looked at the 3 house elves and announced, "Let the breakfast meeting begin." He took the lead by picking up a meat pie, and then casually handed one to each of the house elves. Moments later, the faint sound of sobbing filled the air. Large tears rolled down from the tennis ball-sized eyes of the house elves. So strange, Happy said, wiping his tears while choking on his words. Happy is so happy, why is Happy crying? Wade didn't say anything, he gently patted its small head with affection. Phil and Zoe, mixed with bitter tears, devoured their pies in big bites. Amidst the shadows of old furniture, in a space of flickering light and darkness, a wizard and 3 house elves sat together for the first time and finished their breakfast. Monday in Ravenclaw still began with the unpopular potions class. The room of requirement was on the 7th floor of the castle, while the potions classroom was in the dungeons. Not wanting to climb the stairs, Wade simply flew down on his broomstick, circling the castle twice before landing in the central courtyard. By the time he touched the ground, Wade's fingers were nearly numb from the cold, and his ears and nose were flushed red from the chill. It turned out that winter was not a good season for flying. Even with warming charms, the biting winds made it cold regardless. Pop! Happy suddenly appeared, handing Wade his backpack before eagerly taking the broomstick. With an adoring gaze fixed on Wade, he excitedly said, "Happy will help Wade Gray put the broomstick in the dormitory." "Thanks for your help, Happy," Wade said with a smile. Happy bowed deeply, his long nose nearly touching the ground, and then disappeared with the broomstick. Having already eaten breakfast, Wade had planned to head straight to the potions classroom. But shivering from the cold, the damp and chilly dungeons suddenly felt uninviting, and the roaring fire of the Great Hall became irresistibly appealing. Wade walked up the steps, crossed the entrance hall, and sat in the Great Hall for a while. At this time, a few fifth-year students were already sitting at the long tables. Most of them had messy hair, looking both frustrated and resigned. They were eating breakfast while reading books, or perhaps reading breakfast while eating books, looking as if they were about to fall apart. Wade didn't dare disturb these overworked upperclassmen. He sat quietly for a while, read a chapter of potions content, and left the Great Hall once he had warmed up. "Hey, Wade, long time no see." As he crossed the entrance hall, a familiar voice called out, "Griffiths." Wade looked over in surprise. "Yeah, it's me." A red-haired wizard was leaning on a tall picture frame. The portrait's original occupant was squeezed into the corner, looking furious but helpless, glaring resentfully at Griffiths from behind. "Haven't seen each other all holiday. Did you miss me?" Griffith's voice was as lively as ever. Looks like you had a pleasant holiday? Your face seems a bit rounder." "Not like me." He rolled up his sleeve, pointing to a bruise on his arm. "See this? I even got beaten up. Just a few years without seeing people, and everyone's become distant, with such bad tempers. Are you sure it's not because of you that they're getting bad-tempered?" Wade thought to himself and then glanced at the poor wizard whose space had been taken over by the bully. He asked Griffiths, "Weren't you in the corridor? How did you end up in the entrance hall?" No, my painting is still in the corridor." Griffiths wiggled his fingers and laughed. "They only said the entrance hall has no space, but they didn't say I can't pop by. I'm visiting old friends I haven't seen in a while, Dumbledore wouldn't mind." "Hey, kid." A voice suddenly boomed from a nearby painting, where an old man in a top hat was glaring at Wade. "You're the one who brought this guy out of the astronomy tower, right? Do us a favor and send him back already." Yes. The old men and women who seemed asleep in the surrounding portraits all chimed in. Send him back. We finally got him up to the astronomy tower, why'd you have to bring him back down? Do you know how annoying he is? My hair's falling out in clumps." "You're a painting, you don't have hair to lose. It's a figure of speech." "A figure of speech? Understand? Don't nitpick my words. I'm just stating the truth. Why are you so mad? Can't we just communicate peacefully?" "Aw, someone, get this guy out of here." The usually quiet portraits suddenly started arguing among themselves. The students who were up early for breakfast were shocked and eagerly gathered around to watch. Wade quietly left the entrance hall. Griffiths paid no attention to the chaos he had caused, shamelessly weaving through painting after painting, waking up a few that were genuinely asleep, and followed Wade out of the hall. "Loud bunch, aren't they?" Griffiths said with a sly grin. "House elves are way quieter than them." Wade stopped in his tracks and glanced at Griffiths. Their eyes met. After a moment, Wade continued walking and asked, "Did you see that just now?" Yep. Griffiths nodded and said, "I happened to see you with that house elf while I was making my rounds." A good house elf never lets a wizard notice their presence, and Hogwarts house elves have always been the best. Many students graduate without ever seeing a single elf. Griffiths cheerfully commented, "Naive little fools, they think the castle has some kind of magical housework spell that cleans their dirty clothes and shoes for them. Whether or not they're seen isn't a standard for judging them." Wade defended his little friend. "Happy is great, too." "You're right." Griffiths nodded in agreement, seemingly sincere and without any rebuttal, which felt oddly out of character. There were no paintings along the next stretch of corridor, forcing Griffiths to stop as he watched the young Ravenclaw wizard walk away. A Ravenclaw who's made friends with a house elf. He muttered to himself, then suddenly chuckled, "Are they really just friends?" Wade suddenly noticed that the professors were being much kinder to him. Even Professor Snape, who was notoriously strict, had uncharacteristically awarded him 2 points usually. Even when Wade's potion was nearly perfect, Snape would only give him a point about 3 out of 10 times. The look of shock on the faces of the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students in the classroom at that moment was something Wade wished he could have captured with a camera. Even the usually stern Professor McGonagall asked Wade to stay behind after class and handed him a reading list. "Transfiguration is one of the most magical branches of magic," Professor McGonagall said with a smile. If you thoroughly read and deeply understand these books, you will be able to go much further on the path of transfiguration. Thank you, Professor. Wade glanced at the reading list. Most of the books were unfamiliar to him, but the ones at the end seemed to be in the restricted section of the library. That's correct. Once you've finished reading the earlier books, you can come find me. Professor McGonagall looked at him with a hopeful gaze and said, I'll sign your permission slip. Professor Flitwick, of course, was no exception. He promised Wade that he could borrow any book from his private collection at any time, and every time Wade went to ask him questions, the candy and treats on Professor Flitwick's desk seemed more abundant than usual. Professor Sprout's smile also became warmer, and she lent Wade several herbology books after class. As a result, Wade's schedule became increasingly tight. In the mornings, he would fly directly from the tower to the 7th floor of the main tower, and one of Zoe's trio would eagerly help him take his broom back to the dormitory. In the room of requirement, he would conjure up fitness equipment or a swimming pool to work out, then turn it into a study to read and prepare for his classes before having breakfast. During this time, there was always a house elf nearby, keeping watch. If anyone passed by, they would alert Wade through the Book of Friends, so he wouldn't bump into anyone while entering or leaving the room of requirement. After that, if there were classes, he would naturally go to the classroom. During free periods, Wade spent most of his time in the room of requirement. When practicing magic, the room of requirement could provide relevant books and spell targets. When practicing potions, it would produce cauldrons of various sizes, scales, fuel, measuring cups, and more, though Wade had to prepare the ingredients in advance. For alchemy research and working on the gift and test sent by Professor Murray, the room was equipped with alchemical devices even more comprehensive than those in Professor Murray's lab. From after dinner until curfew, this was basically the fixed time for SSC activities. They would gather in the umbrella room, practice spells, finish any homework they hadn't completed during the day, discuss and solve problems together, or simply sit and chat. In reality, with Wade's advanced learning progress, none of the SSC members could provide much valuable help to his studies. This could easily be considered a personal tutoring class run by Wade free of charge. However, not everything needs to be thought of from a utilitarian or self-serving perspective. The time spent with these friends was also very precious to Wade. Here, his mind and spirit could relax fully, and he could set aside some of the worries that weighed on his heart. Casual conversations and laughter helped alleviate the exhaustion from a day of intense study. Moreover, seeing the noticeable progress of originally clumsy members like Neville under his guidance brought Wade a sense of joy and fulfillment that surpassed even the pleasure of learning a new spell himself. After all, the latter had become routine for Wade, while the former always brought surprise and delight. Positive emotions are always contagious, and at the end of each umbrella room session, everyone left with smiles on their faces. If only we could suggest to the headmaster to extend the curfew by an hour, Padma said joyfully as she packed up her books. I never thought learning could be this much fun. Even Neville nodded along. As long as he was in the umbrella room, even studying potions no longer felt so painful to him. He still made frequent mistakes, but his friends were always there to correct him, and no one ever scolded him. The quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff is next week, right? Michael asked, glancing at members of the two houses with a probing look. Yes, Hermione sighed worriedly. I heard Professor Snape is going to be the referee. That's rough for you, Padma said sympathetically. Professor Snape definitely won't be fair. Everyone knows how much he despises Gryffindor, especially since your team has Harry Potter. Snape's animosity toward Harry Potter was no secret at Hogwarts. However, the few who had visited the headmaster's office last time exchanged glances, sharing a similar understanding. The next day at lunch, Hermione signaled the group, and they gathered at the umbrella room to discuss this matter. Professor Snape is likely there on the headmaster's orders, to protect Harry Potter during the match, right? Ryan said. Although Professor Snape has a bad temper, Professor Dumbledore trusts him so much, and that must be because he is trustworthy. Michael fiddled with his Quidditch player models, watching the little figurines get knocked over and stand up again repeatedly. He added with a smile, of course, deducting points and protecting those two things can happen at the same time without any conflict. Ryan sighed. Out of all the professors at school, why did the headmaster have to choose the one who dislikes Harry Potter the most? Doesn't this work in your favor? Michael asked nonchalantly. Well, yes, but I think Cedric and the others would still prefer a fair match, Ryan said earnestly. That's so Hufflepuff, Michael remarked. Ryan shot back, annoyed. Don't think I don't know you're just trying to call me stupid. Ha ha ha, how could I? Michael laughed awkwardly. After all, if it were Ravenclaw, he knew his house wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Actually Wade, I wanted to ask, Hermione said hesitantly, with a hint of a plea, can Harry join the SSC too? The air suddenly went still. Ryan looked a bit uneasy. He noticed that the smile on Michael's face had vanished. Michael was just staring at the brown-haired girl, then looking toward Wade. Wade's expression remained unchanged, and he even agreed without hesitation, of course he can. Harry Potter isn't a difficult person to get along with. The issue is you, Hermione. Me. Hermione looked over, feeling anxious. Have you forgotten how Ron Weasley made you cry? Potter and Weasley are inseparable. If he joins, he probably won't keep it a secret from Weasley. Are you ready to forgive him? Wade asked gently. It seemed he had no objections. All his considerations stemmed from his concern for Hermione's feelings. Oh, that. Hermione sighed in relief and smiled. That's long in the past, and he did try to warn his friends during the troll incident, didn't he? Even if it didn't help much after spending time together recently, I've realized Weasley isn't so bad. You can't hold a grudge forever over one argument, right? Turning enemies into friends sounds great to me, Ryan said, trying to ease the tense atmosphere from before. Plus, Ron Weasley's brothers are all outstanding, he must have some remarkable qualities too, right? On that point, Hermione probably didn't entirely agree. After relaxing a bit, Hermione couldn't help but try to explain further. Actually, I hadn't originally planned on bringing them in. Ron noticed how much Neville was improving and kept asking him about it, but Neville didn't say anything. But you all know Harry, if the Death Eaters and you know who make a comeback, Harry would be the first they'd target. But when it comes to academics, Harry's not exactly exceptional, his grades are average, and he's not proficient with the spells taught in class. Plus, he often has to go to quidditch practice. In Hermione's eyes, Harry Potter was initially a famous but completely unmotivated slacker. Then he became a decent person but still a slacker who doesn't try hard enough. When she finally realized that Harry Potter had lost his parents because of the war and was still constantly threatened by Voldemort and his followers, Harry Potter became a poor little soul in Hermione's eyes. So what if his grades aren't great and he's a bit playful? Seeing him so happy and healthy, wouldn't his parents be so relieved? But then a deeper anxiety grew in Hermione's heart. She was already a naturally anxious person. The thought of Voldemort looming nearby, Quirrell watching like a hawk, and Dumbledore having mysterious plans, while Harry was spending his days playing and eating mindlessly, piecing together homework or borrowing others to copy. Hermione practically wanted to crack open his skull and stuff her bundle of anxieties inside. Without a doubt, in future, Harry Potter would face immense challenges and dangers, and those could never be handled just by copying homework. Hermione tried to teach Harry and Ron the spells she had learned at the Umbrella Room, but the problem was when Wade taught them, everything seemed clear and easy to understand. However, when she taught Harry and Ron the same way, it was like the two of them had been smacked in the head by a troll, they just couldn't grasp it. Hermione couldn't understand why and felt incredibly frustrated. Sometimes she doubted their intelligence, but seeing Neville's progress, she had to admit that perhaps her teaching method was at fault. If Harry was to quickly improve his skills, joining the SSC seemed like the only option. The only better scenario would be if Dumbledore himself were willing to personally tutor Harry, but that was impossible. So, despite knowing how presumptuous her request was and that it might even upset the others, Hermione still asked. Fortunately, Wade agreed. After being in the SSC for so long, Hermione knew that if Wade agreed, the rest wouldn't be an issue. Why did you agree? Michael couldn't help but ask when it was just the two of them left. You mean Harry Potter? Wade asked, though he already knew the answer. Of course. Michael said seriously, Wade, I think you know just how much trouble Harry Potter brings. I thought you wouldn't like that kind of trouble. Yeah, I definitely don't like it, Wade said, leaning back in his chair. But if it's Harry Potter, then naturally, there can be an exception. But Michael frowned, confused. After all this time, even Neville should have figured it out. He's just an ordinary boy who somehow survived the killing curse. And for some reason, the Dark Lord disappeared that night, and the whole world just slapped the title of savior on him, like the Dark Lord was defeated by a baby. I used to think he was born with great magical power, but... Michael hesitated. But after starting school, you realized that his intelligence and abilities don't match up to the reputation of the boy who lived. Wade looked out the window and said the words Michael couldn't quite voice. Michael let out a breath. Exactly, that's what I mean. He paused before adding, you must see that clearly too, so it's not like you'd have any special expectations of Potter. Then why? But Wade turned his gaze back from the window and looked at his friend. You haven't forgotten, have you? Potter's parents died fighting the Dark Lord. They fought bravely to the very end. That night, Harry Potter didn't just become the boy who lived, he also lost his closest family. Yes, that's true. Michael's face reddened with shame, and he stammered. So no matter what he did or didn't do, that has nothing to do with any of this, Wade sighed. Harry Potter is the orphan of martyrs. The orphan of martyrs. Michael mulled over the phrase, suddenly understanding why his parents had never allowed him to speak ill of Harry Potter whenever he gossiped about him. Yes, Wade finished. All of us who were lucky enough to escape the shadow of war, who now enjoy a life of peace, have a duty to look after him and other children like him, don't we? Michael had already left, and Wade turned his head and looked at the window glass. The reflection in the glass showed a figure with gray eyes. They weren't as deep as black eyes nor as bright as blue ones. Instead, they resembled the tranquil surface of a lake in autumn and winter, devoid of any intense emotions. Sometimes, people who made eye contact with him would feel an extra chill, making them wonder if his heart was just as cold. Through the reflection on the glass, one could see the grounds outside the castle. A group of students, carrying brooms, were walking across the lawn back to the castle in the rain. Their faces and bodies were covered in mud, as if they had rolled in a mire, and their features were barely recognizable. Yet, among them, the smallest figure stood out conspicuously. Soon after, a man wrapped in a turban, who was shrinking as if afraid of the cold, dashed across the field of vision. Not long after, a bat-like figure strode briskly into the castle with his robe flaring high on either side in the wind, as if even the rainwater was intimidated and avoided him. His expression was gloomier than the overcast sky, and the students he passed hurriedly stepped aside in fear. Wade couldn't help but smile slightly. Harry Potter, Voldemort, Severus Snape, the Savior, the Dark Lord, and the former Death Eater. People whose identities were filled with contradictions and even murderous intent coexisted peacefully in the same castle as teachers and students, all just waiting for the moment when the knives would come out. Thinking of the expression on Michael's face when he left, which was like his soul had been cleansed, Wade's lips curled into a faint smile. He cleared the clutter on his desk, organized his recent assignments and notes, then slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed for the astronomy tower. Of course, Harry Potter must join, and he would even help to improve his skills as much as possible. Otherwise, if Voldemort were to be resurrected or by some butterfly effect gained even more power, who would stand against him? The currently weak Wade? Michael, who spends all his time hanging out with girls? Or Dumbledore, who in the story was cursed and fell from the high tower? Harry Potter, despite all his flaws, recklessness, impulsiveness, lack of self-discipline, and the fact that he excels in only a handful of spells and performs poorly in subjects other than defense against the dark arts, is undoubtedly a weapon specifically designed to defeat Voldemort. Setting aside his infancy, ever since he started school, Voldemort has consistently lost to Harry Potter year after year. In the final year, Harry, as if aided by some divine force, managed to locate all of Voldemort's hidden Horcruxes in a remarkably short time and ultimately buried the Dark Lord for good, while Harry himself emerged almost unscathed. Call it the protagonist's halo, or the child of destiny. Wade currently lacks the strength to defeat Voldemort, so he would never refuse such a friend. Even if one day his power surpasses Voldemort's, he would never shut Harry Potter out. Life is unpredictable, and Harry Potter will always be a powerful trump card. Outside the castle, rain drizzled endlessly. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, their bright flashes casting mottled shadows through the windows, appearing suddenly and vanishing just as quickly. Terrible weather, isn't it? Professor Murray poured himself a cup of hot tea, added some milk and sugar after a moment's thought, and then sat back in his chair, and said comfortably. Yes, Wade agreed, holding his own cup of tea. He smiled and said, but I also think this kind of weather seems perfect for sleeping in. Muggles call this even, continuous sound white noise, believing it can mask other frequencies of sound and improve sleep quality. As Wade grew more familiar with Professor Murray, he learned that the professor's attitude toward Muggles was open enough that he no longer hesitated to discuss Muggle theories and technologies with him. White noise. Professor Murray mused, then laughed. They always have some strange and intriguing studies, don't they? I recently saw a research report. It seemed to be exploring the relationship between the length of the human ring finger and intelligence. But there are also some fascinating studies, like the interaction between dreams and reality, time travel, and the nature of extraterrestrial life. Wade thought for a moment and said longingly, they're also exploring beyond Earth. If interstellar travel ever becomes a reality, I'd love to be one of the passengers. I'd look forward to it too, but at my age, I probably won't live to see that day. But you've still got a chance, as long as you live well, or perhaps create a philosopher's stone like Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Professor Murray chuckled. Wade smiled as well and said, I read in a book that the philosopher's stone can create the elixir of life. So is Mr. Nicholas Flamel still in his youthful form? He still remembered Nicholas Flamel from the movies, who resembled a walking pale ghost, with bones so brittle they seemed ready to snap at the slightest touch. He wondered if things would be different in this world. Professor Murray pondered for a moment before replying, I can only say the elixir of life does allow its owner to evade death, but 6 centuries of accumulated effects are daunting, and the potion cannot fully counteract those effects. In that case, living forever doesn't seem all that appealing. Wade tilted his head and thought. Professor Murray chuckled. Only someone young and full of life like you would say that so decisively. When you're as old as I am, you'll understand as one approaches the end of life, the fear of death and the attachment to life make us dread death and yearn for more time. Do you feel the same way, Professor Murray? Wade couldn't help but ask. I'm just a mortal, of course, I do, Professor Murray said, caressing his teacup. But Albus once said something to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. No one knows what the world after death is like. It could be as terrifying as the legends say, as beautiful as the tales suggest, or simply nothingness. Professor Murray seemed to be lost in thought and paused for a moment before murmuring, so I both fear death and look forward to the day it comes. I'll keep moving forward and see what the scenery ahead looks like. Wade watched him quietly. Professor Murray suddenly snapped out of his reverie and smiled. These thoughts are too early for you. Speaking of which, have you found an answer to the question I gave you earlier? Yes. Wade took a small box out of his pocket and placed it on the table, and then said in a disapproving tone, but Professor, this is too valuable. The worth of a gift doesn't lie in its price but in how you choose to use it, Professor Murray said in a warm and encouraging tone. Tell me what you think. Wade opened the box. This is a piece of akami skin. Stephen told me about this creature. Its body can grow or shrink at will, becoming as massive as a dragon or small enough to fit into a teapot. It generally feeds on insects and mice. Professor Murray nodded and asked, yes, and what else? Wade took a deep breath. It's the best material for the undetectable extension charm. Tell me your understanding of the undetectable extension charm. Professor Murray continued to smile. Yes, Wade replied seriously. The undetectable extension charm is a type of spatial charm. I believe it can achieve both spatial extension and spatial folding simultaneously. This spell can be applied to any material, metal, soil, fabric, wood, as long as it's a closed, finite space. Theoretically, the undetectable extension charm can extend space from limited to infinite, but in practice, its effectiveness is influenced by many factors, the most direct being the material, the wizard's magical power, and their understanding of the spell. Professor Murray nodded slightly. Most of what Wade explained could be found in books, but integrating all of this information wasn't an easy task. Moreover, his explanation included Muggle theories and his own thoughts, which could make for an excellent paper. It was clear that he had done a lot of homework beforehand, and this kind of diligent and meticulous approach was what Professor Murray appreciated most. To sum up, the undetectable extension charm is extremely difficult to use and can easily be misused. Therefore, it is strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Wade paused at this point, glanced at Professor Murray, and then continued under the professor's amused gaze. Magical ministries worldwide have regulations that the undetectable extension charm cannot be used for private purposes and can only be applied to the production of certain approved items. Wizards are also prohibited from possessing items enchanted with the undetectable extension charm without approval from the Ministry of Magic. Professor Murray couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, we are discussing how to break the Ministry of Magic's laws. But Wade, if an alchemist doesn't have a suitcase with the undetectable extension charm, they can hardly be called a real alchemist. Of course, to avoid trouble with the ministry, we also need to learn a few concealment techniques. He raised his hand, summoned a book from the shelf, and handed it to Wade. This book contains a clever little trick. It will teach you how to make your suitcase appear ordinary most of the time and change its appearance when needed. It's a very challenging task, my boy. Both the undetectable extension charm and this concealment spell are difficult. I look forward to seeing what you can do and, of course, if you have any questions, you can always ask me. Wade flipped through the book briefly, carefully put it away, and then pulled out a piece of parchment. Actually, I do have quite a few questions for you. On the parchment, there was a list of some 20 or 30 questions, none of which could be answered in just a few sentences. Oh, quite the eager learner, aren't you? Professor Murray mumbled, then put on his glasses and began answering them one by one. Wade immediately took out paper and pen to take notes. By the time the questions were answered, the session had far exceeded the planned tutoring time. Professor, Wade said as he was about to leave, there's one more small thing. Yes, what is it? Professor Murray was already feeling a bit tired but still responded patiently. Well, over the past few days, I've taken some time to make a box, and I'd like you to take a look to see if there are any flaws. Wade pulled out a long, rectangular oak box from the bottom of his bag. It looked quite ordinary, with no obvious magic runes or markings. Professor Murray recited a spell and carefully inspected the box. This can block the aura of magic items? No, more like isolated, and it's also protected with anti-theft charms, anti-alohomora spells, curse-breaking charms, and anti-malice spells. He looked at Wade in surprise. Are you planning to store some powerful dark magic object? Wade smiled a bit sheepishly. Actually, I was hoping to borrow some books from the restricted section, but I've heard that some of these books are infused with powerful dark magic and can affect anyone who gets too close. Professor Murray burst out laughing. Oh, Wade my boy, you're being overly cautious. He laughed for a while, and seeing Wade's growing embarrassment, he finally wiped the tears from his eyes and said, Don't worry, when students borrow books from the restricted section, Madam Pants always does some processing to prevent any negative effects on them. Wade's face flushed slightly, and he said, somewhat dejectedly, so was making this box all for nothing? Oh, not at all, being cautious is always good, Professor Murray reassured him. Your box is excellently made, it can isolate the vast majority of dark magic items, preventing any harmful effects from reaching the outside world. At the very least, when you go to bed at night, you can use it to store any dangerous books. Wade still didn't seem completely reassured and asked, then what kind of dark magic items wouldn't be completely isolated? It depends on their size, my boy, Professor Murray replied, still with a hint of amusement in his voice. If something's too big to fit entirely in your box, then naturally, its magical power will leak out. But if your box can seal it completely from end to end, you won't have to worry about any dark magic escaping. Late at night, a figure wandered back and forth on the 7th floor of the castle. I need a place to hide something, a place to hide something, a place to hide something. The familiar door appeared once again. Without hesitation, Wade pulled it open and walked in, lighting up the surroundings with his wand. In a room resembling a city, piled up furniture cast strange, distorted shadows all around. Wade searched along the central path, section by section, and finally found his target beside a cabinet with a bubbled surface. An old, rusty diadem lay on a heap of junk, looking no different from the other trash around it, perhaps even more decrepit. The dull gemstones on it appeared like unpolished stones. Above the diadem were the words Tom Riddle floating. If not for this line of words, Wade might not have been able to identify his target amidst this mountain of rubbish. He vaguely remembered the diadem being in a fancy-looking box, not in such a dusty, shabby state. But regardless, memories from over a decade ago were unreliable, while his eyes had not deceived him. Wade placed the oak box on the ground, picked up an old pair of tongs from the nearby junk pile, stretched out his arm to keep a safe distance, and carefully lifted the diadem with the tongs. He dropped it into the box, closed the lid, and sealed it with multiple layers of spells, finally relaxing his tense nerves. With the diadem, Wade could not freely experiment with the Room of Requirement's functions. He was wary of the diadem's potential influence. Additionally, Wade worried that someone else might discover this place due to his frequent comings and goings, and end up being manipulated by the Horcrux, much like Ginny Weasley, causing a major disaster. Now, with the Horcrux completely isolated, Wade felt a sense of relief and excitement. There was so much about the Room of Requirement that he wanted to explore. As he was leaving, Wade instinctively pressed his hand against his backpack, only to hear a sudden voice say, "It's best not to take anything out of the Room of Requirement, my boy." Wade raised an eyebrow and turned to see Barnabas the Barmy from the tapestry. Every time he entered or exited the Room of Requirement, he would first see this tapestry. Sometimes, he saw Barnabas forcing trolls to wear tutus and dance ballet. Other times, the trolls were using large clubs to whack Barnabas on the head. The two were always entangled within the tapestry, never speaking, never going anywhere else. He originally thought this was because tapestries were different from portraits. At this moment, the trolls in the tapestry were lying nearby, asleep, while the wizard sat cross-legged on the ground, clearly watching him with a serious expression. Mr. Barnabas. It's fine, just call me Barnabas the Barmy, everyone else does, Barnabas said casually before asking, I'm guessing you took something out of the Room of Requirement. Yes, Wade admitted straightforwardly. But it doesn't belong to the Room of Requirement, it was placed there by someone else, just like the broom I took before. It doesn't matter if it was placed inside by someone else, child, Barnabas said slowly. In this castle, all abandoned items will eventually end up in this room. Once they're forgotten by their owners, they become part of the Room of Requirement. You can take what you need, like that broom, but you shouldn't take what you don't need or use the Room of Requirement to satisfy personal desires. Personal desires? Wade questioned. Like what? Like selling items from inside for profit, Barnabas paused and added, if you really need money, you could rummage through the piles, you might find some galleons that could cover your daily needs. So what if I do take things I don't need? Wade asked further. Barnabas responded sternly, one day, the items you took will return to Hogwarts in a way you'll least want to see. And because you violated the purpose of entering the Room of Requirement, you will ultimately suffer the consequences of the magical contract. His tone was grave and sympathetic, as if he could already foresee Wade's tragic fate of dying miserably or being tormented for refusing his advice. Next to him, one of the trolls grunted in its sleep, scratched its butt, and rolled over to continue sleeping. Its smelly foot ended up right in front of Barnabas, forcing him to pinch his nose and move to another spot. After adjusting his mood, he continued to stare at Wade with a heavy gaze. Wade couldn't help but chuckle and asked, so, if I found a dangerous dark magic item in the Room of Requirement and took it away to prevent it from harming other students, would that also count as violating the contract? Oh, is that so? Barnabas's train of thought was interrupted. He pondered for a long moment before stammering, well, this would probably count as doing a good deed. The castle would be grateful to you, of course. It wouldn't count as violating the contract. Anyway, thanks for your advice, Barnabas. Once I've dealt with the dark magic on it, I'll bring it back. Wade waved and turned to leave. After walking some distance, Wade couldn't hold back a soft sigh. When he had finally located the Room of Requirement with the help of house elves, he had once wondered if he needed a room filled with galleons or time turners. Could the Room of Requirement provide that? Or, if he took all the books and alchemy tools from the room while studying, would it be empty the next time he came back, or would everything he needed reappear? After thinking it over, Wade ultimately suppressed his restless thoughts and didn't test whether the Room of Requirement had such a loophole. He wasn't the first to discover the Room of Requirement. Before him, countless students and professors had likely uncovered its magical functions. Even Voldemort had hidden his Horcrux there, and the room wasn't a secret among the castle's house elves. If items in the Room of Requirement could really be taken freely, wouldn't previous students have discovered this loophole? It's unlikely that everyone would be as high-minded as Harry Potter, who never considered exploiting the Room of Requirement for profit. At the very least, young Tom Riddle was someone who could fully exploit any resource. The only explanation for why he didn't empty the Room of Requirement was that he couldn't, not that he didn't want to. It seems likely that Tom Riddle, too, received a warning from Barnabas back then. With his personality, he wouldn't easily believe what a tapestry told him. After all, he was a master of dark magic and a descendant of Slytherin. He probably even tried various ways to test it and eventually found that the tapestry was right. Room of Requirement, it exists to help those who are truly in need. Wade had long suspected that entering the room involved some sort of invisible contract, which is why he hadn't tried anything reckless. But when his suspicions were finally confirmed, he still couldn't help but feel disappointed. Who wouldn't love getting something for nothing? Wade patted his face, reminding himself that he had already received a lot of help from the Room of Requirement. Greed knows no bounds. Don't let desire drive you to forget what you truly want. The next morning, the sky finally cleared. After enduring heavy snow and endless rain, the students were thrilled by the sunny weather. Many of them woke up early, strolling in groups, chatting, and playing around on the grassy grounds surrounding the castle. During breakfast, countless owls flew into the Great Hall, dropping packages in front of students. Despite the advent of Book of Friends, these Wizarding World couriers hadn't been replaced or retired. They still carried packages of all sizes, flying across the skies of Great Britain. Eva, Wade's owl, landed beside him, bringing new candies and sweets made by his mother Fiona. She pecked at Wade's arm in annoyance, seemingly upset that he had left her at home. Wade tore off some beef for her. Only after swallowing it did Eva seem satisfied, cooing a couple of times before spreading her wings and flying away. Wade shared some of the candies and sweets from the package with his classmates before turning to say, "Michael." "Yeah." Michael responded while complimenting, "Mrs. Gray's peanut candy is delicious. I'll leave some in the umbrella room later. Take as much as you like," Wade said. "Could you help me take some photos in a bit?" "Sure." Michael agreed easily and asked, "Did you get a camera?" "It's a Christmas gift from my father," Wade replied. "Take a few of me too. I haven't thought about taking any photos since arriving at school." "Of course." Just as the two were about to finish breakfast quickly, two more owls flew toward Wade. One dropped a letter, and the other left a large package. Michael was surprised. "Did your family send you all this stuff?" "No," Wade said, looking at the name on the envelope. "This isn't from my parents." A thin letter arrived from Gringotts. The letter listed his recent income and an expenditure of gold galleons that his father, Fred Gray, had withdrawn from the vault. Wade glanced at the figures on the letter and casually put it away. The package was from Martian, accompanied by a letter detailing the recent sales performance of the Book of Friends, the income Wade should receive, and the next steps for the promotion of the Book of Friends. Despite production not yet keeping up, Martian had already expanded the market to Asia and Africa. Martian also included sketches of several new versions of the Book of Friends that would be launched soon and earnestly requested Wade, as the inventor of the Book of Friends, to provide valuable feedback so that the new products could achieve even greater success. Judging by Martian's earnest tone in the letter, it seemed as if this business tycoon was genuinely troubled to the point of sleeplessness, and only Wade could guide him through his struggles. Wade. He finally understood why Professor Murray had once said, "Just use that guy's resources to make money, and if he bothers you often, just ignore him." It seemed Professor Murray also frequently received this kind of owl from Martian in the past. However, for Wade, Martian not only brought him a substantial amount of galleons but also sent a package of alchemical materials, most of which were quite ordinary, though there were also rare items like African tree snake skin that are hard to come by even if you have the money. Wade earnestly wrote a letter back to Martian. Of course, it wasn't about trivial matters like which design was more appealing. Instead, Wade wrote about some ideas he had recently developed while studying alchemy, specifically about improving the Book of Friends. For example, if it was preset that a Book of Friends could only connect 2 or more people, it would often be inconvenient in practice. He modified the magic rune structure, and now a simple spell can establish connections between multiple blank Book of Friends. Instead of have multiple version like 2-person, 3-person, or 10-person, a single Book of Friends can connect to multiple Book of Friends. Additionally, he suggested adding a picture at the bottom of the new Book of Friends featuring various emoticons that could express emotions using simple symbols, though not particularly useful. Wade knew such features were popular among younger audiences. Words alone can often feel cold, but switching to emoticons or pictorial expressions could make communication witty and cute, potentially sparking another wave of consumer interest. Moreover, some Book of Friends could be equipped with special tracking functions, allowing the holder to view the other person's location at any time. Wade thought for a while and added a section to the letter. "I believe that this version of the Book of Friends should prominently indicate at the top of each page that it has a tracking function, and its color and appearance should be distinctly different from a regular Book of Friends. If a book originally meant for communication also has tracking features, it could be seen as an invasion of privacy, which would be hard for the average person to accept. Its buyers should ideally be parents and children, or couples in genuinely close relationships." He just wondered if his Book of Friends might unintentionally cause a few couples to break up in the future. Wade imagined such a scenario. In the past, lovers would ask, "Do you love me? How much do you love me? Swear it." In the future, the way lovers express loyalty might become, "Will you exchange a tracking Book of Friends with me?" The test of faith will arrive unexpectedly. Wade then considered his own situation. "I don't mind my parents knowing my location. As for a romantic partner that hasn't yet appeared in my life, if I am to fall in love someday, it will definitely be with marriage in mind, and the requirement for marriage is loyalty." Moreover, Wade had no intention of getting married at a young age. Is magic not fascinating enough? Or is alchemy not intriguing enough? Dating? Why bother? It would only waste my precious time. So the arrow he shot today would never circle back to hit him. Wade continued writing with confidence and soon finished the letter. He handed it to the owl, along with the revised version of the Book of Friends, and watched it fly away. The Great Hall, the Entrance Hall, the Umbrella Room, the Library, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch Pitch, the Ravenclaw Common Room, the dormitory. Wade took photos in almost every significant spot he could visit at the school. Whenever he ran into familiar classmates and professors along the way, they would also take pictures together. Wade, though never a parent, had been a son for many years. When he used to travel, he would always take pictures of unique buildings and natural landscapes, hoping his parents could also enjoy the beautiful scenery. Later, he realized that his parents were not interested in the scenery itself, they just wanted to see him in those scenes. So now, no matter how fascinating the background was, the focus was always on the people in his photos in front of the greenhouse. He stood beside a kind and slightly smiling professor. By the Black Lake, he posed with a bright, lively classmate, arms around each other. Inside the umbrella room, SSC members sat together, chatting and laughing. Fear often stems from the unknown, like walking in endless darkness where all you can hear is your own heartbeat. In such moments, having a light in your hand to illuminate the surroundings allows you to see the thorns and mud pits clearly. Even though the road remains rugged, the fear naturally begins to fade away. The cameras used at Hogwarts are very classic in style, and the process of developing photos is usually complicated and time-consuming, but magic speeds up the process. Wade turned the room of requirement into a dark room for developing photos. He placed the film in the developing solution, and after a series of steps developing, stopping, washing, fixing, and printing, he finally got a stack of moving photographs. He moved to a well-lit area and flipped through the photos one by one. The camera not only captured their actions and scenes but also seemed to record the mood at the moment the photos were taken. The people in the photos appeared to be smiling more brightly than usual. Professor Sprout would occasionally pat his head, and Professor Flitwick sometimes jumped onto a pile of books in excitement, only to jump down again. Professor Murray was usually kind and gentle, someone Wade saw as a source of wisdom and a mentor in life. In the photos, Professor Murray also looked as he always did, but after taking a sip of tea, his entire face suddenly scrunched up, eyes tightly shut, eyebrows raised, and the corners of his mouth twitching as if he had tasted something unbearably bitter. Was that tea really that bitter? Could it be that someone put American black coffee in it? Wade tried to recall but hadn't paid attention to that cup of tea at the time. Now, as he looked at the photo of Professor Murray grimacing in one moment and curiously taking another sip in the next, only to grimace again, Wade couldn't stop laughing. This photo was definitely one to keep private, otherwise, if Professor Murray saw it, he'd probably destroy it to protect his image, leaving nothing but ashes. As Wade continued flipping through the photos, his movements suddenly paused, and his gaze softened. It was a simple family photo taken during Christmas, with the three of them sitting casually on the sofa. But in the photo, the three of them were sitting close together. His parents were leaning on either side of him, holding hands. They gazed at each other tenderly, occasionally exchanging kisses, or they would lower their heads to gently kiss Wade's forehead in the photo. Standing by the window, Wade gently traced his fingers over the picture, smiling as his eyes sparkled with warmth. Harry had just finished a grueling training session and headed to the Great Hall for dinner, where he saw Ron and Hermione sitting at the long table. Hermione was engrossed in a book, while Ron was holding a piece of bread, deep in thought. "You know what?" Ron suddenly spoke in a low voice when Harry approached. "I've discovered a truth." "What is it?" Harry asked curiously, while piling food onto his plate. "Oh." Ron turned his head and said with an unusually serious expression, "If you skip lunch, dinner tastes even better," and then he took a fierce bite out of his bread. "I also discovered a truth when I was 3, Harry said, mimicking Ron's tone. "Please go ahead, Mr. Potter," Ron gestured with his hand, speaking with a mixture of mock solemnity. "If you're tired and hungry, every meal tastes amazing," Harry said, taking a huge bite of his sandwich. Hermione glanced at them, then heavily underlined in her book twice and jotted down some notes. After Harry had nearly filled his stomach, she frowned and said, "The match is coming up soon. Why are the team's practices still so intense?" "It's because the match is coming up," Harry said, and his stomach churned at the thought. "And Snape's going to be the referee." "Listen, mate, Snape's definitely holding a grudge because you beat Slytherin last time," Ron suggested with a conspiratorial tone. "You might as well break your leg that way, you won't have to play." Hermione huffed, too tired to correct their paranoia. But Harry pulled a face and said, "I can't drop out of the match. Gryffindor doesn't have a substitute seeker. If I drop out, Gryffindor won't be able to compete. If you're really worried about Professor Snape or anyone else trying to harm you, you should focus on improving your magic skills instead of just daydreaming about it," Hermione said and tried hard not to mention Professor Quirrell by name. She continued seriously, "Harry, we were supposed to go to the umbrella room yesterday afternoon. I had already arranged everything with everyone." "Yes, sorry," Harry said awkwardly. But then Wood suddenly called for a practice session. "That's because it rained yesterday, and Hufflepuff didn't want their players' condition affected, so they cancelled their reservation." Then Wood hurried to book the pitch, Hermione said indignantly. "As if anyone else was going to take it." "Don't say that," Harry said apologetically. "Wood's just trying to win the House Cup. If we win this match against Hufflepuff, we'll be ahead of Slytherin in the House Cup standings. It'd be the first time in 7 years." Harry hadn't always been so deferential in front of his friends, but recently, Hermione had been lending him her notes, checking his homework, guiding him through his history of magic essays, and even teaching him practical spells that he hadn't learned yet. Harry wasn't heartless, in fact, he was quite sensitive and craved affection. He could clearly sense that Hermione genuinely cared about him, offering her help selflessly and without expecting anything in return. Naturally, Harry's demeanor had grown increasingly humble, and he rarely even breathed loudly in front of Hermione. "Hermione, what's so great about that scamper thing? How come we've never heard of it?" Ron questioned skeptically. Hermione frowned. "Don't use that word. SSC stands for Starry Sky Chaser, and I'd say it's absolutely the best study group at Hogwarts, at least for first years. Ron pulled a face that was part toothache, part awe. A study group, classic Hermione. Harry fell into thought. At Hogwarts, students formed various clubs and societies, such as the Gobstones Club or the Magical Herbs Society. You'd often see upper-year students attending these activities in groups. Harry and Ron had heard of a few but hadn't joined any. They're just places to kill time. Don't expect to learn anything useful, Ron had once privately vented to Harry when a club invited Harry Potter to join. Sometimes, new members have to deal with bullying from older ones. They make you do something really hard or humiliating and call it a test. With Ron having 5 older brothers and seeming very experienced, Harry chose to trust his friend and politely declined all club invitations. But now, it was another friend he deeply valued who was strongly recommending a club reputed to significantly boost his spellcasting skills. Given that Professor Quirrell's classes were often lackluster, Harry was actually excited about this. He hoped that he could use magic to solve problems when it mattered most and that he could effortlessly defeat certain annoying people like Malfoy. However, Harry also had to consider Ron's feelings. He didn't want Ron to feel left out, which left Harry feeling conflicted. After eating their fill, the dinner on the long table disappeared. The group packed up and prepared to head to the umbrella room. As they walked, Hermione reminded Harry, "Tidy up your hair, make a good impression on everyone." Suddenly, loud, arrogant laughter echoed in the hallway, accompanied by the jeering voices of several students. The sound of laughter instantly triggered a deep memory in Harry, and he said with disgust, "It's Malfoy, he's definitely bullying someone." Before he finished speaking, he dashed forward, with Ron closely following behind. "Wait, Harry, calm down." Hermione stomped her foot and had no choice but to run after them. In the corridor, Neville was surrounded by a group of Slytherins. He was gripping his wand and stammered, Malfoy, what are you trying to do?" Draco Malfoy tapped his wand against his palm, smiling. "Longbottom, I've just learned a new spell, and I want to practice it on someone." Everyone around him let out low, malicious laughter. Neville, trembling, pointed his wand at Malfoy. "Don't come any closer, I'll tell the professor." Locomotor Mortis. Leglocker Curse. As Neville backed away, Malfoy suddenly shouted, and the spell hit Neville. His legs immediately snapped together, sticking tightly as if fused into a single column. Neville fell to the ground, his face flushed as he struggled to get up, flopping around like a fish out of water. The Slytherins burst into raucous laughter, and one boy even kicked Neville's wand away. Draco Malfoy, beaming with pride, took a bow to the crowd, like a magician who had just performed a successful trick. He then turned to Neville and mocked, "Tell the professor? Merlin, you're such a coward, Longbottom. Are you really a Gryffindor, or did the Sorting Hat accidentally put you in the wrong place?" "Where should he go then, Draco?" a shrill-voiced girl asked loudly on purpose. "Good question, Pansy, very good question, let me think." Draco pretended to ponder for a moment, looking around before suggesting, "How about the trash can?" Neville couldn't hold back a sob. The Slytherins were nearly rolling on the floor with laughter. "Let him go, Malfoy." Harry Potter came charging out of the corridor like a cannonball. Hearing Harry's voice, Malfoy hurriedly turned around but didn't have time to react. Harry crashed into him, sending Malfoy flying backward into the grinning Goyle, and the two of them tumbled to the ground. "Harry Potter!" Malfoy shouted angrily. Ron rushed over to stand by Harry's side, facing off against the others. His mind was racing. Slytherin has the numbers advantage, maybe we should make a run toward the library. "Harry, you guys, don't." "Oh, Neville." Hermione saw Neville's condition, and she was so furious her lips turned white. She quickly rushed over to undo the curse on him. With Hermione's help, Neville finally got back on his feet, trembling all over. He glared at the Slytherin student, Theodore Nott, who had been stepping on his wand. Under Neville's fierce and angry gaze, Nott subtly pulled his foot back a little. "This is too much. How could you?" Hermione shouted angrily at the group. "How can you treat him like this? What's it to you?" Malfoy retorted, dusting himself off as he stood up. His voice was filled with rage. "You filthy little mudblood." Before Harry could even grasp what had just happened, Ron and Neville roared in fury and charged at Malfoy. "You're going to pay for what you said, Malfoy," Ron shouted. "Don't you dare use that word, don't you?" Neville, fueled by a newfound courage and anger, joined in. 2 fists struck Malfoy's face, one after the other. The refined-looking Malfoy let out a scream, and blood instantly gushed from his nose. "How dare you!" Pansy Parkinson shrieked, grabbing onto Ron's robe and scratching his neck with her nails. The other Slytherins didn't just stand by either. Goyle kicked Neville in the stomach, and Nott shoved Ron away. Harry froze for just a moment but quickly regained his senses. As Crabbe raised his fist to hit Neville in the head, Harry leapt into the fray without hesitation. Slytherins and Gryffindors immediately clashed, and a full-on brawl broke out. They had no time to use spells, it was all fists and kicks, and though the 3 Gryffindor boys briefly gained the upper hand, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. Hermione didn't quite understand what Malfoy had just called her, but she instinctively used the spell she was most familiar with. Wingardium Leviosa. Levitation Charm. With a powerful swish of her wand, the Slytherins suddenly felt as though their robes were strangling them. They were yanked off their feet by their own clothes, suspended in the air for a couple of seconds, and then dropped to the ground with a thud. Harry and the other 2, who had been pinned to the floor and getting beaten up, stared at her in shock. Pansy had landed on her nose and groaned in pain, cursing, "You filthy mudblood." Malfoy, his face covered in blood, scrambled up from the ground, pulled out his wand, and shouted at Hermione, Densagio, front teeth elongating hacks. Stop. Harry quickly drew his wand and recalled a spell he had seen in a book. Tyrant Legra. Dancing feet spell. The spells shot past each other in midair. Malfoy's spell struck Hermione, and she let out a whimper as she quickly reached up to cover her face. But her front teeth were already growing at an alarming rate, extending past her lips and down toward her chin in the blink of an eye. Harry's spell hit Malfoy, and though it wasn't perfectly executed, it sent Malfoy stumbling backward. Spells flew wildly around the corridor, and students passing by quickly ducked out of the way. But soon, everyone realized that their spells weren't as effective as their fists, so the young wizards resumed their brawl with punches and kicks. Hermione's teeth had already grown past her chin. She tried to leave but was blocked by Pansy Parkinson, so the brown-haired girl charged forward and delivered a fierce headbutt, causing both of them to scream in pain. Immobulus. Freezing charm. A sudden voice echoed through the corridor, freezing everyone in place, their positions frozen in oddly humorous poses. A professor is here? The students all had the same thought and instantly felt a surge of panic. Only Neville cheered. Wade. Harry, with one hand pushing against Malfoy's face and tangled up with Nott, found himself immobilized in a twisted position. He strained his eyes to the side and caught a glimpse of a tall, slender figure stretched out in the sunlight from the window. Neville. Wade Gray's surprised voice rang out. And Hermione, what are you doing? Before Neville could respond, Wade quickly cast two spells, Finite Incantatem, Dimitus Roberus, General Counterspell and Strength Release Spell. Everyone finally relaxed from their awkward frozen positions, but they were left feeling weak and unsteady. Harry nearly ended up hugging Malfoy and quickly pulled away, turning to see who had arrived. It wasn't just Wade Grey who had come. Michael Corner and Padma Patil from Ravenclaw, Theo Mancini and Ryan Caro from Hufflepuff were with him. With the four houses often having mixed classes, students from the same year weren't complete strangers but were not particularly close either, mostly just acquaintances who knew each other by name. Still, Harry and Ron knew that the students before them were considered top of their class. They were often praised and earned points for their houses and had never been known to cause trouble or break school rules like the Weasley twins. Wade Grey, in particular, was well liked by nearly all the professors and was known as the inventor of the Book of Friends. Facing such peers, Harry and Ron couldn't help but feel a mix of inferiority and helplessness, as if an invisible barrier restrained their actions and tempers. The Slytherins also got up, glancing at each other but refraining from further attacks under the watchful eyes of Michael and the others. Wade ignored the other students and crouched down to help the disheveled Hermione off the ground, inspecting her elongated front teeth. Hermione tried to cover them with her hands, but it was difficult since her teeth were still growing and had almost reached her shoulders. The long, gleaming white teeth looked both frightening and ridiculous. The girl let out a whimper, touching her teeth in a mix of fear and shock, tears welling up in her eyes. It's all right, Madame Pomfrey can fix this in 2 minutes, Wade reassured her and draped his outer robe over Hermione's head. Padma, could you please accompany Hermione to the hospital wing? Sure, leave it to me, Padma responded promptly, guiding Hermione away. She adjusted Hermione's robe to cover the increasingly monstrous teeth, shielding them from prying and mocking eyes. With the girls gone, Wade turned to the others, smiled, and said gently, "So can someone tell me what happened here?" His expression was calm, but his eyes showed no trace of humor. The atmosphere around them instantly became tense. The Slytherins instinctively avoided his gaze, and some even took a couple of steps back unconsciously. Only Malfoy forced himself to say, "This is a matter between Slytherin and Gryffindor, don't meddle, Wade Grey." Draco Nott tugged at his arm and whispered, "This is getting pointless. Let's just go. It's because of me." Neville mustered up his courage and said, trembling slightly, "I ran into them on the way, and Malfoy used the leglocker curse on me. He said he wanted to practice that spell. Harry and Ron and Hermione stood up to Malfoy to help me, and then Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood." Neville. Michael shouted. Neville's voice abruptly cut off. He looked bewildered for a moment, then, under the gaze of everyone else, he realized what he had said and glanced at Wade with some panic. Suddenly, everyone became aware that there was another Muggle-born present. Wade had never explicitly mentioned that his parents were squibs, he had only said they couldn't do magic. From the wizard's point of view, there wasn't much difference between squibs and muggles. In fact, squibs were even more discriminated against. After all, muggles had made some remarkable, world-changing contributions, but what about squibs? They were just seen as the worthless outcasts of the wizarding world. When Wade first arrived at school, some had looked down on him because he came from a non-magical family. But soon, he shattered all their prejudices with his abilities. No one ever mentioned his bloodline again. In fact, many students even assumed Wade came from a pure-blood family and had received elite magical training from a young age. Otherwise, how can they explain being so completely outclassed by him? At this moment, everyone was reminded that Wade also came from a non-magical family. The air suddenly turned still, and the faint background noise disappeared entirely. It was so quiet that it felt as if one could hear their own breathing. Nott released his grip on Malfoy. "So that's what happened, students practicing spells with each other, isn't that a common thing?" Wade looked at Malfoy. "It just so happens that I've also learned a new spell. I'd like to ask Malfoy to help me practice." If Wade had yelled and rushed at him in anger, like Harry and the others, Malfoy would have felt more at ease. But right now, Wade was only wearing a faint, almost amused smile. He didn't even seem angry, and that terrified Malfoy even more. What? Malfoy gripped his wand tightly, stammering as he spoke. If Malfoy could see himself in a mirror, he would realize that his expression now was strikingly similar to Neville's earlier when he was surrounded, except with even more fear and guilt. Wade raised his wand and slightly bowed, his cold eyes fixed on the person in front of him. Bow, Mr. Malfoy. I refuse. Malfoy instinctively rejected the command. He pointed his wand at Wade, trying to defend himself. I called Granger a mud. It's not like I was insulting you. Ellenbottom was the one who said it. This person, so vicious, yet so naive. Wade sighed inwardly and flicked his wand. Expelliarmus. Disarming charm. A bright red light flashed, striking Malfoy. He was thrown backward, crashing into Crabbe behind him. His wand flew out of his hand and landed with a clatter at Not's feet. Not glanced around but didn't pick up the wand. Instead, he took 2 steps back. No one noticed him, all eyes were on the blonde boy curled up on the ground. Pansy Parkinson seemed like she wanted to do something, but Michael immediately pointed his wand at her with a cheerful smile. I don't usually hit girls, Pansy, don't make me break that rule, Michael said in a gentle tone. Theo and Ryan kept their eyes on the other Slytherins, ready to act at any moment. But no one actually did anything, not even Malfoy's 2 usual bulky sidekicks. They just stood there stupidly, staring at Malfoy on the ground, not even thinking to help him up. Malfoy clutched his head and got up on his own. He glared hatefully at Wade and shouted, "Don't think I'm afraid of you, Wade Grey. Do you know who my father is?" Wade simply kicked his wand back to him and said, "Continue." Malfoy picked up his wand, his arm trembling. He was furious and resentful, but what he felt most was fear. The Wade Grey standing in front of him wasn't some bookish Granger. Rumor had it that Wade knew more spells than some 5th-year students. "Oh, I think I forgot to count down from 3 earlier," Wade said mockingly. "After all, I'm just a mudblood. I don't quite understand the etiquette of you pureblood wizards." The word mudblood felt like a slap across the faces of the Slytherin students. Their expressions showed varying degrees of embarrassment and discomfort. "If I remember correctly, you count to 3, Malfoy, and then you cast the first spell." Malfoy clenched his teeth, his eyes flickering with hesitation. 1, 2. Before the count reached 3, Malfoy forcefully swung his wand and shouted, "Locomotor Mortis. Leglocker Curse." Wade had anticipated this, and the moment Malfoy opened his mouth, he dodged. The spell's beam struck Nott, who had been standing nearby trying to blend in like he was invisible. His legs instantly locked together, and he fell to the ground with a thud. 3. Wade calmly finished counting, then waved his wand again. Tyrant Legra. Dancing feet spell. Malfoy's legs immediately began to twitch as if he were dancing a lively jig. He still tried to attack Wade, but his upper body and lower body were twisting in completely different directions. It didn't take long before he followed Nott's fate, with a loud crack from his waist and a fall to the ground. Despite his fall, Malfoy's legs continued to flail wildly in the air, aggravating his twisted back, causing him to cry out in pain. The sight was so comical that even some of the Slytherin students couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Malfoy's pale face flushed red with anger. He glared at them with murderous eyes, but from his position on the ground, all he could see was a blur of indistinct colors. The once familiar faces around him now seemed distant, cold, and unrecognizable. He couldn't tell who was laughing at him. Wade deliberately waited a bit longer, while the Slytherins just stood there watching. To any onlookers, it seemed as though this group was bullying Malfoy, as if they were all in on it together. It wasn't until Malfoy was on the verge of bursting into tears that Wade finally walked over and lifted the spell. He crouched down next to the sweaty, disheveled Malfoy and sincerely asked, "Does bullying people feel good?" Malfoy looked at him with a terrified expression, panting heavily, unable to speak. Wade smiled slightly and stood up. The Slytherin students parted automatically and watched him and the others walk away. No one spoke, and no one tried to stop them. "Harry, let's go too." Ron tugged at Harry, pulling him along as they quickly followed in the direction Wade and the others had left, hurrying through the corridor. The two who had been at the center of the chaos moments earlier were no longer the focus of attention, allowing them to slip away unnoticed. As they rounded the corner, Harry glanced back and saw Pansy and Goyle finally moving to help Malfoy, only for him to angrily swat them away. The once proud blonde boy now looked disheveled and defeated, wiping blood from his nose with an angry expression. The other Slytherins gathered around him, smiling and offering false reassurances. Even from across the corridor, Harry could see the insincerity and casual indifference on their faces. Harry had always believed that aside from Snape, Malfoy was the worst person he'd ever met, even worse than his cousin Dudley. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that Malfoy wasn't as universally adored among the Slytherins as he had thought. It seemed like Malfoy didn't have any real friends in Slytherin. Then, the wall blocked his view. "What are you looking at?" Ron asked curiously. "Nothing." Harry turned his head and said, "I was just thinking, if I ever have to face an enemy I can't defeat, you and Hermione will definitely stand by my side and fight with me." "Of course." Ron, thinking Harry was referring to Malfoy and his gang bullying Neville, immediately grew indignant. "Slytherins have always been like that. We'll never give in to them. We can't let them get too full of themselves. Neville just needs to be braver. He was brave, remember? He punched Malfoy for Hermione with you. He landed a solid punch right on that guy's nose." "Oh, right." Ron recalled the scene with excitement. Neville finally acted like a true Gryffindor? Did you see Malfoy's face? I thought he was going to cry. Ron's words made Harry feel a bit uneasy, though Malfoy certainly deserved what happened. The situation reminded Harry of when Dudley used to gang up on him with his friends. As they continued talking, they spotted Wade and the others from a distance. They were standing together, and though they were just ordinary classmates, there seemed to be a unique atmosphere around them that made it hard for anyone else to approach. Harry suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ron. What? They're the SSC, the study group Hermione recommended I join, Harry said quietly. Ron suddenly became a bit uncomfortable, and the smile faded from his face. He mumbled, why yeah, I want to join them. Harry suddenly made up his mind. I want to learn something real, practice real spells, not just recite textbook passages with Quirrell in class. That's good, I mean you really should, maybe you'll even become a top student one day, Ron said, avoiding Harry's eyes. His tone didn't sound like his usual self. You're not going, Ron? Harry asked in surprise. I didn't get an invitation, Hermione only recommended you. Ron forced a smile. You go ahead. I might. I think I need to visit the hospital wing, I'm pretty sure Crabbe might have broken one of my ribs with that kick. Maybe Hermione just forgot to mention it? Let's go ask together. Harry tugged at Ron, leading him toward Wade and the others. Don't, Harry. Ron looked reluctant, being half dragged along by Harry without much resistance. He held on to a sliver of hope maybe Hermione really did just forget to tell me. After all, he and Harry were always together, and people often saw them as a pair, so maybe she thought there was no need to say anything. Plus, they had just fought Malfoy together with Neville. As they approached, they overheard Wade saying to the others, Neville, you need to visit Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing. Your arm might have a fracture. And everyone, be careful of Slytherin's revenge over the next few days, don't be caught alone. What about you, Wade? Theo asked with concern. I'm going to see Professor Flitwick to take my punishment. Using spells on fellow students in the corridor, there's no way I'm getting out of detention, Wade replied. You're going to? Oh, Michael first looked surprised but then nodded in agreement. That's probably the right thing to do. Why? Ron, who had just walked up, asked in confusion. If the professor didn't see it, it's like it never happened. Why turn yourself in? Harry and Theo both nodded in agreement, while Ryan seemed to be pondering it. Do you really think Malfoy would just take such a loss and not report it? Michael reminded them. It's better to confess to Professor Flitwick than to face punishment from Professor Snape later. That's true. If it were Professor Snape, he might deduct a bunch of points and give a month's detention. Neville nodded, still shaken. In potions class, Snape had always been particularly harsh on Neville, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Let's go together, Ryan suggested. We can't let the professor think it was all your fault. You guys didn't even cast any spells. Wade noticed Neville about to speak and shook his head. Neville, you were the one being bullied. If you get punished on top of that, it'd be too unfair. Head to the hospital wing early, check on Hermione while you're there too. Waving them off, Wade turned and left. Harry opened his mouth, intending to ask if Ron could join the SSC, but realized he didn't have the chance to speak. Wade was already leaving, so he simply said, let's head out together then. At that moment, Harry finally noticed how much his entire body hurt. He was surprised that he hadn't realized it earlier. Wade knew that at this hour, Professor Flitwick was likely in the staff lounge. He made his way to the first floor of the castle and knocked on the door. After a moment, Professor McGonagall's voice called out, come in. At the same time, the door opened automatically. Wade hesitated for a moment when he saw that not only Professor Flitwick but also Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were in the lounge. Professor Flitwick, who was marking papers, looked up and smiled when he saw Wade. Wade, what brings you here today? Do you have more questions? Wade stepped inside, a bit sheepish. Well, I do have questions, but more importantly, Professor, I'm here to accept punishment for breaking school rules. Punishment? Professor Flitwick looked surprised, and the other two professors also glanced over. In all their years of teaching, none of them had ever seen a student voluntarily confess to breaking a rule unless they had an ulterior motive. What exactly did you do, Wade? Professor Flitwick asked kindly. Wade hesitated, glancing at the other two professors not out of fear of Snape causing trouble, but because his attempt to avoid a problem was now beginning to feel like he was tattling like a child. For a moment, Wade could almost imagine the words "the guilty complain" first flashing above his head. Though I am not exactly guilty of anything. Sensing there was more to the story, Professor McGonagall's expression became stern. Mr. Gray, I believe all the professors have the right to be informed about student rule breaking. All right. Wade had no choice but to explain. Here's what happened, Professor. Wade recounted everything honestly, without embellishment or downplaying his actions. Even so, Professor McGonagall was furious. Her nostrils flared, as though she was about to breathe fire at any moment. Bullying fellow students, and using such insulting names. We absolutely do not tolerate that behavior. Severus, I want to give Mr. Malfoy a month's detention, at the very least, she said with anger radiating from her voice. Professor Snape, lost in thought, looked pale and vacant. He seemed to take a moment to register McGonagall's words. After a brief pause, he slowly replied, of course, you're right. Minerva, let's proceed with that. Very well. McGonagall exhaled sharply. When she turned her attention back to Wade, her severe expression softened slightly. Mr. Gray, Yes, Professor. Wade lowered his head. I know I shouldn't have used magic on another student in the hallway. Ahem. Professor Flitwick suddenly coughed twice. Yes, it was too impulsive. What if someone had gotten hurt? For your recklessness, I'll have to deduct 1. Professor Flitwick glanced sideways at his 2 colleagues. 5 points, he finally declared, forcing himself to say it. Then, with a wink, he subtly signaled to Wade that the points would likely be returned later. Professor McGonagall smiled slightly and said, indeed at the same time, for bravely defending a fellow student and successfully using the disarming charm, I'll award you 10 points, Mr. Gray. It's clear that you are, well, exceptionally skilled in your study of charms. 10 points added. Michael was surprised by the outcome as they gathered in the umbrella room. Technically, it's only 5, because Professor Flitwick first deducted 5, Wade clarified. I know, but still, that's Professor McGonagall. Michael said, in disbelief. She doesn't even show favoritism to her own Gryffindors. Exactly, because Professor McGonagall is so fair, that's why Ravenclaw got 10 points, Padma said, as though the outcome wasn't surprising. Think about all the things Malfoy's done. A month of detention is getting off easy. Not just that, they didn't gain any favor from Professor Snape either. Theo shared a piece of news that no one else knew. Someone saw the Slytherins go together to complain to Snape, but they were kicked out in less than 2 minutes. Ryan nodded knowingly, even though Professor Snape is usually very strict. He wouldn't unfairly side with Slytherin for no reason, right? Neville didn't agree. He felt that if they could see how Snape nitpicked them in potions class, especially with Gryffindors and Slytherins together, they wouldn't have such an inaccurate opinion. As everyone chatted, the door to the shelter suddenly opened at this time. There was only one person it could be. Padma raised her hand happily and called out, Hermione. The brown-haired girl walked in with a cheerful step, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Good afternoon, everyone. Padma looked at her a bit confused. Hermione, why do I feel like something's a little different about you today? No, not at all. Hermione brushed her hair behind her ear, trying to cover up her reaction. Maybe it's just because I heard Malfoy got his comeuppance. I'm a little too happy about it. Padma seemed skeptical. Is that really the reason? Michael, however, noticed it immediately. Hermione used to have very prominent buck teeth, combined with her wild, bushy brown hair, which made her look a bit like a beaver. But today, when Hermione smiled, her teeth were perfectly aligned and of normal size, making her look much cuter than usual. Wow, Hermione. Michael didn't mention what he'd noticed but instead complimented her. You're glowing today. Hermione blushed and smiled shyly, trying to change the subject. She turned toward the person behind her and called out, Come in, Harry. Harry Potter, who had been hesitating at the door, finally stepped in, and everyone looked at him. The boy nervously ruffled his hair. Of course, this wasn't their first time seeing Harry, but seeing him in the classroom was different. Now, in their territory or group, having Harry Potter as a new member gave everyone a strange and special feeling. For a moment, no one spoke. Harry felt awkward. He waved clumsily and said, hello, everyone. I'm Harry Potter. He immediately realized in despair what a stupid thing to say. We have all been in school together for more than half a year. Is there anyone who doesn't know each other? Hermione had been reminding me to make a good first impression, but it seems like I have already messed it up with my foolishness. They probably think I sounded strange, don't they? I must have looked really dumb. Are we introducing ourselves again? Wade was the first to stand up, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, Harry, I'm Wade Gray. When you do something embarrassing alone, it's mortifying, but if someone else does it with you, the awkwardness doesn't feel as bad. Harry gratefully shook Wade's hand. Then Michael Corner reached out as well. Welcome, I'm Michael Corner. Actually, I've been meaning to say this for a while. The way you caught the golden snitch last time on the field was really cool. Looking forward to your next performance. Thanks, Harry smiled shyly. Welcome aboard, Harry. I'm Theo Mancini, Theo said with a smile. Next time, it's Hufflepuff you'll be facing, so all I can say is, enjoy the game, but I'll be hoping Hufflepuff wins. At that moment, Harry really wished he could think of something clever or funny to say, but instead, his mind was filled with images of Wood's passionate speeches in the rain. Hufflepuff is no threat. No, that's not the right thing to say. Beat Hufflepuff? Win the House Cup. Enough? I don't want to offend everyone. It's our first chance in 7 years. Make Professor McGonagall proud. Wood shouted, fists in the air. Harry, I'll definitely do my best. Before his brain could catch up, the words were already out of his mouth. Theo smiled. That's the spirit. Ryan Caro. Ryan shook his hand. His smile was faint but sincere. I haven't joined any other clubs, but I have to say, SSC is the best. Of course, Harry quickly responded. Padma Patil. Padma grinned as she shook his hand. My only request is, don't mistake me for my sister. I won't, Harry said confidently. Unlike the Weasley twins, who seemed copied and pasted, the Patil sisters actually had clear differences. Though they looked quite similar, their personalities, expressions, and even their vibes were distinct, making it easy to tell them apart. Well, lastly, there's me. Hermione also stepped forward to shake hands, smiling, your friend and fellow SSC member. Oh, Hermione. Harry couldn't help but laugh. By now, all of Harry's initial awkward thoughts from when he first entered had faded. Amid this playful welcoming ceremony, he truly felt like he was being accepted into a group, something quite different from his friendship with Ron or the fascination some classmates had with him because of his boy who lived status. Harry couldn't quite put into words what the difference was at the moment. He just knew he felt good, as if he was floating on a soft, fluffy cloud. After a brief welcome ceremony, Harry, feeling both nervous and expectant, said, "This is actually my first time joining a club, so I'm not very familiar. Could you tell me what the rules of the SSC are? Is there anything I need to do?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. "Club?" Theo asked, puzzled. "Are we already considered a club?" Neville was surprised. "Isn't SSC a club? I thought it already was. If students form a club, don't they have to report it to the professors?" Ryan asked uncertainly. Michael said, "I thought we were considered a society. Don't societies have membership fees?" "We've never paid any," Ryan added, based on bits and pieces he'd picked up from his Muggle relatives. Neville, now a bit confused, asked, "So what's the difference between a club and a society?" Everyone fell silent for a moment. Yet, besides the name, what really is the difference? For a while, no one could quite come up with an answer. Harry had never expected such a scene to unfold. He seriously retraced his steps, trying to figure out how things had gotten to this point, and then silently looked over at Hermione, who was standing next to him. Wade glanced at Hermione, who was stifling her laughter, and helplessly asked, "Hermione, what exactly did you tell Harry?" Hermione immediately burst out laughing, waving her hand at Harry. "I didn't say anything. You and Ron just made your own guesses, right?" Harry, "Yeah." She hadn't actually said anything. She had only kept emphasizing that this was an important matter, so they should be cautious and well prepared. She even reminded him to bring his wand. Then, she watched as they anxiously speculated about what sort of trials they'd have to face to join the club. Ron had even come up with a particularly ridiculous guess. "Maybe they'll make you sneak into Snape's office and steal something personal of his, like his underwear or socks. Or maybe, you'll have to throw a dung bomb in the corridor right in front of Professor McGonagall, to prove your courage." At the time, Ron had looked at Harry with a tragic expression, as if he was about to be torn apart by a furious professor. When Harry thought back carefully, Hermione's pained expression at the time, what I thought was a pained expression, was probably just her holding back laughter, wasn't it? Or perhaps, it was precisely because the two of us had come up with all those exaggerated guesses that Hermione hadn't said anything at all? "It's like this," Wade couldn't help but laugh. "We're really just an after-school study group. We gather to practice spells, discuss homework problems, or lend each other notes. Generally, we come here after dinner to study together, but it's all very casual. If you don't want to come, there's no need to ask for permission. There aren't any strict rules. As for the guidelines, they're posted on the wall behind you." Harry turned around and saw a piece of paper pinned to the wall. It had only a few simple sentences written on it, like members should help each other, be united and friendly, and don't mess with other people's belongings. These were basic moral standards that even elementary school students should follow. The only special rule was that you couldn't bring anyone else to the umbrella room without the consent of all the members. At first, Harry felt relieved these rules barely even counted as rules. There were no harsh punishments or strict conditions, and it was clear that their earlier guesses were completely wrong. But when he saw the last rule, Harry's heart sank again. "I myself am new here. Can I introduce Ron to join?" "Harry, your seat is over here," Neville said warmly as he led Harry to one side. Next to Neville's seat, an empty desk had already been prepared. It had its own bookshelf and cabinet, with wooden panels on the sides forming a semi-enclosed space, which could block the view of others. The panels could also be lowered for easier interaction. Nearby, there were small tea tables, a food cabinet, and some soft, old sofas with a few fluffy cushions on them. Wade had asked Zoe and the others to help prepare these things. The room of requirement had so much old furniture that it was practically like a small town. They had picked out the relatively good pieces, repaired them, and now they looked almost as good as new. The food cabinet was always stocked with cakes, biscuits, puddings, and candies, and several silvery tin pots held drinks and water, all prepared by the house elves. Not only that, the house elves, when they had spare time, would also decorate the umbrella room in various ways. Wade and the others often found small changes when they entered the room, maybe some odd decorations or photos on the walls, a few more pots of blooming wildflowers in the corners, or a couple of useful new pieces of furniture. Before they knew it, the once empty, abandoned classroom had become more and more full, leaving behind traces of their life and learning. The room had developed a warm, lively atmosphere. Harry almost fell in love with the place at first sight. He also received a piece of parchment for SSC members to contact each other, a book of friends of sorts, which was now widely known. However, Harry, who had stayed at school over Christmas, had nowhere to buy one, even though he had the money. Among the people Harry knew, Hermione had a book of friends. She had given Harry a page to keep in touch, but since they spent almost all their time together, they rarely needed to use it. Ron had two. One was also from Hermione, and the other was sent to him by Mrs. Weasley after the holidays. Every Weasley child had one. Ron often used his page before bed to chat or argue with his brothers, only to have Mrs. Weasley sternly tell them all to go to sleep immediately. Ron sometimes complained about his mother's strictness, but Harry was deeply envious of him. Now, Harry had a second book of friends. He tucked both pieces of parchment into his textbook and slipped them into his bag, then looked around. Everyone else had already quietly started their homework or reading. Even Neville was diligently copying down notes from Transfiguration class. This is very different from studying in the common room. In the Gryffindor common room, there are always students making noise, some even going around looking for others to copy their homework. There isn't this kind of peaceful, studious atmosphere. If you really want to focus on your homework, you have to go to the library. But Madame Pants is strict, not allowing food or conversation, which is inconvenient in its own way. Harry took a deep breath and pulled out his charms homework to start writing. But after just writing the title, he didn't know how to continue. I really should have gone to the library to borrow a couple of reference books. But now that everyone is studying, it would be too awkward to suddenly leave. Maybe Hermione has the books I need. As Harry fidgeted and began glancing around nervously, Theo, sitting nearby, noticed his struggle and asked knowingly, not sure how to start. Instinctively, Harry covered his messy notes and doodles with his hand, embarrassed, and said, "Yeah, that's right. No worries, we all struggled when we first started," Theo reassured him. "You can ask Wade, he'll teach you how to write essays and which reference books you need to look at. Before coming tomorrow, head to the library to borrow the books. If you follow Wade's guidance, you'll find that finishing the assignments is actually quite simple. In fact, the person who reads the most books is Hermione, but she had the habit of writing down everything she read. She considered all the material she studied to be important. Wade, on the other hand, had a knack for pinpointing the exact issues they were facing, identifying which areas needed more focus, and then suggesting the most valuable book for them to read. After reading the specific books Wade recommended, the once confusing concepts became much clearer, as if everything suddenly made sense. As Theo moved closer, he caught sight of Harry's disorganized notes and hesitated for a moment before pointing at the book. "If you don't mind, may I take a look?" he asked. "Well, I wasn't really paying attention in class." Harry's face flushed with embarrassment as he shamefully pushed his book over. Yet, Theo had already noticed that. He flipped through Harry's textbook and sighed, "You're missing quite a lot in your notes, and you didn't capture the key points. How about this?" He raised his hand and spoke louder, "Hey, guys." Everyone looked up at them. "Harry needs to borrow everyone's notes," Theo said, then added, "If you're not using them right now. Okay, I feel pretty confident about potions. Just return it to me before next Monday," Michael said, sending his potions notes over with a levitation charm. "Astronomy is my strength," Ryan said, not only lending his notes but also a book on the movement of celestial bodies. Neville also offered his notes. "For herbology, I think Theo and I are about the same." "No, Neville, you're doing even better," Theo said sincerely. "Professor Sprout always praises you." Neville's face turned a bit red as he scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly. "For history of magic and transfiguration, you can borrow my notes anytime," Hermione chimed in. "That leaves charms and defense against the dark arts," Wade said, sending his notebooks over with a flick of his wand. He then added, "I'm guessing you also need some help learning how to write essays." Harry quickly nodded, stammering, "Yes. I'm not good at writing essays." Then, Theo leaned over and whispered to Harry, "Make sure you take good care of Wade's notes, especially for defense against the dark arts. His notes are more thorough and easier to understand than what Professor Quirrell covers in class." "Thank you, Theo," Harry said gratefully. "Don't mention it," Theo smiled kindly. "We're companions now, aren't we? For the essay on the softening charm, you can approach it from these 5 aspects. For future essays, you can follow this format: brief introduction, historical background, development, and changes." Wade spoke as he sketched a map on paper, starting with the title and outlining 5 sections for the essay's structure, with each section broken down into 2 or 3 smaller points. No one had ever systematically taught Harry how to write an essay. In fact, most students at Hogwarts never received any formal training on this. The smarter ones developed their own methods through repeated assignments, while the less capable ones either copied the work of others or cobbled something together to get by. In Harry's previous public school, homework was mostly a formality. Though they occasionally wrote essays, they were quite casual, with short word counts, and nothing like the feet-long essays that were regularly assigned at Hogwarts. At that moment, listening to Wade's explanation, Harry felt a sudden clarity of thought, as if all the confusion and frustration he had been experiencing melted away. With each point Wade outlined, corresponding ideas popped into Harry's mind. He suddenly understood how to approach and complete this kind of assignment. By the time Wade finished his explanation, Harry was almost impatient to put all his thoughts onto paper. He even felt that the 7 inches assigned by the professor wouldn't be enough to fit all the ideas he now wanted to express. Of course, when he actually started writing, he realized that turning thoughts into a well-organized essay was still not easy, but it was much simpler than it had been before. Next came the spell practice, which was far easier for Harry than essay writing. He naturally possessed a remarkable talent, and with only a little guidance from Wade, he demonstrated extraordinary magical aptitude and quick comprehension. He rapidly mastered the basic spells, leaving everyone but Wade astonished. As his peers looked at him in admiration, Harry felt a deep sense of joy. It was as though his body had become light as air. He pressed his lips together, trying not to appear overly proud, but the nervousness and unease he had felt when first entering the classroom, along with the shame he experienced when seeing everyone else's notes, were gone. His bright green eyes shone with a new vitality and confidence. I'm really good at this, Harry told himself. Wade glanced at the clock. There was only half an hour left until curfew. He clapped his hands, and everyone practicing spells stopped. Everyone, Wade addressed the group. A few days ago, we had a bit of a run-in with Malfoy and his gang. While they were the ones who ultimately suffered, we took a few hits ourselves. His gaze lingered on Harry, Neville, and Hermione as he spoke. Then I realized something: knowing spells doesn't necessarily mean we can protect ourselves. If we lack combat skills and can't react quickly when attacked, we're still vulnerable. You mean? Michael became excited. We should train for combat skills. No, we won't, right? Padma suddenly seemed a little panicked. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then became eager. But what if we get hurt? The professors will deduct points. Stop worrying about house points, Hermione, they're not that important. This is so cool. Michael was almost bursting with anticipation. Are we starting now, Wade? Wade observed everyone's reactions and then said, of course, we can't just jump straight into it. I'm sure everyone knows at least a couple of minor hexes, but those shouldn't be used on your fellow members. Healing them could be complicated, and we might even have to bother Madame Pomfrey. So, we need to master 2 basic defensive and offensive spells before sparring. What spells? Harry asked eagerly. Wade looked at him and said, Disarming Charm and Shield Charm. Shield Charm, Hermione said in surprise. We don't learn that until 5th year. Harry was also shocked, mainly at the fact that Hermione knew what was in their 5th year curriculum. She wouldn't have already read all the upper year textbooks, right? As for Wade, Harry wasn't even surprised anymore. At this point, if Wade said he could teach them apparition, Harry would probably believe him without hesitation. Indeed, the Shield Charm is typically taught in 5th year because of its difficulty. I only just learned it myself a few days ago, Wade casually boasted before continuing. But it's extremely useful. It creates an invisible shield around your body that can deflect enemy spells. However, it's important to note that it won't protect you from very powerful spells. Harry instinctively touched the scar on his forehead, and Neville pressed his lips together, looking equally serious. As for the Disarming Charm, or Expelliarmus, it can disarm your opponent by making them lose their wand, a very useful spell. Since most wizards haven't mastered wandless magic, losing their wand renders them almost powerless. Wade twirled his wand in his hand before gripping it firmly and then looked at everyone. Shall we start with the Disarming Charm? In the original story, Harry learned the Disarming Charm in his 2nd year during the dueling club, though Lockhart mentioned it wasn't typically part of their curriculum at that stage. Harry only learned the Shield Charm in his 4th year to prepare for the Triwizard Tournament, and in 5th year, he taught it to others in the Hermione mastered it before Neville. So, the Shield Charm is definitely a spell that's introduced in 5th year at the earliest. As night fell, Harry and Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room together. Neville, after accidentally bumping his head during the spell practice, had to go to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey for treatment. At this time, there were only 2 or 3 students still sitting on the sofas. The fire in the fireplace flickered and danced in the hearth, casting flickering, uneven shadows on the walls, like a mysterious and ancient painting. Good night, Harry, Hermione said. Get some rest early tonight. All right, good night, Harry replied, watching Hermione walk towards the girls' dormitory. He happily made his way up the spiral staircase towards the boys' dormitory, and when no one was looking, he couldn't help but do a little hop of joy. During tonight's study session, Harry was the only one who successfully disarmed his opponent. It was the first time he had learned a spell faster than Hermione. The others struggled to cast the spell correctly, and by the end of the session, Hermione had only managed to make her opponent take a couple of steps back. Michael's best effort was making his opponent flinch slightly, though that might have been because the light from his wand was a little too bright. Harry thought back to the surprised and approving looks from the others, not because he was Harry Potter or the boy who lived, but because of the talent he showed in learning spells. Every member of the SSC had a subject they excelled in. Harry had thought that aside from quidditch, he didn't have much to boast about, but now he knew he was particularly skilled in defense against the dark arts spells. Even Wade had praised him, calling him a combat genius. But all the joy came to a halt the moment he pushed open the dormitory door. Ron was sitting against the headboard, flipping through a magazine. When he heard the door open, he didn't look up. Seamus and Dean were likely already asleep, and their silhouettes under the curtains were breathing steadily. The atmosphere in the dormitory felt a bit unusual. Suddenly, Harry remembered that before he left, he had promised Ron if Wade and the others were okay with Ron joining the SSC, he would send him a message through the Book of Friends, and Ron would come right over. Harry noticed that Ron was still dressed in his day clothes, not having changed into his pajamas yet. Hey, Ron, Harry greeted awkwardly, feeling an almost overwhelming urge to turn around and leave. Ron glanced up at him slowly and asked, all done? How was your club meeting? It was all right, Harry replied stiffly. We learned the Disarming Charm. He didn't know why he added that last sentence, but once it was out, there was no way to take it back. Harry immediately regretted it. Did you ask for me? Ron inquired, his voice calm but expectant. You definitely asked, right? It's okay if they said no, just be honest with me, I can handle it. Harry didn't know what to say. I didn't. Didn't. Ron's eyebrows shot up. SSC has rules. You can't just let anyone join. Everyone has to agree, and I'm still new, so. Harry stammered, realizing even as he spoke how unconvincing it sounded. Oh, Ron's voice turned cold. I get it. He abruptly pulled the curtains around his bed closed and lay down, pulling the blanket over himself. Harry stood alone by the door, feeling a mix of emotions that were hard to sort through. A bright white orb of light floated gently to the candelabra and fixed itself there, illuminating the entire dormitory. Wade sat by the window and began to check the messages in his Book of Friends. The Book of Friends can't store messages for long. If someone checked them quickly, the text would disappear from the page soon after. If left unchecked, the messages would fade after about half an hour at most. So, his parents and friends usually chose to communicate just before bed. Zoe is very thankful for the candy from Wade Gray. Zoe shared it with her friends, and Maggie and Tess are going to try to recreate it. Wade Gray will be able to enjoy it at breakfast too. Stephen, I've gathered some information about the alchemy and sent it to you. I hope it's helpful. Oh, and Mr. Scamander replied to my letter. He said he'd be happy for me to help. I'm so excited, Wade. I never thought this day would come. It's all thanks to you for reminding me, my friend. Martian, regarding the Book of Friends upgrade, I'd like to discuss it with you in person. Can we meet in Hogsmeade on Saturday? I know you need permission to go outside until third year, but maybe Professor Murray could take you out? Actually, I also know of a secret passageway that leads off campus. Fred, Dad Wade, I've received the letter from the person you mentioned. Wade's eyes lit up as he quickly scribbled on the parchment. Wade, Remus Lupin. Fred, Dad, yes. As you requested, he claims in his letter to be proficient in most defensive magic, including the Patronus charm. He also excelled in transfiguration and is well versed in the animagus transformation. He's willing to accept a weekly payment of 10 galleons. The letter was signed by Remus Lupin. I've arranged to meet him tomorrow at the Leaky Cauldron. Wade let out a long breath, unable to suppress a smile. He could consult Professor Flitwick for defense against the dark arts content, but not too often. Flitwick had classes to teach, homework to grade, and as head of Ravenclaw, he had responsibilities around the castle, including patrols. During his downtime, he liked to relax and socialize with friends over a drink at the pub. Wade couldn't constantly monopolize his time, and the same went for Professor Murray. During the Christmas holiday, Professor Flitwick had gifted Wade a book titled The Complete Book of Spells, but Wade later discovered it was an abridged version. Flitwick had removed most of the dark arts, curses, and jinxes, as well as a few spells he felt Wade wasn't ready for, like Apparition, Disillusionment Charm, Animagus Spell, Port Keys, and others. Flitwick's stance was clear. While he recognized Wade's exceptional talent in charms, he believed that as a first-year student, Wade should focus on mastering safe, harmless spells. Advanced magic should be learned progressively as he gets older. Wade didn't want to argue with the professor about whether this well-meaning protection was what he actually needed. Flitwick was, after all, a highly principled and kind-hearted person. But some of the things Wade wanted to learn were simply beyond what Flitwick would ever teach him. And practicing those on his own, even with his unique advantages, would be quite dangerous. Every chapter in the textbooks repeatedly emphasized the same point: failed spells can have dire consequences, some resulting in a wizard's death, others turning people into non-human creatures, or causing irreversible magical injuries. So, Wade needed a teacher. A highly skilled, trustworthy, and slightly unconventional teacher. And who could be a better choice than Remus Lupin? Wade, Dad, if during the interview you confirm he's someone trustworthy, please let him know I'll meet him this Saturday morning at the Three Broomsticks Inn in Hogsmeade Village. Fred, Dad, you can leave the school. Wade, I have my ways. Fred, Dad, is it safe? Wade, don't worry, Hogsmeade has always been under Professor Dumbledore's watchful eye. A moving magical photograph was tucked into the open pages of the book, capturing forever the love in the parents' eyes and the happiness on the child's face. Fred gazed at it for a long time before closing the Book of Friends. Although the words had disappeared from the page, they were already etched into his mind. At the station, during their farewell, father and son had vaguely peeled away a layer of pretense, known as keeping up appearances. Since then, Wade had begun to write about things in the Book of Friends that he had previously hidden from them. For example, that Slytherin still upheld pure-blood supremacy and frequently clashed with Gryffindor, or that he was preparing to practice more advanced spells with a few classmates to get ready for the future. Wade also asked Fred for help in posting a job advertisement in the Daily Prophet, with the address for responses being a guest room at the Leaky Cauldron. Fred had rented the room for a month and would check the mail after work every day. The pub's owner, Tom, though appearing hard to get along with, was actually quite kind and helped organize the job applications daily. The requirements listed in the advertisement were stringent, yet the salary was only average. Even so, many letters poured in from all directions. Wade had specifically warned him that some wizards might include curses or harmful potions in the letters, so he shouldn't open them himself. Wade's warning wasn't really necessary, as Fred was already highly cautious about magic. He had spent a sum of money to hire Tom to check whether the letters were safe. Fred believed that someone who could run a pub in a busy area like Diagon Alley, and with such poor hygiene, must possess a decent level of magical skill. Some of the applicants attached their grades from when they graduated from Hogwarts, while also requesting a higher salary. Others exaggerated their abilities without offering any substantial proof apart from their own boasting. But none of that mattered. From the very beginning, Fred knew that the job ad had been placed for one specific person. Wade had somehow come across the name of this wizard and insisted on hiring only him. No matter how impressive other resumes were, they would not be considered. And now, that person has finally arrived. Fred was determined to carefully vet this man for his son's sake. If this Remus Lupin character turned out to be all surface and no substance, or if his character was questionable in any way, Fred would never allow him near his son. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by Tom the innkeeper's voice from outside. Mr. Gray, Mr. Lupin has arrived at the bar. All right, I'll be right there. Fred took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and headed out. Arriving at the pub on the ground floor, Fred, under Tom's guidance, spotted the man, brown hair streaked with gray, wearing an extremely worn wizard's robe patched in several places. He looked young, yet his face was haggard and prematurely aged, much like those middle-aged, unemployed men who stand around Canary Wharf with signs looking for work. Fred frowned. A wizard who seems to struggle even with basic survival, that was his first impression of Remus Lupin. From what Fred knew about magic, wizards should find it easier than muggles to make an honest living. Just how incompetent can one be to not even afford a new set of clothes? Or, did he think dressing shabbily would evoke more sympathy from potential employers? But this was the person Wade had been waiting to find. So, Fred walked over. From a distance, the wizard noticed the movement and quickly looked up. Though exhausted, there was a calmness and serenity in his gaze. His swift but subtle grip on his wand revealed a sharp vigilance. At that moment, Fred understood this is indeed the man Wade had been waiting for all this time. Huh, that's strange. At breakfast, Padma flipped through the newspaper and muttered to herself. What's strange? Michael mumbled through a mouthful of pie. The job ad I've been seeing in the newspaper every day has disappeared. Padma tilted her head, as if trying to find the missing ad hidden somewhere between the pages. Probably found someone. Michael replied casually. That can't be, Padma said, puzzled. We even discussed it in the dorm. 10 galleons a week? That kind of salary shouldn't attract a wizard of that level. Wade stayed silent, quietly finishing his breakfast. After class, Wade walked alone up the stairs. The shifting staircases led him to the 5th floor. After searching for a while, he finally found the person-high mirror that Martian had mentioned in his letter. Wade tapped the mirror with his wand and whispered, Mostrar la verdad, reveal the truth. The mirror suddenly flipped, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it. Wade lit his wand with the Lumos charm and stepped inside, only to stop in shock. There was only a small clearing a few steps ahead. Beyond that, the passage had completely collapsed, with rubble, bricks, and dirt blocking what was once a spacious corridor. Traces of dark magic could even be seen on the walls. Someone had used a very dangerous explosion spell here, completely destroying the secret passage. Wade silently backed out, restored the mirror to its original state, and took out his journal. Wade, the passage has collapsed. Martian, what? I could still use it when I was in school? The castle's magic didn't prevent it from collapsing. Martian, never mind, I know another secret passage. It's behind Paracelsus's portrait on the 6th floor. Easy to find. He wears a fluffy red hat, is chubby, and loves when people chat with him. Talk to him about alchemy or divination, and he'll be willing to tell you anything. Wade. It seems like Martian had quite an eventful school life. Wade climbed another flight of stairs and easily found the portrait of Paracelsus, who was so bored he was picking at his fingernails. Just as Wade was about to strike up a conversation, he suddenly felt a subtle gaze on him. Turning around, he saw Mrs. Norris crouched on the floor, licking her paws, her eerie gaze fixed on him. Mrs. Norris is the pet cat of Argus Filch, the castle's caretaker. Just like her owner, she was old and scrawny, with a dull coat of fur, but she was still sharp and quick to react. Whenever she caught a student breaking the rules, she would dash off to fetch Filch, ensuring the offender would be punished. Much like Filch, she was deeply disliked by most of the students at the school. Wade and the cat locked eyes. A student walking through the school in broad daylight certainly wasn't breaking any rules. But if Wade opened the secret passage, Mrs. Norris would surely call Filch over, and then he'd be in trouble. More importantly, Filch likely knew about this secret passage, which meant it wouldn't be safe to use it anymore. Wade decided to leave. Hey, Wade. Fred and George appeared out of nowhere, greeting him enthusiastically before pulling him along with them. Fred draped his arm over Wade's shoulder and quietly asked, Are you looking for the castle's secret passages? Wade paused for a moment. Is it that obvious? Others might not notice, but to us, it's very obvious. Fred said with a grin. We saw you coming out from that corridor with the mirror just now, and then you went straight to Paracelsus' portrait. You're clearly looking for secret passages, aren't you? But it's no use. Filch knows about the passage behind the portrait too. He's always on guard. Even if you sneak in, he'll definitely catch you when you try to come out, George added. That guy has control over 4 of the castle's secret passages. But we know more. If you really want to sneak out of the school to do something, what we mean is like going to Honeydukes for some candy, for example. Then go to the middle of the 3rd floor corridor and look for the statue of a one-eyed, hunchbacked witch. The password is Descendium. The exit is right inside Honeydukes. So then Fred winked playfully. We hope you enjoy a grand adventure. Why are you telling me this? Wade asked, puzzled. You haven't told many people about this passage, right? Of course not. Not even little Ron knows. But you've already found 2 secret passages on your own. You've earned the right to become the next generation's rule breaker. Fred declared with exaggerated solemnity, as if passing on some sacred tradition. We were helped by our predecessors too, a very valuable help, George added vaguely. So, we figured we should help some like-minded individuals ourselves. Keep it up, Wade. Fred gave him a thumbs up. You've got talent. Wade didn't want to know what exactly they meant by talent. He had a feeling the twins were misunderstanding him. Descendium. Wade found the statue of the hunchbacked witch and said the password. The statue's hump immediately opened up, revealing a space just large enough for him to walk through. But Wade stood at the entrance and looked into the dark passage. In the end, he decided to close the statue again. Why sneak out of the school by breaking the rules? Wade suddenly had a thought. Gryffindors would see this kind of thing as a great adventure, but to him, actions that increased one's own risk were not wise. He did need to meet Remus Lupin and possibly Martian as well, but using a secret passage was only a backup plan. If the legitimate means of leaving the school didn't work, then he could consider using the passage. Several professors quickly flashed through his mind, and finally, his thoughts settled on the kind smile of Professor Murray. It wasn't just because Professor Murray appreciated and looked after him, but also because this professor wasn't one to care much about rules and regulations. Officially, Hogwarts didn't allow connection to the Flu network, but Professor Murray had connected his office fireplace anyway, even though Dumbledore surely knew about it. Legally, it wasn't allowed to connect the fireplaces of non-magical households to the Flu network, but Murray had secretly arranged it regardless. Many people with Professor Murray's status and influence grew into paragons of morality and discipline as they aged, even if just outwardly, but Professor Murray would roll up his sleeves and personally haggle over prices with merchants. So, Professor Murray was the most likely person to make an exception and allow him to leave the school. Pop? A familiar soft popping sound made Wade immediately turn his head, thinking it would be Zoe or others, but instead, it was a house elf he wasn't very familiar with. Good afternoon, Mr. Wade Grey. The house elf bowed deeply. You are. Wade's fingers instinctively moved towards his wand, his gaze shifting to the top of the elf's head. Maggie? Good afternoon, Maggie. The house elf's eyes widened in astonishment, making his already tennis ball-sized eyes appear even larger, and tears quickly welled up. Mr. Wade Grey remembered Maggie's name? Even though Maggie is just a house elf, more insignificant than dust, Mr. Wade Grey remembered Maggie's name, and he even said good afternoon to Maggie? No wizard has ever said good afternoon to Maggie. No wizard has ever remembered Maggie's name. The house elf burst into tears, wailing loudly. Wade sighed and squatted down to speak to him. Sorry, did I say something wrong? No, how could Wade Grey be wrong? Just like Zoe said, you are a very, very great wizard, just as Zoe described. Maggie cried as he spoke. That's a bit of an exaggeration, I'm far from being great. Wade pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, if you keep crying, you'll probably attract someone over here. The best house elves are those who aren't noticed by wizards. This belief, imprinted like a moral code in the minds of house elves, made Maggie's sobs quickly quiet down, and after a moment, he stopped crying altogether. I remember Zoe saying you're working on how to make those candies. Wade asked cautiously, did you come to find me because you've made some progress? Why yes that's right, Wade Grey will see the candies on the dinner table tonight. Maggie sniffled and said, but that's not. Maggie didn't come for that. Maggie came to warn Wade Grey. Warn me? Wade was taken aback. Warn me about what? Maggie was cleaning in Slytherin and overheard some students say they were going to take the chance while Wade Grey is practicing potions to give him a lesson. Maggie struggled to finish, then froze as if he couldn't believe what he had just done. He shuddered and suddenly dashed toward a nearby wall, yelling as he hit it, Bad Maggie? Bad Maggie! Wait, Maggie! Wade quickly grabbed him, preventing him from hitting the wall. What are you doing, Maggie? Maggie is punishing himself. Maggie is terrible for leaking the little wizard's secrets, Maggie said tearfully. But Wade Grey needed to know someone wishes harm upon him. Maggie wants to tell Wade Grey who it is, but Maggie can't reveal their names. As he spoke, he tried to hit the wall again, and Wade hurriedly stopped him, saying, wait, you're doing this to protect me, remember? You're not leaking any secrets, you're protecting a student from danger. That doesn't deserve punishment. Is that true? Maggie asked, confused. Of course. Wade nodded firmly and confidently. Maggie hesitated, stopping his struggle, tilting his head as if trapped in some sort of confusion. Wade spoke softly, listen to me, Maggie, thank you for being willing to punish yourself just to protect me from harm. Protecting others, even at the cost of yourself, is a noble, loving, and responsible act. It's the essence of life's meaning and value. There's no reason for punishment. Maggie stared at him in a daze. After a long pause, he bowed deeply, his nose nearly touching the ground. Wade Grey must take care and be safe. Maggie cannot bear to see Wade Grey hurt. With that, and holding the dirty tissue, he disappeared with a soft pop. Wade took note of Maggie's warning, but he didn't need to worry about it right away. He used to practice potions in the classroom during his free time, and it's likely that some Slytherin students had seen him there a few times. But they didn't know that ever since he discovered the Room of Requirement, he rarely went back to the potion classroom. As for who exactly those students were, Wade had a pretty good idea. He decided to leave them alone for a few days, but not for too long. If too much time passed, the Slytherins might decide to give up on their own. After class on Thursday, Wade made his usual trip to the astronomy tower to meet Professor Murray, but on the way, he unexpectedly ran into a few 7th-year students. They were much taller than him, but each of them looked dejected, which made them seem smaller somehow. A girl was complaining to her friends, "I'm going to kill Jennifer? She told me that alchemy was interesting and that Professor Murray's standards weren't that high. How is this considered not high?" Professor Murray was easygoing. "Remember? Back in our 6th year," another student sighed. "But this year, he's taken on a new student, and now he seems annoyed with us. He used to like me a lot." The first girl grumbled, "Self-studying ancient runes in 1st year? That's insane. If we weren't all here at school, I'd swear that was a lie." Another student lamented, "Ugh, why can't he focus more on quidditch? Has anyone here tried to study the Book of Friends?" One of the boys suddenly asked. "I've tried. It's difficult. Impossible to crack. Using a transmutation spell to heat it up or display characters is simple, but making it show complex text or even drawings on fragile parchment, while also ignoring spatial distance, that's where it gets complicated." The boy was rambling on when someone jabbed his arm, abruptly cutting him off. As they turned the corner, they came face to face with Wade. Both sides stood frozen. Seeing Wade Gray, who still looked like a kid, and thinking about what they'd just been discussing, the older students felt incredibly awkward. After a brief moment of stillness, they stiffly nodded and passed by him in silence. After walking for quite a while, the voices behind Wade resumed. "Was that Wade Gray?" "Yes. He's quite good looking. He probably didn't hear that, right? He heard it, I'd guess." Why did you have to say that? Couldn't you have just lied to me?" "Stop shaking. I kind of want to die right now too, seriously." Professor Murray looked at Wade, puzzled. "You seem a little different today, don't you?" Wade smiled and asked, "Professor, what do you think is different about me? It looks like there is something different about you." Professor Murray stroked his chin and scrutinized Wade for a long moment before hesitantly saying, "It seems you look better than before, but it's not from using a beautification potion." Wade chuckled and took off a badge pin to his chest. Instantly, the visual effect of his flawless, glowing skin vanished. Though his features remained handsome and refined, the radiant glow that naturally drew all eyes to him was gone. "Oh." Professor Murray was intrigued and took the badge in his hand for closer inspection. Naturally, Wade hadn't placed any anti-detection spells on the work he showed the professor. A Lumos charm, reflection charm, and solidification. Professor Murray looked at Wade with a smile in his eyes. "You used light?" "Yes," Wade replied. "As you know, I've been taking a lot of photos lately. Through that process, I realized that the key to photography is lighting. Proper use of light can hide imperfections, make someone appear slimmer, and emphasize the contours of their face, making them look more attractive. So I made this soft light badge, which casts just the right kind of light onto the wearer, making them seem more radiant. In short, it's the wizarding equivalent of a beauty filter." "You never fail to impress me with your brilliant ideas," Professor Murray praised. "Many people need to drink beautification potions just to maintain a 20-minute effect, and yet you've achieved the same result with a small badge. How long does it last?" "Around 10 days, Wade replied. "Not bad." Professor Murray didn't give too much weight to such small gadgets and casually remarked, "Some silly young girls might like it. Are you planning to have Martian's Magic Workshop produce and sell it again?" "Yes," Wade said as he pulled out an application for Hogsmeade from his pocket, candidly admitting, "Actually, I came today to ask for your approval to visit Hogsmeade this Saturday. I need to discuss modifications to the Book of Friends and the production of the soft light badge with Mr. Martian. Just for that." Professor Murray seemed skeptical. He had come to understand Wade's personality over time. Wade wouldn't usually apply for a special trip to resolve matters that could be handled by correspondence. I actually want to meet someone as well," Wade admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. "As you know, it's inconvenient to do many things while at school. My father isn't well suited to dealing with wizards frequently either, and I worry it might put him in danger. So I found an agent, a proxy, to handle these matters for me. I plan to meet him this Saturday." "A proxy?" Professor Murray frowned, clearly disapproving. "An unreliable agent is more dangerous than not having one. Who is this person? Someone you've known before? Or someone connected to your family?" "No, I don't know him," Wade answered honestly. "I had my father place an advertisement in the newspaper, and this person responded with a job application. After meeting him, my father thought he seemed kind and trustworthy, so we chose him as the agent. His name is Remus Lupin." Wade knew he didn't need to explain to his parents why he trusted a stranger. They would believe him without question, as they always had. But with Professor Murray, Dumbledore, and others in the wizarding world, he needed a more suitable explanation for the arrangement. So Wade adjusted the story a little. Rather than targeting a specific person, he made it sound as if someone had responded to the advertisement and applied for the job. "Remus Lupin." Professor Murray furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with a mix of nostalgia and melancholy. "You know him?" Wade asked curiously. "Yes." Professor Murray lowered his gaze and his voice was somber. "He and his 3 friends were once some of the most famous students at Hogwarts. They stirred up a lot of headlines back then. Nearly everyone knew them. Unfortunately, Wade prompted. 2 of them died, another became a traitor. That's all. During wartime, things like that happened often. It's not worth dwelling on." Professor Murray quickly changed the subject. "You said you've arranged to meet him this Saturday." "Yes. I can approve that," Professor Murray said, his fingers interlacing as he spoke gravely. "But I'll be there too." "Professor." Wade was somewhat surprised. "Some people's dangers aren't apparent on the surface." Professor Murray clasped his fingers together, looked at Wade and asked, "How much do you know about curses and contracts?" Wade thought for a moment and replied, "I've read about unbreakable vows and the Fighty-Liu's charm in books. I've also studied a bit about the magic contract you set up between me and Mr. Martian last time, but I haven't systematically studied this area yet." His time studying magic had been quite short, and there was so much to learn. Knowing that the future would grow more chaotic and dangerous year by year, Wade had always focused on improving his own survival chances. He no longer placed his hopes for safety on anyone else and urgently wished to gain the ability to handle any crisis on his own. Professor Murray nodded and did not seem disappointed by his response. Or rather, discovering that there were still things Wade didn't know gave him a slight sense of accomplishment as a professor. Professor Murray said, "The unbreakable vow is an extremely powerful oath. Breaking it results in death, so it's only used in extreme circumstances. It's similar to a blood pact, a vow that even those willing to keep their promises would rarely make. But let's leave that aside for now." A blood pact? Wade's heart stirred slightly. The Fighty-Liu's charm is highly complex and powerful. It's a spell used for secrecy, but the choice of the secret keeper is critical. If the secret keeper betrays, the charm becomes useless. If the secret keeper dies, everyone who knew the secret becomes the new secret keepers. This spell essentially places all your trust in one person. Professor Murray paused and said, "Harry Potter's parents died because of the wrong secret keeper." Wade knew this, but still asked, "That person was Sirius Black?" Professor Murray slowly uttered the name with a tone of disgust, then continued. "He used to be the best of friends with James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. But he betrayed them, leading to the deaths of two of them, and ended up in Azkaban himself. The only one still out there is Remus Lupin, though I haven't heard anything about him in many years." Wade slowly nodded. "Are you worried that he's a hidden dark wizard who might pose a threat to me?" "Not only that, he's also a werewolf." Professor Murray hesitated for a moment and swallowed the word. It wasn't unusual for a few Death Eaters to emerge among the students after all. Almost every wizard in Britain had attended Hogwarts, so there were all kinds of people. But if it became known that Dumbledore had allowed a werewolf into the school to live alongside other children for 7 years, even wizards who supported him might think he had lost his mind. Still, if Wade didn't know about this, he could be at risk. Professor Murray considered for a moment, then cautiously added, "He's also someone you shouldn't approach on a full moon. You're a smart boy, I'm sure you understand what I mean." Wade nodded and said directly, "In Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class a couple of days ago, he talked about various treatments for being bitten by a werewolf. And I have also learned some of them. Knowing that, do you still want to make him your agent?" Professor Murray asked. "You realize that means he will always pose some uncontrollable risk. If you need, I can introduce you to some reliable and safe alternatives." For a moment, Wade was indeed tempted, because he knew that if Professor Murray was offering, it meant he would personally ensure the reliability of whoever he recommended. But after hesitating for a moment, Wade said, "I truly appreciate it, Professor. However, I've already promised him this opportunity. To me, that's a commitment. Unless his character proves unworthy, I don't want to break my word lightly." Professor Murray felt a faint sense of concern but wasn't surprised. "In that case," he said, summoning a few books with a wave of his hand, "let's pause the alchemy lesson today and talk about magic contracts. This is the most common way for unfamiliar wizards to build trust." Time flowed smoothly and quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already Saturday. It wasn't a Hogsmeade weekend, so most students were still sleeping in their dormitories. Early in the morning, Wade was already dressed and had wrapped a blue-green scarf around his neck before heading to the Great Hall. It is extremely rare that Professor Murray was also present at the teacher's table having breakfast. This surprised Professor McGonagall, who glanced at him several times before cautiously greeting him, as if to confirm that Professor Murray wasn't an imposter. "Don't be so strange, Minerva." Professor Murray smiled and nodded at Wade, then said to Professor McGonagall, "I occasionally want to experience the lively atmosphere that the children bring." Wade bowed slightly to Professor Murray, sat down at the long table, and soon noticed that the plate in front of him was filled with his favorite food, along with some familiar-looking candies on the side. He picked up a candy and tasted it first. It was sweet but not overwhelming, just like the ones his mother sent him. It seems the house elves' culinary experiments had been quite successful. After breakfast, Wade headed outside the castle gates. He hadn't been waiting long when Professor Murray emerged, smiling as he said, "The food at the Hogwarts kitchen has gotten more diverse, and it tastes great. I haven't been here in a while. Looks like I missed a lot of interesting changes." Wade smiled and casually replied, "There must be some house elves who don't just work to get the job done, but genuinely dedicate themselves to studying the culinary arts, right?" "Interesting thought, very interesting." Professor Murray glanced at Wade and said, "Most people would assume some wizard gave them better recipes, rather than believing house elves would independently study cooking. Why is that?" Wade asked, puzzled. "They have intelligence, they have emotions. Isn't it normal for them to have personal hobbies and work hard to excel in them?" Hearing this, Professor Murray was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Wade, oh Wade, you know a lot, but after all, you grew up in the Muggle world. There are some things that others consider common sense, but you have no knowledge of, and that's perfectly normal, absolutely normal." He affectionately patted Wade's head, looking at him as though he were a child just learning to speak. House elves don't have a sense of self, Wade, Professor Murray said with a smile. Or rather, house elves who develop a sense of self are extremely dangerous to wizards. You should remember that, child. The conversation about house elves didn't continue because Hagrid, pulling a carriage hitched to a thestral, approached through the morning mist. Hello, Hagrid. Thank you for preparing the carriage for us, Professor Murray said politely and warmly. No problem at all, Professor. Hagrid said happily. Glad to help. Hello there, kid. He bent down to greet Wade. Good morning, Mr. Hagrid, Wade said, looking up. His grey eyes appeared cold and calm, suddenly giving Hagrid a more concrete impression of the boy, which had been vague before. Oh, you're Wade from Ravenclaw, right? Harry's mentioned you. Hagrid said, curiously examining him, then added in confusion, shouldn't you be a first year? He looked from Wade to Professor Murray, clearly a bit troubled. Though still smiling, Professor Murray spoke with an unmistakable tone of authority. Wade is my student, and I'm taking him to Hogsmeade for alchemy training. Hagrid scratched his head. He didn't understand why alchemy training required a trip to Hogsmeade, but after all, he had only completed up to his 3rd year at Hogwarts and hadn't even fully mastered basic magic. How could he know what was needed for alchemy studies? After hesitating for a moment, Hagrid didn't raise any more objections. He patted the Thestral's neck reassuringly, whispering something to it softly before saying, All right, Professor Murray, Wade, you can get in now. This fellow will take you both to Hogsmeade. When you're done, it'll bring you back. Thank you, Hagrid, Professor Murray said courteously. He boarded the carriage first and then called, Come on up, Wade. Once they were both seated, the Thestral stepped lightly through the mist, moving forward as the morning light broke. The carriage creaked as it rolled out of the school grounds. Behind them, Hagrid pushed the massive oak doors with a strong shove, closing them tightly. The Thestral occasionally stretched its black wings, as if wanting to take flight, but ultimately walked quietly along the road. Can you see the Thestral? Professor Murray asked suddenly, noticing where Wade's gaze was fixed. Yes. Who did you see die? Professor Murray asked, then quickly added, Oh, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. It was a Muggle friend, Wade said after a long pause. Many years ago, he passed away from an illness. I watched it happen, saw his parents' pain and despair, but there was nothing I could do. His eyes were dim and hollow, as if still lost in the grief of that moment. Professor Murray patted him gently on the back, offering comfort as he spoke softly. I understand losing a friend feels like losing a part of yourself, but time will heal all wounds. Perhaps your friend's parents have also moved on by now, maybe even had new children. Yeah, maybe so. Wade murmured. His voice was distant. I hope so. The carriage moved forward in silence, and soon Hogsmeade Village began to emerge from the mist. Since it wasn't a Hogsmeade weekend, the small village was very quiet, with only 2 or 3 people in wizard robes walking along the streets. From a distance, they could already see the 3 broomsticks in. Warm orange light glowed through the tavern's windows, making it seem inviting and bright. Through the glass, they could see a crowd inside. It looked like there were quite a few early customers already. Wade jumped down from the carriage and turned back. Go on in, child. I'll come in 2 minutes later, Professor Murray said, still seated on the carriage. If all goes well, I won't need to show up. But if that guy is late, don't hesitate to get rid of him. Just a werewolf. I'll introduce you to someone better. The professor's protective and slightly domineering words made Wade chuckle. He nodded and said, Of course, I'll remember that, Professor. He pushed open the door, and the sound of wind chimes tinkled in the air. The tavern was brightly lit even early in the morning, and 2 wizards, clearly hungover, were slumped over a table, likely asleep. A graceful woman stood behind the bar, directing a cloth to clean the tables on its own. Hearing the door, she immediately flashed a warm smile, but when she saw that it was a student obviously not old enough for a Hogsmeade visit, she looked surprised and walked over. Child, today isn't a Hogsmeade weekend, is it? Did you sneak out of school? She asked with a hint of sternness. I'm here to meet someone. I got permission from a professor, Wade replied, already spotting the wizard sitting in the corner. He nodded and added, Sorry to bother you, ma'am. Could I have a non-alcoholic drink, please? After speaking, Wade walked toward the corner. Remus Lupin looked even more worn and aged than Wade had imagined. It was clear that life had been difficult for him in recent years. As he watched Wade approach, Lupin's eyes gradually widened, and his previously calm face showed clear astonishment. You are Wade Grey. Wade extended his hand and said, I believe my father has introduced me to you. Yes. Lupin shook his hand awkwardly. He said you had some business that needed managing, but I thought you'd be older. I understand. Many people think first-year students don't know anything, Wade replied, choosing to sit across from Lupin. Awkwardly, the bar stools were a bit high, and when he sat down, his feet dangled in the air. Wade shifted back in his seat, hands on the edge, and casually looked at Lupin. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the inventor of Book of Friends, Wade Grey, a first-year student at Hogwarts. As you may know, this invention has brought me considerable profit. Additionally, I've partnered with Aslan's Magic Workshop for further collaborations. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Enjoy, said Madame Rosmerta, the tavern owner, smiling as she placed a butterbeer on the table in front of Wade. She gave Lupin a glance before leaving. After thanking her, Wade looked at the golden yellow drink with its creamy foam and suddenly fell silent. Is butterbeer really non-alcoholic? What was it that knocked him out last time? Just 2 pieces of chocolate with alcohol? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? Butterbeer must have alcohol, otherwise, why call it beer? Perhaps Madame Rosmerta hadn't heard my request correctly. Wade snapped out of his thoughts and continued the conversation. So, I need a representative to handle communication with Aslan's magic workshop on my behalf. Also, because my learning pace has far surpassed what the school is currently teaching, I need a magical tutor as well. Lupin thought for a moment, recalling the details from the job ad. You want to learn the Patronus charm? And animagus transformation. Not just that, Wade replied. Also the disillusionment charm, apparition, memory-related spells, and so on. Basically, any magic I don't know, I want to learn. After a brief pause, Lupin asked quietly, including dark magic. Wade had already considered this question and calmly asked, do you know dark magic? I know some. Lupin hesitated but didn't hide the truth. Wade nodded and said, I read in a book that during the Wizarding War, the Ministry of Magic authorized Aurors to use unforgivable curses against Death Eaters. Dark magic intended to cause harm can also be used to protect others, which shows that the nature of magic is secondary. The key is the person using it. Dark magic is considered evil because it silently erodes the user's mind, Lupin quickly explained, worried that he might mislead the young boy. Moreover, dark magic is extremely dangerous and unpredictable. If it gets out of control, it can cause serious harm to others and to the caster. That's why Hogwarts forbids students from learning or using dark magic. I understand, Wade replied. If you accept the job, you'll be my teacher. If you believe I shouldn't learn dark magic, then you don't need to teach it. Lupin visibly relaxed and smiled slightly. Given Wade's early success, Lupin had expected arrogance. But to his surprise, the young boy was remarkably rational and open to others' opinions. This is indeed a good start. At that moment, Professor Murray entered the bar. He glanced around the room, not specifically looking at Wade and Lupin, but instead took a seat at a nearby table and ordered a glass of mead. If I take this job, what should I do now? Lupin asked. Since you're at school most of the time, how will we manage magic lessons? We can discuss that later, Wade said, taking a roll of parchment from his pocket and placing it on the table. First, take a look at this contract. If you're okay with the terms, sign your name, and that will formalize the agreement. Lupin's expression grew serious as he unrolled the parchment and began reading it line by line. The contract was straightforward. The tasks were consistent with what they had just discussed, with additional clauses outlining the responsibilities of the agent, Lupin to protect Wade's interests, keep his secrets, and not harm him. Lupin would also help procure alchemical materials and magical items, and as a tutor, his duties included teaching, creating a suitable learning plan, and ensuring Wade's safety during magical studies. Lupin silently nodded to himself. It is all perfectly reasonable. Lupin paused when he reached the part about the agent's fee, momentarily doubting if there had been a mistake. A base salary of 30 galleons per week, he said in surprise. That's 3 times what was in the job ad. Yes, Wade nodded. 10 galleons per week as an agent and 20 galleons as a tutor. That's the base salary. Additionally, you can earn a commission from any deals you handle. Lupin was even more astonished and continued unrolling the parchment. Sure enough, the contract detailed these terms clearly. At the end, it also stated that if Lupin failed to fulfill his duties, causing the client any significant losses, Wade would have the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. Wade knew that given Lupin's situation, even a much lower salary would have been accepted. After all, very few people were willing to hire a dangerous werewolf. Lupin's strong moral compass also wouldn't allow him to gain income through unscrupulous means. However, a low wage combined with a contract and morality could ensure Lupin's diligence but not his full dedication. The role Wade needed Lupin to fill wasn't that of an overworked employee, it was that of a teacher willing to impart all his knowledge, a companion ready to face dangers alongside him, and a trustworthy partner who could safeguard his interests. Without a strong sense of responsibility and commitment, none of that would be possible. If loyalty could be bought with galleons, Wade would have emptied his vault without hesitation. But the truth was, offering too high a salary might make Lupin suspicious of ulterior motives. Lupin stared at the contract for a long time, hesitating. This is too much, he said. He had originally hoped to find a job that paid 10 galleons a week, just enough to get by. The unexpectedly high salary now made him feel uneasy. I expect you to deliver results accordingly, Wade added after a moment's thought. If you don't, I'll fire you next month. What might have sounded like a threat, but was said with a hint of childishness, actually put Lupin at ease. He smiled gently and said, looks like I'll have to give 200% effort to keep my little boss satisfied. Or perhaps, once my werewolf identity is revealed, I would be fired immediately anyway. With that thought in mind, Lupin bowed his head and seriously signed his name on the contract. Wade also signed, and with that, the contract was finalized. Wade then took out the new version of his Book of Friends and a soft light badge from his bag, and said, now, let me tell you about my new product. Mr. Martian, the owner of Aslan's Magic Workshop, will be here at the 3 Broomsticks in about half an hour. I expect you to be prepared before then. Lupin stared blankly at the items in front of him. The agent's work starts now. Of course, Wade raised his eyebrows and tapped the Book of Friends with his fingers. I always make the most of every minute. Not long after, Martian arrived. As soon as he stepped through the door, he spotted Professor Murray and Wade sitting at 2 tables. With just a glance, he immediately grasped the situation. Pretending not to notice Professor Murray, he enthusiastically greeted Wade, who was sitting in the corner. After being informed that Lupin was Wade's agent, Martian completely ignored the shabby robes and weary appearance of the werewolf. Without any hesitation, he smoothly transitioned into discussing business, praising the soft light badge endlessly, even giving it more importance than the Book of Friends. "You've finally understood the true essence of making money, Wade." With Professor Murray sitting right behind them, Martian winked and whispered in a low voice, eagerly assuring him, "Next time you come up with something like this, make sure to find me. I promise to give you the best price. No one will offer more than I do. Those foolish folks can't even begin to comprehend the greatness of this product." The brown-haired wizard came and left in a whirlwind, disappearing like a gust of wind. He didn't even take a sip of the butterbeer he had ordered. "So, that's it." Lupin still looked a bit dazed. "Yes, you'll need to get used to it." "As I said," Wade, in a very good mood, replied, "we make every minute count." Lupin remained stunned for a moment before asking, "What should we do now?" "There's no rush." Wade handed Lupin the Book of Friends for contact and gave him a pouch of galleons. "This is your first week's salary. I think you should, take care of yourself first." Meanwhile, Professor Murray slowly sipped his honey mead, squinting as he observed his student. The young man smiled as he spoke with the wizard across from him. It was rare to see him so full of spirit, confident, determined, composed, shining like the rising sun. So exceptional. Time, it takes some people away, changes others. Decades, even centuries may pass, only to realize that, in the end, nothing has really changed. On the weekend, Hogwarts seemed completely empty. Almost all the students were at the Quidditch stadium. This time, it was a match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. As a member of Ravenclaw, Wade naturally joined his classmates in the stands. In truth, Wade had never been interested in Quidditch as a sport, not even a little. Flying freely on a broom in the sky certainly felt great, but risking a broken neck to compete 50 feet above the ground? He thought that was just plain foolish. Being a spectator wasn't much better. The golden snitch was so small that apart from the occasional glint of gold, you couldn't see it at all. Most of the time, the seekers seemed to just be idly flying high in the air. The other players moved at speeds faster than cars on highways, and the quaffle and bludger zipped between players so quickly that Wade doubted most people could even follow the match. Everyone probably relied on the commentary to know when to cheer. Still, the students loved the sport, of course. Anyone trapped in a boarding school studying all day would love any group activity unrelated to school work, even if it involved weeding the lawn or picking up litter on nearby streets. Wade was an exception, as the joy and sense of accomplishment he got from studying magic surpassed any form of competition. Suddenly, the stands erupted in cheers. Wade was momentarily stunned before joining his classmates in polite applause. Ravenclaw had won the match. The seeker, an older boy, held his right hand high, with the wings of the golden snitch fluttering between his fingers. He flew around the stadium on his broom at high speed, showing the snitch to everyone. Countless people reached out, trying to high-five him as if he were a celebrity. "Ravenclaw! Ravenclaw! Ravenclaw!" Even the Gryffindor students in the stands joined in the cheering. It thrilled them to see Slytherin lose more than anything else. The Slytherin students left with dark expressions. "We're not far behind Hufflepuff in points, and now we've beaten Slytherin on the way back to the castle." Michael excitedly calculated the scores from both matches, saying, "Maybe this time Ravenclaw can win the Quidditch Cup." "You aren't this enthusiastic about the House Cup," Wade teased. "How is that the same?" Michael said dismissively. "I heard Shalaya, a third year, say that even if you win the House Cup, all that happens is they change the hall decorations to your house colors at the end of year feast. What's the point of that?" In fact, many Ravenclaws, like Michael, had an indifferent attitude towards the House Cup. If their points were high, that was fine, but if they were low, it didn't really matter, and even coming in last place didn't bother them. They wouldn't go out of their way to earn more points for their house during class. "But the Quidditch Cup doesn't have any other rewards either," Wade said. "This is Quidditch." Michael's eyes widened. "Winning the Quidditch Cup is the greatest honor." Suddenly, a loud sneer came from nearby. Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 cronies, approached and lowered his voice, saying, "You're getting so full of yourselves over just one win? Don't forget, the House Cup has been ours for the past 6 years. Ravenclaws." He glared at Wade with malice, spitting out the word, "Mudblood." Michael angrily pulled out his wand. "How dare you?" Malfoy jumped back, threatening, "The professor is right behind us. You dare make a move." "Why wouldn't I?" Michael shouted furiously. "Let the professor hear exactly what you just said." He was about to cast a curse when Wade held him back. "Malfoy," Wade said calmly, "you really should take a look in the mirror. See how ugly and disgusting you look with your petty, evil behavior." For a moment, Malfoy didn't know how to respond. It took him a while to remember he could attack Wade's bloodline again. You filthy." But Wade and Michael had already walked away, as if Malfoy and his group were nothing more than weeds on the side of the road. Malfoy overheard Wade say, "Michael, when a vicious dog bites you, just kick it away. You wouldn't get down and bite it back, would you?" Michael either had a low tolerance for jokes or couldn't help but picture the scene, bursting into laughter. Even some students passing by couldn't hold back their laughter and glanced mockingly at the Slytherins. Hearing their chuckles, Malfoy felt as though sharp knives were scraping across his face. Trembling with rage, he almost cast a curse in retaliation. But the presence of a professor nearby was too strong a deterrent, forcing Malfoy to suppress his temper. He stormed toward the castle, head down, teeth clenched in hatred, stewing over the 2 humiliations Wade had dealt him. Crabbe and Goyle hurried after him, looking clueless as if they didn't understand a thing. Malfoy overheard the voices around him and felt as though everyone was mocking him. Suddenly, he really did hear his name. Malfoy had another conflict with Wade. He must really hate Wade now, right? A girl's voice sounded a bit worried. Malfoy recognized the voice as Padma from Ravenclaw, who seemed to be quite close with Wade. Instinctively, he hid behind a pillar to eavesdrop and gestured for Crabbe and Goyle to hide as well. The 2 chubby boys glanced at each other and reluctantly squeezed themselves behind Malfoy, looking like a string of sugar-coated haws on a stick. Another similar voice Parvati said, "Of course, after all, he is pure-blood Malfoy. Do you think Malfoy is still using the Book of Friends Wade invented?" Padma asked. Parvati hesitated, mumbling, "Well, he probably would." "I don't think so," Padma said with a mischievous smile. "Otherwise, it'd be ridiculous if he's insulting Wade while still using something Wade invented, don't you think?" Right, Parvati stammered. She didn't quite understand who would stop using something so useful just because of a quarrel. Plus, the Book of Friends isn't cheap. But seeing Padma's confident expression and thinking about her own unfinished potions homework, Parvati wisely decided to keep her mouth shut. Padma glanced over and caught a glimpse of the shadows behind the pillar, and a sly smile formed at the corner of her lips. The girls left, arm in arm. Malfoy stepped out from behind the pillar and his pale face turned crimson. He pulled out the Book of Friends and, without hesitation, tore it into pieces, throwing the scraps onto the ground. "Keep an eye on Wade Grey for me," Malfoy snarled. "Watch when he goes to the potions classroom. I won't let that guy get away." His mind was racing with the nastiest, most vicious curses he knew. Killing curse. Cruciatus curse. Interlock-spelling curse. No, I can't do any of these. Teeth-growing hex. Leglocker curse. Blazing fire curse. Bang. A flash of spell light exploded, and Harry was thrown backward, crashing into the padded wall with a low groan. When he looked up again, he was holding his nose, with bright red blood dripping down. "Oh, Harry." Hermione cried out, rushing over to ask, "Are you okay?" "Hit my nose," Harry replied in a muffled voice. He grabbed some Dittany from the shelf by the wall, expertly applying it to his nose, and then wiped the blood off his face with a tissue. Neville handed him back his wand, and Harry said, "Thanks, Neville." The wound healed quickly, and Harry looked up and asked, "I think my shield charm had a bit of an effect that time, didn't it?" "It did. My spell was slightly deflected," Wade confirmed with a nod, then added, "But it was too weak and didn't work as well as it should have. Remember Protego? Protego. You need to say it more decisively. This charm doesn't require much technique, just repeated practice." "I understand." Harry took a deep breath, flexed his wrist, and gripped his wand tightly, ready to continue. "Of course," Harry answered confidently, standing firm and sharply swishing his wand. "Protego. Expelliarmus. Disarming charm." The flashes of light collided again, and once more, Harry's wand flew out of his hand. "Isn't Harry pushing himself a bit too hard these days?" Michael asked Neville, who had just walked back. "He's been hurt several times today." "Yeah, maybe a little," Neville mumbled. "Should we keep practicing the disarming charm?" "Listen, Neville, there's no end to learning spells. You have to learn how to rest to learn better," Michael said lazily, sitting on the ground, not wanting to move. "You're not being hunted by you-know-who, so why are you working so hard?" Among the SSC members, aside from Wade, Harry had made the most progress. He had already learned both the disarming charm and the shield charm, though his protective shield still shattered easily with impact. Neville, on the other hand, was progressing the slowest. He hadn't successfully cast the disarming charm even once yet. But Michael knew that Neville was actually working harder than anyone else. Watching him fail time and time again, only to get back up each time, made Michael feel pained on his behalf. Neville didn't say anything, he just silently stood in the dueling position and looked over at Michael. Michael. He resisted the itching discomfort that felt like ants crawling all over his body, and forced himself to stay lying on the ground for another 2 minutes. Eventually, though, he couldn't escape the guilt any longer and got up. "Why am I here, practicing advanced spells meant for 5th and 6th tiers with you guys?" Michael grumbled. "Tomorrow night, I swear I'm not coming. I need a break, I need to hang out, play games, or even just sit by the fireplace doing absolutely nothing." Neville just smiled. At first, he had believed Michael, worrying that he wouldn't want to continue training with him and would stop coming to the umbrella room. So they'd train for a bit, then take breaks. But eventually, Neville realized Michael was only bluffing. He always showed up on time the next day. "If he doesn't come, you'll be without a partner. Or we'll have to rotate, and someone will be left out," Hermione pointed out bluntly after training, explaining why Michael kept coming. "He just wants to slack off himself but doesn't want to hold back those who are working hard." Neville was startled and suddenly felt a bit guilty. "But I still haven't mastered the disarming charm. I feel bad for wasting his effort." "Yes, it's strange," Hermione frowned, puzzled. "Wade's been teaching clearly, and he says your technique and pronunciation are both fine, so why can't you get it right?" "Hermione," Harry quickly interrupted. Asking a struggling student, "Why haven't you learned something so simple?" was basically like saying, "You're unbelievably slow, aren't you?" Neville, however, wasn't that sensitive. He stared down at his wand, lost in thought. That evening, after Wade had finished washing up, he stepped out of the washroom, towel drying his damp hair, and saw a familiar house elf standing in the room. "Maggie, have a seat." Wade put down the towel, poured a glass of water for Maggie and slid it over, then poured one for himself and drank it in one go. Maggie didn't sit down. Leaning against the chair, holding the hot water, his large, watery eyes gleamed as he spoke in a soft voice. "Wade Gray shouldn't go to the potions classroom tomorrow afternoon. The room will be used by other students." Wade paused and thought for a moment before putting his cup back down. During lunch today, he had sat near Pruitt and, pretending it was a casual conversation, told Padma that he planned to go to the potions classroom tomorrow to practice brewing shrinking potion. Originally, Wade had considered whether he should accidentally mention this in front of the Slytherin students, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. As for Maggie, after their last conversation, he seemed to have learned some kind of glitch technique. He swayed slightly as he drank the water, cherishing it, and no longer seemed inclined to punish himself. Wade smiled and asked, "Are there any older students?" "No," Maggie replied. "They're all like Wade Gray." "How many students are going to use the potions classroom?" The house elf hesitated for a moment. 6, 7, 6. 6 or 7, so one of them might not show up. Wade asked. Maggie shook his head. "They think she's part of the group, but she's not." "I see." Wade took out a small version of the Book of Friends and handed it to Maggie. "I'm sure you know how to use this? When it's inconvenient for me to go to the potions classroom tomorrow, could you notify me?" "Of course, Maggie will do that." Maggie is very happy to help Wade Gray. Maggie happily bowed and, with a pop, disappeared, taking the Book of Friends with him. "Wade, have you noticed during History of Magic?" Michael glanced around before lowering his voice. "The Slytherins seem a bit odd today." "What do you mean?" Wade asked. "Just now at the door, Zabanai actually smiled at me. It was creepy." Michael rubbed his arms. "Maybe, these guys are up to something bad." The reputation of the Slytherin students wasn't great, but they were very tight-knit. Ever since Wade's confrontation with Malfoy and his group in the hallway, the other Slytherins had stopped interacting with them. Even in class, the two sides were distinctly separated, never mixing. However, the conflict hadn't escalated between the two houses, and it wasn't like the ongoing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, where both sides constantly sought trouble. "Drop the maybe part," Wade said quietly. "They're planning to ambush me." "Ambush you? In the potions classroom?" Michael suddenly realized. "No wonder you brought up potions out of nowhere yesterday. Are you planning to let them prepare and then report it to the professor? Or?" His eyes gleamed as he whispered excitedly, "Lure Professor Snape there." Wade glanced at Michael and shook his head. Michael was stunned. "That's not your plan? Then what are you going to do?" "I'm going by myself," Wade said. "Got it." Michael nodded. "I'll gather everyone." "No, Michael. I meant I'm going by myself," Wade emphasized again. Michael's eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of shock. After a moment, he frowned and said, "Who are you?" "You're not my friend Wade. Are you some Gryffindor pretending to be him?" Wade was speechless. "I'm not joking. Are you insane?" Michael said, now serious and almost shouting. "They're a whole group, and you're just one person." "Yeah, I know." Wade patted Michael's arm, signaling him to calm down. Michael's reaction was so intense that even Professor Binns, who was always slow and droning in his lectures, looked over. Michael quickly lowered his head, hiding behind his History of Magic textbook to avoid the professor's gaze. Then he turned back to Wade, glaring at him fiercely, and hissed through clenched teeth. "Any normal student would know that when a group wants to bully you, the right thing to do is report it to the professor." "Yes, you're right," Wade whispered back. "But then, the Slytherins will just think we're cowards and tattletales. If they fail this time, they'll definitely cook up another scheme next time. Then give them a lesson they'll never forget." Michael's eyes gleamed with a strange intensity. "Listen, I have an idea. Professor Snape has a fourth-year potions class in the afternoon. After class, you ask him a question to keep him busy, and I'll spread the word to Slytherin, making them think you're alone in the potions room. Then we could toss a few dung bombs at them as a little greeting. And then Snape, covered in dung bombs, will dismember them on the spot." Wade retorted. "Isn't that a great plan?" Michael asked eagerly. Wade nodded. "Brilliant. So, shall we?" "I still plan to go by myself," Wade stubbornly repeated. Michael was silent for a moment before he spoke softly. "Don't tell me you're feeling inspired by watching Harry and Neville work so hard, and now you're leaning toward Gryffindor." "Of course not," Wade chuckled, shaking his head. Well, I can make sure I won't suffer any losses. Besides, I don't want to take advantage of Professor Snape's kindness and sense of responsibility." Michael went quiet again, then collapsed against the table, sighing helplessly. "Wade, being too moral will only get you hurt." Wade couldn't help but laugh. "Not this time, at least," he replied. Wade genuinely appreciated how Michael was always looking out for him, even willing to offend the Slytherins and manipulate Professor Snape. But there were some things Wade just couldn't explain to him. For example, how Voldemort or the Death Eaters would roam the school grounds every year in the future, or how the situation they'd face would be far more brutal, with many deaths, perhaps even including Dumbledore, the figure everyone believed was invincible. Or how, when Slytherins targeted him, there would be several house elves in the school watching the situation closely, ensuring he would never truly be in danger. And yes, Michael's hunch was right. Wade had been moved by Harry and Neville's efforts. Watching them repeatedly get hurt while training in the cushion-walled umbrella room, only to get back up and keep going, reminded Wade of the story's young hero. A boy who, despite not having mastered even the disarming charm, still faced Quirrell and Voldemort alone. Of course, Wade still thought Harry had been reckless back then, but looking at it from a different perspective, perhaps he himself had been too cautious, appearing to lack courage. If, in a situation where the odds were already 90% in his favor, where even in the case of an accident he would be protected, he couldn't face a few schoolchildren's threats head-on and had to resort to schemes and lies to solve things. What would he do when Voldemort resurrected? Would he just tuck tail and flee the country? Even if one day he had to leave this land, it should be with honor and dignity, not abandoning his friends, teachers, dreams, and future like a coward, fleeing with his parents like a beaten dog. Besides, it wasn't just Harry and the others who had been training during this time. Wade had also been observing, learning, and growing through their duels. He realized that even the best among them, like Harry and Hermione, were limited to static spellcasting. They lacked flexibility, didn't know how to adapt, had a limited range of spells, and the power of their magic was far from overwhelming. When their opponents' spells came flying at them, it wasn't that they didn't want to dodge. But the moment they moved, their magical gestures would change, and their own spells would either fail or miss the target. Both Harry and Hermione had this issue, and the Slytherin students couldn't be much better. This was the normal level for first-year students. So even if he had to face twice as many people, Wade couldn't think of any reason why he would lose. As it happened, that afternoon's herbology class was again shared between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Although both groups kept their distance, the malice from some of the Slytherins was almost tangible. They weren't exactly master actors. Managing to keep their plans a secret for an entire day was already pushing their limits. But the sly glances, the smug and gloating looks they shot toward Wade, said everything they wanted to, making even the students uninvolved in the situation aware that something was up. "Wade, I think the Slytherins are planning something nasty," Anthony Goldstein said, coming over during the practical part of the lesson. "We should all walk out together after class, just to keep them from causing trouble for you." Wade looked at him, then passed his shoulder to the other concerned classmates behind him. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Thanks, but that won't be necessary. I've got it under control." Goldstein then turned to Michael, who shrugged. "Don't bother. Once this guy makes up his mind, no one can talk him out of it." By the time class ended, a few of the Slytherins were lingering outside the greenhouse, dragging their feet. At Wade's signal, the Ravenclaws followed Goldstein and left. "Mr. Grey," Professor Sprout suddenly called out, "these dripping daisies need to be moved to another greenhouse. Could you help me with that?" Wade, who had been about to leave, paused for a moment before responding, "Of course, Professor." He picked up a pot of dripping daisies while Professor Sprout carried another. As they walked out of Greenhouse 1, Sprout noticed the Slytherin students loitering around outside and her face darkened. She asked in a stern voice, "Do you have any business here?" Despite her usual cheerful and easygoing demeanor, when Professor Sprout put on her serious face, it was like a volcano on the verge of erupting, quite intimidating. Malfoy and the others quickly stammered, "No, no," and hurried off. Wade almost burst out laughing. Professor Sprout then turned her gaze toward him, and her expression softened immediately. "Mr. Grey, do you need any help?" Wade smiled and shook his head. His eyes were bright and his smile was gentle. "Thank you, Professor. It's just a small misunderstanding. I can handle it myself." Malfoy and his group ran away in a panic. When they finally returned to the empty potions classroom, everyone was feeling a bit down. "Draco, we had everything set up. What happened?" Two girls cautiously entered the room holding a few glass bottles. They looked puzzled upon seeing the group's appearance. "It's over." Pansy, not frowned, slumped his shoulders, and weakly said, "Grey definitely won't be coming." Professor Sprout saw through it all, and she kept Wade Grey behind. "You all were too impatient, and now look. Everything's ruined." In frustration, Malfoy kicked over a chair, then sat down angrily by the table. Crabbe and Goyle glared at the others with bulging eyes, as if it were everyone else's fault. "Wait for next time." Zabinai shook his head, sat down and sighed. "As long as we're determined, we'll find another chance to corner him." Though Zabinai said this, the group's morale had already dropped, except for Malfoy. After an initial burst of energy, they were now feeling defeated. The blonde girl who had entered with Pansy hesitantly asked, "What about these potions? Should we throw them away?" The bottles contained a failed batch of cure for Boyle's potion. Malfoy was quite skilled at potions, but during their first potions class, Neville's failed potion had caused quite a bit of chaos, leaving a deep impression on Malfoy. In his mind, that failed potion was far more useful than any proper cure for Boyle's potion. This time, to deal with Wade Grey, Malfoy had secretly brewed a batch of cure for Boyle's potion, adding porcupine quills while it was still over the fire, resulting in a large bottle of green poison potent enough to melt a cauldron. Unfortunately, the potion evaporated constantly, and before long, it would transform from a highly corrosive acidic solution into an ordinary liquid that, aside from a foul smell, wouldn't harm anyone. Malfoy waved his hand dismissively. "Throw it away." "Wait, give it to me, Daphne." Suddenly, he thought of a nasty idea. Taking the glass bottles from Daphne, He carefully stashed them in the table cabinet in the corner. Malfoy had found out that Wade often sat there. I've got more, Draco. Pansy eagerly pushed Daphne aside and handed over her potions as well. Daphne hesitated. What if someone else gets hurt? Who cares? Malfoy replied dismissively. It'll be their bad luck. Maybe the professor will even give Gray a detention? Wade Gray, why did you leave such dangerous substances in the cabinet? Deliberately endangering fellow students. Ravenclaw loses 50 points. Malfoy imitated Professor Snape scolding Harry Potter, instantly causing everyone to burst into laughter. Not made a funny face and, in a whining voice, shrieked, "It wasn't me, Professor, I don't know what happened." Ha ha ha. The others were laughing so hard they were pounding the tables, nearly out of breath. He's coming? He's coming. A boy rushed in excitedly, shouting, Draco, he's heading this way. Who? Malfoy was momentarily confused. Who else? The boy, Millicent Bulstrode, was hopping up and down in frustration. Wade Gray. How could that be? Zabinai said, puzzled. He must think that, because the professors warned us, we wouldn't dare make a move. Malfoy jumped off his chair, grabbed more potion bottles from the cabinet, and handed them out to the others, urging, quick, quick, do it just like we planned. Everyone sprang into action. The two girls backed away a bit, but Pansy couldn't resist getting close to Malfoy again, as if ready to fight alongside him. Several boys drew their wands to lock the classroom windows, then prepared to cast spells. Crabbe and Goyle, holding the cure for Boyle's potion like hand grenades, were ready to throw them at any moment, while Not pulled out 2 large dung bombs hidden under the herb cabinet. Daphne peeked out from near the window, carefully observing from a corner to avoid being seen. It's definitely Wade Gray, the blonde girl whispered. He's coming alone. No one else? Zabinai asked, frowning. No, that's strange. Zabinai couldn't understand, is he really that unsuspecting? Humph, typical Ravenclaw bookworm. Malfoy sneered, giving final instructions. Remember the plan, throw the dung bombs first, then the potions, and I'll hit him with the leglocker curse. Crabbe, Goyle, you two grab him, and Not, make sure to get his wand. Crabbe and Goyle both gave a grunt of acknowledgement, while Not glanced at the dung bomb in his hand, and his face suddenly turned a little pale. Wouldn't this stuff get all over me when I grab the wand? Looking at the cramped space near the door, Not wasn't so sure anymore. He began thinking about putting the dung bomb back, or maybe trading with Goyle. With his twice as large frame, Goyle could probably block most of it. Just as Not was hesitating, he suddenly heard someone quietly say, Expulso. What? An invisible gust of wind suddenly stirred up sand and dust, swirling through the classroom. As Not opened his mouth to speak, he got a mouthful of sand instead. Everyone cried out in unison, rubbing their eyes in pain. He's at the door. Malfoy yelled, covering his mouth with his sleeve, struggling to speak loudly. Throw the dung bombs? Quick, throw the dung bombs. A sound came from the doorway. Without thinking, Not hurled the dung bomb with all his might. Bang! The dung bomb hit an ugly head and exploded, spreading foul-smelling material all over the classroom. A giant cockroach crawled in through the door. As Not stared at the horrifying face, he belatedly realized the spell he'd heard earlier must have been Engorgement charm. The boy, now paralyzed with fear, was easily pinned down by the enormous cockroach. Then, one after another, 2, 3, 5 or 6 gigantic spiders, each the size of a hunting dog, crawled in after the cockroach. Ah! The students in the potions classroom screamed in terror, scrambling to escape in a blind panic. Malfoy quickly jumped onto a table and tried to open a window, only to find it locked by a spell. Their own doing, of course. Allahum, he didn't even finish the unlocking spell before a claw hooked onto his clothes from behind, dragging him backward. No, let me go. Mummy, help. The classroom was filled with the terrified cries of the students. The enchanted, confused insects didn't actually harm anyone, but just being so close to them was enough to scare everyone nearly to the point of wetting themselves. Petrificus totalis. Body freezing spell. Wade immobilized everything in the room and stepped cautiously into the chaotic classroom, careful to avoid the areas contaminated by the dung bombs. He then returned the cockroach and spiders to their original size, watching as the helpful insects quickly scurried into the cracks of the walls. Looking around, Wade noticed that some students were even giving him grateful looks. For a moment, Wade was speechless. Glancing at the floor, walls, and the students, especially Malfoy, there were remnants of dung bombs everywhere. Broken glass shards emitted green smoke, and something corrosive on the ground was making a hissing sound. The Slytherins were petrified in various awkward positions. Some were crying, faces covered in snot and tears, others were so terrified their eyes were wide and vacant. Some, for reasons unknown, were covered in horrible, swollen scabs that looked incredibly painful. Only Daphne, who was curled up in a corner, seemed relatively unharmed, though she was clearly shaken and had some spider webs clinging to her clothes. Wade couldn't help but think, this is it? He had expected Malfoy to prepare an elaborate trap, especially after losing last time, and to return with a well-thought-out plan. But it seemed like all they had done was gather a few people to set up an ambush. Wade compared this to his own preparations. He had readied over a dozen spells, carefully practiced 5 different combinations, and trained for a long time in the Room of Requirement to ensure he could cast spells quickly and effectively in a real situation. The Room of Requirement only provided wooden dummies for practice, so Wade had brought in various small insects as sparring partners. The Engorgo spell had become one of his frequently used incantations. Of course, the giant spiders and cockroaches pushed the limits of his sanity, even he couldn't stand them. Usually, he trained with emerald green mantises, equipped with 2 large scythes. At this moment, to Wade, it felt as though he had barely greeted his opponents, and they had already crumpled to the ground, wailing in exaggerated pain like someone faking an injury after a minor accident. It made all his prior preparations feel a bit excessive. Scour Jiffy. Cleaning Charm. Wade waved his wand, and the green liquid and dung bomb residue vanished, though the foul smell lingered. Then, he summoned all their wands with a summoning charm before lifting the Petrificus Totalis spell. The classroom immediately erupted with loud sobbing and screaming. Stop it. Wade frowned and snapped. In an instant, all sounds ceased. Wade walked toward Malfoy. The blonde boy immediately turned pale, frantically pushing himself backward with his feet, screaming, "Why you, don't come any closer." Wade pressed Malfoy's shoulder down with the wands he had collected, crouching slightly as he looked seriously into Malfoy's eyes. "Do you know, if you were truly my enemies, I'd break your wands right now." Malfoy froze, stunned. After a moment, he stammered, trembling, You can't." To a wizard, a wand is almost like a part of their body. Some adult wizards can barely perform even simple spells without their wand. While a damaged wand can be replaced, the one that chooses a wizard during their childhood and accompanies them as they grow is usually the most suitable and loyal one. Most wizards carry their wands with them until the end of their lives, to be buried together in their graves. It's a companion for life. In the classroom, someone let out a soft sob. "Of course, I won't do that." Wade noticed Malfoy sigh with relief and continued. "But it's not because of who your father is, or who your grandfather is. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's simply because we're classmates, and we should treat each other with respect, wouldn't you agree?" "Malfoy, look at the bumps on my skin, smell the stench on me. Do you know that spider nearly ate me just now? Do you know what it feels like to be grabbed by spider legs? And you call this respect?" "Yes," Malfoy muttered quietly, lowering his head. "Thank you. I'm glad you understand. After all, I just want to study in peace and avoid causing trouble." Wade thought about patting Malfoy on the shoulder, but then remembered the dung bombs that had covered everyone earlier. He raised his hand but then lowered it again. Malfoy, watching Wade's movements, felt his heart racing, alternating between pounding and tightening, his chest beginning to ache. Hearing Wade's words, he was on the verge of tears. "This guy, who's like a demon, is this really the Ravenclaw I know? Who here is the real Slytherin? And one more thing, can I ask that you stop bullying my friends from now on? And quit using these underhanded tricks, otherwise, I'll get very, very angry." "I'm the kind of person who always settles scores," Wade said sincerely. "If you think you can ignore my warning, then you'd better come and defeat me first, because I'm always open to any fair and honest challenges." Seeing Malfoy staring blankly at him without any reaction, and no one else responding either, Wade started to feel a bit awkward talking to himself. He placed the Slytherin's wands down and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the door, he suddenly turned back. Malfoy, who had just picked up his wand, dropped it with a plop. Nott quickly hid behind Goyle, and the rest were startled as well. "Don't be so nervous. I just wanted to ask," Wade said. "You're not going to tell the professor, right? Tell them that you were scared to tears by spiders and cockroaches? There's a big difference between only one person knowing something embarrassing and the whole school laughing at you, don't you think?" Everyone's faces stiffened. Especially Malfoy, who had already vowed countless times in his mind, "I'll tell the professor, tell my father, break your wand, get you expelled." But it was as if Wade could read his mind, as he smiled gently and said, "It's just a joke with a simple engorgement charm. You won't get expelled for that. We've still got more than 6 years to spend together. Let's leave the misunderstandings behind and get along from now on, okay?" Everyone understood his veiled threat and stiffly nodded in agreement. Wade smiled. Good, then it's settled. Wade hadn't been out of the potions classroom for long before he saw Michael and Padma peeking around the corner. When they saw him approach, they jumped out from the corner and started looking him over. "You're not hurt, right?" Padma asked anxiously. "I heard a lot of screaming coming from inside. I'm fine, didn't get the worst of it," Wade replied. "Cool, you took care of everything?" Michael asked excitedly. "We should get going. Someone tried to come check, but we stopped them. Not sure if they'll go fetch Professor Snape." The three hurried down the corridor, and from around the corner, a large pair of eyes peeked out. Wade glanced back and winked, then placed his right hand behind his back and flashed an OK sign. The house elf, Maggie, grinned and raised his long fingers in an OK sign as well. Then he slipped into the shadows, his large ears swaying as he listened for any sounds from the Slytherins. Just as Wade had predicted, the Slytherins didn't go to the professors to complain. 7 or 8 Slytherins had ambushed a single Ravenclaw of the same age, only to lose and end up crying in fear. Even someone like Malfoy, who constantly bragged about his father, didn't want anyone to know about such an embarrassing incident. After Wade left that day, the group helped each other to the infirmary, claiming they had accidentally caused an explosion while privately practicing potions. Such mishaps were common among students, but it was still strange for so many to be injured at once. Madame Pomfrey believed Professor Snape had failed in his duties to supervise properly and spent over half an hour complaining about it. When Snape heard that several students from his house had been injured, he rushed to the infirmary. Even before he entered, he could hear Madame Pomfrey's complaints. A confused Snape. Not knowing what had happened, he assumed it was indeed his fault and stood silently at the door, enduring the scolding. After all, back when Snape was a student at Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey had already been the school nurse. Snape often got into conflicts with the Marauders, James Potter and his friends, and frequently ended up injured, requiring Madame Pomfrey's care. Nowadays, Snape could argue with Dumbledore, but in front of her, he still held back his temper. Though Snape said nothing, his cold gaze swept over the injured students. He immediately recognized that the large patches of swelling on their bodies were caused by failed cure for Boyle's potions. But who, after more than half a year of potions classes, would still make such a rookie mistake? If it had been Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, or the explosion expert Seamus Finnegan, it would have made more sense. After Madame Pomfrey went to tend to other students, Snape walked over and asked, "What happened?" Malfoy, his face covered in ointment, kept his head down, making it hard to read his expression. In a low voice, he replied, "It was my mistake, Professor." Snape narrowed his eyes. Draco Malfoy's attitude reminded him of something familiar like his own self from over a decade ago, when he would lie in the infirmary and give the same kind of response to others. But back then, Snape had known that telling the truth wouldn't help him, it would only invite ridicule and more bullying. Draco Malfoy, who is spoiled by his parents and unaware of his own arrogance, is now hiding the truth for what reason? Still, since the whole group had suffered together, Snape didn't bother to dig deeper. He had always thought that with Draco Malfoy's arrogant and sharp-tongued demeanor, it was only a matter of time before he got into trouble. The next day at lunch, Michael and Wade were heading to the Great Hall for a meal. When they ran into some Slytherins, Michael instinctively tensed up, but the two Slytherins Millicent and not just lowered their heads slightly. It wasn't until Wade and Michael had walked past that they resumed whatever they were doing. "What did you do to them?" Michael asked in disbelief. Wade thought for a moment. "You might not believe this, but before I even entered the classroom yesterday, they had already given up resisting." Michael gave him a suspicious look but then nodded knowingly. "If it's some unspeakable secret, then just pretend I didn't ask." "It's not really a secret," Wade replied slowly. "I could show you sometime, as long as you're not too scared." "How scary could it be?" Michael was initially skeptical but then hesitantly asked, "Did you get your hands on a boggart?" A boggart is a magical creature that can shapeshift into a person's worst fear. Wade shook his head. "Not quite, though if I had the chance, I'd definitely like to encounter one." Just then, a group of Slytherin girls led by Pansy passed by. When they saw Wade, they awkwardly nodded at him. After several encounters like this, Wade noticed a subtle change in how the Slytherins, at least some of the first-year Slytherins, treated him. It wasn't with resentment, contempt, or a desire for revenge, but rather a mixture of fear with a hint of respect and admiration. It seems that Slytherins have a certain tendency to admire strength. This thought briefly crossed Wade's mind. Without the Slytherins targeting him, most of Wade's school life became focused on studying. He didn't even go to watch the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, though he heard that Harry caught the golden snitch in just 5 minutes, and Snape, who was refereeing, apparently looked very upset. The undetectable extension charm turned out to be surprisingly difficult, especially since Wade's goal was to create something like Newt Scamander's suitcase, which seemed like a small world inside. The complexity of this goal was even higher, and Professor Murray advised him not to rush. In his spare time, Wade crafted 2 alchemy creations to practice his skills. One was a slowly rotating Mobius strip with a tiny figure walking on it endlessly. The other was a small crab that automatically swept and mopped the floor, sometimes spraying cheerful, colorful bubbles, which both Hermione and Padma adored. By the way, on Sunday afternoon, Wade brought his insect sparring partners to the umbrella room. The result was a cacophony of sharp, unprecedented screeches from everyone present. Harry disarmed a praying mantis with a powerful disarming charm, while Hermione successfully cast a shield charm for the first time. Michael used a fire spell to burn a spider, causing it to screech loudly. It turned out that although the insect sparring partners were hideous in appearance, their teaching effectiveness was excellent. By the end of the session, even Neville showed significant improvement. When Padma was being attacked, he jumped onto a spider's back and thrust his wand into one of its large, compound eyes. Lupin's magic tutoring had also begun, and the first spell Wade requested to learn was the memory extraction spell. "Lupin, may I ask why do you want to learn this spell?" The words Lupin wrote in the notebook had a cautious tone, and he subtly warned Wade. "Lupin, according to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, any spells that manipulate another person's memory are illegal. Wade, the user is myself." After a moment, Wade's response appeared on the page. "Wade, I've forgotten something important and need to remember it. Also, I want to learn occlumency. Do you know it?" Lupin, "Of course. During the Wizarding War, we all had to learn how to prevent enemies from extracting information directly from our minds. But to be honest, I'm not an expert in this field. Someone truly skilled in this kind of magic would be Severus Snape. Wade, I just need to know the basic methods of practice. At the very least, I want to prevent others from silently invading my mind and taking control of my will." Wade had no intention of going to Snape to learn occlumency. Those skilled in occlumency were often also adept at legilimency, and there was no way Wade would allow anyone to peer into his thoughts and memories. This method of communication through the Book of Friends made Wade feel much safer. Even if the learning process was slower, he could gradually improve through practice. Inside the room of requirement, Wade finished writing a sentence and, while waiting for Lupin's reply, glanced at a grey stone basin placed on a nearby pillar. The basin was wide and shallow, empty without a drop of water inside. Its outer edge was set with a ring of gemstones, sparkling and giving it a very ornate appearance. After one practice session, Harry timidly and quietly discussed something with Michael. If Ron wanted to join SSC, what should he do? Would Wade agree? Lately, every time Harry studied and trained at the Umbrella Room, he felt very happy, even felt a sense of accomplishment when he got hurt. But as soon as he returned to the dormitory, this happiness would disappear as quickly as a punctured balloon. Ron hadn't spoken to him for more than half a month. Sometimes when they crossed paths, Ron would pretend not to see him. During classes, Ron always sat with Seamus or Dean, the other two boys in their dormitory, and the two of them were no longer inseparable like they once were. Although SSC was great, Harry missed the times when he and Ron would slack off together, play wizard's chess, or complain about too much homework and how difficult the classes were. Ron was his first friend after entering the magical world, and Harry cherished that friendship. He thought, if Ron could join SSC, maybe things could go back to how they used to be. Michael asked a few more questions and, after understanding the situation, had already crossed Ron off in his mind, once again feeling a sense of satisfaction with his foresight. Michael thought for a moment and said, Harry, I understand that you want to reconcile with your friend. But have you considered that friendship needs to be maintained by both sides? You tolerate his temper, but has he understood your difficulties? Harry was taken aback before saying, I did promise Ron I'd ask for him, but I didn't follow through. That's another issue, Harry. Michael spoke slowly. I believe that if someone wants to join an established group, they should take the initiative to show their abilities and willingness, and gain everyone's approval through sincerity, hard work, or talent, not rely on their friend to plead on their behalf. This puts us all in a difficult position. He looked Harry in the eye and said, First, you've probably had these words weighing on you for a long time, constantly wondering how to bring it up, worrying about being rejected, and feeling anxious about it every day. Then there's us. If someone doesn't like Ron Weasley, they'll have to struggle with whether to refuse or tolerate him. If they refuse, will they seem petty? Will it harm our friendship? In fact, when Hermione initially wanted to bring Harry in, Michael had wanted to say something similar, but Wade's words convinced him Harry Potter's parents had sacrificed their lives in the war, so of course their orphan should be given special consideration. Hermione always looked after Harry with a motherly affection, and Michael could understand that. Once these Gryffindors set their hearts on someone, their passion could be overwhelming, almost giving their all. But Michael couldn't tolerate them constantly pulling people into the group. If we let Ron join, would Seamus and Dean be next? And after a few more days, would all the other Gryffindor students end up being brought in too? Michael didn't say it outright, but his disapproval was already clear. In the end, he said, Weasley has taken a problem that's originally his own and turned it into an issue between us. And what has he been doing during this time? Giving you the cold shoulder. Harry, if a friend is willing to break off a friendship over such a small matter, does he really cherish this friendship? Or is he so certain that no matter how he treats you, you'll always be the one to reach out and reconcile? Harry fell into a long silence. Back in the Ravenclaw common room, Michael brought up the situation with Wade and asked, Do you know what Harry Potter's life was like before he came to school? I've heard he grew up with Muggle relatives, Wade replied. This was common knowledge. Michael sighed. His relatives probably didn't raise him well. Harry might have never had friends before. How do you know that? Padma came over and asked, He seems fine? There's no way he couldn't make friends, right? Although wizards tend to be more solitary, Padma and the others knew that children from Muggle families often played in groups. During holidays, they sometimes played with kids from nearby villages. His behavior around friends seems a bit humble, Michael said, puzzled. Even though his parents are gone, he's still the boy who lived? Why would he act like this? I thought Harry Potter would be prouder, maybe even arrogant like Malfoy. Muggles probably don't understand the meaning of the boy who lived. To them, Harry was likely just an unwanted burden left by his relatives, Wade said as he flipped through a book. Padma listened intently and murmured, That explains it. What? Michael asked. Haven't you noticed? Padma said. Harry Potter's clothes under his robes are always ill-fitting. I thought it was some kind of Muggle fashion trend. The two of them continued discussing their various guesses in low voices, while Wade turned another page without joining in. In his impression, Harry Potter had been mistreated by his aunt's family when he was younger, but as he grew older, hadn't they reconciled? He wasn't sure if this was from the original story or some fanfiction interpretation that had left this impression. But recently, Wade had noticed something odd. Harry's attitude toward Professor Quirrell had suddenly become quite enthusiastic. Every time they crossed paths, Harry would give him an encouraging smile. It was said that in defense against the dark arts class, Harry had also started answering questions more actively. Hermione didn't dare openly stop him and could only watch anxiously. This change in behavior made a lot of people nervous. Snape began hovering around Harry more frequently, making Harry think that Snape was following him, trying to catch him doing something wrong and put him in detention. This even caused Harry to miss 2 days of SSC training. One day during SSC practice, Neville, whose wand had once again been knocked out of his hand, seemed deeply affected. He sat in a daze for quite a while, causing everyone to worry. Wade signaled the others to continue training and walked over to Neville, patting him on the shoulder. He asked, "Want to talk?" Neville nodded gloomily. The two walked to the side and sat down on a sofa. Wade didn't rush to speak. Instead, he poured a glass of water and Neville drank it slowly. After a long silence, Neville finally asked, "Wade, my disarming charm hand movements are correct, and the incantation is right too, aren't they?" "Yeah, you're almost more precise than Hermione," Wade replied with certainty, though he was also a bit puzzled. "But I still keep failing." Neville lowered his head, fiddling with the cracks in the table, as if what he wanted to say was hard to get out. "Is it because I'm too dumb?" he asked quietly. "I don't think you're dumb. You do really well in herbology, don't you?" Wade said. "Not being able to master the disarming charm might be because you lack confidence. If you doubt your own magic, it can't respond to you well." So Neville hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "It's not because of my wand, right?" Wade didn't understand. "What does this have to do with your wand?" Neville looked at his wand, his gaze swept over every familiar scratch on it, and softly said, "This isn't my wand. It was my dad's. My grandmother didn't originally agree to let me use it. She said if it's not your own wand, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced, but He had insisted on bringing this wand and hadn't gone to Ollivanders to buy a new one. Using it made him feel as if his parents were still with him. Whenever Neville cast spells with this wand, he always felt a bit powerless, but he didn't think much of it. He had long accepted the idea that he was clumsy, timid, and lacked natural talent. He even often wondered why he had been placed in Gryffindor instead of Hufflepuff. In fact, back when he was being sorted, Neville had argued with the Sorting Hat for quite a while. He believed he didn't possess the courage required for Gryffindor and asked the Hat to place him in Hufflepuff. But the Hat insisted that he belonged in Gryffindor, and that's how the sorting ended. However, after joining SSC, Neville began to feel steady progress every day. Spells started becoming less of a struggle for him, and for the first time, he experienced great joy and a sense of achievement. Because of this, when he faced setbacks in learning spells again, he couldn't just tell himself, "Yes, you're just that clumsy and dumb, you can't do anything right." He knew he could actually succeed, but the companion he had chosen, his wand, was holding him back. Neville had confided to his grandmother about his frustrations in the Book of Friends. Lady Longbottom had responded firmly once more, telling him to let go of his useless persistence and that he needed to get a wand that suited him. "Wade, what do you think? What should I do?" Neville asked, feeling lost. Wade understood that Neville's hesitation meant that, deep down, he was already leaning towards a decision. However, abandoning something he had held onto for so long felt like letting go of his connection to his parents, which was what made it so difficult for him. After thinking for a moment, Wade suggested, "Why not leave it to a coin flip?" A coin flip? Neville, who was immersed in his dilemma, looked dumbfounded. Wade took a silver sickle from his pocket and held it between his fingers. "Heads, you'll keep using your father's wand. Even if it means putting in 10 times or 100 times the effort to reach a normal level, you won't give up." The sickle spun halfway between his fingers. "Tails, you'll keep the love and memory of your parents close to your heart, choose a wand that suits you best, gain greater strength, and become the kind of son your parents would be proud of, with the power to protect others." "Got it." Neville swallowed hard, nodding, staring nervously at the silver sickle. Wade glanced down and noticed that Neville's hands were tightly clenched into fists, gripping the fabric of his robes until it was all wrinkled. "Then let's begin." As Wade spoke, he flicked his finger, sending the silver sickle spinning high into the air. Neville instinctively lifted his head, his eyes followed the dazzling silver light as it ascended, then fell. His heart leaped into his throat. Wade caught the coin in his palm, covering it. He slowly began to reveal it. Neville's throat tightened with sweat pooling in his palms. Just as the silver sickle was about to be revealed, Wade suddenly closed his hand around it again. "Ah!" Neville couldn't help but cry out, "I didn't see it." "But you already know, don't you?" Wade asked. "You know the answer you truly want." Neville froze, as if a lightning bolt had struck him. Wade stood up and left, leaving Neville alone on the sofa to think it over. "How's Neville?" Theo came over, asking with concern. "He's fine. He'll figure it out," Wade replied, glancing down at the silver sickle in his palm before suddenly smiling and slipping it back into his pocket. "What do you know? It turns out fate is looking out for this clumsy kid after all. But isn't it better to make your own decision after careful thought, rather than letting fate push you along?" Before anyone realized it, Easter break had arrived again. This time, the professors assigned a fair amount of homework for each subject. With only a 2-week spring holiday, most students opted not to go home. Neville had applied to leave school. He was preparing to go to Diagon Alley to pick out a wand that truly suited him. Wade also applied to leave school, but he only went home on Easter Day to celebrate with his parents. The rest of the time, he stayed in Hogsmeade to study spells with Lupin. The spell for extracting memories wasn't as advanced as Wade had initially thought. If the person providing the memory focused on recalling it and willingly gave it up, the spell became quite simple. Forcing someone to reveal memories they wanted to hide, however, was a much darker and more advanced form of magic. Occlumency, on the other hand, required long-term practice. The basic requirement was to clear one's mind. No thinking, no recalling, no sensing. The more advanced technique involved weaving false memories and emotions into the mind to deceive a master of legilimency. During the break, Wade made the most progress with transfiguration and disillusionment charms and also learned several ways to cast fire-related spells. Lupin also taught him some practical tricks that could be useful at school, like a spell to check for spelling mistakes in essays. Wade returned to school the day before classes resumed. While distributing Easter eggs to his friends, he noticed that 2 Gryffindors looked tense and worried. "What's going on?" Wade asked. "Well," Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance before Hermione, looking anxious, said, "It's Hagrid. He's gotten hold of a dragon egg and plans to hatch it." Wade thought for a moment and said, "I believe that's illegal, right?" "Yes," Harry said, frowning. "What if someone finds out?" Hagrid doesn't seem worried at all, he's only thinking about becoming a dragon mom. Sounds like something a Gryffindor would do," Wade muttered under his breath. Seeing how troubled they were, he offered, "I know a friend who works for Mr. Scamander as a caretaker. Maybe you could have the dragon egg handed over to them to hatch? Or you could arrange for the egg to be secretly transferred to a place where breeding dragons is allowed. Of course." Seeing their eyes light up with hope, Wade added, "That's only if you can convince Hagrid to give up on his current plan. Keeping a dragon privately is illegal, unless he wants to end up in Azkaban." This wasn't going to be easy. Hagrid was born with a love for all dangerous creatures, and raising a dragon was his lifelong dream. Even though he knew Harry and Hermione's concerns were valid, he couldn't bring himself to abandon the adorable, yet-to-be-hatched dragon. The mere thought of the little creature being taken away and possibly suffering, being captured by wizards for its blood or liver, brought tears to the half-giant's eyes. So, things dragged on until the dragon was about to hatch. Expelliarmus. Disarming charm. Neville shouted, and Hermione's wand flew out of her hand, landing on a nearby cushion. "You did it!" Hermione exclaimed joyfully. Instead of retrieving her wand, she rushed over and hugged Neville. "Amazing, Neville." Theo clapped enthusiastically, then picked up Hermione's wand and handed it back to her. Neville finally smiled, saying happily, "I even practiced at home, and my gran was really pleased. She said my dad couldn't cast the disarming charm in his first year either." "Is that a new wand?" Michael asked, examining Neville's wand closely. "Yes." Neville proudly showed off his new companion to everyone. "Cherry wood, unicorn hair, Mr. Ollivander said it suits me perfectly." The first time a young wizard is chosen by their wand, the feeling of having found their other half is unforgettable. Each of them took turns checking Neville's wand, and they all confidently said that he was sure to become an excellent spellcaster. As they chatted and laughed noisily, the door of the umbrella room slid open. Neville turned to see Harry entering with a frown. Neville greeted him enthusiastically. "Harry, you're here too." "Hello, Neville," Harry replied hastily. "Oh, Hermione, great, you're here too?" "Michael, do you know where Wade is?" "He went to the library to borrow some books. He should be back soon. Why? Do you need him?" Michael asked. "It's about Hagrid," Harry said. "He asked me to invite Hermione, Neville, and Wade to visit his hut." "Hagrid? The gamekeeper? That giant fellow?" Michael raised an eyebrow slightly. Hogwarts students often saw Hagrid's little wooden hut from across the lawn, but few ventured near it. To most students, the extraordinarily large Rubius Hagrid appear intimidating. Some even thought of him merely as a servant of the castle and didn't know his name. Most of what they knew about the gamekeeper came from stories involving the Weasley twins, who were often caught by him sneaking out of the Forbidden Forest. It is surprising that Harry has such a good relationship with him, but why did Hagrid want to invite Wade as well? As they were talking, Wade came in carrying his books. After hearing about Hagrid's invitation, he put down his books, and the group headed to Hagrid's hut together. On the way, Harry explained, "Hagrid said the baby dragon is about to hatch, and he wants us all to see it. After all, not many people get to witness a dragon hatching, right?" As Hermione stared at him in disbelief, Harry's voice trailed off. "I can't believe it, he actually knows he's raising a fire-breathing dragon," Hermione said angrily, "and he lives in a wooden house." "Don't, Hermione," Harry said quietly, "at least don't argue with him today. Hagrid's really excited." Hermione's face remained tense, but she gave a reluctant nod. When they reached the hut, Harry knocked on the door, and Hagrid opened it, looking extremely happy. "Come on, you're just in time," Hagrid said excitedly. "The baby's about to hatch." As Harry walked in, he suddenly froze. Ron was already sitting inside the hut. He glanced over at them but quickly avoided their eyes, staring intently at the dragon egg as if studying the patterns on its shell. Hermione glanced between Ron and Harry, clearly unsure what to do. "Come in, don't just stand there," Hagrid said, oblivious to the awkward tension between the group. With a sweep of his large hand, he ushered them all into the hut. He then turned to Wade and said, "I'm really glad you could come, Wade. Not many people get to see a dragon hatch, and I figured you'd be interested, right?" "Of course, thanks for the invite, Hagrid," Wade smiled, replying warmly. He stepped inside, ignoring the awkwardness between the others, and sat in an empty chair, his attention drawn to the dragon egg on the table that was making cracking sounds. A dragon? Even though it is a Western fire-breathing dragon, who wouldn't be eager to witness such an event? As Wade sat down, he felt like he saw something odd. He glanced up and noticed a long, soft strand of white hair hanging from the ceiling, dangling alongside a few copper kettles. It looked like some kind of tribal decoration. In the midst of Hagrid's messy hut, the white hair stood out with an unusual, clean, and sacred presence. Hermione, eager to change the subject, immediately asked, "What kind of animal does that hair come from, Hagrid?" "Oh, it's unicorn hair, pulled from the tail. It got caught on some branches in the forest," Hagrid replied, not initially thinking much of it. But when he saw Wade also staring at the hair, he added, "Oh, Wade, you're studying alchemy, right? Take it if you need it. I've got more." Hagrid generously grabbed a large handful of the unicorn hair and handed it directly to Wade. Wade tried to refuse. "It's too valuable, Hagrid. A full strand of unicorn tail hair can cost 10 galleons. Ron, who had been sitting with a stiff expression, almost fell out of his chair. He stared wide-eyed at the strands of white hair, which he had assumed were just horse hair. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. The Weasley family had 7 children, and they lived very modestly. Ron didn't own a single new item. He wore hand-me-down robes, used an old wand, borrowed old textbooks, and even his pet was an aging rat that his brother no longer wanted. In all his life, Ron had never held more than a single galleon in pocket money. "It's no big deal," Hagrid shrugged, unconcerned. "I find them in the forest all the time." He forced the unicorn hair into Wade's hands. Hagrid's thought process was actually quite simple. On the night the Potters died, Hagrid had been the one to carry baby Harry from the wreckage of his home. From that moment, he felt a strange sense of responsibility for the small, fragile child. When Harry turned 11, it was Hagrid who personally brought him into the wizarding world. Hagrid saw Harry almost like a parent sees their child. When he learned that Harry had been under Wade's care at school and had learned many useful spells from him, Hagrid had been thinking about how he could repay Wade on behalf of Harry's parents. Now, seeing that Wade had taken a liking to something, and knowing he had plenty to spare, Hagrid was more than happy to give it away. Though Hagrid himself couldn't fully articulate these complicated feelings, Wade understood a bit of it. He glanced at Harry, who seemed oblivious, and accepted the gift. It doesn't matter how valuable the gift is, Wade knew he'd have a chance to repay Hagrid someday. Suddenly, Hermione exclaimed, "Look, it's hatching." The egg cracked with a sharp snap, and a small white nose poked out. Soon, a black baby dragon struggled out. Its wings were covered in bony spikes. With a thud, one wing slapped against the table, and a few tiny sparks flew from its nostrils. Almost all newborn animals come with a natural sense of cuteness, and even the bald Norwegian ridgeback dragon is no exception. When the little creature spread its wings and claws on the table, it didn't have the intimidating presence of an adult dragon. Instead, it looked more like it's throwing a tantrum. But as soon as it opened its mouth and revealed its sharp, slender teeth, the cuteness quickly faded, and a sense of threat quietly emerged. However, in Hagrid's eyes, this dragon, which wasn't even the size of his palm, was absolutely adorable. He quickly embraced the role of the dragon's mother, lovingly stroking its head, touching its wings only to be greeted by a furious fireball from the little dragon. "Look, it can breathe fire," Hagrid said proudly, while patting the sparks from his beard. "Hagrid," Hermione said worriedly, "how fast do Norwegian ridgeback dragons grow?" "Oh, they don't grow that fast," Hagrid said fondly. "But once fully grown, they can reach 50 feet. 50 feet. Hermione exclaimed. "Yeah, right now, it's just so small and pitiful, don't you think?" Hagrid completely missed Hermione's concern. From a corner, he pulled out a barrel of brandy and some pre-prepared chicken blood, then asked, "Does anyone want to try feeding it?" Harry and Ron immediately raised their hands in unison, while Hermione leaned back, clearly rejecting the idea. Wade had been interested as well, but seeing how excited the other two were, he lowered his hand and reminded them, "Be careful, it has poisonous teeth." Hagrid first demonstrated how to feed the dragon, then handed the honorable task over to the Gryffindor duo. Wade observed for a while, satisfied his curiosity, and then suggested he should leave, the main reason being that Hagrid had made the hut so hot to hatch the baby dragon that he was sweating after only a few minutes inside. Soon after, Hermione also came out. Wade waited for her and asked, "I thought you were going to head back to the Gryffindor common room with Harry." Hermione replied, "That was my original plan. But I think, it's better to give them some space to talk." Inside the hut, Harry and Ron weren't looking at each other, taking turns feeding the little dragon, working together seamlessly without interfering with one another. Hagrid was babbling about his love for the little creature and pondering hard about what to name it. "Maybe I should check a book, there's always an answer in books," Hagrid muttered to himself. He rummaged through his cabinet, which was cluttered with jars and tin pots, and found an old book. Using his large fingers, he flipped through the pages, looking for a suitable name. Harry, who was distracted while feeding the baby dragon, didn't notice that he had slowed down. Without hesitation, the little creature opened its mouth to bite. "Careful." Ron quickly slapped Harry's hand away, spilling a spoonful of brandy on the table. The baby dragon, now furious, hissed at its feeder, clearly about to breathe out a fireball. Reacting quickly, Harry shoved the remaining chicken blood and brandy mixture toward the dragon, letting it drink on its own. The tiny, jet-black dragon dove into the drink, flapping about in a panic. But once it realized that it was surrounded by food, it buried its head and began drinking intently. Both Harry and Ron let out a sigh of relief, and the awkward tension between them naturally started to ease. Harry hesitated for a moment before finally saying what had been on his mind for days. "Ron, I've been meaning to tell you. That day, I actually wanted to say something, but the club's rule is unless everyone agrees, we can't introduce anyone new. I thought I'd check with the others privately first before bringing it up to the group." Of course, the first person he had asked had immediately shot down the idea, but Harry felt that detail wasn't necessary to mention now. Ron exhaled and his tense shoulders relaxed. Do you know what I thought? I figured you'd made some cool new friends and started distancing yourself from us. In fact, Ron had been having a hard time lately. Malfoy had even taunted him, saying, "So, has Harry Potter finally realized that some people aren't worth his time and ditched you?" I have to admit, even though he's a bit thick, it's the first smart decision he's made. Ron had been so angry that he got into another fight with Malfoy, and his ribs were still aching from it. But the physical pain wasn't as bad as the feeling of his friendship slipping away. No, of course not. How could I? Harry exclaimed, shocked, and hurried to reassure him, "You're my first friend." Ron immediately smiled. Curious, he asked, "So, what do you usually do in that club?" As soon as he asked, he felt relieved he'd finally gotten the question off his chest. Harry explained, "SSC is a study group. Most of the time, we just work on essays together. But after dinner, Wade teaches us some spells that haven't been covered in class yet, mostly defense against the dark arts spells. Recently, I've learned the disarming charm and the shield charm. They're really tough. I got hurt a lot trying to learn them. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Is it okay?" Ron asked nervously. "Wouldn't that be breaking the club's rules?" "No, it won't," Harry reassured him. "Wade said we're allowed to teach others, though I might not be as good at teaching." As for Wade, the shifting friendships of elementary schoolers were not something he paid much attention to. He had more important things to focus on. Early on the weekend, Wade arrived outside the room of requirement. He walked back and forth 3 times, concentrating intensely on a single thought. I need a room with a pensieve. I need a room with a pensieve. I need a room with a pensieve. A small, ancient peachwood door appeared in the wall. Wade opened the door and went inside. The room looked like a monk's dwelling, with only a simple wooden bed, a low stool, and a stone pillar about half as tall as a person. On top of the pillar sat a shallow stone basin, and its edges were intricately carved with ancient magical runes. Surrounding the basin was a ring of thumb-sized gemstones, their opulence standing in stark contrast to the simplicity of the room. This was a pensieve, a magical artifact that could store memories and thoughts, even allowing one to enter the memories and relive past events. It was imbued with powerful and complex magic. Even Professor Murray had admitted he couldn't craft a pensieve himself. Wade pointed his wand at his temple, softly reciting an incantation as he focused on recalling memories that had long been blurred by time. After a moment, he moved his wand away, and a thin silver thread began to emerge from his temple. It stretched out longer and longer, drawn by the magic. Wade carefully twirled his wand, as if gathering thread onto a spool. After a few turns, the silver strand finally broke free. It floated gently at the tip of his wand like a spider's silk, slowly drifting toward the pensieve. Wade tapped the surface of the basin lightly with his wand, and the silver thread fell in, swirling like mist and emitting a soft glow. These are nearly forgotten memories from my past life. Wade took a deep breath and plunged into the silvery memories. It took Wade an entire day to relieve and organize his memories, and by the time he walked out of the room of requirement, the sky had completely darkened. Although both the room of requirement and the Ravenclaw common room were on the upper floors, one was located in the main tower while the other was at the top of the Ravenclaw tower, making the distance between them quite far. Normally, Wade would summon his broom with a summoning charm and fly across, but today, he chose to walk slowly along the corridors, organizing his thoughts and planning his next steps. As his footsteps echoed through the long, empty hallway, the silence was suddenly broken by a voice. Haha, Surpri Essie. Peeves the poltergeist appeared out of nowhere, holding several inky black water balloons and hurled them at Wade. Reacting swiftly, Wade pulled out his wand and pointed it at the balloons. The ink reversed direction, splashing all over Peeves' face. Pft, 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 pft. Peeves spat out the ink from his mouth and cursed under his breath as he flew away, leaving behind a corridor covered in dark ink. Wade had long since mastered the cleaning charm. With a few flicks of his wand, the ink vanished, and the corridor was as clean as before. Suddenly, someone clapped. Nice silent spell. Wade turned and saw who it was. Griffiths. The red-haired wizard had once again darted into someone else's portrait, and followed Wade with hands behind his back and smiling cheerfully. Thinking about Peeves' sudden appearance, Wade asked, "Did you put Peeves up to this?" "Yep." Griffiths admitted without hesitation, grinning. "You looked like you'd been caught by some time monster, with such a deep and scary expression, so I had Peeves come and say hello. How do you feel now? A bit better, right?" Wade wasn't sure what expression he had on earlier, but he rubbed his face and said helplessly, "Well, thanks, I guess." You're welcome. Helping students is what I do," Griffiths said, beaming. He then asked, "What were you thinking about earlier?" Not wanting to discuss it, Wade deflected the conversation. "Have you been getting along better with the portraits in the entrance hall lately? They haven't come to me with complaints in a while." Well, of course, we've gotten along better," Griffiths replied hesitantly, clearly dodging the question. Wade stopped in his tracks, frowning as he asked, "You wouldn't have?" "Haha, just now there were 2 Hufflepuff students who wanted to hear one of my old stories. I've got to go, we'll talk next time." Griffiths raised his voice and sounded guilty, and then hurriedly slipped out of the portrait, disappearing to who knows where. Wade shook his head. Recently, more and more students have gotten to know the chatty Griffiths. He was always eager to strike up a conversation, and would sometimes suddenly pop out of a portrait, giving a startled student a fright, often causing them to fall into one of the staircase's traps. He would laugh hysterically, earning him the reputation of being the Peeves of the portraits. However, unlike Peeves, the students didn't dislike Griffiths. Aside from his occasional harmless pranks, he would also tell stories whether they were true or not was anyone's guess, and would sometimes comfort students who seemed down, doing his best to cheer them up. Wade often saw 4 or 5 students gathered around Griffith's portrait, chatting with him. His time had become so occupied by the students that he had less opportunity to bother the other portraits, at least, that's what Wade had thought. But judging by Griffith's guilty expression earlier, it seemed like there was another story behind his actions. Back in his dormitory, Wade took out his book of friends. After talking with his father for a while, he switched to another page in the book. Wade, Remus. Before long, Lupin's reply appeared on the paper. Lupin, I'm here. Wade, I have a favor to ask tomorrow morning. Could you please go with my father to Gringotts to withdraw some money, and then head to Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley to purchase the vanishing cabinet in the shop? Lupin, sure. Lupin readily agreed. After a moment, he added another note. Lupin, but as far as I know, Borgin and Burke's only has one vanishing cabinet. The other one is missing. If the second cabinet is damaged or located somewhere inaccessible to people, like at the bottom of the sea or buried underground, it would be useless, and could even pose great danger to the user. Wade, I know, but there's another vanishing cabinet here, in Hogwarts Castle. Wade, it's worth a try, isn't it? Lupin, understood. But promise me you won't try it yourself. We can experiment with a rabbit or something first. Wade, of course, I won't be reckless. After putting away the book of friends, Wade felt a surge of anticipation. The idea that enemies could appear at any moment within a supposedly safe fortress was unsettling, but the possibility of leaving the castle at will? That was exhilarating. With such a capability, Wade could accomplish far more. His mind was occupied with countless thoughts, as well as the various twists in the plot, like the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, Peter Pettigrew hiding in Gryffindor, the Quidditch World Cup, the Triwizard Tournament, Barty Crouch's escape from Azkaban, Voldemort's resurrection, and the incompetent Ministry of Magic. And then there were the Horcruxes Voldemort had hidden in various places, and the few ways to destroy them. The Sword of Gryffindor, Basilisk Fangs, and Fiendfire. I really have to learn the Fiendfire curse. He thought of the roaring flames that Grindelwald used to set half of Paris ablaze, and Dumbledore, like a fire god, conjuring an inferno with a single wave of his wand. If I had that kind of power, would I still need to be so cautious? Wade jotted down all these thoughts on paper, staring at them for a while before rolling the paper into a ball. He held it near the candle flame, watching it burn into ashes. The flickering firelight reflected in his pupils, and deep within his eyes, another scene seemed to unfold. Hogwarts overrun by Death Eaters, trolls and acromantulas rampaging, bodies strewn across the cold ground. In the midst of battle, life is fragile. Then there were the parts of the story that hadn't been portrayed: the time after Dumbledore's death, when both Hogwarts and the Ministry were almost entirely controlled by the Dark Lord's followers. The protagonist trio had to go into hiding. How many non-pure blood wizards had been persecuted during that brief yet endless year? What about the Muggles? And the Squibs, who were never even considered? Were they spared because they were weak, or were they killed, their deaths merely becoming cold, forgotten statistics in a newspaper? Wade's mind suddenly flashed with images of Ferd and Fiona's smiling faces, followed by 2 other faces, blurred by time, smiling despite deep sorrow. He placed his hand over his eyes and let out a weary sigh. Lupin was incredibly efficient. By noon the next day, he informed Wade that he had already purchased the vanishing cabinet from Borgin and Burke's. At the same time, Wade, under the pretext of researching alchemy, managed to borrow the castle's vanishing cabinet from Professor McGonagall, promising that he was aware of the risks and would not recklessly attempt to experiment by entering it himself. The vanishing cabinet was a mix of black and gold, adorned with ancient runes and intricate, mysterious patterns. An ancient enchantment connected the 2 vanishing cabinets, creating a strange passage between them. Even in a place like Hogwarts, where apparition was forbidden, people could use the 2 cabinets to transport themselves instantly. In the storyline, the Death Eaters used this passage to invade Hogwarts, and it was on that fateful night that Dumbledore met his end. Wade used a shrinking charm to transport the cabinet to the Room of Requirement, where he set aside time to conduct experiments. He stayed in contact with Lupin through the Book of Friends, putting various objects into the cabinet and retrieving them from the other side. The first few experiments went smoothly. Apples, bread, cushions, and buckets were placed into the cabinet, and they all came out perfectly intact. Lupin then suggested experimenting with live creatures: rats, rabbits, and eventually, a gnarl, gradually working up to animals closer in size to humans, and even those with magical properties. It was during the 13th experiment that something went wrong. Wade felt uneasy as soon as he opened the cabinet. When he fully opened the door, he found a gnarl lying inside, no longer breathing. Wade, it's dead. Lupin, what happened? Wade, there are no visible wounds, but it stopped breathing. You can check it on your end. Wade closed the cabinet door again, and when Lupin opened it on his side, he saw the cold, lifeless body of the gnarl. He carefully removed it and conducted a thorough examination. Lupin, the body is extremely cold, as if it's been dead for at least 3 or 4 hours. The skin has strange cracks, and the bones are as brittle as biscuits. It's as if, in the instant the door was closed, it traveled to some strange place and died there. Lupin, Wade, the vanishing cabinets are far more dangerous than we initially thought. Wade, I understand. We'll halt the experiments for now. I'll see if I can repair this cabinet. When Wade put down his quill, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had thought that the vanishing cabinet had only been damaged by Peeves during Harry's second year. However, it turned out that it wasn't in perfect condition even before that incident. Focusing intently on the vanishing cabinet, Wade slowly began to see countless golden magical circuits appear, flowing like water. Complex magical formations layered upon each other, and hundreds of ancient runes wound around the cabinet like chains. Small flaws, incomplete patterns, runes worn down by time, and magic that seemed rusted. Bit by bit, Wade identified the damaged sections of the vanishing cabinet. Umbrella Room. After their combat training session, everyone applied bruise healing ointment to each other. Harry asked, Wade seems really busy lately, doesn't he? He only comes to the Umbrella Room once every 3 or 4 days. Each time he came, he would spend about an hour teaching them a new spell, offering some guidance on their learning challenges, and then quickly disappearing again. Yeah, Michael said helplessly. That alchemy professor seems to have given Wade a really tough assignment. He barely even returns to the common room lately, always off somewhere researching alchemy. The cleaning crabs clattered across the floor, gathering up the cotton swabs and mopping the floor. Everyone's gaze followed the crab around the room until it crawled back into its shell nest and settled down quietly. Only then did they leave the Umbrella Room. As they descended a flight of stairs, they ran into someone unexpected. Why you all, hello. Professor Quirrell seemed startled by the encounter. A nervous smile appeared on his face as he timidly extended his hand to greet his students. Michael, Hermione, and Ryan reflexively lowered their heads, as if showing him great respect, and said, Good evening, Professor. Harry and Theo, on the other hand, greeted him confidently, Hello, Professor Quirrell. Neville, who was a step behind, also quickly followed with his own greeting. As they were about to part ways, Harry added, Good luck, Professor. You're really brave. Professor Quirrell gave a short, nervous laugh and raised his hand in a small wave. You. Hermione stared intently at Harry, her eyes were filled with unspoken thoughts. Theo, on the other hand, asked directly, Harry, do you really think Professor Quirrell is, brave? After all, there was no professor in the entire school more timid than Quirrell. You guys don't understand, Harry said mysteriously, as if he were carrying many secrets. Professor Quirrell is battling evil. He's truly remarkable. Theo and Neville didn't quite understand, but they nodded vaguely. The others, however, exchanged perplexed looks, their expressions were hard to describe. Keep an eye on him. Don't let them get close again, Michael whispered in a low voice. Everyone nodded silently, feeling the weight of a great responsibility settle upon them. Harry was unaware of the concerns of the others. He returned to the dormitory with the same joy as always, shared what he had learned that day with Ron, played a round of wizard chess, and then went to bed. But for some reason, his scar throbbed faintly tonight. While everyone else fell into deep sleep, Harry found himself unable to doze off. He eventually threw on a coat and sat by the window, gazing out at the starry night sky. Suddenly, a shadow passed through his line of sight, and it took Harry a moment to realize what he'd seen: a person flying across the sky on a broomstick. Who could that be? What are they doing flying around the school in the middle of the night? Without thinking, Harry grabbed his Nimbus 2000, climbed out the window, and leapt off the 8th floor of the castle on his broom. He descended rapidly before pulling up, circling the sky for a moment, and then spotted a figure near the Black Lake. Approaching cautiously from above, he was surprised to discover that the person standing there was Wade. Hey, Wade, Harry called as he landed his broom and walked over. What are you doing out here, Harry? Wade turned, equally surprised. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Couldn't sleep, Harry said, rubbing his scar. For some reason, I've had a headache all night. Maybe Snape's down at the bottom of the Black Lake cursing me. Wade glanced at Harry's lightning-shaped scar before answering the previous question. I was just about to head back to sleep when I saw what looked like a white-haired person over here, but by the time I flew over, they were gone. He wasn't sure if the figure he saw tonight was the same one he had spotted more than 6 months ago, but for some reason, Wade couldn't shake the feeling that this incident was important. Maybe it was because the distance was too great, but he had never managed to catch the person's name. Harry scratched his head, not giving it much thought, and guessed, maybe you just saw it wrong. Maybe. Wade didn't argue. He noticed Hagrid, carrying a lantern and accompanied by his dog, Fang, heading into the Forbidden Forest under the cover of darkness. Looks like Hagrid's still awake, Wade said. Probably off to feed Norbert. Harry said casually. Norbert. Wade turned to him suddenly. Yeah, oh, that's the baby dragon. Hagrid named him Norbert, Harry explained. He's been growing bigger, and it got too difficult to keep him in the hut. So Hagrid moved him to a cave in the Forbidden Forest. Wade was surprised. He didn't send him away. Harry sighed helplessly. Hermione tried to convince him several times, and Ron even said his brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania and could take care of Norbert. But Hagrid just can't bear to part with him. Ruayar. Suddenly, a huge roar echoed from the Forbidden Forest, followed by a burst of fire shooting up into the sky. The roar of a fire dragon suddenly erupted, tearing through the peaceful night sky of Hogwarts. Hagrid! Harry shouted, and immediately jumped on his broomstick and flew out. Gryffindors. Wade sighed helplessly. Hagrid had just entered the Forbidden Forest and was at least a mile away from where the fire had appeared, so there was no real danger. Wade also mounted his broomstick and darted into the Forbidden Forest, gaining altitude and weaving through the black tree tops with his sharp eyesight. Ahead, Hagrid was running wildly toward the direction of the fire, clutching a barrel and shouting Norbert. His hound followed closely behind. Seeing that Hagrid was unharmed, Harry had already flown ahead towards the fire dragon. They moved quickly, and soon arrived near a cave. Wade saw Harry standing pale-faced to the side, while Norbert, as big as a house, lay on the ground. Enormous, gruesome wounds marred his eyes and chest, with bright red blood gushing out. Norbert! Hagrid cried out in anguish and rushed over to hold his dragon baby. He trembled as he checked if it was still breathing. A few fading sparks sputtered from Norbert's nose. Don't be afraid, my sweet baby. Mama will heal you right away. Hagrid's hands shook as he fumbled through his pockets for healing potions. Wade remained airborne, warily scanning the surroundings. The Black Forest was eerily quiet. The dragon's roar had silenced all other sounds, leaving only the wind, Hagrid's wailing, and the crackling of dry branches burning in the fire. Wade fired 2 red sparks into the sky as a signal and set up detection spells around the area before landing. Hagrid was pouring white moss essence onto Norbert's wounds, but the blood flowed out like a broken dam, quickly washing away the potion. These wounds were caused by dark magic. Ordinary healing potions won't work. Wade spoke, pointing his wand at Norbert's wound and softly chanting the counter curse thankfully. He had just learned it from Remus a couple of days earlier. After about half a minute, the bleeding finally stopped. Hagrid looked on anxiously and only then dared to ask, "Is he okay now?" "No," Wade replied. "This is as much as I can do. You'll need to find someone more specialized for the rest. But at least, his life should be saved." "Thank you, Wade, thank you so much." Hagrid sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "If Norbert had died, it would have felt like my heart was ripped out." He clutched the Norwegian Ridgeback's fierce-looking head tightly. The dragon weakly opened its eyes and looked at Hagrid, who was crying uncontrollably, while hot air puffed out from its nose. "What happened here?" A cold, seemingly furious voice sounded nearby, causing Harry's face to turn pale. Snape, dressed in a black robe, emerged from the darkness. His gaze was so intense it felt as though he wanted to drain the blood from everyone. His black robe billowed behind him like storm clouds, making it seem as if he had flown there rather than run. Immediately afterward, a tabby cat leapt down from a tree branch, transforming midair into Professor McGonagall in her nightgown. She took one look at the scene and let out a shocked cry. "An injured dragon? What on earth happened?" Harry didn't have time to respond before someone else arrived. Professor Quirrell came stumbling through the trees, clutching his scarf, followed by a flash of fire, from which Dumbledore suddenly appeared. In a daze, Harry felt this scene was eerily similar to Halloween, except Professor Flitwick was missing, replaced by Dumbledore. But Harry trembled slightly and instinctively took 2 steps closer to Hagrid. "Someone hurt Norbert, Dumbledore," Hagrid cried, pulling out a giant handkerchief to wipe his tears, his voice trembling. "Please save him, the poor lad is badly injured." Dumbledore bent down to examine Norbert. The wound's dark magic origin was clear, but the edges of the injury showed signs of closing. Dumbledore was briefly surprised, quickly realizing who among the 3 present had the skill to do this. "A fine piece of dark magic counter curse, Mr. Grey," Dumbledore praised. Wade nodded slightly without speaking. "Don't worry, Hagrid," Dumbledore said gently. "Madame Pomfrey will heal him. Minerva, could you arrange for a more suitable place for the poor creature?" "Understood." Professor McGonagall was sternly glaring at the 2 students, but upon hearing Dumbledore's instructions, she withdrew her gaze and used a levitation charm to carry Norbert away. "Careful, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid couldn't help but remind her. "He's still just a baby? It's all my fault for not taking good care of him." "Private dragon ownership is forbidden," Snape said with a sinister tone from the side. "Hagrid, I thought you knew that." Hagrid bit his lip, looking pitiful despite his large frame. "We'll discuss that later," Dumbledore said calmly. "Harry, Wade, why are you 2 here? Leaving the castle at night and coming to the dangerous Forbidden Forest is not a wise decision." "I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking at the stars from the dormitory," Harry suddenly stammered. "Then I saw Hagrid walking into the Forbidden Forest, and later I heard the dragon's roar and saw the fire. I was worried something had happened to Hagrid, so I flew over to check, and Wade came too." He left out the fact that they had broken curfew and were flying around the school. "Did you see what injured the dragon?" Dumbledore asked. Harry shivered, as if he was still afraid. Wade answered, "No. By the time we arrived, the scene was already like this." Dumbledore nodded, and looked at the pool of blood on the ground, deep in thought. Everyone else held their breath, waiting in silence. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from inside the cave and a pure, radiant creature limped out. It glowed faintly, its long legs were injured, and silver-white blood was dripping from its body. "Merlin's beard." Hagrid gasped. Someone dared to hurt a unicorn. The unicorn knelt slightly before Dumbledore, then leaned against Hagrid, as if seeking his help. Dumbledore used a spell to heal the unicorn's wounds and said to Hagrid, "Take it to Madame Pomfrey as well. And bring Wade and Harry along. I think they could use a calming draft." Hagrid nodded, scooping up the unicorn without hesitation. He called out, "Come along, kids, thank you for worrying about me. But I must say this was incredibly dangerous, truly very dangerous. Don't go wandering around next time. Harry mumbled his agreement. As he glanced back, he saw Snape frowning, clearly wanting to oppose Dumbledore's lenient approach. But Dumbledore said, Severus, Quirinus, may I ask you both to patrol the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest tonight? The one who injured the dragon may still be lurking nearby. Of course, for safety, you'd best not split up. The dense forest soon obscured Harry's view. Madame Pomfrey's healing magic was highly skilled, and the hospital wing was well stocked with remedies. After being given several potions, the fire dragon and the unicorn, who had been suffering from their wounds, both calmed down and soon fell into a peaceful sleep. Professor McGonagall was busy setting up a temporary barrier around the quidditch pitch to house the fire dragon, ensuring no students would accidentally wander in and get hurt. Meanwhile, the unicorn was allowed to rest near Professor Sprout's greenhouses, where the plump witch happily prepared an abundance of berries and fresh oat hay for it. Other professors soon arrived after hearing the news, making Hogwarts unusually lively for the middle of the night. A fire dragon. A strange little old man rushed over to Norbert's side. His eyes were gleaming. He was covered in scars, with both legs and one arm replaced by wooden prosthetics. He used his only remaining hand to stroke Norbert's black wings with a look of pure excitement, exclaiming, Hagrid, you should have told me you had a dragon. Professor McGonagall, having finished setting up the barrier, walked over with a stern expression and scolded, Professor Ketleben, private dragon ownership is a serious violation of the law. The infamous temper of McGonagall seemed to have no effect on the little old man. He grinned slyly and said, Oh, don't be so stiff, Minerva. Who's illegally keeping a dragon? Clearly, this is a wild young dragon from the Forbidden Forest that wandered into Hogwarts because it was hungry. Our kind-hearted gamekeeper just gave it a little food, that's all. No law-breaking involved. Oh, that makes sense. Hagrid said, hitting his palm in sudden realization. Please stop encouraging illegal behavior, Professor Ketleben, and don't forget you're still on probation. Professor McGonagall said, starting off serious, but ending up laughing herself. Yep, probation for the 62nd time. But it doesn't matter, I'm retiring soon anyway, Professor Ketleben said with a shrug, before turning back to the dragon. Does this little one have a name, Hagrid? His name is Norbert. Hagrid said proudly. I watched him hatch with my own eyes. Professor Ketleben paused and looked more closely, then chuckled. Actually, it should be she. This is a little girl. What? Hagrid was stunned and leaned in closer, while Professor Ketleben began teaching him how to tell the gender of baby dragons. If that's the case, calling her Norbert might not be the best choice. Hagrid quickly shifted into a proud father of a daughter mode, as if worried his precious girl would be teased for her name. How about calling her Norberta? Professor Ketleben suggested. It sounds like a girl's name, and it's quite cute. Oh, there you two are? I've been looking all over for you. Madame Pomfrey suddenly appeared, speaking briskly as she stared at Wade and Harry. Come with me, Dumbledore said you might need a calming draft. We're not scared, Wade replied. But Madame Pomfrey wasn't listening. She led them to the hospital wing and without giving them a choice, handed each of them a bottle of the calming draft. Drink it, then get some sleep. There are only a few hours left until dawn. Wade noticed that the potion was one he had brewed himself. Has Dumbledore returned? Harry asked quickly as she was about to leave. How should I know, child? Madame Pomfrey responded. But you said he told you we needed a calming draft. Harry persisted. Dumbledore sent his patroness to notify me. What's a patroness? Drink the potion and sleep, child. Under Madame Pomfrey's firm gaze, they had no choice but to down the calming drafts, and sleepiness quickly overcame them. The next morning, even though no one had made an official announcement, it seemed like the entire school knew what had happened the previous night. Students were flocking to see the fire dragon and the unicorn. After hearing that Wade and Harry were involved, the members of the SSC rushed to the hospital wing to find them. I heard someone attacked the fire dragon. Hermione burst in, looking worried. Are you all right? Did you run into whoever it was? Forget about the dragon for a second. Harry glanced around cautiously. I have a secret to tell you all, about the attacker from last night. Wait, Harry, Michael suddenly interrupted, and then walked over to the door to check outside before closing it. Ryan quickly caught on and moved to the window, ensuring no one was eavesdropping from outside. Wade asked, did you see who it was? Yes, I got there a little earlier than you all. I saw what the person looked like. It was. Harry shuddered involuntarily before saying, Professor Quirrell. The room fell into a sudden silence. Harry, feeling a bit anxious, hurriedly said, maybe you think I'm lying but I'm not. Actually, I overheard something weeks ago in the forest. It was the day of the Quidditch match when Gryffindor won. I heard Snape threatening Quirrell, telling him to cooperate with him to steal the Philosopher's Stone that's hidden on the 4th floor. Last night, they were the first to arrive in the Forbidden Forest too. Theo asked, I heard Professor McGonagall was also one of the first to arrive. You weren't there, so you didn't see Professor McGonagall showed up in her nightgown. It was obvious the fire dragon had woken her up from her sleep. Harry desperately tried to explain his reasoning. But Snape and Quirrell, they were dressed perfectly. They were probably already wandering around the Forbidden Forest, and they might have attacked Norbert and the unicorn. But then Hagrid arrived, so they had to run off and pretend they had just been woken up. They didn't even have time to change into proper clothes. No one spoke for a while. In the silence, Neville looked around nervously and tried to make conversation. Harry, you've been really friendly with Professor Quirrell lately. I thought you'd started to like him. I thought he was fighting against Snape. Harry said, frustrated. I even tried to encourage him to be strong. I didn't expect him to fall in with Snape so quickly. Seeing the complicated expressions on everyone's faces, Harry grew more agitated and raised his voice. Are you all thinking they're professors? Dumbledore trusts them, so they wouldn't do something like that? But I really... Harry, calm down. Wade interrupted him suddenly. His calm voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Harry's excitement. Harry looked at Wade, who was gazing at the others. Tell him the truth, Wade said. Harry already knows this much, and revealing the truth wouldn't mean we've broken our promise to Dumbledore. Harry was stunned. Tell me, what?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.